At my very first job change, I gave up the 6 top-tier professions and unexpectedly obtained a mysterious marketplace system. Not only does it cost just 1 gold coin to purchase equipment, but even the tamed beasts can evolve infinitely. My name is Lu Chen, a person who was reborn into this world with memories of my previous life and a mysterious system. For a full 18 years, that damn system showed no signs of activity, insisting on waiting until the day of my job change. These 18 years, I lived more wretchedly than a sewer rat. My mother has been bedridden for years, my father lost a leg to a work accident early on, and I have a troublesome younger sister. But today is different. The career change square in Shihai City is bustling with people, and a massive magic array on the high platform glows with profound brilliance. I clench my fists so tightly that my nails almost dig into my palms, letting the sharp pain remind me this is not a dream. 18 years of waiting all lead to this moment. Job change begins. The top scorer in the city's professional theory exam, Lu Chen. Step forward for your job change. On the high platform, an elderly man with white hair and beard announced in a resounding voice that pierced through the clamor. There was a commotion in the crowd. I heard people whispering that the campus belle, Lu Ruyuan, once said she would agree to be my girlfriend as long as I changed to an A rank or higher combat profession. I sneered inwardly. Who cares? Her favor is not even worth the half-cold steamed bun left in my pocket. Step by step, I ascended the platform and entered the center of that radiance. The cold job change divine steel grew warm to the touch, and in the next moment, a magnificent divine light shot skyward. A dazzling golden mark coalesced first, its immense pressure instantly silencing the entire plaza. SSS rank. Legendary warrior, the old man exclaimed in shock, his eyes nearly popping out. The distinguished guests below the stage sprang to their feet, their faces filled with astonishment. Before they could process this, a second mark appeared with a roar, wrapped in violent thunderclaps crackling with energy. And another SSS rank. Thunder Mage. The principal completely lost his composure, his voice rising to a shrill pitch. But this was only the beginning. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth marks appeared: assassin, knight, archer, and priest. 6 SSS rank combat profession marks, representing the pinnacle of their classes, shone like 6 blazing suns. The unprecedented spectacle rendered everyone speechless with shock. However, at the end of this miracle, a faint, almost negligible gray mark timidly formed below the 6 legendary marks in F rank, Beast Tamer. The moment of choice had arrived. Everyone assumed I would casually pick one of the 6 SSS rank professions and ascend to greatness, leaving behind my miserable life once and for all. At that very moment, the system that had been dormant for 18 years finally activated. Ding! Host's profession selection detected. Conditions for activating the Eternal Infinite Marketplace system have been met. Option 1, abandon all SSS rank profession marks, fully activate this system, and receive a newbie gift package. Option 2, choose any SSS rank profession, the system cannot be fully activated due to insufficient energy and no gift package will be granted. Was there even a choice? I had waited 18 years for this. Without hesitation, under the gaze of all those shocked faces, I precisely selected the dim F rank Beast Tamer mark. I choose this one. Time seemed to freeze. The next second, the entire plaza erupted. F rank? He's insane. The city lord lost all composure on the spot, nearly coughing up blood, pounding his chest and cursing. Lu Chen! You fool! Do you even know what you've done? The principal blacked out and fainted on the spot, having to be supported in a panic. Lu Ruyuan's beautiful face twisted with rage as she pointed at me and shrieked, probably feeling I had humiliated her. But I couldn't even spare her a glance. Because they simply didn't understand. The moment I made my choice, a magnificent and resplendent system interface fully unfolded in the depths of my mind, radiating brilliance. Ding! System perfectly activated. Congratulations, host, on receiving the newbie gift package. The Eternal Infinite Marketplace system is at your service. All items in this marketplace are priced at 1 gold coin. You may also have the chance to unlock supreme items containing the rules of the world. A gift package opened automatically. A product selection box popped up, containing only 4 ancient-looking rings, yet the aura of rules they emitted made my very soul tremble. My breath stopped instantly. My gaze fixed on the first one. Infinite resurrection? Immortality? With this, even as an F rank, I could slay gods. Buy. Resurrection ring. I screamed in my heart. Ding. 1 gold coin consumed. Purchase successful. Resurrection ring has been stored in the system space. Name, Resurrection ring status, bound, never drops / never wears out, effect, unique, grants unlimited resurrection. Triggers upon death. You can choose to revive on the spot or respawn randomly somewhere within the map. Upon resurrection, you return at full health and in perfect condition, with all negative effects removed. Cooldown, 3 seconds after each resurrection. Hiss. Once every 3 seconds. Unlimited revives. This effect is insane. Even without any attribute bonuses, just the ability to resurrect endlessly completely outclasses any other equipment boosts. Lu Chen, what are you still standing around the job transfer array for? Get down here. The elder overseeing the transfer ceremony shook his head in regret, clearly pained to see Lu Chen give up a top-tier class. If only he'd chosen differently, the great Xia would have gained another legendary powerhouse. I swear, Lu Chen must have lost his mind, someone muttered. Soon, the would-be reborns began whispering among themselves. If you ask me, he's possessed or something. No one in their right mind would do something so ridiculous. An F-rank beast tamer, huh? That class can only ever bond with F-rank beasts for life. And beast taming is a money pit, even rich families struggle to keep up with the costs, yeah. Unlike other classes, a beast tamer only ever gets one beast. All their skills in combat rely on that single contract beast. Plus, you have to buy a tamer's whip and a contract scroll, both exclusive items, just for a chance to bond with a beast. I know about Lu Chen's family situation. Dirt poor. If he wasn't a straight-A student with a scholarship, the school would have kicked him out ages ago. Humph. With his family's finances, how's he ever going to level up? He won't have the chance. Don't forget, after the transfer ceremony, everyone who chooses a combat class gets forced into the newcomer secret realm by the rules. Lu Chen's definitely going to die in there. Listening to all the chatter, Lu Chen just smiled faintly. Who'd end up dead in there was still anyone's guess. After changing classes, the consignment market became available. Transfer graduates could list the loot they found for sale or buy items from others here. This was the main trading platform for new adventurers all over Blue Star. But, the system took a hefty 20% fee on every sale, so prices ran high. Most people preferred to trade privately whenever possible. Currency, 1 gold coin equals 100 regular coins. Right now, Lu Chen only had 13 gold coins on him. Without the system, these 13 coins would barely buy him a few healing potions from the marketplace. Forget about gear. But things were different now. He could buy whatever he wanted. Lu Chen opened the list of Beast Tamer exclusive items. These didn't have any level requirements. Legendary grade? Legendary right from the start? Was this even real? Name, Tamer's whip type, beast taming tool quality, legendary effect, plus 50% success rate when taming beasts. Price, 1 gold coin. Name, contract scroll type, beast taming tool quality, legendary effect, plus 50% success rate when taming beasts. Price, 1 gold coin. On the consignment market, even a single legendary item like these would fetch a minimum of 500,000 gold coins. But here, he could get them for just 1 gold each. If I buy these 2 legendary items, doesn't that mean I'll have a 100% success rate contracting a beast? Lu Chen grinned and bought them without hesitation. Ding! You have spent 1 gold coin to purchase legendary beast taming whip X1. Ding! You have spent 1 gold coin to purchase legendary contract scroll X1. Of course, to actually contract a beast companion for battle, I'll still need an F-grade beast egg. He opened the beast companion page. Only F-grade beast eggs were available, but the varieties were endless. Looks like the system shop only shows items I can actually use. Lu Chen immediately picked a beast that could both attack and defend. Ding! You have spent 1 gold coin to purchase F-grade beast egg Swift Black Turtle. Sure, F-grade beasts aren't much in a fight, but with top-tier equipment, even a pig could bulldoze through any monster in the newbie secret realm. Without delay, Lu Chen opened the equipment page. At the moment, only newbie gear was available usable up to level 10, but every single piece was legendary. Normally, newbie gear maxes out at blue quality, but the system shop ignores the rules and sells Lu Chen the highest possible legendary grade for everything he can equip. Equipment slots, weapon, armor, boots, helmet, necklace, gloves, 2 rings, accessory, badge, normally can't be bought, only exchanged for prestige, but the system shop has them for sale. Equipment quality: white, green, blue, purple, orange, red epic, gold legendary. Holy crap! Even the newbie gear is legendary? I really am invincible now. The title of Super Newbie Boss is as good as mine. Ding! You have spent 1 gold coin to purchase legendary quality newbie weapon, Steel Pattern Beast Whip. Ding! You have spent 1 gold coin to purchase legendary quality newbie armor, Black Scale Vest. Ding! You have spent 1 gold coin to purchase legendary quality newbie necklace, Title Pendant. Lu Chen bought the full set of 10 items in one go. To avoid drawing attention, he didn't put the gear on right away, nor did he contract his beast. If he suddenly showed up decked out in all legendary starter gear, the big faction's powerhouses would snatch him up in a heartbeat. If he ran into someone kind, maybe he'd be fine, but if it was someone ruthless, his life would be over. The world isn't what it used to be. As a powerless nobody, it's better to keep a low profile until I have enough strength. Staring at his now empty wallet, 0 gold coins left. Lu Chen sighed helplessly. I'll need to find a way to earn more gold soon. Just then, a chorus of astonished cries rose from the crowd. Lu Chen looked over. It turned out it was Lu Ruyuan's turn to change class, and she had just successfully advanced to SS rank Ice Mage, becoming an epic level prodigy. In an instant, Lu Ruyuan became the center of attention, the star everyone was vying for. Ha ha ha! It's been so long since our city produced an epic level genius. Lu Ruyuan, take this set of newbie gear as your first reward from our city. City leader Sima Yao personally presented Lu Ruyuan with a set of newbie gear green quality, making the other soon-to-be reborn players green with envy. Lu Ruyuan stood tall and proud, her gaze fixed on Lu Chen. She had expected to see regret in his eyes for choosing the F-rank beast Tamer class, but there was none. He looked utterly calm. Humph. Lu Chen, you wasted 3 years of my youth and shattered my dreams of becoming a legendary wife. You'd better pray we don't run into each other in the newcomer's secret realm, or you'll be sorry. Resentment bubbled in Lu Ruyuan's heart. Next, Shiman Jin's successful class change. S rank, Epic Flame Knight, the Elder announced passionately once again. Whoa! An S rank class. And a pretty solid knight, too. The crowd couldn't help but look on with envy. Shiman Jin strode up to Lu Ruyuan and gave her a knight's salute. Ruyuan, would you consider being my girlfriend now? What do you think? She replied coldly. In her eyes, if you weren't a legendary prodigy, you weren't even worth her time, not even with a wealthy family. Shiman Jin's eyes flashed coldly, but he didn't make a scene. He simply returned silently to his seat. Once the rest of the candidates had completed their class changes, the ceremony concluded. Right then, beneath the feet of every student who'd chosen a combat class, a teleportation array appeared. Lu Chen knew the rules-mandated newcomer's trial was about to begin. This is the first step toward my unstoppable legend. Let's see just how powerful a full set of legendary gear can be. When the light faded, Lu Chen found himself in a crimson-hued forest. Overhead, only a single blood-red sun hung in the sky. From deep within the woods came the constant, eerie howling of strange beasts. Name, Blood Forest level, Proto 1-star monster level, LV1 LV10. Lu Chen glanced around. There was no one else nearby, must have been a random teleport. He quickly equipped all the legendary gear he'd purchased, and his stats soared instantly. Newcomers hadn't learned the insight skill yet, so Lu Chen wasn't worried about the others recognizing his legendary equipment. As long as he disabled the signature golden glow effect, he'd be fine. Name, Lu Chen class, F-rank beast Tamer talent, none, chance to awaken at level 10, level, tier 1, LV 0 HP, 3550 mana, 3550 attack, 2115 defense, 1050 physical/1050 magical strength, 3, base, plus 420, equipment, each point plus 5 attack, constitution, 5, base, plus 350, equipment, each point plus 10 HP, plus 3 phys df, spirit, 5, base, plus 350, equipment, each point plus 10 mana, plus 3 mag df, agility, 4, base, plus 210, equipment, affects movement/attack/casting speed, free attribute points, 0, gain plus 10 per level. At tier 1, unique skill, beast taming, LV 0, beast slots, 0 to 1 equipment, 10/10 steel patterned beast whip, legendary, mystic scale armor, legendary. Title pendant, legendary, legendary emblem dam. F-rank beast tamer really does start with dog-awful base stats. Some classes can start with as high as 20 in an attribute. Moreover, F-rank beast tamers only have a single beast slot, which means they can only form a contract with one pet at a time. There's practically no room for error. If your beast dies, you have to start all over again with a new one, and all the resources you invested before go straight down the drain. Still, with the legendary gear bonuses, Lu Chen's pet was more than enough to crush the low-level monsters in this area. 3,500 HP. 2,115 attack. With stats like these, he could totally wipe the floor with even the level 10 bosses here. Time to contract my beast. Lu Chen took the beast egg out of his inventory, then used the contract scroll and the taming whip. The process began. Ding! Contract successful. Congratulations, you have contracted the beast Swift Black Turtle. Name, Swift Black Turtle. Rank, F level, LV 0 HP, 40 magic attack, 10 defense, 20 skills, bramble shell, water bomb. Those stats are pretty terrible. But after forming a contract, the master can share their own attributes with their beast. In other words, this previously useless black turtle now instantly had stats that surpassed even level 10 bosses. Noticing the sudden change in its own attributes, the swift black turtle happily circled around Lu Chen, a line of text floating above its head, "Master, I'll be counting on you from now on." Lu Chen smiled. Turns out his first beast was a female turtle. Before a beast reaches tier 5 and gains the ability to speak, anything it wants to say gets converted into text, visible only to its master. Let's get started. Lu Chen gave the swift black turtle its first command. With a snort of excitement, the turtle charged forward, eager to test out its newfound strength. Not far ahead was a group of small monsters, a pack of LV1 mutant rabbits. The turtle dashed over, and with a quick aim, spat out a water bomb at one of them. Splat! The mutant rabbit was instantly obliterated. The rest of the rabbits snarled and lunged at the turtle in retaliation. Bramble shell. This passive defensive skill reflected 10% of any incoming attack back at the attacker. In a flash, every mutant rabbit each with less than 100 HP was killed by the reflected damage. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached LV1. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached LV2. Seriously? Clearing out a whole pack of level 1 monsters just got me to level 2? Lu Chen didn't bother picking up any loot. The stuff low-level monsters dropped wasn't worth anything anyway. He led the swift black turtle deeper into the eastern side of the blood-red forest. No matter what kind of monsters they ran into, none of them could withstand even a single attack from the turtle. Everywhere they went, monsters fell in droves, and Lu Chen's experience bar shot up at lightning speed. Roar! Suddenly, an invincible class changer appeared in the eastern region. The monsters here scattered in terror, fleeing to other areas. What the heck? Is this a monster stampede? Newbies in the area, who'd been doing just fine fighting the low-level monsters, suddenly found themselves swarmed by fleeing creatures. Some of them were so scared they nearly wet themselves. Fortunately, those strange creatures didn't come after them, so they barely escaped with their lives. If they had, there would be nothing left of them but bones. What the hell? They'd only just entered the secret realm and something this bizarre had already happened? No way were they sticking around. They hurried off to find somewhere else. A few hours later, thud. A level 5 elite jungle wolf collapsed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV5. Hearing the system prompt, Lu Ruyuan flashed a charming smile. With a full set of green newbie gear and her Ice Mage class, she was a monster-slaying machine wiping out groups at a time, leveling up as fast as a rocket. It's only been a few hours and I'm already level 5. At this rate, I'll hit level 10 in less than a day. The top new player in Shihai City will definitely be me. Humph. By now, Liu Chen's probably already been torn apart by monsters. Serves him right. He's dirt poor, and on top of that, he picked the F-rank beast tamer class. He can't even afford a pet egg. A beast tamer without a beast is just trash. He's as good as dead. Deep within the blood-red forest of Wu. As the most powerful boss in this secret realm, the Blood Wolf King, a monster only epic-level geniuses could hope to challenge alone, was now suffering an unprecedented humiliation. It was getting thrashed by a trashy F-rank Xian turtle pet. Can you believe that? Impossible. This can't be real. You're just an F-rank pet. How are you beating me senseless? If the Blood Wolf King could speak human language, it would be cursing up a storm right now. How could something this ridiculous be happening to it? Sure, it had faced talented human newcomers in the past, but at most they could force a draw. If things went south, it could always run. But this Xian turtle was just absurd. Not only did it have triple its HP, its attack power was off the charts, and, worst of all, it was much faster than the Wolf King. If it hadn't just triggered a crisis evolution and upgraded from boss to overlord, doubling its health, it would have been dead already. Even so, it was still getting its ass handed to it. It couldn't fight back. It couldn't run. How could it not be frustrated? Stop. Any more and I'm finished. Please, tell your master I'll trade my life for some important information about the blood-red forest. The Blood Wolf King begged for mercy. The swift Xian turtle heard this and a string of words appeared above its head. Master, it wants to trade some secret intel about the realm for its life. Ask what information it has. If it's worthwhile, I'll consider it, Liu Chen replied. Master, it says there's a hidden map in the blood-red forest with even stronger monsters inside. Oh? Liu Chen considered this. The level 10 Blood Wolf King wouldn't drop much gold anyway. But if he could find a hidden map, the rewards would surely be greater. Tell it, give me the hidden map's coordinates, and I'll let it live. Master, it says it wants to sign a contract first to make sure. Pretty cautious, isn't it? This kind of contract formed by rules only requires the agreement of both parties. It forms automatically, and anyone who breaks it will be punished by the rules themselves. Good. This way, there's no risk of the other side trying to pull a fast one. Once the contract was sealed, only then did the Blood Wolf King reveal the coordinates of the hidden map to Liu Chen. Watching Liu Chen's departing figure, the Blood Wolf King finally let out a sigh of relief, still shaken. That's insane. What kind of monster has the human race produced this time? Not long after, Lu Ruyuan reached level 10. Her confidence soared, and she decided to solo the strongest boss in the beginner's secret realm, hoping to cap off this trial perfectly. But when she finally found the Blood Wolf King, she was stunned. Wait, wasn't the beginner realm's boss supposed to be leader level? Why was it a commander level boss now? With a boss of this caliber, forget soloing. Even with a whole team, she'd still get wiped out. Run! Lu Ruyuan spun around and bolted. But the Blood Wolf King had no intention of letting her go so easily. Damn it! I might not be able to take on that overpowered freak, but you just a little epic-ranked mage girl I can handle. With a furious roar, the Blood Wolf King vented all its earlier frustration on Lu Ruyuan. Seeing the Blood Wolf King lunge at her with jaws wide open, Lu Ruyuan's face went pale with terror. This is it. Meanwhile, Liu Chen had no idea that after he thoroughly trounced the Blood Wolf King, he'd inadvertently brought a heap of trouble down on others. Not that he cared, their fate had nothing to do with him anyway. Pushing through a thicket, Liu Chen arrived at a cave, where he found a hidden entrance. Ding! You've discovered a hidden map. Danger level, extremely high. Please proceed with caution. Heh, the system's being pretty thoughtful, reminding newbies to be careful. But me? I'm not afraid of anything. Without hesitation, Liu Chen strode in. The scenery shifted as soon as he entered. Before his eyes appeared a dim, enclosed cavern. Aside from a blood-red altar and 4 massive, bizarre statues standing guard around it, there was also a statue in the center of the altar. This central statue was even larger, at least 30 feet tall. It was humanoid, draped in robes, eyes closed, face peaceful and serene. Ha! Why aren't there any monsters in this hidden map? Lu Chen scanned the area and didn't spot a single creature. That was odd. A hidden map with no monsters? Back in school, the teachers always said that some secret realms had hidden maps, and that the monsters in those maps were even tougher, but the loot drops and experience were better, and you might even score some high-quality rare gear. So why was this hidden map empty? Was it because this was the beginner's secret realm? That couldn't be right. Before coming in, the rules specifically warned that this hidden map was extremely dangerous, which meant there had to be some powerful monster here. Lu Chen had assumed there would be at least a level 30 boss waiting for him, but to his surprise, there was nothing. Suddenly, all four statues snapped their eyes open, blood-red and filled with murderous intent, staring right at Lu Chen. The statues are the problem. Lu Chen was startled. But something about them was just off. The four statues didn't display any information. No info panels? Could it be these statues aren't aberrants after all? Or maybe you have to fulfill some condition before the aberrants appear? Lu Chen couldn't help but grow wary. Still, he wasn't afraid. His beast pet stats were more than enough to handle a level 30 aberrant boss, and even if he couldn't, he still had his resurrection ring. If he died, he could choose to revive at random and get out of here. Hiss. Just then, the statue standing in the center of the blood-red altar seemed to come to life. The serene expression it once had twisted into a vicious, grotesque grin. Its mouth curled into a wicked smile, and its eyes bulged wide, each one split into 4 pupils, as if 4 eyes were merged into a single, monstrous gaze. An aura of cruelty and evil radiated from its entire body. K-E-H-E. A harsh, rasping laugh echoed through the hall. After all these years, another young beast master has found his way here. Kid, should I say you're lucky, or just plain unlucky? The statue actually spoke right before his eyes. Lu Chen's mind reeled in shock. He'd never even heard of something like this. Who are you? He demanded, seeing the statue didn't seem intent on attacking just yet. The statue slowly spat out a single word, God. Lu Chen was stunned. This blood-red statue was a god? No way. There's no such thing as a god living inside a statue. Attack it. Lu Chen ordered his swift black tortoise. But the moment the tortoise charged onto the altar, an invisible force gripped it, freezing it in place. That same power seized Lu Chen as well. He couldn't move a muscle. What the hell? Lu Chen's expression grew grim. Things were spiraling beyond his expectations. What kind of bizarre hidden map was this? Why was it so freaky? Then it hit him, he'd been tricked by the Blood Wolf King boss. That boss definitely knew what was up with this hidden map, but it never warned him. When I get out of here, I'm tracking it down and gutting the bastard. Lu Chen cursed silently. To remain so calm in front of a god, kid, you've got guts, the statue sneered. I am always fair. Since you made it here, I'll give you a chance to live. Let's play a little game. Game? Lu Chen frowned. But he was the fish on the chopping block here. The statue held all the cards. He didn't have the luxury of saying no. This game is simple, the statue continued, ignoring whether Lu Chen agreed or not. I've always sought the answer to a single question. What is the value of life? Is life priceless? Or does it have a price? Lu Chen was speechless. Don't tell me it actually expects me to answer some deep philosophical question about the value of life? For a moment, he considered suicide. If he died, he could use the resurrection ring to escape. This hidden map was too bizarre, playing by its own rules. Now, prove to me whether life is priceless, or if it has a price, the statue intoned. As soon as the words fell, a giant set of scales materialized in front of Lu Chen. The left pan was piled high with a mountain of glittering gold coins, so heavy it tipped the balance to that side, while the right pan hung empty. Kid, drip your blood onto the tray on the right. As long as the scales reach perfect balance, you'll immediately get a reward of 100,000 gold coins, plus your level will increase by 10 and you'll get to walk out of here alive. Of course, you can choose not to play this game, but don't even dream of ever leaving this place for the rest of your life. That's it? Lu Chen almost laughed out loud. He'd expected something far more complicated, but it turned out to be just a matter of bleeding a little. Lu Chen could tell at a glance that this game was both simple and deadly. To balance the scales, you'd have to bleed out every last drop of your blood. In other words, anyone could complete this game and receive the god's reward, but the price would be their life. For most people, this would be a dead end with no solution. But for Liu Chen, it was like the other side was handing him 100,000 gold coins for free. For a newcomer, 100,000 gold coins was an astronomical sum, practically an instant ticket to riches. Especially for Liu Chen, it was a godsend, just what he needed to get through the early stages without having to worry about money. Besides, right now, he had no way to refuse the offer. He couldn't stay trapped here forever. I'll play. As soon as Liu Chen gave his answer, the statue's mouth stretched into an even wider, more sinister grin. Excellent. Let the game begin. With those words, Liu Chen could move again. He first recalled his swift black tortoise back to the beast pen, then stepped up to the balance. The statue looked down at Liu Chen from above, but said nothing about one crucial rule: once the game started, Liu Chen's blood would pour into the scales non-stop until they balanced, and he wouldn't be able to stop it on his own. Schlick. Before Liu Chen could react, another statue wielding a spear slashed open his palm. A wave of agony shot through him. But that wasn't the strangest part. Liu Chen's blood started gushing from his palm in a torrent, flowing straight into the tray on the right side of the scale. As he lost more and more blood, dizziness washed over him, and his health bar plummeted. Gritting his teeth, Liu Chen forced himself to hold on. It was agony, but the final victory was his for the taking. When the scales finally teetered into perfect balance, Liu Chen's last drop of blood drained away, and he collapsed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed the divine game trial. You are awarded 100,000 gold coins and plus 10 levels. At that moment, a second face, just as sinister, popped out of the back of the statue's head. Its mouth twisted into a cruel smile as it muttered, "This kid's soul is bound to taste delicious." But the very next second, Liu Chen's resurrection ring activated. He chose to respawn at random, and his body vanished from the spot. Seeing this, the statue instantly realized it had been played for a fool. In an instant, violent tremors shook the hidden map, and a surge of destructive, evil divine power erupted like a storm. Roar! You little brat! I won't forget you, the god howled. He would make sure this kid learned the price of mocking a god. With that, he sent a surge of divine power streaking into the skies above Shihai City. Deep within a mountain valley in the blood-red forest, Liu Chen respawned at random. He took a moment to look around. Liu Chen confirmed it, he really had come back to life at full strength. The resurrection ring's effect had been tested and proven. Not only that, but his level had jumped from LV10 to LV20, and his inventory now held 100,000 gold coins. After the initial wave of surprise, Liu Chen forced himself to calm down. There had been a system notification just now. He'd completed the divine mission at the very moment of his death, which was why he'd received both the gold and the level up. In other words, that evil statue really was some sort of deity. But this revelation only made the world seem even more unfathomable to Liu Chen. He had only just started his new class, not to mention the gods of this world. He didn't know a thing about the powerful veterans who had advanced to higher classes, either. He could only make a mental note: there truly were mysterious deities hiding within the beginner's secret realm. When he was stronger, he'd come back to explore further. Liu Chen glanced at the time. Less than 3 hours remained before the beginner's secret realm closed. He still had time to track down the Blood Wolf King boss and take it out. Determined to keep his combat power at its peak, Liu Chen went straight to the system shop and bought a full set of LV20 legendary gear. His stats soared, and he was confident that even if he ran into a LV30 Lord tier boss, he could crush it. Meanwhile, things were looking grim elsewhere. Because the Blood Wolf King boss had mutated and become a Lord tier monster, it had turned into a total nightmare for all the newcomers. Even Lu Ruyuan, the epic level prodigy with a full set of green quality gear, was no match for the Blood Wolf King at all. If she hadn't run fast enough, and if others hadn't briefly distracted the boss, she would have already ended up as wolf food. Damn it! The strongest boss in the secret realm mutated. I nearly got eaten. To survive, Lu Ruyuan had cleverly hidden herself in some bizarre monster's dung pit. It was disgusting and humiliating, but at least she'd escaped with her life. The others hadn't been so lucky. The Scarlet Forest had become their graveyard. Outside, the mood was very different. How many freshmen do you think will come back alive this time? I bet they'll break the record. At least 70% will make it. This year's batch is really something. Not only is there one SS rank prodigy, but there are 8 S rank talents as well. I'm guessing Lu Ruyuan will hit level 12, and there'll be at least 30 who reach level 10. The big shots of Shihai City chatted cheerfully among themselves. Only the city's chief, Si Kong Yao, looked worried. He couldn't shake the uneasy feeling in his heart, his right eyelid kept twitching. He didn't know if it was because Lu Chen had chosen not to take a legendary class, settling instead for the F-rank trash class of Beast Tamer, or if something else was in the air. Either way, he had the strong sense that something major was about to happen. Help! Someone help me! I don't want to die. A rich kid who just switched to the warrior class was running for his life. It had taken so much to pass the class change, and he'd even gotten his dream job, an S-rank warrior. But now, he was about to meet his end beneath the blood-stained claws of the Blood Wolf King boss. His desperate cries for help brought no rescue, on the contrary, he became someone else's lifeline, buying others precious seconds to escape. Squish! The Blood Wolf King boss bit clean through his neck. Blood sprayed everywhere as his health plummeted. This was the brutal reality of the world today. Even if you managed to change classes and become an advanced profession, if you hadn't yet grown strong, you were still just a tasty morsel for the powerful monsters out there. After devouring over 100 newly changed class players, the Blood Wolf King boss's level had risen to 30. If the bigwigs outside ever found out that monsters could level up by eating class changers, they would be utterly shocked, because nothing like this had ever happened before. TCH. If that little brat isn't dead, at my current level, I should be able to put up a real fight with him. Ha! There's no way he could have survived. That hidden map is an absolute death zone. Anyone who enters never comes out alive. The Blood Wolf King boss glanced at the time. Seeing that it was almost up, it lost interest in hunting the remaining human rookies hiding in the shadows. It turned to head back to Wolf King Mountain and upgrade its secret realm to 1-star status. But it hadn't taken more than a few steps before it suddenly jerked its head in one direction. Out of nowhere, Lu Chen appeared, standing there with a smile on his face. What the? It was that human beast Tamer brat from before. The Blood Wolf King boss shook its head vigorously, thinking it must be seeing things. But no matter how many times it blinked, Lu Chen's figure remained right there. Blood Wolf King, we meet again. Upon hearing Lu Chen's voice, the Blood Wolf King boss realized this was no illusion. The brat was really standing there, alive and well. How could this be? Did he not enter the hidden map after all? That must be it. Otherwise, there's no way he could have survived. Cautious little brat. But the Blood Wolf King boss wasn't worried. With its current level, it was confident it could hold its own against Lu Chen. Besides, the secret realm was about to close anyway. But it was about to find out just how terribly wrong it was. Little black turtle, show it what real despair feels like. At Lu Chen's command, the swift black turtle dashed forward, faster than the eye could see, charging straight at the Blood Wolf King boss. I'm level 30 now, a 1-star secret realm boss. What do I have to fear from you? The Blood Wolf King boss roared, activating its Blood Wolf Claw skill. But... Splat. -0. Its supposedly devastating attack didn't even scratch the swift black turtle's defenses. Impossible. The Blood Wolf King boss was stunned. Its attack power had grown so much, how could it not even break through the opponent's defense? Water bomb. Boom. -4,768. In a flash, the swift black turtle's skill wiped out more than half of the Blood Wolf King boss's health. One more hit, and it would be done for. Hiss, after the Blood Wolf King boss drew in a sharp breath, it immediately turned tail and fled without a second glance. It had to get as far away from this human monster as possible. This guy was insane. Was he cheating or something? The boss still had a whopping 7,280 HP left, and yet it couldn't survive 2 hits from this guy. Who would ever believe that if it got out? But there was no way its movement speed could match the swift mystical turtle, especially with its legendary gear boost. In the blink of an eye, the swift mystical turtle caught up, landing a basic attack that nearly drained the boss's health, then effortlessly snapped all 4 of its limbs. Boss, please don't kill me. I know I was wrong. I have a stash of treasures in my cave, I'll give them all to you. The Blood Wolf King boss begged for its life one more time. But this time, Lu Chen didn't give it another chance. First, he had zero interest in the petty horde of a mere commander-level boss. Second, he didn't have the time to bother with it. Crunch! The swift mystical turtle finished the job with a single bite, taking out the last of the boss's HP, then happily waddled back to Lu Chen, eager for praise. Well done. Lu Chen patted the turtle's smooth head approvingly. With the Blood Wolf King boss dealt with, Lu Chen finally strolled away from the scene, making sure no one saw him. Not long after, a figure crept cautiously onto the site. It was Shiman Jin, who had just advanced to the S-rank Flame Knight class. Someone killed the Blood Wolf King boss? He'd heard the boss's desperate howl just now right around here. Curious, he decided to check it out before the secret realm closed. He never expected to see the corpse of the seemingly invincible Blood Wolf King boss sprawled out on the ground, eyes wide open in death. How was this possible? Shiman Jin's pupils shrank in disbelief. Who could have done this? Ding! Newcomer's secret realm closing. The next moment, all surviving freshmen were teleported out at once. The big shots of Shihai City had been waiting enthusiastically, but when they saw that less than 30% of the freshmen had returned, they were all dumbstruck. Other than Lu Ruyuan, the SS rank Ice Mage, and Shiman Jin, the S rank Flame Knight, not a single other S rank talent made it back. What's that smell? Someone wrinkled their nose at a sudden stench only to realize it was coming from Lu Ruyuan, who was covered in some kind of monster dung. Ah! Lu Ruyuan shrieked and rushed off to find somewhere to clean herself up. No wonder they call her the S-hit tier genius, Lu Chen snorted in disdain. He had always looked down on shallow, snobby types like her. As for the heavy losses among the freshmen, Lu Chen had a pretty good guess. It must have been because he thrashed the Blood Wolf King boss so badly that it went on a revenge rampage. He definitely couldn't let the higher-ups find out about that, or he'd be in deep trouble. What on earth happened in the newcomer's secret realm? Even if the monsters were tough this time, it shouldn't have been a bloodbath like this. Si Kong Yao roared furiously. These losses were serious. So many S-rank talents, all gone. If the higher authorities started asking questions, he'd never hear the end of it. These were the country's future elites. How could the losses be this devastating? We've hit a historic low. Even the principal of a middle school was wringing his hands in anguish. Many parents of new students who had just advanced to higher classes began wailing in unison when they saw their children hadn't returned. Lord Mayor, we were ambushed by a Blood Wolf King boss. This Blood Wolf King boss mutated, it turned into a commander-level boss. We didn't stand a chance. An A-rank rookie who'd been chased by the Blood Wolf King boss recounted, still visibly shaken. What? Mutated? The gathered leaders were all taken aback. Bosses in the rookie's secret realm mutating wasn't unheard of before, but at most, the mutations just made them a bit stronger. Never had one actually leveled up in rank. A commander-level boss. Those only show up in high-difficulty secret realms. If it really mutated into a commander boss, then the fact that these freshmen weren't wiped out completely was nothing short of a miracle. At that moment, Shiman Jin walked up to Si Kong Yao, his expression grave. Lord Mayor, I have something important to report. What is it? If it were any other new student, Si Kong Yao might have brushed them off. But Shiman Jin was different. He was an S-rank class changer, and a scion of the Shiman family. Lord Mayor, the Blood Wolf King boss that ambushed us, it's been killed. What did you say? The grief among the leaders instantly vanished. They all stared at Shiman Jin in disbelief. A commander-level boss. That's incredibly powerful. Which rookie could possibly have killed it? Even a legendary prodigy would struggle to take it down in a single day. In the crowd, Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. He thought maybe someone saw him kill the Blood Wolf King boss. But that couldn't be right. The area had been clear, and he checked to make sure no one else was around. I heard the Blood Wolf King boss let out a miserable howl, so I timed it near the secret realm's closing to investigate. That's when I found the boss's corpse lying in a pool of blood. Since there wasn't enough time, I just stuffed the body into my backpack and didn't examine the scene closely. As he spoke, Shiman Jin took out the unmistakably dead body of the Blood Wolf King boss from his backpack. Lu Chen let out a quiet sigh of relief. Looks like he hadn't been found out. Next time, he'd have to be more careful. He should have grabbed the boss's corpse right away. Guess he was still a bit too green. While all the bigwigs' attention was on the boss corpse, Lu Chen slipped quietly away from the scene. If he hadn't gotten those 100,000 gold coins, he might have considered reporting his level up, and half-truthfully spun a tale about stumbling into a hidden map and joining the game of the gods just to claim the gold reward. But now, there was no need. With 100,000 gold, who'd care about a measly bonus? Besides, it would save him a lot of trouble. No one paid any attention to Lu Chen's departure. They were either lost in grief, or fixated on the Blood Wolf King boss's corpse. At that moment, a high-ranking elder was the first to notice something unusual. Lord Mayor, something's not right. The Blood Wolf King boss, its level appears to be level 30. What? The other bigwigs were shocked yet again. They all hurriedly activated their insight skills to check for themselves. Sure enough, it was a level 30 commander class boss. Are you kidding me? A level 30 commander boss was killed? And by a newcomer, no less. One of them blurted out in disbelief. Can you believe that? After all, only rookies can enter the newcomer secret realm, no outsiders allowed. Could it have been Lu Ruyuan, someone ventured? Impossible, another elder immediately dismissed the idea. Lu Ruyuan might be an SS rank ice mage, but even if she had a full set of orange grade starter gear, let alone her current green grade gear, she'd still be no match for the Blood Wolf King. Besides, when she returned, she was covered in filth. You could tell she jumped into a monster dung pit just to escape the boss's pursuit. If not Lu Ruyuan, then who else could have killed a level 30 commander Blood Wolf King? The elders murmured among themselves. Suddenly, they all thought of Lu Chen, but quickly shook their heads. Lu Chen may have worked a miracle during his job change, but he ultimately chose the F-rank beast Tamer class. No one knows better than us just how weak that class is. There's no way he could take down the Blood Wolf King. The fact that he made it back alive is miracle enough. Some of the elders began to wonder if perhaps a rare prodigy from another region had been accidentally teleported into this newcomer's secret realm by the rules. After all, strange things like that had happened before. There was that one time when a genius from Sakura Nation was sent to the Dasha newcomer secret realm, only to be beaten to death by a mob of Dasha's rookies. But there was an even bigger problem. Why had the Blood Wolf King boss in this newcomer secret realm reached level 30 in the first place? This was unprecedented since the dawn of the job change era. The one who spoke now was Elder Qin, a man of mysterious identity, whose words even Sikong Yao listened to with utmost respect. Elder Qin really cuts right to the heart of the matter, someone exclaimed. I'll write up a detailed report on everything that's happened in the newcomer secret realm and submit it to the capital immediately. Sikong Yao declared. Without another word, he left the rewards to his deputy, took the Blood Wolf King's corpse, and hurried off. Before long, the hall was nearly empty. Only Elder Qin remained, gazing gravely at the sky. This is just too bizarre. Let's hope Shihai City doesn't suffer calamity because of it. The strange events in the newcomer secret realm had Elder Qin worried that disaster might soon befall Shihai City. When things are this out of the ordinary, something sinister is usually at work, he muttered. With that in mind, he resolved to stay in Shihai City for a while. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, relieved that he hadn't been exposed, returned home with an easy mind. As for his level, he wasn't too concerned, he could afford to wait a few days. Once the others caught up and reached level 20 or higher, he could start leveling up again without drawing attention. During this time, he could finally improve his family's living standards and buy items from the system shop. He planned to spend 10,000 gold coins right away to see what kinds of rare treasures or special rules might be unlocked. This was what Lu Chen was most looking forward to. If he could unlock a universal healing artifact, then his father's broken legs, his mother's illness, and his little sister's congenital epilepsy could all be cured. I hope Xiaoyun hasn't had another episode, Lu Chen thought as he opened the front door. Suddenly, a petite figure darted out from inside and threw herself into his arms. Big brother, why are you so late coming home? Delay from next door's been back for a whole day already. It was his little sister, Lu Xiaoyun, lively and cute, always so obedient. The only odd thing about her were her eyes, they had a unique ripple-like pattern. Whenever she had an episode, her eyes would turn blood red, she'd lose control, and become dangerously destructive. Even in her small body, she had the strength to rival a newly appointed warrior. That's because I got assigned a combat class. The rules for new recruits sent me straight into a secret realm for training. That's why I'm back late, Lu Chen explained. He doted on his little sister. Every time their mother made stir-fried peppers with minced pork, he'd always save the meatiest bits for her. At that moment, Lu Chen's father, Lu Sen, rolled out of his room in a wheelchair. Every time Lu Chen saw his father's missing legs, he felt a pang in his heart. His father hadn't been born disabled, his legs had been cut off by a blade. But whenever Lu Chen asked him about it, his father would either change the subject or pretend not to hear. He never explained the real reason. Over time, Lu Chen stopped asking. But deep down, he swore to himself that once he became strong enough, he'd find out the truth no matter what. You were assigned a combat profession? Which one? Lu Sen's voice was calm and steady, but there was concern in his tone. In truth, if he hadn't worried about embarrassing his son, he would have gone to the awakening ceremony in person. Beast Tamer. The moment his son said he'd become a beast tamer, Lu Sen fell silent. If it had been any other combat class, maybe he could have given his son some advice. But a beast tamer? That was a whole different story, impossible to guide, completely dependent on the individual. And beast taming was notoriously expensive. Even if you were a legendary beast tamer, without enough money to raise your beasts, your combat strength would always be limited. Lu Sen's silence stemmed from two reasons. First, he couldn't offer any guidance. Second, their family simply didn't have any extra money to buy beast eggs for Lu Chen, not even the most basic one. After a long pause, Lu Sen finally asked, "What rank of beast tamer?" If the rank wasn't too low, maybe he could swallow his pride and ask an old friend for help. Maybe, just maybe, he could get his son a beast egg. F rank, Lu Chen replied. Lu Sen fell silent again. An F rank beast tamer. In all the combat professions, that was the worst, bar none. There was simply no value in investing resources. No matter how much you trained an F-rank beast, it would always be trash. Even the most powerful families specializing in job transitions would give up on nurturing someone like that, letting them live out their days safely and comfortably in the protected zones. Sigh. Lu Sen suddenly looked much more haggard. It was bad enough that he himself had become a cripple, he never imagined his son would end up crippled too. Seeing his father like this, Lu Chen decided not to tell him what really happened during his job transition. Otherwise, there was no way he'd escape his father's overwhelming concern, like 3 wolves worth of fatherly love. "Dad, where's Mom?" Lu Chen asked. "She's out working a part-time job," Lu Sen replied. "She wanted to earn a bit more money, so she could buy you more gold coins from the trade market, to help lower your risk when leveling up. But it looks like that's not necessary anymore. Better save it for Xiao Yun instead. All our hopes are riding on her now." But as Lu Sen thought of Xiao Yun's sudden illness, he couldn't help but sigh again. Silently, he wheeled himself back to his room. Lu Chen could only shrug helplessly. He decided to wait for his mother to come home before explaining about the 100,000 gold coins, to put their minds at ease so they could finally enjoy some peace. Not long after, Chen Ro came home early, dragging her exhausted body through the door. She'd even bought some meat and bones, planning to make a big, hearty dinner to celebrate her son's successful job transition. To keep the family afloat, she had to leave early and come home late every day. Even though she herself had a chronic illness that couldn't be properly treated, she never once complained. "Son, tell me honestly, why didn't you choose one of the 6 legendary SSS class jobs during your transition? Why did you pick the lowest ranked F-class beast tamer instead?" Chen Ro asked. Yesterday at work, one of her co-workers was watching the live broadcast of the Ziheishi City job transition ceremony on their phone. Chen Ro had paid close attention to her own son's transition. When she saw the 6 legendary SSS class job marks appear, she was so happy she nearly fainted from joy. If Lu Chen had picked any one of those SSS class jobs, their family's life would have changed overnight, their fate would be different. But instead, her son chose the F-class beast tamer. Still, Chen Ro knew her son, he had always been independent and clever, even as a child. If he chose the F-class beast tamer, he must have had his reasons. This morning, she watched the live broadcast again. When she saw that less than a third of the new combat class students had made it back alive from the Ziheishi transition, her heart was in her throat. Thank heavens! She finally spotted Lu Chen in the returning crowd, intact and unharmed, so she left work early to buy some meat and head home. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment when he heard this. He realized that even though his mother hadn't been there in person, she'd been paying close attention to his transition all along. In fact, Lu Chen had already prepared himself on the way home. News of his job transition was bound to spread quickly, and his parents would find out sooner or later. He was planning to tell them the reason why he chose the F-class beast tamer, but he didn't intend to mention the existence of the system directly. He could always explain it away using the divine market and other things. After all, the system was far beyond what they could comprehend. What did you just say? Lu Sen suddenly interjected. Our son had the chance to pick one of the 6 SSS class legendary jobs, and he chose the F-class beast tamer instead? Lu Sen, who had only just realized what was going on, came out of his room again, completely unaware that Lu Chen had changed his class. Dad, Mom, please don't get worked up. I have my reasons for making this choice. As he spoke, Lu Chen took out 18 pieces of legendary equipment and removed the resurrection ring, a rule-breaking item. This When the couple saw the resurrection ring and the 18 pieces of legendary gear, they were stunned on the spot. They knew all too well how valuable these items were. Legendary equipment was incredibly rare. There were only a handful of such items in the entire country, each one worth a fortune and typically in the hands of top-tier elites. Not to mention the classless resurrection ring, it could bring someone back to life endlessly. That kind of effect was simply overpowered, practically a bug in the system. Even the gods themselves would drool at the sight of it. Dad, Mom, to tell you the truth, when I changed classes, I was blessed by a deity and granted a hidden talent. With it, I can purchase any item scaled to my level, and every single one only costs 1 gold coin. Plus, with every set amount of gold I spend, I unlock god-level items with no class restrictions. That's how I got this resurrection ring. It only cost me 1 gold coin. But there was a catch. In order to obtain this talent, I had to sacrifice 6 SSS rank legendary class marks. That's why I ultimately chose to become an F rank beast tamer. Dad, Mom, you've seen these items yourself, they're proof that I'm telling the truth. With this divine talent, I can easily reach the top of my profession. Lu Xun and Chen Ro's heads were still spinning after hearing all this, but they couldn't find a single flaw in his story. After all, the evidence was right in front of them. The truth was undeniable. They began to wonder if perhaps, during his class change, their son had triggered the inheritance of some ancient deity. Otherwise, there was no way such power could be granted without a price. Oh, right, Dad, Mom, when I was in the beginner's secret realm, I entered a hidden map and encountered a god there. I took part in a divine game, and thanks to the resurrection ring, I managed to complete it. Not only did I reach level 20, but I also earned a reward of 100,000 gold coins. Lu Chen explained everything in detail to his parents, so they could accept the gold coins without worry and finally improve their lives. What? You met a god? The couple's faces changed dramatically. This must have been an evil deity. Because, years ago, it was participating in an evil god's game that left one of them disabled and the other cursed. Son, since you've had such an encounter, we won't keep it from you anymore. Actually, your mother and I are in our current state because we also once took part in a divine game, Lu Xun said, his voice heavy. The hellish scene from back then flashed before his eyes once more. What? Now it was Lu Chen's turn to be shocked. Back then, your father and I both became S-rank combat class prodigies. We were full of ambition and pride. Seeing her husband lost in memories, Chen Ro took it upon herself to explain things to their son. After we advanced to Tier 5, a high-level official from the government approached us. They wanted to form an epic-level exploration team to investigate a newly discovered special 5-star secret realm, the Silent Forest. This team was made up of 60 epic-level geniuses, divided into 6 squads, and your father stood out as the most exceptional among them. He was appointed as the captain of the entire team. Later, we discovered a hidden map, but there was a clear warning: enter with caution. As captain, your father didn't want to go in, thinking of everyone's safety. But the others, each confident in their own abilities as epic-level geniuses, insisted that since we were here to explore, we should tackle the hidden map as well. That led to a heated argument. Back then, I also thought your father was being too cautious. After all, our team was incredibly strong. When I sided with the others and agreed to go in, your father finally gave in and agreed to explore the map. At this point, Chen Ro's eyes filled with tears of regret. If only she'd stood by her husband and refused to enter, he never would have made the final decision to go in, and the ensuing disaster could have been avoided. But none of us could have anticipated what was waiting inside. The hidden map didn't contain any monsters or bizarre creatures, just ancient statues of gods. Under the overwhelming power of those gods, we were forced to play a game. In the end, only your father and I made it out alive, but the price was devastating. The gods severed your father's legs, and I was cursed with a lifelong illness. On top of that, our abilities were sealed away by their divine power. We were left crippled. Because the expedition was such a failure and the losses so great, your father couldn't face the higher-ups. After reporting what happened, he took me back home to Shihai City, and we've lived an ordinary life ever since. It's my fault I let him down. When she finished, Chen Ro hugged Lu Xun, her haggard face streaked with tears of remorse. Snapping out of his daze, Lu Xun gently patted her back and said firmly, "Honey, don't blame yourself. I never once held it against you. The fault is mine. I failed in my duty as captain. I let everyone down. Son, the reason I never told you the truth before was because you were too young, and the existence of those gods is known to very few people in the world. If you hadn't already encountered one of them and inherited its power, I still wouldn't have told you, for fear you might try something dangerous." Although his parents hadn't said exactly what kind of game they were forced to play, Lu Chen could guess it was unimaginably cruel. 60 people went in, only 2 came out, and both were ruined for life. How wicked must that god have been? It seemed likely his parents survived only because the god wanted them to, leaving them to live out their days in pain and regret. Silent Forest. Lu Chen etched the name of this 5-star secret realm into his memory. Someday, he would go there himself, find that god, and see if he could use the game's rules to break the curse on his parents, and then make that god pay. Son, remember this: if you ever come across a hidden map in a secret realm that's never been explored, and the rules warn you to be cautious, you must be careful. There might be an evil god lurking inside. Sure, surviving a god's game can bring unimaginable rewards, but the death rate is nearly 100%. Your resurrection ring has a 3-second revival cooldown. If an evil god figures it out, it could be very dangerous. Lu Chen warned his son gravely. The ring's effect is a huge advantage, but it doesn't make you invincible. Dad, I understand. Unless I'm absolutely sure I'm safe, I won't take unnecessary risks, Lu Chen replied. As he spoke, he took out 50,000 gold coins, intending to use them to improve their family's life, but his parents firmly refused. Son, it's more meaningful for you to keep this gold for yourself. Didn't you say spending a certain amount of gold coins could unlock items with no level restrictions? Then use all 100,000 gold coins on yourself. Let's see what treasure you can unlock. If you could get a healing item that restores lost limbs, your dad could finally live like a normal person again. Chen Rou said seriously, her emotions finally steadying. Lu Chen felt a headache coming on. He thought that by sharing some secrets with his parents, they'd be able to live comfortably without guilt, but now it seemed that things were going in the opposite direction. Seeing that his parents absolutely refused to accept the gold coins, Lu Chen had no choice but to negotiate. Dad, Mom, I'll use these 100,000 gold coins right in front of you. But after this, no matter how many gold coins I send to the family, you have to accept them. Otherwise, you'll have to take these 50,000 coins right now. Ha ha ha. I knew it. My son, Lu Sen's son, is someone who takes responsibility. Alright. I'll make the call on this deal. But, every time you send us gold coins, it can't be more than 10,000 at a time. Lu Sen laughed heartily, a rare sound in the household. He couldn't even remember the last time he'd been this happy. Whether it was because his son had such great fortune, or because he could finally share his deepest secrets with his boy, he felt a new sense of hope. Chen Rou, too, was moved to tears of joy. It had been years since she'd seen her husband laugh like this. And all of this was thanks to their son. It's a deal. Lu Chen said, high-fiving his dad. But in his heart, he thought, once I rack up a ton of coins, I'll send them over in small batches every few days. That'll be more than enough for Mom, Dad, and little sister to live in comfort. Soon, a table full of delicious dishes was ready. The family of 4, for the first time in ages, sat down to a joyful dinner together, the usual cloud of gloom and heaviness nowhere to be found. Hee hee, bro, I really love how it feels tonight. Lu Xiaoyun said, gnawing on a bone, her cheeks flushed with happiness. Hearing this, Lu Xin and Chen Rou both felt a pang of guilt. They realized that they'd been so wrapped up in their own pain that they'd forgotten to give their children a warm and happy childhood. Their son had always acted mature beyond his years, but Xiaoyun was still so young. From now on, they needed to do more to help her stay cheerful. Maybe her occasional episodes were the result of growing up in such a stifling environment. After dinner, Lu Chen opened the system shop. It was filled with all sorts of items, but at first glance, nothing particularly rare or special caught his eye. Just as Lu Chen was racking his brains over what to buy, Lu Sen offered a suggestion. Son, since items bought from the Divine Mall can only be used by you, you should prioritize F-rank beast pet eggs. If your pet dies, you can always contract a new one. Lu Chen thought it made sense. Even though he had legendary equipment and was invincible among his peers, there was still a risk of death if he ran into a higher-level anomaly. As for other items, he could always purchase them later as he leveled up. For now, he'd spend 10,000 gold coins to unlock the first rule item. Son, buy the Icehorn Ant Beast pet egg, his mom, Chen Rou, chimed in. Back in the day, I heard from a top epic-ranked beast tamer that Icehorn ants have freezing and piercing abilities. Even F-rank Icehorn ants can deal some damage to high-level monsters. Plus, they're small and hard to detect. Combined with your legendary equipment, they could work wonders. Lu Chen thought it over and agreed. Since he had a resurrection ring, defense wasn't a big concern. He went ahead and bought 10,000 F-rank Icehorn Ant Beast pet eggs in one go. Since identical pet eggs could stack, they wouldn't take up much space in his inventory. Ding! You've spent a total of 10,000 gold coins. A random rule item, Talent Stone, has been unlocked. Talent Stone? There's a rule item like that? Luchin quickly spent 1 gold coin to purchase the Talent Stone and checked its description. The whole family was stunned. Name, Talent Stone. Effect, used to instantly awaken a unique God tier talent, regardless of your current class level. Hiss. It even ignores class level. And guarantees a unique God tier talent. All three, Luchin, Lucen, and Shenro, gasped in excitement. Everyone knew that if a class changer hadn't awakened a talent by level 10, there was basically no chance of awakening a class talent later on. And the importance of class talents was clear as day. Among class changers of the same level, those with talents and those without were worlds apart. Talents didn't just boost attributes, they also granted other effects, massively increasing a class changer's strength. Some powerful talents even had active abilities, as strong as an exclusive skill. Since the dawn of the class changer era, no one had ever awakened a talent higher than their own class level. There seemed to be a rule about it. But this talent stone broke that limit, allowing the user to awaken a unique God tier talent, regardless of class level. Son, quick! Use it and see what talent you awaken. Lucin and Shenro could barely contain their excitement. Luchin tried to steady his pounding heart and immediately used the talent stone. A ray of law-infused light enveloped him. The next moment. Ding! Congratulations on using the talent stone. You have successfully awakened the unique God tier talent, Infinite Evolution. Open the talent panel. Name, Infinite Evolution. Grade, Unique God tier. Level, Tier 1 LV0, requires talent upgrade stone to level up. Effect. Passive effect, all attributes plus 300%. Beast Pets, attack damage plus 30%, with 30% lifesteal, crit chance plus 30%, damage reduction plus 8%, control immunity plus 8%, all resistances plus 8%, defense penetration plus 8%, armor penetration plus 8%, intimidation plus 8%. Active effect, evolution of all beasts. Any contracted beast pet granted this ability can evolve by devouring other creatures, without limitation, until it reaches the ultimate form. Unbelievable. When they saw the talent description, the three of them were left speechless once again. That long list of passive bonuses was already jaw-dropping, but the active effect allowing any beast to evolve, with no upper limit, was simply outrageous. In other words, even the most pathetic, F-ranked pig, given enough time and evolution, could one day become a divine swine. Son, with this talent, you'll never have to worry about your beast pets being weak ever again. Lucin and Shenro were both genuinely overjoyed for their son. Luchin himself understood perfectly well, whether it was the resurrection ring or this one-of-a-kind God-tier talent awakened with the talent stone, he owed it all to the system. In truth, the system was the true source of all his power. As expected, System Daddy is the ultimate cheat. Overflowing with happiness, Lu Chun grinned from ear to ear. Only Lu Xiaoyun looked puzzled, her expression adorably confused. Since she hadn't chosen a class yet, she couldn't see the talent panel that her brother had made public. But seeing how happy Mom, Dad, and Big Brother all looked, she couldn't help but beam with joy herself. Son, keep going to spend the rest of the 100,000 gold coins and see what the next unlocked super item will be. Lu Sen and his wife were practically trembling with anticipation. These unlocked items were just too insane. Maybe, just maybe, the next one would be some kind of universal healing treasure. Lu Chen was just as excited. He continued purchasing Icehorn and Beast Eggs. When only 13 gold coins remained, the system prompt sounded, the second rule-breaking item had been unlocked. Ding! You've spent 100,000 gold coins and successfully unlocked a second rule-breaking item, Infinite Beast Stable. Name, Infinite Beast Stable. Grade? Effect, allows unlimited beast contracts. That was it. Just a simple line in the description, but it left Lu Chen utterly stunned. Unlimited contracts. Another mind-blowing power. Even an SSS-ranked legendary beast tamer could only contract up to 9 beasts. But now, he could build an entire army of beast pets. What did that mean? It meant he could become a living beast catastrophe. And with the infinite evolution talent, even the weakest F-ranked pets he contracted could one day evolve into top-tier divine beasts. Just imagine, in the not-so-distant future, leading a legion of supreme divine beasts, he could sweep aside any enemy. Just thinking about it made his heart race. Son, you're about to become the ultimate beast tamer. When Lucen saw the infinite beast pen, he instantly envisioned his son leading an army of top-tier beasts and unstoppable force. One person, commanding an entire legion. What other class could possibly compare? Dad, Mom, now you can finally be at ease, can't you? It won't be long before I make a name for myself across the world. You'll be able to enjoy a life of luxury in your golden years. Lu Chen was brimming with confidence about the future. Son, even though you've got the makings of someone truly invincible, your level is still too low, and your beast companions haven't matured yet. Until then, try to keep a low profile, Chen Rou cautioned, her joy tempered by a sense of practicality. Son, be honest with me, Lucen asked, do you want to align yourself with the government, or do you prefer to level up on your own? If his son wanted to join the national ranks and gain more resources, Lucen could pull some strings and contact his old connections in the upper echelons. If Lu Chen preferred to go solo, Lucen would provide him with valuable intel instead. Without hesitation, Lu Chen replied, Dad, I'd rather level up on my own for now. In the past, siding with the government was the safest bet. But times had changed. Nowadays, the real power in every nation on Blue Star rested with the top players in each city's advancement guild. In essence, every country had become a coalition of guilds led by local powerhouses. Unless something threatened the interests of all these leaders, they'd only unite when necessary, otherwise, the strongest always had the final say, and the best resources were monopolized by them. That's fine too. With your potential, you'll definitely become one of the strongest professionals, maybe even change the fate of DCA, or all the world's job changers. Lucen nodded approvingly. I'll support you with intel. Shihai City might be a third-tier city, but there are several high-level secret realms nearby. 3 of them, in particular, drop rare items. Once you reach Tier 3, you should farm those, Misty Bay, Tidal Rift, and Ghost Ship Graveyard. Before that, try to clear as many special challenge-type secret realms as you can. Setting new records can earn you rewards, and there are secret realms for farming crafting materials too, like the 2-star green iron mine. Also, if any new secret realms appear, make sure you're among the first to clear them. The first kill of a new realm's boss drops great loot and grants you control over the realm. Lucen poured all his accumulated experience into Lu Chen, giving him a clear roadmap for leveling up and amassing gold. Got it, Dad. Once the turmoil over the novice secret realm blows over, I'll start leveling up. With that, Lu Chen purchased 3 great F-beast eggs, a blue-scaled serpent, a snow cat, and a firefinch. Combined with his swift black tortoise, the foundation for his 4 divine beasts was set. After all, as a descendant of Yin and Huang, now that he had transferred to the Beastmaster class and gained the power of unlimited evolution, how could he not raise the 4 divine beasts just for fun? The only question was whether these 4 pets could eventually evolve into the legendary super beasts he envisioned. From now on, these 4 great beasts would be Lu Chen's main battle pets, while the Icehorn ants would serve as his beast army. Of course, if he had enough gold coins, Lu Chen would contract even more beast armies, eventually forming a true legion of beastly calamity. 3 days later, the turmoil had passed. After enjoying some precious family time, Lu Chen set off on his path to leveling up. His first goal, to challenge a 1-star secret realm. With a confident smile on his lips, Lu Chen recalled his father's promise, as long as he broke the record, he'd earn a hefty reward. He just hoped the prizes in this secret realm wouldn't disappoint. During these 3 days, the new transferees who survived in Shihai City had each joined a guild. Thanks to the guild's resources and support, their levels had risen quickly. In particular, Lu Ruyuan and Shiman Jin had already surpassed level 20. That was because they had joined Starcy Guild, the city's most powerful 5-star guild, and had even become the new disciples of the guild leader. Si Kong Yao, the most influential figure in the city, was that very leader. Teacher, I heard there's a 1-star challenge secret realm in Shihai City. We're eligible once we hit level 20. I want to give it a try. Lu Ruyuan said, brimming with confidence. The monster's stairway, huh? That challenge isn't easy, Si Kong Yao replied with a shake of his head and a smile. There's a 30-minute time limit for the top prize. The current record was set by my own teacher years ago, he cleared it in 24 minutes. If you want to break the record and win the reward, you'll have to finish in less than 24 minutes. Confidence in a disciple was a good thing, Si Kong Yao thought, but overconfidence could easily become arrogance. There are 10 levels to the monster stairway, each guarded by a different monster. On the final level, there are 3 boss-level monsters waiting for you. Taking them down isn't hard, but beating the record? That's the real challenge. Si Kong Yao himself had attempted this secret realm back in the day. Even with gear that was just as good as his teacher's, he'd only managed to finish in 25 minutes. Teacher, equipment has improved a lot since then, and both my class and my gear are as good as master's. I'm confident I can beat the record. Lu Ruyuan replied. She knew all the tricks for this particular secret realm. If you wanted to break the record, you had to clear the early levels as fast as possible, leaving enough time to solo the bosses at the end. If you're that confident, then go for it. Think of it as a trial after your recent level up. Si Kong Yao knew that until Lu Ruyuan tried it for herself, she wouldn't truly understand just how hard breaking the record would be. Then just wait for my good news, teacher. Lu Ruyuan set off with a few companions at her side. Meanwhile, down by the seaside of Shihai City, a mysterious woman appeared. She wore a veil over her face, and every gesture radiated elegance and power. Her very presence made it clear, this was no ordinary person, she was a true force to be reckoned with. Finally, he'd arrived in Shihai City. According to the oracle, there had been fluctuations of divine power in this area, which meant a slew of new secret realms would likely appear soon. With any luck, maybe even a hell-level secret realm. Secret realms were ranked by difficulty: easy, normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. Shin Shiyun's bright eyes shimmered with anticipation. When a new secret realm emerged, whoever scored the first boss kill would gain control over the realm, a major way for guilds to seize resources. If the first killer chose to make the realm public, anyone could enter freely. Otherwise, only those granted permission by the first killer could get inside. Hell-level secret realms were in a league of their own. Ruling bosses on the level of realm lords would appear, but these realms were so rare that only 7 had ever shown up worldwide. Shin Shiyun was a divine's chosen. Her second God-given talent allowed her to sense fluctuations of divine power, letting her act before anyone else. She'd heard that Shihai City had 3 challenge-type secret realms. Before any new realms appeared, she figured she could use an item to lower her level, break a few records, earn some reputation, and kill some time. She casually pulled out her phone and quickly found the coordinates for Shihai City's challenge secret realms. Meanwhile, outside the city, Lu Chen had already arrived alone at the location of the 1-star Aberrant Staircase secret realm. Name: Aberrant Staircase secret realm. Rating: 1 star. Difficulty: normal. Aberrant monster level, up to LV 30. Reward time limit, 30 minutes. Current record holder: name, Shang Wanyan, class S rank fire mage, clear time, 24 minutes. To earn a reward, you had to break the current record, and each class advancer could only claim the reward once. Even if they broke the record again later, there'd be no more prizes. This Aberrant Staircase secret realm was a bit unusual. You could challenge it as soon as you hit level 20, and the monsters would match your level, up to a cap of level 30. At the moment, there wasn't another class advancer in sight. Most people from the last class advancement event were already above level 30, and since they had no confidence in breaking the record, nobody bothered with this realm anymore. 24 minutes? That should be easy enough to beat. With that, Lu Chen strode into the swirling entrance of the secret realm. Ding! You have entered a challenge secret realm. This realm consists of 10 staircases. Defeat the aberrant monsters on each staircase to advance to the next. Only by killing the final boss can you clear the realm. The current record is 24 minutes. Break this record to earn reputation plus 30, level plus 3, and gold plus 3,000. Dad was right, breaking challenge realm records really does net you some solid rewards. Lu Chen grinned inwardly, then summoned his 4 beast companions and gave the order, sweep through. The azure-scaled serpent, snowcat, firefinch, and swift black tortoise charged forward, tearing through the aberrant monsters on the staircases like a hot knife through butter, leaving nothing in their wake. The absolute gap in stats was overwhelming. These monsters didn't stand a chance, not even against a single one of Lu Chen's 4 beast pets, let alone all 4. In less than 10 seconds, Lu Chen reached the 10th step. 3 ferocious boss leaders stood before him, trembling with fear as they stared at their challenger, Lu Chen. They hadn't even managed to withstand a single blow from the 4 beast pets before being instantly wiped out. Even in death, they were left with bewildered expressions, as if asking, since when did F-rank beast pets become so ridiculously powerful? Ding! Congratulations, you've cleared the challenge in 10 seconds, breaking the record. Your name will be forever remembered. Would you like to make your information public? No. Since he'd chosen to level up on his own for now, Lu Chen naturally wasn't about to reveal his identity. Ding! Congratulations on breaking the record. You've earned plus 30 reputation, plus 3 levels, and a reward of 3,000 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations! You've reached level 23. A genuine smile spread across Lu Chen's face. This kind of leveling speed was leagues faster than grinding through ordinary monsters. Still, he knew that challenge-type secret realms were rare. There were only 3 in the entire city of Shihai. Of the 2 remaining ones, one was a labyrinth secret realm that required at least tier 3 to enter, and the other was a survival secret realm that needed tier 5. So, if he wanted to reach level 30 as quickly as possible and take on the tier 2 advancement quest, he'd have to go back to grinding regular secret realms. Lu Chen sent 1,000 gold coins home, then spent the remaining 2,000 on exclusive items to contract more beast pets. Soon after, he obtained 1,000 F-rank Icehorn ants as beast pets, instantly giving his strength a massive boost. At first glance, these Icehorn ants looked ordinary, but with Lu Chen's enhanced stats, each one now possessed attributes surpassing even a level 30 commander-class boss. 1,000 Icehorn ants like these? Even tier 3 professionals would get chills down their spine at the sight. A perfect start. Lu Chen grinned with satisfaction. Without delay, he set out to grind 1-star secret realms. After all, with so many rookie combat professionals having died recently, many of the 1-star realms were now deserted. Not long after Lu Chen left, Shen Shiyun, the favorite of the gods, arrived. When she saw the record for the Monster Stairway secret realm, she was dumbfounded. No way! A 1-star challenge-type secret realm in a third-rate city, and the clear time is 10 seconds? Is this a joke? Thinking maybe the difficulty of the secret realm was just low, Shen Shiyun used a mysterious item to suppress her level to 30, swapped into a full set of level 30 epic gear, and entered. 1 minute later, Shen Shiyun emerged, even more confused. The secret realm wasn't particularly hard, but there was no way to clear it in 10 seconds. That would mean defeating everything instantly. She hadn't gone easy, she'd given it her all, but still took over a minute. Just then, Lu Ruyuan and her group arrived. Seeing a mysterious woman standing nearby, Lu Ruyuan felt a pang of jealousy. This woman's figure was flawless, far surpassing her own, and her skin looked as smooth as jade. Noticing people approaching, Shen Shiyun decided to leave for now. Who was that? Lu Ruyuan wondered, her curiosity piqued. Just as Lu Ruyuan was about to begin her challenge in the strange Monster Stairway secret realm, her companion who had come along suddenly cried out in shock, "Oh my god! The guild leader's record has been broken, and in just 10 seconds. Who could possibly do that?" What? Ruyuan immediately checked the secret realm's information. When she saw that the newest record was indeed 10 seconds, with the challenger's information hidden, she was utterly stunned on the spot. It was that stunning woman from earlier. The mysterious woman instantly came to Ruyuan's mind. "Ruyuan, are you still going to challenge the secret realm?" her companion asked. "Challenge my foot? How could any human beat that record?" Ruyuan felt completely defeated. She decided she had to go back and report this to her teacher. Someone extraordinary must have arrived in Shihai City. What did you say? The record for the strange Monster Stairway secret realm was broken in 10 seconds? That's impossible. Siko Miao couldn't believe it, and neither could the other senior members of the Xinghai Guild. A 10-second clear. To them, that was nothing short of a miracle. But when they all arrived at the secret realm and saw the new record for themselves, they had no choice but to accept this mind-boggling reality. Ruyuan, tell us exactly what happened. Teacher, at the time I only saw a mysterious woman wearing a veil here. Her eyes seemed a bit disappointed, like she wasn't satisfied with her result. Come on. She finished in 10 seconds and she's still not satisfied? Lao Su, send someone to quietly investigate, see if any strangers have shown up in Shihai City recently. Yes. Evening. Lu Chen returned home, feeling thrilled with his gains. He'd leveled up today, reaching level 26 with ease. At this pace, just 2 more days of grinding and he could take on the Tier 2 advancement quest. He'd also earned a total of 3,169 gold coins. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. Breaking records in challenge-type secret realms really was the fastest way to get rich. Farming gold the normal way was just too slow. And that was with his army of beast pets bulldozing through the monsters. If it were anyone else, there was no way they'd be able to earn 169 gold coins in a single day, maybe not even in a month. On the way home, Lu Chen stopped by the Shihai City Exchange Bank, swapped 169 gold coins for 16,900 yuan, and bought 4 cell phones, one for each family member. He spent the rest on all kinds of delicious food. Dad, Mom, here are 2 phones for you. Now you can keep up with everything going on out there whenever you want. His parents didn't refuse, their faces lighting up with joy. Their son was grown now, he could start taking care of the family, making life better for everyone. Xiaoyun, you get one too. Thank you, big brother. Lu Xiaoyun was over the moon, this was the first cell phone she'd ever owned. Son, Shihai City was really lively today. I heard someone broke the record for the strange monster stairway secret realm in just 10 seconds. They say it was some mysterious woman. Do you know anything about that? Shen Ro asked. Mysterious woman? Lu Chen was taken aback. He quickly realized that the female class changer was probably also heading to challenge the secret realm, and just happened to be seen by other class changers, who mistakenly thought it was her who broke the record. Dad, Mom, the truth is I'm the one who broke the record in the monster stairway secret realm. Lu Chen gave a quick rundown of his level-up journey that day. As soon as Lu Xin and Shen Ro heard this, they suddenly understood everything. So it was their son who set the record. No wonder he was able to send them 1,000 gold coins. But it made sense, a 10-second record. Besides their son, who else could possibly pull that off? After all, their son had a unique talent, legendary gear, and an unlimited beast slot. With so many trump cards in hand, if he couldn't instantly defeat those monsters, then something would truly be off. A 10-second clear. That was enough to go down in the history books. Son, the news about the monster stairway secret realm record has already spread. I'm sure all the big shots in Shihai City are secretly investigating. You need to be careful for a while. You know what this means, if they discover your potential and you don't have a powerful backer, you'll be in real danger. Even if your mom and I go public with your identity, I doubt we could keep you safe. Never underestimate what people are capable of these days. In an era where power rules, strength is everything. Lu Xin warned him earnestly. I understand, Dad. By the way, I bought a ton of good food, and I even splurged on your favorite long Thai liquor that you always save for special occasions. Since today's a happy day, why don't we have a few drinks? Well, it's not often my son is so thoughtful. I'll drink with you tonight. The family of 4 settled in, laughter and warmth filling the room. Cut to the next scene. Lu Xin had polished off the entire bottle of long Thai liquor. His face was flushed, and he lay sprawled, drunk, on the table, with Chen Ro pushing him gently back to their room. Meanwhile, Lu Chen looked completely fine, full of energy. Wow, bro. I didn't know you could handle your liquor this well. Lu Xiaoyun exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Lu Chen smiled faintly. In reality, his tolerance was just average, except his innate ability, infinite evolution, had even evolved his alcohol resistance. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyun's excited expression turned ice-cold. A red glow surged in her eyes. Oh no! Xiaoyun's episode is starting. Lu Chen quickly turned to his mom. Mom, stay in your room and look after Dad. Xiaoyun's about to have another attack. I'll handle it. Ist. In no time, Xiaoyun's eyes were completely engulfed in a crimson hue, with eerie, shifting patterns faintly visible. She lost all sense of reason, her petite frame erupted with astonishing strength. Bang! The already battered sofa became Xiaoyun's first target once again. This time, she tore it apart, leaving a mess of shredded fabric and stuffing everywhere. Her strength, it's even greater than before. Lu Chen had no idea what kind of illness his sister had, not even their parents understood it. All they knew was that when she was born, her eyes already had those strange, otherworldly patterns. Every time she had an episode, her strength would noticeably increase. Now, her power was practically on par with an ordinary level 30 class changer. Xing, restrain her, but don't hurt her. Lu Chen summoned his green-scaled snake, commanding it to coil around his little sister and keep her from destroying anything else. As you command, master. The blue-scaled serpent swiftly coiled itself around Lu Xiaoyun. No matter how fiercely she struggled and bit, she couldn't break free, not even a little. After all, Lu Xiaoyun had brute strength, but against the serpent's powerful attributes, she was helpless. And so, the struggle went on for half an hour before Lu Xiaoyun finally quieted down. The red in her eyes slowly faded, and her body relaxed as if she'd drifted off to sleep. Lu Chen gently picked up his sister and laid her on her bed. Watching her sleep, his expression grew heavy. The episodes were coming closer and closer together, even though each one still lasted the same half hour. That worried him. Just then, Chen Rou stepped out of her room. She looked at the mess in the living room and her heart ached. Of course, it wasn't the ruined furniture that pained her, it was her youngest daughter. What kind of sin did I commit in my past life to deserve this, she murmured. Mom, it's not your fault. I promise, I'll find a way to cure Xiaoyun's illness, believe me. Not just her, I'll find a way to heal you and Dad too. Lu Chen comforted her for a while until she finally composed herself and began tidying the room. That night, Lu Chen didn't sleep. He kept watch at his sister's side. He'd planned to upgrade his abilities slowly and steadily, but for his family, he now resolved to speed up his progress. Only by leveling up quickly could he enter higher-level secret realms, earn more gold coins, and unlock more powerful rule-bound items. With greater strength, even if he still hadn't found a universal cure, he could seek out top healers to help his family. He was terrified that if Xiaoyun's illness dragged on any longer, something truly terrible would happen. In the early hours before dawn, Lu Xiaoyun woke up groggily. Brother, why did I suddenly fall asleep again? Lu Chen was used to this question. She never remembered anything from her episodes, and he and their parents had never told her what really happened. Maybe you were just too happy last night and got a little overexcited, he said, ruffling her hair. Huh? Why's our sofa smashed to pieces? Why is it every time I suddenly fall asleep, I wake up to find something in the house is broken? Lu Xiaoyun fretted. She knew broken things meant spending money to replace them, and it wasn't easy for their mom to earn a living. That was my beast pet, Snowcat. It got a little too playful and broke it, Lu Chen explained quickly, summoning the white cat to take the blame. Meow Snowcat played the scapegoat, nodding sadly to admit guilt. So it was you. Then you have to earn the money for the new sofa. If you make a mess, you need to take responsibility. Lu Xiaoyun said seriously. Snowcat, Xiaoyun's right. You've got to make that money back. Lu Chen stood firmly with his sister. Meow? Snowcat looked even more aggrieved, but could only nod in resignation. Who told it to have an owner obsessed with doting on his little sister? Dad, Mom, Lu Chen said, turning to his parents, I thought it over last night. I've decided to push for a rapid upgrade. We can't let Xiaoyun's illness drag on any longer. For the sake of his little sister, Lu Chen had made up his mind to level up as fast as possible. Son, are you sure about this? If you want to level up quickly, you'll have to hunt even more monsters in the secret realms. But all the 3-star and higher secret realms are under the control of the guilds. If you go in there, it'll be hard not to draw the attention of their high-ranking members, Lu Chen said, his voice still a little hoarse from last night's drinking. He already knew about Xiaoyun's episode the night before, and he could guess that his son wanted to get stronger as soon as possible to find a way to cure her condition. After all, if things dragged on, there was no telling whether Xiaoyun might end up trapped in that state forever. Dad, I've thought it through. Even if they start suspecting me, it'll still take some time for them to find out anything for sure. And in that window, I'm confident I can break through to Tier 3. Lu Chen replied, tone resolute. Once he reached Tier 3, he'd be able to take on record-breaking challenges in the other 2 secret realms, earning even more gold coins. By then, he'd have more contracted beast pets at his side. If anyone with ill intentions tried to make a move on him, he wouldn't have to be afraid, his army of beasts would let those people experience what a real beast tide was like. Just imagine, a swarm of 100,000, maybe even several 100,000 icehorn ants, all with stats above their tier. Even a Tier 5 class holder would turn tail and run. After all, no matter how strong a Tier 5 was, their mana was still limited. Once it ran dry and they couldn't use their skills, they'd be overwhelmed by the ants in an instant. Unless there was someone above Tier 5 in Shihai City, which was highly unlikely. In a third-tier city like this, Tier 5 was already the absolute ceiling. Son, you've grown up. You're the backbone of this family now. If you're confident, your mom and I will support you all the way. If anything happens, we'll face it together as a family. Lu Xin and Shen Rou knew there wasn't much they could do to help, so they didn't want to be a burden or an obstacle. As long as their son didn't cross any moral lines, they'd always support him, no questions asked. Dad, Mom, thank you for believing in me. I won't come home until I reach Tier 3. With that, Lu Chen left Xiaoqing at home to watch over his little sister. If Xiaoyun had another episode, Xiaoqing could step in and stop her before she hurt herself or broke anything. He also left behind 2 icehorn ants, instructing one to protect his dad and the other to protect his mom. The icehorn ants were small, easy to carry around, and not easily noticed. With that, Lu Chen could rest easy about his family's safety. Once everything was arranged, he stocked up on enough food and supplies, then set out for the nearest 2-star secret realm. If he wanted to level up quickly, he had to punch above his weight and hunt stronger monsters. Meanwhile, 2-star secret realm, Green Iron Mine. This was a secret realm where you could obtain second-grade green iron ore, the main material for forging Tier 2 green quality weapons and equipment. That made it one of the most coveted secret realms for ordinary adventurers looking to make money harvesting green iron ore. As long as your luck isn't terrible, you can still find a few pieces of Tier 2 green iron ore in a month. Each piece of Tier 2 green iron ore goes for 20 gold coins on the market, that's 2,000 yuan in Dasha currency. The monsters in this secret realm are mostly mutated iron-eating rats, each about a meter long. Because they feed on green iron ore, their defenses are impressive. Besides sometimes dropping green iron ore, they can also drop green quality gear and gold coins, and of course, they're a decent source of experience, though they're pretty tough to kill. Iron-eating rats generally move in packs, so most adventurers who come to farm this secret realm team up. Otherwise, not only is it inefficient, it's downright dangerous. But the scariest thing here isn't the iron-eating rat boss, it's the rat swarm. Every so often, all the iron-eating rats gather together and form a swarm, attacking any outsiders on sight. There's no pattern to when these rat swarms form, it's completely unpredictable. Every time it happens, a lot of people end up dead. Thankfully, rat swarms don't show up often, most of the time, it's relatively safe. Need one healer. Looking for a priest, D rank or above. Loot will be distributed by dice roll. Strong fixed party looking for damage dealers, C rank class required, preferably a C rank mage. DM if interested. Need an aggro drawing tank, experienced at level capping. No newbies. As soon as Lu Chen arrived, he saw a crowd of second-tier adventurers gathering here. Most of them were low-level class holders who had capped out at Tier 2 specifically to farm green iron ore and provide for their families. After all, if you can't promote to a higher tier class and you don't have a family mine, you're pretty much destined to never level up much in this life. And once your level gets too high, most low-star secret realms become inaccessible. Besides, the higher-star secret realms are much more dangerous, with a much higher mortality rate. So, a lot of low-level class holders simply choose to stay at Tier 2 and make a living farming 2-star secret realms. Don't underestimate these level cappers, their skills and battle experience are no joke. A lot of rookie geniuses with high-tier classes might not even be able to beat them. Hey, kid, you're in the wrong place, aren't you? This isn't a 1-star secret realm, it's a 2-star. An old man spotted Lu Chen and kindly offered a warning. The Green Iron or Mountain Secret Realm might not be the most dangerous 2-star realm in the Shihai City area, but for newcomers, it's still pretty risky. At the moment, Lu Chen was wearing a mask to avoid being recognized. Disguising yourself wasn't unusual here, plenty of civilian adventurers did the same, worried about getting robbed on the way home. Besides, if your identity's hidden, people are less likely to mess with you. Nobody wants to provoke someone they can't afford to cross. It's become an unwritten rule in Shihai City to protect civilian adventurers this way. Don't worry, sir. I'm just here to broaden my horizons. Lu Chen replied. Lu Chen gave a simple reply, then turned his gaze toward the entrance to the secret realm. Name, Green Iron Mine Secret Realm. Rank, 2-star. Difficulty, normal. Monster level, LV30, LV60. Level restriction, up to Tier 2, LV60. Party limit, 12 people. Cooldown, 24 hours. Normal difficulty. Secret realms came with a boss at the end. Lu Chen had already read up on this place. The 2-star secret realm had a large number of monsters, making it an excellent spot for leveling up. Other people might dread the iron-eating rat's high defense, but that wasn't a problem for Lu Chen. With his Icehorn Ant Beast squad, the iron-eating rats were nothing more than walking experience points. What's more, after a secret realm was cleared for the first time, the rules made it function like a game dungeon. Each team that entered would have their own separate instance, no interference from others. Just as Lu Chen was about to enter the Green Iron Mine secret realm, a guild party suddenly showed up. They arrived with a show of force, led by a Tier 3 class-changed player. It was the members of the Tiger Dominator Guild, and at the head was Quang Lai, one of their elite members. Why were they here? The crowd buzzed with speculation. The Tiger Dominator Guild wasted no time, aggressively driving everyone else away. Then, in a loud voice, they announced, as of today, the Green Iron Mine secret realm is private property of the Tiger Dominator Guild. If you want a farm here, you'll have to pay up. What? The crowd erupted, faces turning pale. How could Tiger Dominator Guild so brazenly defy the mayor's orders? They were seizing a 2-star public secret realm and claiming it as their own? Most of the people here were ordinary class-changed citizens who had spent half their lives grinding this very secret realm. Now, with the Tiger Dominator Guild suddenly taking over, it was as if their livelihoods were being cut off. How could they not be furious? But anger was all they dared. None had the courage to protest openly. After all, the Tiger Dominator Guild was the second most powerful guild in Shihai City, just behind the Starsea Guild, a 4-star titan with strength beyond the reach of ordinary folks. Offending them was out of the question. Humph. Just yesterday, our guild leader completed the Tier 5 advancement quest and returned triumphant. Soon, the Tiger Dominator Guild will be promoted to a 5-star guild, equal to the Starsea Guild. The era of Starsea's monopoly over Shihai City is coming to an end, and that means Mayor Siko Miao's rules are about to change, too. From today on, our guild's word is law. If you want to enter the Green Iron Mine secret realm, you'll pay a 5 gold coin entry fee, no exceptions. Anyone who tries to force their way in will be making an enemy of the Tiger Dominator Guild. Don't say we didn't warn you. As soon as Quan Lai, the Tier 3 powerhouse from the Tiger Dominator Guild, finished speaking, his men began to forcibly seize control of the secret realm entrance. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't expected to run into something like this. Guilds muscling in to monopolize a 2-star secret realm. The Tiger Dominator Guild was clearly on the rise, and with their heavy-handed style, Shihai City was in for a turbulent time. But what did that have to do with him? No one, guild or otherwise, was going to stop him from leveling up. He had to get stronger, for his family's sake. In his previous life, he was an orphan who had never known the warmth of a family. In this life, he was lucky enough to have one. Even though they were poor, there was a comforting sense of home. To him, his family was his greatest weakness, his reverse scale. Otherwise, he wouldn't have changed his original plans and rushed to become stronger, all because of his little sister's illness. Buzz. Lu Chen entered the secret realm without hesitation. Everyone watching was stunned. Someone actually dared to slap the face of the Tyrant Tiger Guild in public. Whose wild child was this? Some people clicked their tongues in disbelief. This kid's reckless. How dare he go into the Green Iron Mine secret realm alone? The old man who had just tried to warn Lu Chen grew anxious when he saw this. Forget offending the Tyrant Tiger Guild, just making it out of that secret realm alive was a problem. Once you went in, it wasn't like you could just walk back out. At minimum, you had to stay inside for half an hour before you could leave voluntarily. Otherwise, the only way out was to kill the boss. At that moment, Quan Lai was absolutely furious, murderous intent written all over his face. He had just finished speaking, and someone dared to slap him in the face. Just whose brat was this? Step out right now, and I'll chalk it up to youthful recklessness. Your family will just lose a hand. If I have to find out who you are myself, your whole family will be wiped out. But no one responded. No one knew where Lu Chen had come from. Quan Lai didn't care. If no one would step forward, then everyone would pay. Fine. Since no one dares speak up, the entry fee just doubled, 10 gold. With that, he ordered his men, if that brat somehow makes it out alive, find out exactly who he is and hack him to pieces. Yes, boss, his subordinates replied in unison. Only after Quan Lai left did the crowd dare to vent their anger. 10 gold coins? He's cutting off our only livelihood. Some people hung back, watching. Others went to report the incident to the city magistrate. Yet others trudged home, sighing, already planning to find work elsewhere. Inside the Green Iron Mine's secret realm, Lu Chen gazed at the endless mountain range stretching as far as the eye could see, a satisfied smile on his face. With such a vast expanse, there'd be more than enough monsters inside for him to reach level 30. Without delay, Lu Chen summoned all his beast companions. Over 1,000 icehorn ants began chittering excitedly, waving their limbs. They couldn't wait to devour monsters and evolve. Go wild. Once I reach level 30, all the experience from then on is yours to split. Lu Chen promised. Just watch, master. Firefinch called, the first to take to the skies in search of prey. Snowcat refused to be left behind, darting out at once. The swift black tortoise remained by Lu Chen's side, tasked with protecting his safety. The swarm of icehorn ants also sprang into action. With their master's stat boosts, even at just level 1, they were strong enough to massacre tier 2 monsters with ease. Squeak! The iron-eating rat monsters fought back when attacked, but against such an absurdly powerful horde of F-rank beasts, they were instantly wiped out. Liu Chen trailed behind the ant swarm, picking up gold coins and green iron ore materials that dropped along the way, as if strolling in his own backyard, not a care in the world. Before long, a dozen or so iron-eating rats charged in from the side, led by an elite among them. Name: Iron-eating Rat Elite. Level: LV 60. HP: 8340. Mana: 5640. Attack: 3170. Defense: 3502 physical/3692 magical. Skills: Devour, Pardon, Iron Spike Quills, Iron Tail Sweep. As expected from a level 60 elite iron-eating rat, its defenses were actually higher than its attack. If it cast Harden or other defensive skills, its defenses would be so high that most low-level Tier 2 adventurers would have trouble breaking through. But Liu Chen's attack power was a staggering 14,445. Thanks to the Revive Ring, which allowed for unlimited resurrections, Liu Chen had allocated all 260 free attribute points into strength. Combined with the stats from his level 20 legendary gear and the plus 300% all attribute bonus from his talent, his attack was through the roof. Water Blast. Bang! Minus 8,340. The elite iron-eating rat was struck by the rapid Mystic Turtle's magic attack, and its health bar instantly dropped to 0. Hacks. The elite iron-eating rat died with its eyes wide open, unwilling to believe what had happened. It thought it could easily ambush this Tier 1 Beastmaster, but who could have guessed the pet at his side would have such overwhelming attack power? This was the attack of an F-rank beast pet? It knew the truth: the rapid Mystic Turtle wasn't the freak, the real monster was this human Beastmaster. He was a prodigy, an unrivaled genius. But it no longer had a chance to warn its kin. Soon, the rest of the ambushing iron-eating rats were wiped out effortlessly by the rapid Mystic Turtle. Squeak! Sensing the impending threat of death, a swarm of iron-eating rats began gathering around their leader, the boss. Before long, a massive rat tide, led by the iron-eating rat boss, had formed. Seeing this, Liu Chen was not alarmed, in fact, he was delighted. A rat tide, huh? Just what I wanted. This would save him a ton of time grinding monsters. If the Tier 2 adventurers outside knew that Liu Chen wasn't afraid at the sight of a rat tide, he was actually excited, they would be stunned speechless. The destructive power of a rat tide couldn't be measured by level alone. A rat tide formed by thousands of Tier 2 iron-eating rats could rival a Tier 4 adventurer, while one formed by over 10,000 could force even Tier 5 adventurers to back off. Clearly, the rat tide Liu Chen was facing was the largest kind, over 10,000 iron-eating rats, each acting purely on survival instinct. Only when faced with an insurmountable foe would they risk everything and attack together in such a frenzy. Liu Chen recalled all his Frosthorn ant pets and arranged them in a battle formation. The next moment, a 1,000-strong ant swarm collided head-on with the rat tide of over 10,000. Crash! Blood and body parts flew everywhere. Of course, all the blood and limbs belonged to the iron-eating rats. The iron-eating rat boss had thought that, with the power of the rat tide, it could stand against Liu Chen. But the moment it faced him directly, it realized just how terribly wrong it was. Over 10,000 health points, over 10,000 attack power. What a ridiculously overpowered stat. The most critical part was that there were still over 1,000 Icehorn ants left. How was anyone supposed to stand against that? The Icehorn ants unleashed just 10 rounds of attacks, and the massive swarm of iron-eating rats was completely wiped out. Even the iron-eating rat boss was gnawed down to nothing, not even bones left behind. In an instant, Liu Chen shot up to level 30, and his beast companions also began leveling up like crazy. Wait, what's that? He noticed a pile of ores emitting a faint green glow scattered in the blood of the iron-eating rats, along with a trove of other items. With over 1,000 beast pets helping to sweep the battlefield, it didn't take long before they'd picked up every single item dropped by the iron-eating rats. Liu Chen made a quick inventory. Only 570 gold coins. To think that after killing over 10,000 iron-eating rats, he'd only gotten this paltry amount of coins. The gold drop rate was really abysmal. But there were 3,100 pieces of green iron ore, and at the market rate of 20 gold each, that would net him a whopping 62,000 gold. As for the rest of the miscellaneous items, they weren't worth much, maybe a few hundred gold coins at best. So, all in all, running this secret realm had netted him a jump to level 30, significant level gains for his beast companions, and over 60,000 gold coins worth of loot. Clearly, these secret realms that drop rare materials are the best places to farm gold. Unfortunately, such secret realms were just as limited in number as the challenge-type ones. His dad had only provided 3 of these rare material secret realms. Now, Lu Chen faced a new problem: how to quickly sell off all that green iron ore and turn it into gold coins. If he posted it in the consignment marketplace, he'd lose 20% in fees, and there was no way it would all sell in a short time. Lu Chen thought about his mom and dad. They were both 5th-tier epic-class professionals, though now retired. They must still have some connections. So, Lu Chen messaged his parents, asking if they knew any organizations in Shihai City who could buy all 3,100 pieces of green iron ore in one go. Before long, Lu Chen received a reply from his dad: "Son, go to Jinbao Pavilion and talk directly to their guild master. Bring the VIP card, I'll send you the location in a bit." Ding! Your friend Lucen has initiated a remote item trade with you. Do you accept? Accept. The next moment, a finely crafted gold card inscribed with special symbols appeared in Lu Chen's inventory. Trade complete. Lucen sent another message: "Son, that gold card is Jinbao Pavilion's VIP card. With it, you can trade directly with Jinbao Pavilion in any city. Buying or selling comes with discounts. They're the nation's top underground trading guild, totally trustworthy, and absolutely discreet. They'll never reveal any information about their VIP clients." Lu Chen was stunned. He'd never even heard of Jinbao Pavilion before. But since they were an underground trading guild, it made sense that regular folks wouldn't know about them. Looks like Dad's past was pretty colorful. He'd have to find some time to learn more about his parents' past exploits. With that thought, Lu Chen continued exploring the green iron mine secret realm, searching for any stray iron-eating rats or perhaps a hidden map. Yet, after a thorough investigation, he found neither. There was no hidden map, nor did he discover anything particularly special about this secret realm. It seemed the occasional rat tide was nothing more than a self-defense mechanism of the iron-eating rat clan. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the crowd had already assumed Lu Chen was dead, since he hadn't come out after more than half an hour. "Humph. That kid got lucky," a member of the Overlord Tiger Guild sneered. "Otherwise, I'd have made sure he died in agony. Honestly, dying in there is better than being tortured to death by the Overlord Tiger Guild. At least his family won't get dragged into it," someone else said quietly. "Don't bother with that reckless fool. Didn't you hear? The mayor just issued a citywide announcement. The Green Iron Mine secret realm now belongs to the Overlord Tiger Guild. The only change is the entrance fee. It's now 3 gold coins." What? The mayor just changed the rules like that? Isn't that basically bowing down to the Overlord Tiger Guild? The crowd was stunned. I suppose the mayor didn't want to go head-to-head with the Overlord Tiger Guild. After all, their guild leader is now the second 5th-tier powerhouse in Shihai City. If the Starsea Guild and Overlord Tiger Guild go to war, both sides will be weakened, and other guilds will just swoop in for the spoils. Besides, if those strange creatures who can break through the secret realms catch wind of this, they could use the chaos to attack Shihai City. It might trigger a full-scale invasion. Yeah, at least the entrance fee is only 3 gold. All things considered, it's still manageable for most of us. Just as the crowd prepared to pay the 3 gold coins and form teams to re-enter the Green Iron Mine secret realm, a young figure appeared in the distance. "Look, it's that young man from earlier," the elderly man from before exclaimed in shock. He hadn't expected Lu Chen to walk out of the Green Iron Mine secret realm alive. Could it be that he hadn't run into any iron-eating rats? That didn't make sense. No matter who entered a cleared secret realm, the iron-eating rats could sense them and would attack. How did this guy fend them off all by himself? But soon, concern clouded the old man's face. The Overlord Tiger Guild would never let this kid off the hook. Now that he'd survived, things were about to get much worse for him. Coming out alive was far more dangerous than dying inside. His family would be caught up in this for sure. The old man shook his head and sighed. Huh? He's not dead? The Overlord Tiger Guild members guarding the entrance all stared in disbelief. But then, cruel smiles twisted across their faces. "You little brat, you should have just died in there. Now you have the nerve to crawl back out? Heaven itself must want your whole family wiped out. You really are an unfilial wretch." Humph. Why waste time talking to him? He dared to slap the Overlord Tiger Guild's face in public. That's a direct challenge to our authority. Let's cripple him, torture him until he coughs up his family's information, drag his relatives here, make him watch as they die horribly, and then chop him up into mincemeat. No one dares cross the Overlord Tiger Guild. In Shihai City, not even the gods could save someone who offends us. TCH. Lu Chen had planned to head straight back to the city. But when he heard them threaten his family, his absolute bottom line, that was something he could never tolerate. Everyone knew the Overlord Tiger Guild was infamous for their domineering ways, but he never expected them to be this ruthless. It seemed that in the past, they'd only held back because they lacked the strength and had to toe the line set by the Starsea Guild. Now that their guild leader had advanced to Tier 5, putting their power on par with Mayor Sikong Yao, the Overlord Tiger Guild had unleashed their true nature. Openly seizing resources was one thing, but demanding a toll to enter a secret realm and threatening to wipe out a person's entire family for not paying? That wasn't just overbearing. That was sheer brutality. For the first time, Lu Chen felt a cold, murderous intent rise within him. These people were courting death. You little punk, it's too late for regrets now. Even if you beg for your life, it won't matter. The authority of the Overlord Tiger Guild isn't something a lowly brat like you can challenge, one of the guild members sneered, stepping forward, ready to attack. Lu Chen's gaze turned icy cold. In one smooth motion, he summoned his Firefinch. An F-class Firefinch? So the kid's a beast tamer. Does he really think a trash pet like that is going to burn us to death? The guild members burst out laughing. Their laughter died in their throats. The Firefinch suddenly flared its wings and unleashed its skill. A swirling vortex of flames erupted from its beak. Fire Vortex! The Tier 2 shield warrior at the front raised his shield, bracing for impact. But the instant the flames made contact, his expression twisted in shock. Something's wrong. The Firefinch's attack is... He never finished his thought. In a flash, the flames consumed him entirely, killing him on the spot and leaving the onlookers frozen in disbelief. And it wasn't over. The vortex of fire raged on, sweeping through the group. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen Tier 2 members of the Overlord Tiger Guild were reduced to ashes, not even bones remaining. Gulp! Did that really just happen? Over a dozen Tier 2 professionals from the Overlord Tiger Guild, all wiped out in an instant? Everyone watching was stunned, as if turned to stone. Lu Chen's expression remained cold and unyielding. He didn't care what kind of uproar killing these guild members would cause. The Overlord Tiger Guild would never suspect him, at least not right away. After all, who would believe that an F-class beast tamer could annihilate more than a dozen Tier 2 professionals in a single move? Not even a legendary mage could achieve that. People would naturally suspect that some beast tamer genius from another major city had passed through Shihai and pulled off the feat, someone at least at Tier 2 themselves, who could use an F-class Firefinch to instantly wipe out so many opponents. By the time they finished their investigations, Lu Chen would have already advanced to Tier 3. When that happened, even if they did manage to find out it was him, he'd have nothing to fear from the Overlord Tiger Guild. If they tried to move against him by force, he'd make sure they realized antagonizing him was the last mistake they'd ever make. With a casual wave, Lu Chen recalled his Firefinch and strode away from the scene without looking back. That must be some genius from a major guild, the bystanders thought in awe. Otherwise, how could anyone possess such overwhelming strength? No wonder he came back from the secret realm of the Green Iron Mine unscathed. To wipe out over a dozen Tier 2 professionals with nothing but an F-class Firefinch, his own stats must be on par with a Tier 3, he's definitely not a prodigy from our Shihai City. In the past 2 years, there hasn't been a single talented beast master to come out of Shihai, let alone one strong enough for something like this. Without advancing to Tier 5, there's no way to master insight, so naturally, no one could see through Lu Chen's information. All they could tell was that he was a young man, and that his level couldn't be higher than Tier 2, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the Green Iron Mine secret realm in the first place. This is bad. Members of the Tiger Overlord Guild were killed here. With their reputation for dominance, there's no way they'll let this slide. If we stick around, we'll just be asking for trouble. With that thought, everyone quickly dispersed, not daring to linger a moment longer. It wasn't long before word spread that members of the Tiger Overlord Guild had been killed inside the Green Iron Mine secret realm. The news caught like wildfire, instantly becoming the hottest topic in Shihai City. The Tiger Overlord Guild was on the rise, staking their claim across the city. For someone to dare kill their people now, it was a blatant provocation, a declaration of open hostility. Many people suspected the Starsea Guild at first, but on second thought, that didn't make sense. If Starsea Guild wanted a war, they wouldn't have gone out of their way to make a citywide announcement, publicly handing over the Green Iron Mine secret realm to the Tiger Overlord Guild. Quang Lai, what's going on? Tiger Overlord Guild's president, Yenhu, had just returned from City Hall when he heard the news about his men being killed in the secret realm. His first thought was also that the Starsea Guild was behind it. But then he remembered that Elder Qin had already stepped in, ordering both him and Sikong Yao not to start a war for now, and that the secret realm's resources had already been peacefully divided under Elder Qin's supervision. Sikong Yao wouldn't dare make a move behind Elder Qin's back unless he wasn't afraid of infuriating him. President, after I took over the Green Iron Mine secret realm, I left my men to guard it and returned to the guild to handle other matters. I never expected anything like this to happen. Please rest assured, sir, I'll get to the bottom of this as soon as possible. Cold sweat streamed down Quang Lai's forehead. He knew better than anyone how ruthless the president could be. If he didn't handle this properly, maybe he wouldn't lose his life, but he'd definitely have to shed a layer of skin because the Tiger Overlord Guild's reputation could not be tarnished. What are you standing around for? Get out there and find out who did this. If you can't, I'll skin you alive myself. Yes, sir. Quang Lai sprang into action and soon managed to track down a few eyewitnesses from the scene. Tell me exactly what happened. If you don't, you'll be the ones facing the Tiger Overlord Guild's wrath. It was that young man who did it, sir. Faced with Quang Lai's overwhelming presence, the witnesses didn't dare hide a thing. They spilled out every detail of what they'd seen. When Quang Lai realized it was that same teenager who had slapped him in the face in public and entered the Green Iron Mine secret realm, he was momentarily stunned. Thinking it through, he remembered that there hadn't been any prodigy beastmasters in Shihai City these past couple years, so the kid must be an outsider. He had no choice but to immediately report his findings to the president. An outsider? A prodigy beastmaster from somewhere else? Yen, whose murderous glare softened a fraction. If this newcomer was some rising star from a major guild in a larger city, he couldn't afford to make a reckless enemy. Start checking all recent arrivals in the city. In addition, go look into which beast tamers have recently purchased F-rank fire sparrow beast eggs. We can't rule out the possibility that Yen who was actually a tier 2 tamer disguised as a teenager. Once Quang Lai left, Yen whose expression darkened. First, that mysterious woman shattered the record in the strange stairway secret realm in just 10 seconds. Now, a supposed beast-taming prodigy from outside has appeared. And then there's Elder Qin's odd behavior. All these signs suggest that something big is about to happen in Shihai City. He didn't know exactly what, but he had no choice but to instruct the guild staff to keep a low profile after taking over some secret realm resources. Don't offend anyone we can't afford to offend. Let's wait until the guild gets promoted to 5 stars before making any moves, he told them. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had already returned to Shihai City and headed straight for the public advancement hall. Here, you could accept advancement missions up to the 3rd tier without any extra fees. For higher tier missions, you'd need to be a member of a 3-star or higher guild to even qualify. After all, these high-level resources were only available in difficult secret realms, and only powerful guilds had the means to acquire them. Hello, I'd like to take on a Tier 2 advancement mission, Lu Chen said as he approached the Tier 2 mission counter. There weren't many job changers in the hall, and even fewer coming for Tier 2 missions, so there was no need to wait in line. These low-level public resources were available in every city across the country, so there was no registration, anyone could take a mission. Lu Chen didn't have to worry about his identity being exposed. Advancement missions ranged in difficulty from 1 star to 10 stars, the higher the stars, the tougher the mission, but also the greater the all-attribute rewards. Missions of 5 stars or above could even grant you prestige, titles, equipment, and other special prizes. Just a reminder, the lady at the counter said helpfully, when you choose an advancement mission, make sure you match it to your class and strength. Don't just chase big rewards and bite off more than you can chew. Otherwise, you might not make it out alive. For Tier 2 advancement, you don't need to collect class advancement materials. If you don't have any other questions, just place your hand on the advancement stone over there. The attendant was both thorough and friendly. Sis, one quick question, does a 10-star advancement mission really give you a 100% all-attribute bonus? Lu Chen asked. Back at school, teachers had mentioned that advancement attributes were calculated based on your total free attributes, but they hadn't gone into detail. Of course, she replied. For every extra star of difficulty, you get an additional 10% all-attribute reward. So a 10-star challenge is a full 100% bonus. And on top of that, you're guaranteed to receive hefty prestige, gold, legendary equipment, and lots of other rewards. The moment he heard gold, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Gold was the one thing he desperately needed. But the attendant quickly cautioned him, don't even think about trying a 10-star advancement mission. Even legendary powerhouses are daunted by that level of difficulty. The death rate is over 99%. The death rate is that terrifying? That's basically a death sentence. But wait, I have the resurrection ring. I can't die. Thanks for the warning, gorgeous. With that, Lucien pressed his hand against the advancement divine stone. Ding! Your level has been detected as LV30. You qualify to accept the Tier 2 advancement quest. Please select the difficulty. 10 stars. Ding! You have accepted the 10-star difficulty Tier 2 advancement quest. Ding! Detected that your class is F-rank Beast Tamer. You now have 10 seconds to leave your last words. Lucien rolled his eyes. Quest rules. Well, thank you so much for the reminder about my final words. 10 seconds later. Ding! Quest issued. Quest name, Abyssal Trial. Difficulty. Quest details, this quest is divided into 4 stages. Stage 1, Abyssal Test. You will be transported into a special rift dimension, where 3 dynamic dungeon levels are randomly generated. Note, each entry will feature different monster combinations and trap layouts. Restrictions, absolute healing ban. During boss fights, a mandatory bleeding aura is triggered, lose 1% of max HP every 3 minutes. Clear condition, defeat the boss on all 3 dungeon levels. Hidden NPC, clear all 3 levels without taking any damage to unlock the Hidden Abyss Merchant, who sells elemental resistance runes and quest items, as well as legendary gear. Maximum score, 25 points. Stage 2, Abyssal Tempering. 4 elemental lord bosses will randomly spawn in the dungeon, each with a 30-minute presence before they respawn at a new random location. Clear condition, defeat all 4 elemental lords, fire, ice, lightning, poison. Tip, corresponding elemental resistance runes, plus 70% resistance, can greatly reduce the damage from elemental lords. Maximum score, 25 points. Stage 3, Abyssal Challenge. You will be teleported to the Abyssal Challenge Arena. The challenge varies by class. As a Beast Tamer, you must face an Abyssal Dire Wolf boss of domain level. Clear condition, defeat the domain level Abyssal Dire Wolf boss. Maximum score, 25 points. Stage 4, Final Trial, Mirror Duel. The Abyss will create a doppelganger, a fully empowered abyssal replica of yourself. Tip, before the final trial begins, you'll be offered 3 random buff combinations. Choose one. The replica cannot access your chosen buffs. Clear condition, defeat your doppelganger. Maximum score, 25 points. Ding! After clearing the 4 stages, your performance in each will be scored, for a total possible score of 100. Note, on 10-star difficulty, you cannot abandon or exit the quest until it's completed. After reading the quest details, Lucien was quietly stunned. Normally, a Tier 2 advancement quest was just a single, straightforward scenario. But this 10-star Tier 2 quest was insanely complicated. What shocked Lucien the most was that the 4th stage of the trial required him to battle against a copy of himself, a deep abyss-enhanced version at that. Could it be that this boss had surpassed the Domain Lord level, reaching the terrifying Realm Lord tier? That was the most powerful boss anyone in the world had ever discovered so far, a true nightmare to face. Normally, someone with an epic class advancement could take on a Lord-level boss, and a legendary class could handle a Domain Lord. But a Realm Lord boss? Without power exceeding the pinnacle SSS legendary class, you could barely put up a fight. No wonder the young woman at the counter had warned him that the 10-star difficulty advancement quest had a death rate exceeding 99%. Still, Lucien noticed something important: the quest wasn't completely impossible to clear. In the final stage, he'd have the chance to select a buff combination that was probably his only hope of breaking through. As for the other 3 stages, Lucien barely gave them a second thought. With his current strength, he could sweep through them effortlessly. He had originally planned to equip a full set of level 30 legendary gear right away, but after some consideration, he decided to save it for the final battle against his own copy. Better safe than sorry. Buzz! A swirling portal of light appeared, and Lucien was sucked into the transfer vortex. Back at the counter, the young woman glanced casually at the task difficulty rating Lucien had accepted. Her eyes nearly popped out of her head. My God! 10-star difficulty? Is he looking to die? She stared at the row of 10 stars, covering her mouth in disbelief. She knew full well that you couldn't quit a 10-star advancement quest once you started it. That was the real reason the death rate was so high, and why even legendary powerhouses rarely dared to try. He's doomed. That kid is absolutely doomed. There's no way he's coming back alive. I've never seen anyone so eager to throw their life away on an advancement quest. After her moment of shock, the young woman just shook her head in resignation. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had already arrived at the first floor of the Abyssal Dynamic Dungeon. According to the quest instructions, if he wanted to clear the stage without taking damage, he'd have to defeat the boss within 3 minutes of encountering it. Otherwise, a bleeding aura would trigger, causing him to lose health and making it impossible to summon the hidden Abyss Merchant. Lu Chen summoned all his beast companions and began to survey the dynamic dungeon. The whole environment was shrouded in gloom, with only the faint green glow of crystals embedded in the dungeon walls providing the slightest bit of light. Visibility was poor. A thin mist drifted throughout the abyssal dungeon, making the place feel even more eerie, like he'd stepped into the underworld itself. And the stench of rot was nauseating. Lu Chen had to buy a scent-blocking item from the system store just to tolerate it. Dried bloodstains littered the ground, along with twisted, nameless bones sprawled haphazardly across the floor. What caught Lu Chen's attention most was that the dungeon walls seemed like solidified liquid, as if the entire dungeon layout could shift at any moment. He opened the map to take a look. The map of the first floor of the abyssal dungeon was vast, no smaller than a 1-star secret realm. Click-clack, click-clack. 5 dungeon abominations appeared before him. Each was 3 to 5 meters long, with exposed black-purple bones and coral-like clusters of bloody flesh growing from their joints. Their heads had shriveled away, and their ribcages split open to form jagged, serrated mock jaws. At the tips of their tails, 2 barbed tendrils lashed menacingly. Name, Bone Eater Elite. Level, Tier 1, LV 30. Health, 2,940. Mana, 1,140. Attack, 1,470. Defense, 4,410 physical/1,710 magic. Special state, Abyssal Power, Defense X5. Skills, Bone Regeneration, Corrosive Whiplash. Aside from somewhat low magic defense, their other stats were impressively balanced. That Abyssal Power buff multiplied their defense by 5. Overall, these dungeon abominations were much tougher than your average monster. Of course, monsters tied to advancement quests like this never exceeded the level cap for class changers. 5 elite monsters right out of the gate? This 10-star difficulty was no joke. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Snowcat darted forward at lightning speed and instantly wiped out all 5 Bone Eater elites. Immediately, Lu Chen gave his orders. He left several dozen Icehorn ants to clear the way, wary of potential traps that could injure them. The rest of his beast companions spread out, tasked with wiping out every monster on the first floor, plenty of experience to help them level up again. Howl. Screech. Snort. Snowcat, Firefinch, and Swift Black Turtle were especially delighted, each charging off in a different direction to hunt. Before long, deep within the farthest reaches of the dungeon's first floor, a massive bone eater, over 10 meters in length, was gnawing on a gigantic bone. Hearing the sounds of battle echoing through the dungeon, it gave a bloodthirsty grin. Cree. After all these years, fresh class changers have finally come again. This time, I'll swallow him whole, and savor every last drop. Name, Bone Eater Commander Boss. Level, Tier 1, LV 30. Health, 7,280. Mana, 3,080. Attack, 3,640. Defense, 10,920 physical/4,620 magic. Special state, Abyssal Power, Defense X5. Skills, Bone Regeneration, Corrosive Giant Whip. Suddenly, a pitch-black Swift Black Turtle appeared before it in a blur of speed. The turtle didn't even glance at the boss, treating it like any ordinary monster as it spat out a water bullet. Splat. Minus 7,280. Crash. In an instant, the Bone Eater Commander Boss was blasted into pieces. Even in death, its expression remained confused. It hadn't even seen the enemy summoner. How had it been one-shot by a mere beast companion? Who am I? Where am I? The reason the Swift Black Turtle could instantly kill the Bone Eater Commander Boss was simple: the boss's magic defense was just too low. With the turtle's current attack power, a single water bullet spell could deal over 15,000 magic damage. Naturally, a boss with only 7,280 HP didn't stand a chance. As Liu Chen was still wandering around, exploring at his leisure, he suddenly received a task notification. Asterisk ding. The guardian boss of the first floor of the Abyssal Dungeon has been defeated. The entrance to the second floor is now open. Asterisk. Cleared already? I haven't even explored for 3 minutes. Before long, Liu Chen's beast companions had already swept through the entire first floor of the Abyssal Dungeon, utterly crushing every bone-eater abomination in their path. Meanwhile, back at Liu Chen's home, the azure-scaled serpent kept glowing with the light of repeated level-ups, much to Xiao Yun's amazement. Any experience points earned by the master from defeating monsters would be shared by all his beasts, no matter where they were. What's more, the experience was split equally among all his pets. Liu Cen stroked his chin, falling into deep thought. Judging from how quickly the azure-scaled serpent was leveling up, he could roughly guess that his son had at least taken on an advancement quest of 9-star difficulty or higher. The harder the advancement quest, the more experience beast companions gained from killing monsters, which explained the serpent's rapid progress. But he knew full well, his son had contracted over 1,000 beast companions. For them to level up quickly would require a truly massive amount of experience. He did a quick calculation: over 1,000 pets, and even a 9-star difficulty advancement quest shouldn't be boosting them this fast, right? Could this kid have accepted a 10-star difficulty advancement quest? Liu Cen's brow furrowed deeply. 10-star advancement quests had another name: Reaper-level quests. Even though his son had over 1,000 beast companions, legendary gear, and a resurrection ring, the bosses in 10-star advancement quests were no joke, especially the final boss, which was known as the Grim Reaper. Meanwhile, Liu Chen had already arrived at the site where the Bone-Eater boss had fallen. A swirling portal had appeared above the corpse. Ha! That was the final boss of the first floor? I thought it was just a supersized elite monster. When Liu Chen saw the text floating above the swift black turtle's head, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was the little black turtle really this cute? Then again, every Bone-Eater monster here went down in a single hit from his pets. It made sense that the little black turtle would breeze through the boss like it was nothing special. Poor Bone-Eater warlord boss, it was obliterated before it even saw its enemy's face. Stepping into the second floor, Liu Chen found that while the environment was similar to the first, the layout was a bit different. This time, instead of running into scattered monsters, he was met with a dense horde filling the corridors. Each one had a semi-translucent, gelatinous body, with faces twisted and contorted rising and falling across their surface. They had a pair of rotting wings emitting a foul stench, a vaguely humanoid shape, and clutched corroded longswords as they drifted ghost-like through the air ahead. Name asterisk Abyssal Banshee, Elite. Level asterisk Tier 1, Level 30. HP asterisk 14,700. Mana asterisk 1,140. Attack asterisk 1,470. Defense asterisk 342 physical/882 magical. Special status asterisk Abyssal Power, HP x5. Skills asterisk Banshee's Wail, Psychic Slash. On the second floor of the Abyssal Dungeon, the Abyssal Power buff had evolved, making these monsters even more formidable. Liu Chen remembered that the monsters on the first floor had Defense x5, while those on the second floor had Health x5. This meant that each of these Abyssal Sirens had an insanely high HP. Killing one would take at least 2 normal attacks. But Liu Chen wasn't bothered. As long as he let his Icehorn ant beasts lead the way, he could just bulldoze right through. So this time, instead of splitting up his beasts to hunt monsters individually, he had them attack as a group, sweeping everything in their path. The Abyssal Sirens were hit by overwhelming force, letting out strangely alluring, desperate screams. Before long, Liu Chen reached the second floor's boss without taking a single scratch. The Abyssal Siren Queen's stats were about the same as the Bone-Eater boss from the first floor, but with the Abyssal Power buff, her HP was a staggering 36,400. An F-rank Beastmaster? Are you kidding me? How could an F-rank Beastmaster possibly have contracts with thousands of beasts, and still crush us like this? The Abyssal Siren Queen figured maybe some human prodigy had achieved a godlike class advancement and was here for the Abyssal Trial, a 10-star advancement quest. That would explain how her underlings were being slaughtered so easily. But never in her wildest dreams did she think her enemy was just an F-rank Beastmaster. Everything before her eyes screamed the truth: this human F-rank kid was absolutely cheating. There was no other explanation for something this ridiculous. So, you're cheating, huh? If you're not denying it, then that's as good as admitting it. Hearing Lu Chen's casual admission, the Abyssal Siren Queen let out a piercing shriek. She knew there was no escaping her doom today, but even in death, she wouldn't let her reputation as the Abyssal Siren Queen be tarnished. Scree! The swarm of icehorn ants surged forward the moment the queen made her move. When the horde finally dispersed, there was nothing left of the Abyssal Siren Queen but a corroded sword. Her very bones were gone. Just like that, Lu Chen made his way easily to the third floor. This level was crawling with abyssal scorpion demons, each at least 30 feet long, exuding a crushing sense of menace. With the abyssal power buff, their health and defense stats were multiplied by 5, making them vastly tougher than anything on the previous floors. At this level of difficulty, even legendary prodigies would get cold sweats. Fortunately, the tight corridors of the dungeon kept the scorpions from grouping up too much, so Lu Chen didn't face any real trouble. 10,000 HP. 5,000 defense, both physical and magical. But even that couldn't withstand the combined assault of over 1,000 beast pets. Sweep! Sweep them all away. Less than 30 minutes later, Lu Chen made it to the deepest part of the dungeon without a scratch. Here, in a massive cell, was the king of the Abyssal Scorpion Demons, over 60 feet long. Name, Abyssal Scorpion King, Commander Boss. Level, Tier 1, LV 30. HP, 36,400. Mana, 36,400. Attack, 3,640. Defense, 10,920 physical/10,920 magical. Special status, Abyssal Power, HP X5, Defense X5. Skills, Scorpion Tail Stinger, Corrosive Poison Blast. Over 10,000 defense on both fronts? Lu Chen was genuinely surprised. The boss in front of him, the Abyss Scorpion King, was abnormal in every way except for its attack power. With its massive health and defense, it easily outclassed many first-tier class changers. Just standing there, it was almost untouchable by most adventurers. Bosses like this could only be damaged by piercing skills. The quest prompt had made it clear healing was absolutely forbidden in the Abyssal Trial, which meant these monsters couldn't recover health either. If a player was exceptionally skilled and had mastered piercing abilities, there was still a chance of taking it down. But Lu Chen didn't need to worry about all that. His icehorn ants naturally dealt piercing damage. Even if they could only inflict a bit over 100 points of piercing damage each, 1,000 of them would add up to 100,000 points, more than enough to one-shot the boss. Where did this overpowered little brat come from? But this is as far as you go. I am the Scorpion King, and you can't possibly defeat me. Screech! Over 1,000 icehorn ants surged forward the instant the Abyss Scorpion King dared insult their master. In the blink of an eye, the enormous boss vanished beneath the swarm. Ding! Congratulations! You have flawlessly slain the guardian boss of the third floor of the dynamic Abyss dungeon. You have triggered the appearance of a hidden Abyss merchant NPC. The next second, a blue, bald, pudgy man materialized, sitting on a toilet, clutching a book titled How to Raise an Abyss Banshee in his hand, looking extremely sleazy. His skin was a deep blue, though at the moment it seemed tinged with red. Abyss merchant NPC, Ghoul. Lu Chen. Is this really an NPC? Did someone just clear the Abyss dungeon without a scratch? They stared at each other, both utterly bewildered. Whenever a class changer fulfilled the flawless clear condition, the Abyss merchant NPC would be forcibly teleported to the third floor by the quest rules, no matter what they were doing. Ghoul tried to act calm, hastily stashing away his book, pulling up his pants, and digging a dark cloak out of his inventory to throw over himself, leaving only a pair of deep blue eyes visible. Now he finally had a bit of that mysterious Abyss merchant aura. EW. Master, I think he didn't wipe his butt. Out of nowhere, Firefinch's voice popped into Lu Chen's head. Hey! You little furball, if you keep quiet, no one's going to think you're mute. Ghoul's composure shattered instantly. He scrambled to the side, took care of business, washed his hands, and finally came back. Ahem. Young human class changer, greetings. Let's try this again. I am Ghoul, merchant of the Abyss. When Lu Chen didn't respond and just shot him a look of disdain, Ghoul coughed and switched to a deeper, more serious tone. Ahem. You are indeed powerful, to have triggered my appearance. Now you may purchase rare items from me. I'll pass, Lu Chen said flatly. He'd expected some ancient, dignified NPC, not a sleazy fat guy reading inappropriate books. 0 stars. Hey, don't be like that. Sure, my entrance was a little off, but I'm still the Abyss Merchant NPC. Since you've triggered me, you should at least buy something, right? Otherwise, I won't be able to go back. Gerudo saw that Lu Chen was about to go hunt the Elemental Lord boss and was completely ignoring him. He immediately panicked and dropped his act, reverting right back to his goofy self. Whether you can go back or not doesn't really have anything to do with me, does it? Lu Chen had actually been a little interested at first, but now, seeing this sleazy NPC, his disappointment peaked. He decided he wouldn't be buying any quest items from him after all. Besides, he could easily take down the Elemental Lord bosses himself, it'd just take a bit more time to find them. Hey, buddy, at least take a look at my wares. Not only do I have items that can reduce elemental damage from the Elemental Lords by 70%, I've also got some rare legendary gear. You know what legendary gear is, right? It's the best of the best, super OP stuff. Right now, among all human class changers, there are only a handful of these in your entire world. With a flourish, Gerudo pulled up his merchant page. Sorry. I'm already wearing a full set of legendary gear. I don't need your stuff. Lu Chen opened his status panel to show off his legendary equipment. Are you a legendary gear wholesaler or something? Gerudo's beady little eyes nearly popped out of his head. Then, Gerudo finally noticed something strange. He realized that this human youth called Lu Chen seemed to have contracted over 1,000 beast pets. Even though they were all F rank, that still broke the rules. Oh my goodness. What's this kid's background? Isn't the Beast Master class only supposed to be able to contract a maximum of 9 pets? And where'd he get all that legendary gear? This is nuts. He's totally cheating. No wonder he could solo the Abyss Dungeon boss without taking a single hit. With that gear and that many pets, he's a total powerhouse rookie. Gerudo's eyes darted slyly as he hatched a new plan. Ahaha, little brother, with your strength, I'm sure you can one-shot any Elemental Lord boss, but they respawn randomly every 30 minutes and are a pain to find. Just so happens, I've got an item here that can pinpoint their exact locations. Not expensive at all, not 998, not 888, just 666 gold coins. And I'll throw in an elemental resistance rune as a freebie. Lu Chen, who'd had no interest at first, suddenly perked up. If there really was an item that could locate all 4 Elemental Lord bosses, it would save him a ton of time. Coincidentally, he just so happened to have exactly 666 gold coins left in his inventory. Wait a minute. This fat NPC couldn't have known he only had 666 gold coins and set the price just for him, right? That would be way too much of a coincidence. No way. If an NPC could see a player's gold balance, that would be a serious bug. Meanwhile, Gerudo was secretly sweating. He's not going to realize I can see his coin balance, is he? 666 gold is way too expensive. Let's cut to the chase, 66 coins, final offer. If you agree, I'll buy it right now. If not, you can just stay here by yourself. Lu Chen bargained, taking control of the situation. Gerudo immediately shot back, no deal. He wouldn't be able to go back. That's why Lu Chen was so sure the other party would have no choice but to sell at a loss. He had him right where he wanted him. Gritting his teeth, Guru reluctantly pulled out a scroll-type item, tears glistening in his eyes as he said, "Since fate has brought us together, I'll give you a real bargain, 66 gold it is." Hearing this, Lu Chen grinned and forked over 66 gold coins without hesitation, easily snapping up the item. After using it, he opened his map to find that the spawn locations for the 4 Elemental Lord bosses were now clearly marked. Without wasting a second, Lu Chen led his menagerie of beasts in a grand procession to hunt down the Elemental Lords. Once Lu Chen had gone, Guru's tears evaporated into smoke, revealing a sly merchant's smirk. Ha ha ha. That boss locator item only cost me 6 gold to make anyway. And as for the elemental resistance rune, that's just something generated by the quest rules, it didn't cost me anything at all. He thought he had me cornered, but I'm the one making a killing here. Before leaving, Guru cast a meaningful glance in the direction Lu Chen had gone, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What an interesting and full of potential little human. Next time he visits the Abyss, maybe I'll make things a bit easier for him. With that, Guru pulled out a book titled How to Raise an Abyssal Banshee for a quick read. His blue skin flushed red again, and as a 12-pointed star magic circle formed beneath his feet, he was teleported away. Meanwhile. Ding! Congratulations, you have perfectly completed the first stage of the quest. The second stage has now begun. Lu Chen had already reached the third level of the dungeon, where he found the spawn point for the Fire Elemental Lord Boss. Name, Flame King, Lord Boss. Level, Tier 1, LV 30. HP, 54,000. Mana, 48,100. Attack, 25,500. Defense, 3,500 physical/7,000 magical. Special status, Abyssal Power, HP X5, Attack X5. Skills, Flame Breath, Meteor Inferno. What a set of terrifying stats. And this time, the Abyssal Power buff had changed, now it multiplied attack by 5 instead of defense. 25,500 attack. One skill from this thing could instantly kill any of his beasts. Luckily, that Abyssal Merchant NPC had given him the Elemental Resistance rune. Lu Chen quickly pulled out the corresponding Fire Elemental Resistance rune and used it. Interlopers will all burn and die, screaming and writhing in my flames. Meteor Inferno. The Flame King's first move was a wide area magic attack, fire rained down like meteorites, and there was nowhere for Lu Chen or his pets to hide. Boom. 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 -0. -0. -0. Impossible. How could there be no damage at all? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes with a smile. The Elemental Resistance rune reduced elemental damage by 70%, and the remaining 30% wasn't even enough to break through his defenses, so of course he took no damage. Well, now it's my turn. Lu Chen snapped his fingers, and his beasts charged forward with wild abandon. In no time at all, they shredded the boss to pieces, which dropped a quest item, the Flame Crystal, name, Flame Crystal Stone. Category, Quest Item. Effect, gather the Flame Crystal Stone, Ice Crystal Stone, Venom Crystal Stone, and Thunder Crystal Stone to unlock the portal to the Abyssal Challenge platform. After reading this, Lu Chen continued hunting down the other Elemental Lord bosses. Yet when he returned to the second and first floors, he found the layout of the dungeon had changed. Still, it didn't affect his ability to locate the bosses whatsoever. Ice King, 1 shot. Venom King, 1 shot. Thunder King, 1 shot. With all 4 crystal stones collected, they fused together, forming a portal to the abyss. Ding! Congratulations, you have perfectly completed the second stage of the quest. The third stage is now unlocked. Lu Chen stepped through. He found himself on the Abyssal Challenge platform, a floating inverted triangle suspended in the void. Ha! To make it this far, kid, you've got some skills. A massive Abyssal Dire Wolf boss suddenly appeared before Lu Chen. Name, Abyssal Dire Wolf Domain Lord Boss. Talent, Ender Wolf Soul, SSS Legendary. Talent Effects. Passive, all attributes plus 100%. Active, Ender Form upon activation, increases body size by 50% for 15 seconds, maxes out attack speed, converts basic attacks to area damage, applies soul burn to all nearby enemies every second, and at the end of the effect, detonates the Abyssal Force, dealing massive true damage in an area. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Consumes all mana. Level, Tier 1, LV 30. HP, 165,000. Mana, 95,000. Attack, 82,500. Defense, 49,500 physical/49,500 magical. Special state, Abyssal Force, HP X5, Attack X5, Defense X5. Skills. Rift Claw, Area Cleave Damage. Abyssal Blood Shift, converts 15% of damage taken into HP regeneration. Hiss. Seeing the boss's terrifying stats, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock in his heart. Not only did this boss have a legendary tier talent, but its effects more than lived up to the name, absolutely formidable. Its 2 skills, one offensive and one defensive, were flawlessly paired. He had no choice but to equip his level 30 legendary gear for this fight. Once he dealt with this boss, he could swap it out again, shouldn't affect the final trial. Without hesitation, Lu Chen quickly switched to his level 30 legendary equipment before the challenge officially began. Otherwise, he wasn't at all confident about defeating this opponent. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen's stats had undergone a dramatic transformation. Name, Lu Chen. Class, F-rank Beast Tamer. Talent, Infinite Evolution, Unique Mythic. Level, Tier 1, LV 30. HP, 31,650. Mana, 31,650. Attack, 20,295. Defense, 9,495 physical / 9,495 magic. Strength, 3, base, plus 1,050, gear, plus 300, free stat points. Constitution, 5, base, plus 1,050, gear. Spirit, 5, base, plus 1,050, gear. Agility, 4, base, plus 630, gear. Free stat points, 0, tier 1 grants plus 10 per level. Unique skill, Beast Taming, LV 0. Beast slots, 1010/unlimited. Equipment, 10/10 Dragon's Pine Whip, Legendary, Embrace of Spirit Wind, Legendary. Fated Pendant, Legendary, Void Emblem, Legendary. Even though his stats were still nowhere near the Abyssal Direwolf boss, his attack had broken past 20,000. The Icehorn Ant's piercing damage was a fixed 1% of his attack power, which meant that now, he could inflict at least 200 points of damage to the boss with every bite. With 1,000 Icehorn Ants biting at once, that added up to at least 200,000 damage. A single strike was enough to instantly wipe out the Abyssal Direwolf, which only had 165,000 HP. However, Liu Chen was well aware that if his beasts could one-shot the boss could just as easily wipe out his entire beast horde. A head-on clash wasn't an option, he'd have to catch it off guard, strike when it least expected it. It didn't take long for Liu Chen to sketch out a preliminary battle plan in his mind. Abyssal Direwolf? Domain Lord level boss? Is that all? Looks like nothing but an overgrown puppy that hasn't even been weaned yet. Liu Chen deliberately taunted it, trying to provoke a reaction. Kid, do you even realize how clumsy your trash talk is? The Abyssal Direwolf couldn't speak human language, but thanks to the system's rules, it understood every word Liu Chen said. It even replied by popping up a dialogue box above its massive head. What the? So steady? Looks like this Abyssal Direwolf boss is an old hand, no pushover. And it even looked down on me. Liu Chen frowned slightly. This was going to be tricky. In its final form, the Abyssal Direwolf boss could turn even its basic attacks into area of effect strikes. One casual swipe could probably wipe out swaths of Icehorn Ants at once. And that wasn't even mentioning its actual attack skills. Their destructive power and range would be even greater. If he went head-to-head, there was a good chance his beast horde would be wiped out before they could do anything. Are all Domain Lord level bosses this OP? But Liu Chen knew it wasn't that Domain Lord bosses were all this monstrous. The real problem was the Abyssal power buff. That's what made this Abyssal Direwolf boss's stats so over the top. This 10-star difficulty advancement quest boss could crush any other boss of the same tier without breaking a sweat. No point overthinking it. Time to test the waters and see if I can force out its innate active skill or some of its big attacks. Since his plan to provoke the opponent had failed, Liu Chen had no choice but to grit his teeth and charge in headfirst. Ding! Challenge begins. The moment the rules were announced, Liu Chen was the first to dash straight toward the Abyssal Direwolf boss alone, without summoning any beast companions. A beast tamer fighting without his pets? Does he seriously think he can take me on with just basic attacks? What an arrogant little brat. Ha! The last challenger who dared act so cocky is now embedded in my throne, wailing in eternal torment. The Abyssal Direwolf boss let out a heavy snort, then lunged to attack. But instead of using any special skills, it relied on its blinding speed and sharp reflexes to easily dodge Liu Chen's basic attacks. Then, with a swipe of its massive paw, it struck Liu Chen before he could evade. Bang! The terrifying force blasted Liu Chen away, killing him instantly. That's it? Dead already? How boring. I thought this would finally be a worthy fight. Kid, you've let old wolf down. Yawning, the Abyssal Direwolf boss sat back, waiting for the rules to declare the challenge over. At that moment, Liu Chen entered a strange state. He now existed as a soul, seeing the world in shades of gray. Ding! Resurrection ring effect triggered. You may choose to revive on the spot, or revive at a random location. After revival, the resurrection ring will enter a 3-second cooldown. Note, if you do not choose within 10 minutes, random revival will be forced. Liu Chen didn't rush to revive. Instead, he used the opportunity to think how could he defeat the boss without paying too steep a price. But no matter how he turned it over in his mind, there didn't seem to be a better way than having his beast companions brute force the fight. This Abyssal Direwolf boss was just too solid. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Wait. The beast taming skill lets me tame any beast. This abyssal direwolf is a beast-type monster. Could I actually tame this boss? If not, then I'll just have to throw my Icehorn ants at it for a head-on fight. Just then, the abyssal direwolf boss sensed something was wrong. Weird. Why hasn't the system declared the challenge over? Suddenly, as if it had seen a ghost, the direwolf watched in disbelief as the dead kid stood up, completely unharmed. How is he still alive? What did he do? The boss was certain its attack had been a guaranteed instant kill. So why was the challenger still standing? How are you not dead? Because I can't die, Liu Chen replied with a mischievous grin. Annoyed yet? With that, Liu Chen swiftly purchased 2 exclusive legendary items, the Beastmaster's Whip and a contract scroll. He pointed them at the abyssal direwolf boss and activated his beast taming skill. Just these 2 legendary items and you think you can tame me? Kid, don't you know that beast-type monsters like me are immune to most taming effects? The abyssal direwolf boss struggled desperately, fiercely resisting the taming power amplified by the 2 legendary artifacts. Seeing that the opponent seemed to be bound by the power of taming and was temporarily unable to launch any attacks, Liu Chen's eyes lit up. What a great opportunity! Without hesitation, Liu Chen summoned all of his Icehorn ant beasts and commanded them to launch a full-scale attack. What? Over 1,000 beasts? You little brat! The abyssal direwolf boss was once again stunned. It never expected that this human kid could break the rules and contract so many beast pets, and all of them were Icehorn ants. With their attack attributes, combined with the piercing abilities and sheer numbers of the Icehorn ants, they could wipe it out in an instant. Yet, trapped within the effects of taming, it was unable to use any skills at all. Still, as the abyssal direwolf boss, how could it just let itself be toyed with like this? Brat, if you want to kill me, you'll have to pay the price. Terminus form activate. It couldn't use skills, but it could still trigger its active innate ability. In the blink of an eye, the abyssal direwolf boss swelled to 1.5 times its original size, becoming even more ferocious. Abyssal flames, gray and black, erupted and danced across its body, burning everything nearby with soul-searing damage. The boss intended to use its innate ability's passive effect to drag all of Liu Chen's beasts down with it. Hiss! 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 The 1,000-plus Icehorn ants surged forward, fearless of death, crawling onto the abyssal direwolf boss and tearing at its flesh. In an instant, the boss's health bar was wiped clean. The Icehorn ants, though their health dropped to a sliver, managed to survive the soul burn thanks to their resilience. Liu Chen was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when, suddenly, the fallen abyssal direwolf boss's corpse erupted with a violent surge of abyssal energy. No! The abyssal energy is detonating. Liu Chen's face changed dramatically. He hadn't expected the boss to trigger such an effect upon death, and worst of all, his revival ring was still on cooldown. This is bad. Just as disaster seemed inevitable, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the abyssal direwolf boss. You have advanced to the 4th and final trial, Battle of Self-Reflection. In the very next moment, Liu Chen and all his beast pets were teleported into a strange abyssal mirror space. The world was like a chamber made of 6 giant mirrors, and Liu Chen could see his own reflection clearly from every angle. Squeak! 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 Master, we're still alive. The Icehorn ants wiggled their antennae excitedly, their carapaces shimmering with an icy blue light, celebrating their narrow escape. Phew! That was way too close. Thank goodness the system prompted the trial's completion in time and teleported me away from the abyssal challenge platform. Otherwise, I'd have gone down with the boss. Liu Chen silently swore to himself, next time, I can't waste the revival ring so carelessly. Dad was right, the revival ring isn't a free pass. In the end, I have to rely on my own strength, unless I can truly revive infinitely. He quickly recalled the Icehorn ants into the beast pen to let them recover their health. The quest rules forbade any healing items or effects, but the beast pen didn't count as an item. It only took 3 seconds, the Icehorn ants' health bars instantly refilled to maximum. Each one of them looked energized and lively, as if they hadn't just gone through a brutal fight for their lives. The recovery speed in the infinite beast pen space is this insane? Liu Chen felt like he'd just discovered a whole new world. 3 seconds to fully heal his beasts, unbelievable. He had really underestimated the power of this rule-bound item. A wide grin spread across Liu Chen's face. Just then, the mission rules chimed again. Ding! The replica is about to enter the stage. Oh no! I forgot to change my gear. Lu Chen hurried to switch equipment, but the rules continued. The replica will copy everything about you, including your inventory, and will develop its own abyssal consciousness, acting independently. You must find a way to break through yourself and defeat yourself to achieve final victory. Hearing this, Lu Chen let out a wry laugh. Looks like changing gear now won't make a difference either way. Suddenly, black, viscous liquid seeped out from the mirror's surface, and a figure slowly stepped through, coming to stand right in front of Lu Chen. The same face. The same gear. Even the same resurrection ring. But there was one difference: the other's eyes were not human at all. Instead, they were a deep, abyssal gray-black, as if countless tormented souls writhed within them. Name: Lu Chen Replica, Abyssal Version. Talent: Infinite Evolution. Level: Tier 1, LV 30. Special Status: Abyssal Power, all attributes X5. All talents, stats, and gear matched him exactly, plus an extra abyssal power buff. That meant he was facing a version of himself, but 5 times stronger. This was going to be tough. Buzz. The replica Lu Chen summoned all his beasts, matching Lu Chen's current lineup. Thousands of mutated icehorn ants surged out from behind him, each one's legs wrapped in crackling blood-red lightning, looking even fiercer than Lu Chen's own ants. Now this was a real problem. Lu Chen tried taking off his resurrection ring, curious if the replica would do the same. But it didn't. Instead, the replica casually raised its own resurrection ring and flashed a mocking smile. You didn't really think I'd just mirror your every move, did you? Lu Chen was stunned. So the replica really did have its own consciousness. Crap, this just got a whole lot harder. Ding. Please choose a buff combination. Note, the replica cannot receive your chosen buff. Fury of the Brawler, move speed minus 50%, attack power plus 50%. Comment, trade speed for power? Joke. You'll get kite to death. Undying Zealot, equipment cooldown minus 100%, but damage taken plus 100%. Comment, true infinite resurrection, but the price is, you'll be in a world of pain. Ghostly Waltz, beasts cannot use skills, dodge chance plus 30%. Comment, cutting off your own arm, what a dumb move. Lu Chen's eyes locked on the second buff. Equipment cooldown minus 100%? Didn't that mean his resurrection ring could literally give him infinite respawns? No question. He had to choose this buff. As for taking 100% more damage, who cares? I've got unlimited respawns. Why would I worry about how much damage I take? I'll pick option 2. Ding. You have chosen the second set of buffs. All equipped effects now have no cooldowns, but you take 100% extra damage. Ding. The final trial begins. Confirming that the resurrection ring now has no cooldown. Lu Chen grinned. Now he had all the ways in the world to mess with this replica. Even if the replica could also resurrect, it still had a 3-second cooldown. The advantage was all his. This buff combo was unstoppable. Kill him. The replica immediately commanded its beast pets to attack Lu Chen. Screech. Crackling with blood-red lightning, the abyssal icehorn ants and the abyssal firebirds, all of them, lunged savagely at Lu Chen. But Lu Chen didn't summon any beast pets of his own. Instead, he just let the replica's pets swarm and instantly kill him. Buzz. Lu Chen respawned at random. But just a few seconds later, the replica's beast pets hunted him down and killed him again. Lu Chen kept respawning, again and again. What the hell is he doing? And just what kind of buff combo did he get? How is he respawning without any cooldown? The replica's abyssal consciousness frowned in confusion. On Lu Chen's 33rd respawn, this time, he appeared right next to the replica. Crap! The replica's face changed drastically. It finally realized what Lu Chen was up to. But it was too late to recall its beast pets for defense. A huge wave of Lu Chen's own beast pets surged out. Even with its 5-fold stat boost, the replica couldn't withstand the onslaught of 1,000 icehorn ants. It was killed in an instant. Luckily, it also had a resurrection ring and respawned at a random spot nearby. This time, the replica didn't dare let its guard down. It gathered all its abyssal beast pets around itself for protection. Not bad, you're pretty smart. Lu Chen praised, but it didn't matter. He switched tactics, using his random respawns to gradually wear down the replica's beast pets. If the replica didn't use its pets for protection, it'd get instantly killed. But if it did, Lu Chen would keep chipping away at them with his endless revives. It was a checkmate. The replica had no way to counter this strategy. After all, it couldn't respawn infinitely like Lu Chen could. The shameless main body, cheating so brazenly? The replica watched as more than half its beast pets were worn down, and it started to crack. This is my fighting style. Aren't you my replica? What's wrong, can't handle it? Don't embarrass me. The replica was fuming internally. If you've got the guts, give me unlimited respawns too. The replica gnashed its teeth. It already knew it was doomed, but it wouldn't give in. Humph. Even if I lose, I'll take half your beast pets down with me. It ordered its remaining pets to launch a suicidal charge. But Lu Chen didn't give it the chance, continuing his shameless cycle of unlimited respawns. Seeing that Lu Chen wouldn't give an inch, the replica's face was full of unwillingness. It knew it had been utterly defeated, completely crushed, because the main body could truly respawn without limit, and it couldn't. No matter what it did now, it couldn't escape being utterly crushed by the original. There was just no way out. Resigned, the replica gave up struggling and actively sought death, an act that, in a way, reflected Lu Chen's own stubborn, unyielding nature. Ding! Congratulations on completing the final trial of Stage 4. Task settlement commencing. Ding! Stage 1, plus 25 points. Stage 2, plus 25 points. Stage 3, plus 25 points. Stage 4, plus 25 points. Congratulations! You have achieved a perfect score of 100 points. Ding! Because you completed the advancement quest perfectly, you can now choose from 3 top-tier rewards. With that, 3 exceptional rewards appeared. Reward: receive the Abyssal Power Buff HP X5. Reward: obtain an SSS rank legendary beast pet Abyssal Direwolf Egg X1. Reward: earn the legendary title, Conqueror of the Abyss. Note, you can choose only one of these 3 rewards. Fixed rewards: reputation plus 300,000, gold plus 300,000, all attributes plus 300, LV30 Abyssal Legendary Equipment Set plus 9, bound, experience orb, grants LV30 XP, first advancement only, bound. Not bad. 300,000 gold is no small sum. And that bound experience orb could come in handy for leveling up his unique skill. The only thing that made Lu Chen grit his teeth was the LV30 Abyssal Legendary Equipment Set, also bound, meaning he couldn't sell it. Otherwise, that set alone could have fetched him millions of gold, making him instantly rich. Lu Chen turned his attention to the 3 selectable rewards. The first was straightforward, a buff that multiplied his health by 5. That was a massive boost. But it only boosted HP. Lu Chen couldn't help but grumble about the stingy rules. Why not a 5-fold boost to all attributes? The second reward was a legendary beast pet egg, the Fierce Abyssal Direwolf. But something of that rank couldn't be contracted at his current class level, and he wasn't sure if the egg would be bound as well. If it was, it'd be completely useless to him. The third reward was a rare title. Lu Chen tapped to view its effects. Name: Conqueror of the Abyss. Rank: Legendary. Title ranks: Common, Advanced, Rare, Epic, Legendary. Attribute bonuses: Attack power plus 100%, Abyss resistance plus 100%. Special effects: Deal plus 30% damage to abyssal monsters. Visual effect: when activated, your entire body is surrounded by rippling dark purple energy. Immunity to negative effects in abyss environments. Plus 15% drop rate in abyssal dungeons. Chance to trigger abyssal intimidation when attacking, reducing the attack power of surrounding enemies by 10%, including contracted beast pets. Lu Chen was stunned. Titles didn't count as items. There was no way to buy them in the system shop. This legendary title, Abyss Conqueror, didn't just grant a 100% attack attribute bonus, it also came with 5 special buffs. The 5th buff, in particular, was tailor-made for Beast Legion warfare. That settles it, I'll choose this one. Lu Chen made his decision. Ding! You have selected the 3rd reward. It has been distributed along with the fixed reward. Please check your inventory. He used the experience orb. Instantly, his beast taming skill shot up to Tier 1, level 30. He switched to his legendary grade Abyss equipment. The stats weren't any higher than his previous legendary gear, but the aura was undeniably more imposing. As for the 300,000 gold coins, Lu Chen first bought enough exclusive contract items to bind every icehorn and beast egg he had previously purchased. Before long, Lu Chen had successfully formed contracts with a full 100,000 icehorn and beasts, enough to qualify as a beast calamity. He was now one step closer to spending 1,000,000 gold and unlocking his third rule item. Of the nearly 100,000 gold coins left, Lu Chen kept 50,000 for emergencies, and sent the rest home, more than enough to completely change his family's life for the better. After all, with 100,000 icehorn ants under his command, he could practically walk sideways through Shihai City without fear. "Son, why did you send so much gold?" As soon as Chen Rou received the gold, she messaged him. "Mom, remember our agreement? You have to accept it. I just completed a 10-star difficulty advancement quest perfectly, I might add, and got a 300,000 gold reward. It's more than enough." Chen Rou and Lu Sen were both stunned at home. Their son had actually taken on a 10-star difficulty quest and completed it flawlessly. "Ha ha ha. My son is destined for greatness." Lu Sen roared with laughter. Overjoyed, Chen Rou gratefully accepted the gold from her son, already planning to renovate the house and ensure little Yun would never want for anything again. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's stats had taken another leap. Name, Lu Chen. Class, F-rank Beast Tamer. Talent, Infinite Evolution, Unique Mythic. Title, Abyss Conqueror, Legendary. Level, Tier 2, Level 30. HP, 40,650. Mana, 40,650. Attack, 49,590. Defense, 12,195 physical/12,195 magic. Strength, 3, base, plus 1,050, equip, plus 300, free, plus 300. Constitution, 5, base, plus 1,050, equip, plus 300. Spirit, 5, base, plus 1,050, equip, plus 300. Agility, 4, base, plus 630, equip, plus 300. Free attributes, 0, tier 2, plus 20 per level. Unique skill, Beast Taming, LV 30. Beast slots, 100,004/infinite. Equipment, 10/10 9 pieces of Abyss gear, Legendary, Void Emblem, Legendary. Lu Chen activated all his title and equipment effects. Dark purple energy waves blended with the golden light of the abyss, creating a dazzling, awe-inspiring glow. In that moment, Lu Chen looked every bit the war god of the abyss incarnate. Perfect, Lu Chen deactivated all his aura effects and hit his equipment. Only then did he step through the teleportation gate, ending his advancement journey and returning to the advancement hall. When the young woman from earlier saw Lu Chen reappear, her jaw dropped so wide it could fit an entire baguette. "Why you?" She looked as if she'd seen a ghost. If not for the shadow still under Lu Chen's feet, she would have sworn his spirit had come back to haunt her. "How are you, alive?" Her voice trembled, her face filled with utter disbelief. This was a 10-star difficulty advancement quest. In the 300 years since Blue Star's career change era began, there had been fewer than 5 recorded completions. And now, right before her eyes, she just witnessed another one by a total newcomer, no less. And it had been less than a day since he'd accepted the quest. Every record-breaking completion of a 10-star advancement quest on Blue Star had taken an enormous amount of time, the fastest on record was still several months. For a moment, her mind simply couldn't process it. A prodigy like this in Shihai City? Was such an unbeatable newbie even possible? "I finished the quest, so of course I came back," Lu Chen replied, the corners of his mouth curling up beneath his mask. With that, he strode away. He had business at the Jinbao Pavilion, he needed to sell off that green iron ore, and that alone would fetch him a handsome stack of gold coins. It took a long moment for the young woman to snap out of her shock. She immediately contacted her superiors, Earthquake in Shihai City. A new career changer has completed a second-tier, 10-star advancement quest. 10 stars. Boom. The upper echelons of Shihai City were shaken to their core. Even the mysterious Elder Qin was stunned when he heard the news. No one understood better than he did what clearing a 10-star difficulty quest really meant. And to do it in less than a day? That was simply unimaginable. Even if you went one-on-one against a leader-level boss, finishing in a day would be impossible. And a 10-star difficulty advancement quest was far more than just a single leader boss, it included domain lords, even world lords. Elder Qin dropped everything and immediately headed for the advancement hall. He had to meet this mysterious new genius in person. Mayor Sikong Yao, the head of the city, also rushed straight to the hall, quickly followed by other power players like Yenhu, president of the Tiger Guild, and more. "Where is he?" Mayor Sikong Yao demanded urgently. "Sir, he's already left," the young woman replied, still rattled. "I was so stunned, I forgot to ask for his information." "What did you say?" "Then tell us what he looked like." "Which direction did he go?" the mayor barked. The city's big shots immediately began searching, but Lu Chen, ever cautious, had already changed his mask and clothes. Tracking him down in the short term would be no easy feat. Meanwhile, following directions sent by his father, Lu Chen arrived at a certain basement. He made his way through a series of underground corridors and finally entered a dimly lit room. "Hey, little brother, any further and you'll need to show your membership card." A sultry, bunny-eared attendant blocked Lu Chen's path. The Jinbao Pavilion wasn't a place just anyone could enter. Only members were allowed inside, and the level of membership determined the quality of service you received. A true expert, Lu Chen couldn't see the woman's level, but he could sense a trace of a powerful aura from her. She was at least a Tier 3 class changer. Damn! Just the receptionist at the entrance was already Tier 3? The strength of Jinbao Pavilion was beyond imagination. Lu Chen didn't say a word. Instead, he pulled out the gold card his father had given him. A gold card? Now it was the bunny-eared receptionist's turn to be shocked. From Lu Chen's eyes, his physique, and his overall vibe, she could only tell he was a teenager. She never expected him to carry a gold card. Every Jinbao Pavilion membership card had a special ward to prevent theft or murder for the card. Unless the owner personally disabled the restriction or designated someone else to use it, no one else could use it normally. "Honored guest, may I verify your gold card?" The bunny-eared girl's tone changed instantly from teasing to respectful. This was the privilege of a gold card member. "Of course." Lu Chen smiled. A moment later, the bunny-eared receptionist returned from the verification. She had confirmed the gold card was active and valid. "Respected gold card guest, may I ask if you wish to purchase or sell items today?" "Sell," Lu Chen replied. "Very well. Please, follow me." The bunny-eared girl immediately led Lu Chen to an exclusive high-tier VIP suite, a privilege reserved for gold card members. Jinbao Pavilion's membership cards came in 5 tiers: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and supreme. These weren't cards you could get just by being rich. You needed absolute strength, with power being the most important factor. Gold card. At minimum, you had to be an epic-level genius and reach Tier 5 to receive one. Diamond card. Only legendary-level geniuses who'd reached Tier 7 could obtain this. As for the highest Supreme card, no one knew exactly what it took to get one. Since Jinbao Pavilion's founding, only 3 people had ever received it, and every one of them was a world-renowned Tier 9 powerhouse, figures whose strength was unfathomable. Meanwhile, in the Jinbao Pavilion branch in Shihai City, on the master's floor. "Reporting to the Pavilion Master, a gold card VIP has arrived at our branch. He's a young man. Would you like to receive him personally?" the bunny-eared girl asked respectfully. "Oh?" Pavilion Master Yu Linglong, her face covered by a veil, was intrigued. She herself was not much older than 20. In this third-tier city of Shihai, the only gold card holder she knew of was Mayor Sikong Yao. She'd never heard of a second. Every gold card had a unique serial number. By checking it, she could confirm this wasn't Mayor Sikong Yao's card. So who was this young gold card holder? Could he be a prodigy from another major city? Unlikely. If a genius from a major city was visiting, she would have heard something. "I'll receive him personally." Not long afterward, Yu Linglong arrived at Lu Chen's suite. Her graceful steps, elegant yet noble, drew a second glance from Lu Chen despite himself. Even though the other person hadn't revealed her true face, Lu Chen could still tell she was undoubtedly a breathtaking beauty, the kind that could topple kingdoms. Compared to her, Lu Ruyuan was ordinary makeup next to a fresh lotus in clear water. "I am the master of this Jinbao Pavilion. You may call me Pavilion Master Linglong. May I ask how I should address you?" Lu Chen replied, using a fake name without hesitation. Yu Linglong had more or less guessed that he was giving her an alias. She didn't mind. These days, it was common for transfer professionals to hide their identities, all for safety's sake. Besides, most people who came to Jinbao Pavilion to do business preferred not to draw attention to themselves. "Mr. Chen, may I ask, this gold card, is it yours, or was it transferred to you by someone else?" Is that a mandatory question? No, not at all. I'm just curious. You look even younger than I am. It belonged to my teacher, Lu Chen replied, continuing the fabrication. I see. So, Mr. Chen, what would you like to sell today? Yu Linglong didn't press further, any more questions would only risk offending her distinguished guest. With a clatter, Lu Chen took 3,100 pieces of grade 2 green iron ore and a handful of miscellaneous items out of his backpack. Green iron ore? Yu Linglong's eyes flickered with surprise. Her mind immediately jumped to a major incident that had recently rocked Shihai City. A mysterious young man had killed more than a dozen members of the Overlord Tiger Guild in the Grade 2 Green Iron Mine's secret realm. The guild master of Overlord Tiger had been furious. Now, this youth before her was producing a huge quantity of green iron ore all at once. It was hard not to suspect that he might be the mysterious killer. Are you the mysterious young man who killed the Overlord Tiger Guild members? Is that a mandatory question? No, just curious. I did it, Lu Chen admitted openly. There was no point hiding it, the truth would come out soon enough. Besides, the pavilion master had probably already guessed from the green iron ore alone. Rather than play games, he might as well be straightforward. She wouldn't leak his information anyway. A hero at such a young age. Seems Overlord Tiger messed with the wrong person, Yu Linglong praised. She quickly counted the goods and quoted a price. Altogether, that's worth 62,700 gold coins. Gold card members get the 10% service fee waived. Without delay, she completed the coin transfer to Lu Chen on the spot. Once he received the gold, Lu Chen stood to leave. Mr. Chen, would you care to add me as a friend? If you have good items in the future, you can contact me directly for remote transactions. It's much more convenient. Sure. Lu Chen had intended to refuse, but then reconsidered. Adding someone as a friend allowed for information hiding, so she wouldn't be able to see his details anyway. Plus, he had something he wanted to ask her. What a cautious kid. Yu Linglong thought to herself, noting that Lu Chen had chosen to hide his information. In the end, she saved his contact as interesting little brother Chen. Master Linglong, may I ask if you know whether there's a 3-star secret realm in Shihai City that can be entered by second-tier class advancers? My dad only knows about the challenge and material secret realms in Shihai City. He doesn't have any other information. Every secret realm, no matter the star level, has strict entry restrictions, so there's no way a second-tier class advancer could enter a 3-star secret realm. Of course, there is one exception. What kind of secret realm is that? It's the kind that hasn't been cleared for the first time before the time limit expires. These secret realms are usually much harder. The number of monsters inside isn't limited by the rules, and those monsters can even step out of the realm into the city. These are the secret realms that truly threaten the cities, so we call them invasion secret realms. Of course, the monster levels in invasion secret realms still won't exceed the star levels limit. As long as you're within the level cap, you can go in, regardless of your class tier. For example, even a first-tier class advancer could enter a 3-star invasion secret realm. It's just that no one would be reckless enough to go in at that level just to throw their life away. Yu Linglong explained all this in great detail. Can't you ever finish clearing out the monsters in an invasion secret realm? Lu Chen asked curiously. No, you can't. Every so often, new monsters will appear through the unrepaired rift, showing up inside the invasion secret realm, over and over again. A rift? That's right. Every new secret realm is born with a spatial rift. Monsters enter the realm through the rift. If someone completes the first clear within the time limit, the rules will repair the rift, and the realm will become a normal, safe secret realm, one that can be cleared multiple times. But if not, the rift stays open, turning the place into an invasion secret realm. These are unique, more experience, higher drop rates, but also a much greater risk. Hearing this, Lu Chen was deeply shaken. This was the first time he'd ever heard such a secret. Thank you, Master Linglong, for sharing your wisdom. Do you know if there's a 3-star invasion secret realm in Shihai City? I'd like to see one for myself. Of course there are a few. Each one is guarded by a guild of 3 stars or higher. If you want to try, I can get you a ticket to enter. How much gold? No gold needed. Just give me half of whatever loot you get from the invasion secret realm. Lu Chen understood. Without a ticket, you'd have to join one of the guarding guilds to enter. As a regular civilian, even if he had the gold, it would be hard to get a ticket and might even make him a target. But if Master Linglong could get him in, that would save a lot of trouble. Besides, right now his main goal was to level up. With higher levels, earning gold would be easy. Deal. Master Linglong, get me a ticket to the highest difficulty 3-star invasion secret realm. If I'm going to tackle a 3-star invasion secret realm, I might as well go straight for the hardest one. The highest difficulty? Yu Linglong's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed she'd underestimated this little brother of hers. If he dared to ask for a ticket to the hardest 3-star invasion secret realm, he must have full confidence in his own strength. No problem, I'll send it to you via remote trade when the time comes. Yu Linglong made up her mind to take the gamble. Once the deal was done, Lu Chen finally left the Jinbao pavilion. At that moment, a shadowy, graceful figure emerged behind Yu Linglong. In a respectful tone, she asked, "Miss Linglong, why did you make this deal with him? Aren't you afraid he'll just keep everything for himself?" "Ding, even though he gave me false information, I could tell from his words and eyes earlier that he's the kind of guy who keeps his promises," Yu Linglong replied. "Besides, I don't have any better way to boost my performance right now. I have to take the risk and hope this little brother can surprise his big sister." She removed her veil, revealing features so exquisitely beautiful and pure that the world seemed to lose its color in comparison. The deadline for her 3-year performance agreement with that woman was fast approaching. If she didn't come up with something soon, she'd never be able to return to headquarters. She'd be stuck in Shihai City forever. There was nothing she could do but take this chance. "Miss Linglong, do you want me to look into this kid's real identity?" Anting asked. "No need for that right now," Yu Linglong replied. "But there is something else I need you to investigate personally. There's a mysterious woman who broke the record I left in the Lock and Key Maze secret realm. Go find out who she is." If Yu Linglong really wanted to know about Lu Chen, she could have used her insight skill to probe him. But she didn't. If she did, the system would notify him, and that might ruin their future dealings. "What? Miss, you're a legendary genius, how could anyone break your record? Unless she's favored by the gods?" Anting was shocked. "I'll get right on it." With that, Anting melted into the shadows, vanishing without a sound. Meanwhile, outside, Lu Chen checked his inventory, 121,100 gold coins. The sight filled him with joy. With enough strength, earning gold wasn't that hard after all. No wonder those powerful high-tier professionals were all rolling in wealth. Strength meant resources, power, and money. Lu Chen knew it would take Linglong Pavilion some time to acquire the highest difficulty, 3-star invasion secret realm ticket. So he didn't linger in Shihai City. Instead, he quietly slipped out of town. This move thwarted City Governor Si Kongyao plan to search the entire city for the genius who'd completed the 10-star difficulty advancement quest. After all, this was a rare chance to win favor with Elder Qin, who cared deeply about such super talents. Elder Qin had even said publicly that whoever found this genius first would earn a ticket to the Super Guild assessment. "Governor, do you think this mysterious, super genius who just appeared might be connected to the mysterious woman from out of town who keeps breaking secret realm records?" an old man speculated. "We just got word that she's now challenging the record in the 5-star poison swamp deathmatch secret realm." "It's not impossible," replied the elder of the Xinghai Guild, Su Pingjun. "Maybe the genius youth is her disciple." They both showed up in Shihai City at the same time, both making waves. Si Kongyao nodded in agreement, perfect timing. The toxic swamp deathmatch secret realm was, after all, a resource controlled by their very own Starcy Guild. That mysterious woman had barged in out of nowhere, giving them the perfect reason to go and meet her face to face. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyuan, upon hearing that a super genius rookie had appeared in Shihai City, someone who'd completed a 10-star difficulty advancement quest, felt a surge of admiration in her heart. Only a true prodigy of that caliber was worthy of being her Prince Charming. Without a second thought for her own leveling, Lu Ruyuan decided to follow her teacher to the 5-star toxic swamp deathmatch secret realm, hoping to find out more about this young man and seize the chance to get close to him. Little did she know, the genius she so admired, the one she dreamed of, was actually Lu Chen, the very boy she'd always looked down on. At the same time, inside the 5-star toxic swamp deathmatch secret realm, Shin Shiyun had just completed her challenge at lightning speed, shattering the previous record. The old record, set last year by Yu Linglong, was 10 minutes and 13 seconds. Yu Linglong had chosen to keep her stats hidden. Shin Shiyun's time, 10 minutes and 12 seconds, breaking the record by exactly 1 second. If she hadn't used her Divine Blessing talent at the last moment, there was no way a simple set of 5th-tier epic gear would have gotten her the record. Whoever this record breaker was, they had to be at least a legendary class transfer, and probably had at least one piece of legendary equipment. Shin Shiyun silently analyzed. Just as she was about to leave, Sikong Yao and his group arrived. My god! The record's been broken again. When everyone saw the latest time on the Toxic Swamp Deathmatch Secret Realm, they were all stunned. There were only 3 challenge realms in Shihai City, and now this mysterious woman had broken every single one. After his initial shock, Sikong Yao clasped his hands and smiled. I'm Sikong Yao, the mayor of Shihai City. May I ask your name? Surely you didn't come to Shihai City just to break all 3 challenge realm records, did you? And this new record holder, do you know them? Shen Shiyun ignored his questions and fired back with one of her own. A legendary prodigy was definitely worth her attention. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Our mayor hasn't even blamed you for knocking out our secret realm guards or for force clearing the challenge realms. He's treating you with respect, and yet you just ignore him, a Starsea Guild elder snapped, unable to hide his anger. But Shen Shiyun ignored him as well. You! The elder's face darkened, but Sikong Yao quickly stopped him from saying anything further. After all, angering someone like her could be dangerous. It was clear as day, this opponent was also a 5th-tier class transfer, and at a very high level, almost certainly stronger than he was. That's why Sikong Yao didn't take offense at her disregard. To be honest, I do know who broke the record, Sikong Yao said, but I'm afraid I can't share their information. Upon hearing this, Shin Shiyun turned on her heel, ready to leave. Sikong Yao quickly called after her, wait. There's something I need to confirm. The young prodigy who accepted a 10-star, 2nd-tier advancement quest and finished it in a single day, is he one of your people? Someone in the small city of Shihai managed to complete a 10-star difficulty advancement quest? For the first time, deep waves rippled in Shin Shiyun's usually calm, unfathomable eyes. She knew better than anyone just how hard a 10-star advancement quest was. She'd barely scraped through one herself and hadn't dared take on another since. Yet this person had finished one in a single day. Impressive. Shin Shiyun suddenly recalled the record-breaking 10-second clear of the 1-star secret realm monster staircase. She began to suspect that the person who shattered that record was likely the same one who completed the 10-star advancement quest in just one day. Only a true prodigy, an absolute monster of talent, could set a 10-second record like that. Interesting. Who would have thought that a small city like Shihai could produce a genius of this caliber, a real dragon among men? Her mind was made up. She would go to Shihai City, find this extraordinary talent, and maybe even take them on as a disciple. Without another word, Shin Shiyun replied coolly to Sikong Yao, no. Then, without hesitation, she summoned a thunder feather crane mount. In a flash, she soared into the sky, her speed so astonishing it left onlookers gaping in disbelief. A beast pet? Is she a beast tamer? Lu Ruyuan gasped in shock. That's no beast pet, it's a mount. She has a high-grade mount space artifact. This woman's background is definitely not simple. We can't afford to mess with her, Sikong Yao said, well aware of his own limits. Still, he'd managed to confirm one thing: the super genius youth he was searching for had nothing to do with this mysterious woman. That realization left Sikong Yao feeling more than a little frustrated. Who could have guessed that 2 absolute monsters would appear in Shihai City at the same time, one at Tier 5, and the other at Tier 2? What's more, the mysterious woman's strength was clearly above that of Linglong Pavilion's master, who Sikong Yao knew was a Tier 5 legendary powerhouse. Shihai City was truly on the verge of upheaval. Let's go. We'll head back and keep searching for that genius youth. Sikong Yao knew he couldn't handle the mysterious woman, so he'd report the situation to Elder Qin and focus on tracking down the Tier 2 prodigy. Meanwhile, Lu Qin continued to leisurely sweep through the other standard 2-star secret realms. With his army of 100,000 Icehorn and Beast pets, he was able to clear them out in record time. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to LV31. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to LV32. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to LV33. Even though the experience required for each level had skyrocketed after his advancement, Lu Chen's monster grinding speed made the difference negligible. He was leveling up at a breakneck pace. A few hours later, Yu Linglong sent over a trade request. The highest difficulty 3-star invasion secret realm in Shihai City is hard mode, called Silent Bone Ridge, and it's guarded by the Bahu Guild. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and smiled. This Linglong Pavilion master really gets things done quickly. He accepted the trade. A ticket stamped with a black tiger insignia appeared in his inventory. Let's see just how different an invasion's secret realm is from a regular one. Shihai City. Inside a Bahu Guild property, Quang Lai himself was leading his men as they monitored the surveillance feeds. With the current power of the Tiger Overlord Guild, pulling up surveillance footage from Shihai City was hardly a challenge. Lord Quanglia, we've found something. Look, this young man in the mask, is he the one you're looking for? One of his subordinates stood up and reported respectfully. Quanglia strode over, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Although the mask in the footage was different from the one he remembered, the boy's clothes, height, and build all matched. See if you can get a shot of his eyes. Quan Li ordered. A person can disguise themselves in all sorts of ways, but they can't hide their eyes. The subordinate immediately adjusted the footage to an angle where the youth's eyes were visible. Got it, Lord Quanglia. Quanglia then summoned the regular job changers who had encountered that damn kid at the Green Iron Mine secret realm. He had them come to confirm the identity. It's him. That's the kid. They instantly recognized Lu Chen's unique gaze, mature yet tinged with a youthful innocence. It had left a deep impression on them. Found you, you little brat. Quan Lia sneered. Using the surveillance, he quickly pinpointed the general area where Lu Chen had appeared. Check all beastmasters in the suburbs of Qinglan Bay, age 20 or younger, he commanded. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had already arrived at the Silent Bone Ridge secret realm. On the other side. Name, Silent Bone Ridge Secret Realm. Rating, 3 stars. Difficulty, hard. Monster level, up to LV90. Level cap, up to LV90. Party restrictions, none. Cooldown, none. The name hovering above the invasion rift to the secret realm wasn't its usual white, it was blood red. The realm's rules were also drastically different from ordinary secret realms. This invasion secret realm had no profession restrictions for entry, as long as one's level didn't exceed the limit. Everyone entered the same unique map, unlike standard secret realms that split players into separate instances. What's more, a hard difficulty invasion secret realm was guaranteed to have a lord-level boss. Stop right there, someone barked. Kid, this isn't a place for you. If you don't want to die, get lost. The Tiger Overlord Guild had stationed a Tier 4 Elder here, and set up a defensive barrier near the secret realm's entrance to fend off any monsters that might emerge. Faced with the guild's typical show of force, Lu Chen merely glanced at them coldly and pulled a ticket from his backpack. Elder Chihan's fierce look softened slightly when he saw the ticket. Only the guildmaster had the authority to hand out passes to an invasion secret realm, which meant this kid clearly had connections. Well, since you've got a ticket, go on in. But your life or death has nothing to do with us. With that, Elder Chihan opened a gap in the barrier. Lu Chen said nothing, striding straight through. Once Lu Chen disappeared inside, Elder Chihan gave a low, mocking laugh. Overconfident brat. Going in alone, Silent Bone Ridge is notorious for its high casualty rate. There are so many undead monsters in there, even max-level Tier 3 epics wouldn't dare enter alone. This kid's as good as dead. At that moment, Lu Chen arrived in a silent mountain forest, the entire map wrapped in an eerie stillness. Blood-red sunlight filtered down from the sky, pale bones scattered everywhere, and ghostly flames floated in the mist. All around, countless gravestones loomed in his vision, as if this place were a paradise for the dead. But Lu Chen didn't spot a single monster. This wasn't the scene he'd been expecting at all. This was an invasion secret realm. Shouldn't there be monsters everywhere? On his way here, Lu Chen had already learned the rules. Once inside the invasion secret realm, there was no way to leave voluntarily. You had to fight your way to the final boss's lair, only there would you find a fixed exit. Scanning the area and finding no other class changers around, Lu Chen smiled. Challenging a high-difficulty invasion secret realm like this wasn't something ordinary people dared attempt. Buzz. 100,000 icehorn ants appeared in perfect unison at Lu Chen's summons. His 3 main beast companions, the swift black tortoise, snowcat, and firefinch, excitedly circled around him. They knew their master was about to unleash chaos again. Maybe it was the presence of such a powerful invader, but the monsters of the Silent Bone Ridge were all alerted at once. One by one, they crawled out of their graves, so many of them, packed tightly together in endless waves. All of them were undead, a dizzying variety. And that was just what Lu Chen could see. Who knew how many more lurked in the distant, fog-shrouded depths? So many? Lu Chen's eyes lit up with delight. In a normal secret realm, the number of monsters was strictly controlled. No matter how many, it would never exceed what a class changer could handle. But here, in the invasion secret realm, there was no such limit. The entire realm could be crawling with monsters. At the front of the horde, a third-tier elite-level LV-90 undead monster emerged. It was a bone wolfman, a wolf skull for a head, a humanoid skeleton for a body, and a scythe-like weapon clutched in its grip. Its eyes burned with ghostly blue fire as it stared coldly at Liu Chen. Name: Undead Wolf General, Elite. Level: Tier 3, LV-90. HP: 16,440. MP: 12,500. Attack: 8,220. Defense: 4,932. Physical: /3,875. Magical. Skills: Bone Bite, Death Side Sweep. A deadly aura radiated from it, and with 6 awakened skill slots, this Tier 3 elite monster was no pushover. Wow! So many undead monsters, Master. You'll definitely hit level 60 in one go, and we might, too. Firefinch circled above Liu Chen's head, its impatience clear. It couldn't wait to tear through the undead army. Then let's do it, Liu Chen said, a confident smile curling at his lips. He pointed forward, commanding his 100,000 Icehorn ants to swarm the undead monsters in a tidal wave. Wait, wasn't there only one intruder? Where did all these pets come from? The elite undead monsters were baffled. But there was no time to think. So what if he'd somehow contracted 100,000 pets? They were all F rank, how dangerous could they possibly be? What's more, the undead monsters outnumbered their opponents by a crushing margin. Roar! With a thunderous howl, the elite undead monster led the charge, and the rest of the undead followed suit without hesitation, launching a collective assault. In an instant, the once silent Bone Ridge secret realm erupted in a cacophony that shook the heavens. The shrill screeches of countless undead monsters echoed together, evoking the terrifying chaos of an undead apocalypse. But when it came to their stats, compared to the Icehorn ants, it was like a child going up against a parent. An ordinary attack from an Icehorn ant could instantly wipe out an elite undead monster. Even a boss-level undead was no match. Sure enough, as soon as the two sides clashed, the undead were utterly crushed, shattered into piles of brittle bones. Their attacks were nothing more than a tickle. They couldn't even scratch the Icehorn ants' defenses. Only a handful of special skills could do any damage at all, and even then, it was barely noticeable. But for the Icehorn ants, who each had over 40,000 HP, this negligible damage was hardly worth mentioning. Even if one did lose too much health, it could instantly retreat to its owner's beast stable and be fully healed and ready for battle again in less than 3 seconds. In other words, unless the enemy could wipe them out in a single overwhelming blow, this swarm of Icehorn ants was virtually invincible. They could sweep through any low-star secret realm, no matter how many monsters stood in their way. Quick, call for the Lord. One of the boss-level undead monsters howled its last, desperate cry before dying. Boom! Deep within the Bone Ridge secret realm, a massive tomb trembled. From within, a towering undead boss clad in dark armor awakened, its body as large as a hill. A chilling aura swirled around it, stirring blood-red clouds above. I sense the presence of a powerful foe. My soul is burning. My soldiers, rise. A new war has begun. All around, equipment, crafting materials, skill books, and other loot exploded from the fallen undead, littering the ground. Everything was at least tier 3 quality, worth a pretty penny if sold. There still weren't a ton of gold coins, but it was far more than what would drop in a normal secret realm. While commanding his Icehorn ant army to bulldoze through the enemy, Liu Chen also had them sweep the battlefield for loot. Before long, Liu Chen's backpack was completely full. Already? Liu Chen felt a headache coming on. This was the first time he'd ever run into this problem. The sheer number of undead meant an absolute mountain of loot, and he'd already left behind plenty of low-value, low-quality junk equipment. He opened the system shop and searched for storage-type items. To his delight, he actually found something. Item name: Level 2 Storage Ring. Category: Storage. Grade: Legendary. Effect: Storage. Space: 10 times a Tier 2 class holder's backpack. Purchase limit: 1. Liu Chen bought it immediately. Ding! You have spent 1 gold coin and successfully purchased storage ring times 1. This kind of ring could be worn directly on the finger, just like any normal ring, without occupying an equipment slot. With storage space 10 times larger than a Tier 2 class's backpack, It was more than enough for Liu Chen's current needs. With the legendary storage ring in hand, Liu Chen could finally pick up all the loot dropped by the undead aberrations without worrying about running out of space. With that concern gone, he led his army of beast pets forward in an unstoppable sweep, sending hordes of undead monsters fleeing in terror, wailing and screaming for mercy. Unlike the aberrations in normal secret realms, these creatures weren't bound to follow the rules or obey set commands. They could act freely, and sometimes even ignored the orders of their own boss. Before long, Liu Chen had slaughtered his way through the silent bone ridge and reached its deepest point. Here, a massive gathering of elite undead aberrations awaited him, led by a gigantic figure wielding a warsword, with icy bone wings arching from its back. Its stats were alarmingly well-rounded and undeniably powerful. Name: Pale Devourer, Mordex, Lord Boss. Talent: Banquet of Deathbone, Epic. Level: Tier 3, LV 90. HP: 89,280. Mana: 75,440. Attack: 44,640. Defense: 26,784 physical/26,784 magical. Skills: Bonebreaker Strike, Wailing Echo, Funeral Rite. Death Spiral Slash. Alone? When Mordex saw Liu Chen approaching by himself, its ghostly eyes flared with disbelief. It had expected a full-scale sweep by a troop of Tier 3 human professionals. That was why its underlings had screamed for help so desperately. But now? You're telling me it's just one person? And a Tier 2 Beastmaster rookie at that? What kind of sick joke is this? Lord, he must be cheating. There's no way he could contract 100,000 beast pets otherwise. And his stats: his attack is higher than yours, wailed a battered, one-armed undead boss, though it had no tears to shed. Mordex was stunned. Higher attack than me? That's impossible. He's only Tier 2. His advancement in free stat points should be way behind mine. Even if he's decked out in 10 legendary items, his attack shouldn't be that high. Is he even human? He's more of a monster than we are. If those beast pets swarm me, my mere 89,280 HP will be gone in seconds. No way, I can't face that horde of frosthorn ants head-on, or I'll be picked clean to the bone. A plan quickly formed in Mordek's mind. Minions! The time has come to prove your loyalty and courage. Go! Hold off the frosthorn ants for your lord. As for that brat, I'll deal with him myself. General versus general, soldier versus soldier, that's where our advantage lies. The instant Mordex finished speaking, the undead aberrations fell into a dead silence. The silent bone ridge truly lived up to its name. What? You want us to take on those freakish frosthorn ants while you solo the Beastmaster? Lord, just because you're the Lord Boss and stronger than us doesn't mean you can play games with our lives. If we could handle those ants, would we have called for you in the first place? Don't you have any sense of responsibility as a Lord Boss? Shouldn't you be the one personally dealing with the Icehorn ant swarm, and leave that young beast Tamer to us to hunt down? A boss-level undead monster tried to voice its objection, but when Mordex shot it a glare, it immediately shrank back. It knew full well that if it dared to object, the Lord would cut it down without a second thought. Excellent. No objections, then we'll do as I say. Victory is assured. Everyone, attack. Mordex swung his sword and gave the order. This tactic might be a bit rough on his own troops, but Mordex knew it was the best available option. The undead monsters exchanged uneasy glances, but in the end, they could only steel themselves and charge forward together. All they could hope for was that their lord would quickly take out that beast Tamer, then maybe, just maybe, a few of them would make it out alive. Boom! The undead army clashed with the Icehorn ant swarm once again. This time, the battle was even more brutal than before. But the carnage was still one-sided. The undead were throwing themselves into the fray, fighting desperately to buy time for their lord. You few, come with me. We're going after that brat. Seeing that the enemy's beast army was tied up with his subordinates, Mordex immediately led several commander-level lieutenants in a ferocious charge straight at Liu Chen. According to the rules, beast pets in combat can't be recalled by their tamer. They can only be summoned back after leaving combat. That meant Liu Chen wouldn't be able to call his pets back in time to defend himself. Don't be fooled by the undead lord's massive size. He was unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Liu Chen. Swift Black Tortoise, Snowcat, and Firefinch leapt to defend him, but they were intercepted by the 3 commander-level undead bosses that accompanied Mordex. Without his pets at his side, no matter how skilled a beast tamer is, he's just a sitting duck. Mordex grinned wickedly. He was certain he could finish Lu Chen off with just 2 attacks. Lu Chen hadn't expected the undead lord to make a beeline for him, he'd underestimated his opponent. Death Spiral Slash. Mordix opened with his strongest attack, catching Lu Chen off guard. The blow sent Lu Chen spinning into the air, suspended and unable to retaliate. This was a control-type attack and the undead lord's signature finisher. With the boss right in his face and no way to defend himself, Lu Chen was helpless. That was the biggest weakness of the Beast Tamer class. Bone Breaker. The undead lord's sword came crashing down, shattering Lu Chen's defenses and instantly draining his health bar. Lu Chen was killed in a single blow. The battle was over. With a flourish, Mordix sheathed his sword and turned around only to be instantly stunned. What the? The Beast Tamer's dead. Why are his pets still fighting? This was completely beyond his understanding. Lord, something's wrong, what do we do? His lieutenants cried out in alarm. At that moment, Lu Chen was in a resurrection state, not truly dead, so, naturally, his summoned pets didn't disappear. I let my guard down. Next time I run into a lord-level boss like this, I'd better keep more beast pets around for protection. Lu Chen decided to choose random resurrection and come back to wipe out the undead lord. Suddenly, a thought struck him, what if he could access the system and buy items while in the resurrection state? Lu Chen decided to give it a try, and to his surprise, it actually worked. This meant he didn't have to go through the hassle of random resurrection anymore. Lu Chen thought for a moment, then searched for beast pets specifically effective against undead monsters. Instantly, dozens of F-rank beast pets appeared on the pet page. He scanned the list and picked out the Shadow Soul Rat, then immediately bought 1,000 Shadow Soul Rat eggs and their contract scrolls. These pets weren't known for their attack power, but they excelled at hiding in shadows and dodging attacks. Most importantly, they had a natural 100% damage effect against undead monsters. In other words, even if they couldn't break through an enemy's defenses, Shadow Soul Rats could still inflict a guaranteed 1 point of damage to any undead creature. On top of that, in dark areas, Shadow Soul Rats were even faster than swift black turtles. With this in mind, Lu Chen decided to contract an entire squad of Shadow Soul Rats. He could use them as shadow guardians for himself and his family in the future. Buzz. Lu Chen then chose to resurrect on the spot. Seeing Lu Chen revive without a scratch, Mordix froze, his mind reeling. Even for an undead with no brain, his head was spinning. It wasn't until Lu Chen snapped his fingers and over 1,000 F-rank Shadow Soul Rats surged out that Mordix finally snapped back to his senses. What the hell? He has that many beast pets? The sight of over 1,000 Shadow Soul Rats emerging chilled Mordix to the bone. With the opponent's massive stat boosts, these rats, weak as they were offensively, could wipe him out with ease. He thought he'd calculated for everything except that Lu Chen couldn't be killed, and actually had 1,000 Shadow Soul Rats in reserve. What kind of cheat-level nonsense was this? Brave young human. Actually, there's no need for us to fight. I'm a peace-loving undead, truly. Otherwise, why would I have chosen to sleep here for so long? Lu Chen shot him a look of pure disdain. Peace-loving? More like, you were trapped by the Baja Guild's barrier and had no choice but to hide here, biding your time for another chance to invade. If you love peace so much, why don't you just stay asleep forever? At this, Mordix bristled. Kid, don't think I'm afraid of you. If you push me, I'll take you down with me. Take me down with you? You think you have what it takes? Lu Chen sneered and waved his hand. Instantly, 1,000 Shadow Soul Rats launched their attack. No. I'm the great undead lord boss. How could it end like this? But all that answered him was the gnashing and tearing of 1,000 Shadow Soul Rats. In the blink of an eye, his health bar was wiped out. The other undead commanders witnessed this and recoiled in terror, scrambling to escape back through the rift to the monster world. But Lu Chen had no intention of letting them go. The Shadow Soul Rats swarmed after them. In no time at all, the commander bosses met the same fate as the undead lord. Run for your lives. Mordix, that damned lord, was instantly killed by the enemy. The undead monstrosities scattered in chaos once again, this time fleeing straight toward the rift. Lu Chen's beast companion chased them down relentlessly. In the end, only a handful of the undead managed to escape, while Lu Chen and his beast companion stopped at the edge of the rift because he received a system prompt: entry was forbidden. So, this was the spatial rift that let those monsters invade the real world? Lu Chen gazed calmly at the dark fissure before him, black lightning crackling wildly within its depths. He tried to approach it, but an invisible force of darkness blocked his way. He had his beast companion try attacking the rift as well, but the same message appeared: entry denied. Beyond that, there was no other hint. Lu Chen understood immediately this rift must connect to the monster's world, and was undoubtedly the root of the mass job change phenomenon sweeping through the populace. I guess my level is too low and my strength is still lacking. I'm not yet able to cross into the monster's world on my own initiative, he thought, giving up for now. Instead, he instructed his beast companion to sweep the battlefield for loot. Lu Chen himself went to pick up the items dropped by the undead lord. One shiny token immediately caught his eye, a guild token. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. This was a rare item used to found a guild, with a notoriously low drop rate, usually only appearing after a first-time kill of a secret realm boss. In a city as large as Shihai, with hundreds of thousands of residents, there were only a dozen odd guilds. That alone spoke to how rare guild tokens were. A single guild token like this, if properly marketed and put up for auction, would easily fetch at least 200,000 gold coins. But Lu Chen had no intention of selling it. He planned to keep it, he might have use for it in the future. In this world, no guild or faction could compare to the stability of one you built yourself. Only by growing stronger on your own could you go further, and ensure your family's safety. It wasn't long before the swift mysterious turtle came lumbering back, carrying a 1-meter-tall divine stone on its back. Wait, a Tier 3 advancement stone. Lu Chen was overjoyed. He hadn't expected to find an advancement stone in the Silent Bone Ridge secret realm, let alone one of Tier 3. That meant he could take on advancement quests up to Tier 3. This was an incredibly valuable treasure. Many guilds didn't even possess an advancement stone. It was one of the most critical resources for any guild. With an advancement stone, you could attract more new job changers and rapidly grow your guild's strength. With this, I won't have to go to another guild just to take on an advancement quest. If he hadn't obtained this advancement stone, the only way for him to get a Tier 3 advancement quest would be to either have powerful connections and pay a hefty advancement fee, or join another guild. Only then would he have a chance at such a quest. But now, with this Tier 3 advancement stone, he could take on the quest directly. Of course, even starting a Tier 3 advancement quest required gathering special materials, and that was another major challenge. That's why so many lower-tier job changers ended up stuck at Tier 2. Tier 3 materials were hard to come by, and expensive to boot. Lu Chen opened the Beastmaster's Tier 3 Advancement Material Collection panel. Tier 2 Beast Claws X60. Tier 2 Beast Core Crystals X20. Tier 2 Contract Rune X1. The first two materials weren't too hard to find, but the main item, the Contract Rune, was a different story. That thing only dropped from bosses, and even then, the drop rate was low. Lu Chen checked the system marketplace to see if any advancement quest materials were for sale, but there was nothing. Ding! Quest-related items are not for sale. Only items the host can use directly are available. Lu Chen decided to finish cleaning up the battlefield first, then ask the Linglong Pavilion Master if she had what he needed. Otherwise, he'd have to keep farming 2-star secret realm bosses until the Tier 2 contract rune finally dropped. Soon, all of his beast pets returned together, having picked up every item dropped by the monsters in the Silent Bone Ridge secret realm. This run had been a massive haul, far beyond what he'd gotten from previous secret realms. It gave Lu Chen a clear strategy: for leveling up, clear invasion-type secret realms; for making money, farm material secret realms and challenge realm records. By now, Lu Chen's level had already soared to Tier 2, level 60. Killing monsters above his level gave him bonus experience, and the invasion monsters in secret realms awarded even more than usual. Plus, there was a huge number of undead monsters in this place. Naturally, Lu Chen had reached level 60 for Tier 2 with ease. His beast pets, though, were lagging a bit behind. Aside from Little Black Turtle and over 1,000 others who'd hit level 60, the newly contracted Icehorn ants had only reached level 50, but that was good enough for now. After a quick inventory, Lu Chen found he'd gained not only tens of thousands of gold coins, but also more than a dozen skill books, several Tier 3 advancement materials for different classes, and hundreds of pieces of quality gear. The best of the lot was an orange-grade Tier 3 weapon, a longsword dropped by the Undead Lord earlier, perfect for warrior classes. There were plenty of other Tier 3 materials, too. If he sold all of it, he could easily make over 200,000 gold coins. And that didn't even include the Tier 3 Advancement Divine Stone and the Guild Token. If he counted those, this single run could net him at least 500,000 gold. Of course, this was partly because he'd gotten the first clear bonus for this secret realm, which brought in so many rare items. Lu Chen set aside the Guild Token and the Tier 3 Advancement Divine Stone. He needed those himself. Then he contacted the Linglong Pavilion Master, sending her the rest of the loot via remote trade and agreeing to split the gold 50-50. With this many items, she'd be busy for a while. He kept his promise for two reasons. First, it wouldn't be long before people found out the secret realm had been cleared of monsters. Second, he needed the help of the Jinbao Pavilion to collect advancement materials, and he'd need the Linglong Pavilion Master to keep supplying him with high-star secret realm entry tickets. This was a long-term partnership, so naturally Lu Chen wouldn't break his word, though he did hold a little back for himself. At that moment, Yu Linglong was soaking in the bath when she received Lu Chen's trade request. With a smile that could topple a kingdom, she thought to herself, this little brother really managed to clear the Silent Bone Ridge secret realm, but when she opened the trading page and saw it packed full of items, she was so shocked she practically jumped out of her seat. This, a full inventory of trades? Lu Chen noticed that the mistress of Linglong Pavilion hadn't yet accepted the trade, so he sent her a message to remind her, Mistress, go ahead and accept the trade. This is just a portion of it. Put. Yu Linglong's mind was blown all over again. Just a portion? Did he clear out the entire Silent Bone Ridge? By the time the transaction was finished, Yu Linglong was 100% sure her little brother had definitely cleared the Silent Bone Ridge secret realm. Otherwise, there was no way he could have collected so many items. This was unbelievable. You had to understand, Silent Bone Ridge was a 3-star invasion secret realm, full of undead monsters, so many that even she wouldn't be confident handling them at Tier 3, let alone clearing the place. But her little brother, who wasn't even Tier 3 yet, had actually managed to do it. How could she not be stunned? She thought, at best, he might farm the outer areas of Bone Ridge for a bit and that would be the end of it. She never imagined he'd actually clear the entire realm. Wait a second. Could her little brother be that super genius everyone in Shihai City's upper circles was searching for, the one who completed a 10-star difficulty advancement quest at Tier 2? Yu Linglong wanted to ask, but after thinking it over, she decided to hold back. Asking so bluntly might just make him block her. There was something else that made her genuinely happy, she hadn't misjudged him. This little brother was as good as his word, he really did split the loot with her 50-50. Mistress of Linglong Pavilion, I need the Tier 3 Beastmaster advancement materials. Do you have them? Lu Chen messaged. Of course I do. I can get any advancement material up to Tier 5, she replied. Lu Chen smiled knowingly at her reply. That settled it, he didn't have to worry about sourcing advancement materials up to Tier 5 anymore. Great. Then please deduct the price of the Tier 3 Beastmaster advancement material from my share, and send me the rest of the gold along with the materials. No problem. If you want to take on the Tier 3 advancement quest, you can come find me. I can take you to the Starsea Guild to accept it for free. That won't be necessary for now. If I ever need it, I'll be sure to reach out to you, mistress. Huh? Not necessary? Yu Linglong was puzzled. Could it be that he hadn't reached level 60 yet? But that couldn't be right. Clearing the Silent Bone Ridge secret realm should have boosted any level 1 player straight to level 60. Or maybe he already had an advancement divine stone that let him accept the Tier 3 quest on his own? Yu Linglong grew more and more curious about Lu Chen's true identity. I've had my people tally everything up. The total value comes to 276,890 gold coins. Each of us gets 138,445. After deducting 6,000 gold coins for the Tier 3 Beastmaster advancement material, you'll receive 132,445 gold coins. Please confirm. Alright. Ding. Trade successful. You have received 132,445 gold coins. Lu Chen glanced at his inventory, he now had a total of 250,545 gold coins. Without hesitation, he made his next move. With a wave of his hand, he swapped out his equipment. Ding! You spent 10 gold coins to successfully purchase 10 pieces of level 60 legendary equipment. However, Lu Chen didn't hand over the 9 pieces of Abyss equipment to the system for recycling. Instead, he decided to keep them. He actually quite liked the look of Abyss gear, maybe later he could have a high-level blacksmith upgrade them. Starting from level 60, legendary gear came with all sorts of bonus effects, and a few pieces even had active abilities. But Lu Chen wasn't interested in those active effects. For him, stat boosts were always the priority. As for grinding monsters, he could just leave that to his beast pets. He swapped out his gear and dumped all 600 Tier 2 free attribute points into strength. Instantly, his attack power shot up to 130,590, and his health hit 103,650, truly terrifying numbers. That's the power of legendary gear attribute boosts. With his stats as they were now, if he transferred them onto his 100,000 strong Icehorn Ant Beast army, the destructive power he could unleash was unimaginable, even for him. One thing was certain, though, he now had the means to protect himself and could even go toe-to-toe with a 5-star guild. Without delay, Lu Chen bought another 9,000 Shadow Soul Rat contracts, bringing his total up to 10,000 and officially forming his personal Guardian Beast Corps. From today on, they would be his and his family's personal protectors, dedicated solely to their safety. With all this done, Lu Chen finally prepared to leave the Silent Bone Ridge secret realm. Just then, the azure-scaled serpent suddenly returned to the beast storage on its own. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. Why had the azure-scaled serpent come back by itself? Did something happen to Xiaoyun? He had a sinking feeling that something must have gone wrong at home. Master, something's wrong. Little Qing's anxious voice sounded in his mind. People from the Tiger Dominator Guild suddenly showed up. They forced your parents to go with them for questioning. They didn't want to scare Miss Xiaoyun, or risk her getting hurt, so they went along willingly. Miss Xiaoyun can't reach you, and she's scared. So I came back to find you. Hearing this, Lu Chen instantly understood. The Tiger Dominator Guild must have picked up some clues and shown up at his house. But, he guessed, they probably still weren't sure he was the one who killed their people, otherwise, they'd have attacked his parents outright, not just taken them in for questioning. Lightning flickered in Lu Chen's eyes, and a wave of killing intent surged from him. Tiger Dominator Guild, you're asking for death. His parents had Icehorn ants secretly protecting them, so their lives shouldn't be in immediate danger. Lu Chen decided to rush back home as fast as possible, first to comfort his little sister and make sure she was safe, then to find his parents. Whoosh! A blur shot out of the Silent Bone Ridge secret realm, startling Elder Chihen, who had been sipping tea nearby. Who goes there? The elder barked. Elder, I think it was that boy who went into the secret realm alone, one of his subordinates stammered in disbelief. What? He's still alive? Elder Chihen had thought that reckless brat must have died inside the secret realm by now. How could he suddenly reappear? Did he actually clear the whole place? Impossible, even if all the third-tier combat class adventurers in Shihai City gathered together, they still couldn't clear the secret realm. He immediately ordered one of his elite third-tier subordinates, an assassin, to go and check out the situation. Assassins could move in stealth, as long as he was careful, he should be able to return safely. After all, the exit portal was fixed in one place, and there was no need to kill the boss to leave. Soon, the assassin entered to scout ahead. But as soon as he stepped inside, he was completely stunned. Elder Chihen, this is insane, the undead monsters in the Silent Bone Ridge secret realm, it looks like they're all gone, he reported, his voice trembling. Elder Chihen's eyes widened in shock. He immediately reported this to the guild leader. When Yin Hu received the news, he was shocked at first, but quickly realized the truth. The person responsible was most likely the super genius the whole city had been searching for. Hurry! Do whatever it takes to keep him here. But, guild leader, he's too fast, he's already vanished without a trace. Useless! Yin Hu cursed, then set out himself. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had already hurried back home. Boo-hoo! Brother, bad people took mom and dad away. It's okay, Xiaoyun. It's all right now. I'm back. I'll go and bring mom and dad home, Lu Chen said as he comforted his little sister. After calming her down, he instructed Xiaoqing to keep protecting her, and secretly arranged for a squad of shadow soul rats to hide in her shadow as bodyguards. After making these arrangements, Lu Chen's eyes flashed with murderous intent. If his parents so much as suffered a scratch, he would see the Baja Guild destroyed even if it meant exposing his identity early. Just then, the front door suddenly opened. Dad? Mom? Lu Chen's eyes lit up with hope. Hadn't his parents left with the Baja Guild's people voluntarily? Maybe, after being questioned, the guild let them return? But almost immediately, he realized something was wrong. There was a faint, barely noticeable red mark on his mother's face. She tried to cover it up, but Lu Chen could still make it out. In that instant, Lu Chen's gaze turned icy cold. The Icehorn Ant's protection command had been triggered. It had to be Baja Guild's people who laid a hand on his parents. Only when the Icehorn Ant intervened were his parents able to come home safely. After all, beast pets only followed their master's commands, nothing more. The only command Lu Chen had given the Icehorn ant was, "Protect my parents." As for Xiaoqing, she could return to the beast storage on her own only because Lu Chen had given her a special order. If she encountered something she couldn't handle, she could go back and report to him. "Son, why are you back?" Chen Ro, his mother, was startled to see her son, but quickly forced a smile. "Dad, Mom, I'm so glad you're back. I was scared to death." "Thank goodness Xiaoqing went to get big brother to come home," Xiaoyun sobbed, throwing herself into her mother's arms, eyes brimming with tears. Hearing this, Lu Chen's parents realized their son already knew what had happened at home. They didn't want him to go looking for trouble with the Baha Guild, they worried he still wasn't strong enough. "Son, we're fine. The Bahu Guild members were just performing a routine check. When they were done, they let us go," Chen Ro quickly explained. "Icehorn ant." Lu Chen called out. A deep ice blue ant beast crawled out from Chen Ro's sleeve and landed in Lu Chen's palm. It recounted everything that had happened, detail by detail. "Master, a member of the Overlord Tiger Guild complained that your father was too slow on the road and tried to attack him, which triggered my protection protocol. I took action and eliminated the attacker instantly." This for a moment, Chen Ro had forgotten that her son was a beast tamer and could communicate directly with his beast pets. "Xiao Chen, since you already know, we won't keep it from you any longer," she said. "The Overlord Tiger Guild has tracked down some of your whereabouts," Lu Xun explained, his voice serious. "That's why they sent people to interrogate us. But we still don't want you to reveal your identity just yet. Your level is still too low. You should keep leveling up for a while longer." "Dad, the Icehorn ant already made a move, there's no way they won't suspect something," Lu Chen replied calmly. "Next time, they'll only send even stronger advanced job holders. If that's the case, why don't we just wipe them out now and save ourselves endless trouble later?" "Dad, Mom, don't worry about me," Lu Chen continued, his tone confident. "I've already contracted 100,000 Icehorn ants, and I've switched to a full set of level 60 legendary gear. My stats now are higher than most 4th tier job holders. Even if I face someone at the 5th tier, I won't back down." As he spoke, Lu Chen opened his status panel for his parents to see, reassuring them completely, "If 100,000 beast pets aren't enough, I can contract another 100,000. I refuse to believe we can't take down one Overlord Tiger Guild." Hiss. Lu Xun and Chen Ro gasped as they saw their son's health points break the 100,000 mark, with attack power soaring well beyond that. These stats rivaled even 5th tier job holders. In Shihai City, only Mayor Siko Miao and the Overlord Tiger Guild leader, Yen Hu, were publicly known as 5th tier job holders. Even if there were more hidden in the shadows, there couldn't be more than 5 in total. Analyzing it this way, their son really did have the strength to destroy the Overlord Tiger Guild. Still, taking down a guild about to advance to 5 stars wasn't that simple. At the very least, it was unknown if other factions would get involved. And lately, the Starsea Guild and Overlord Tiger Guild had been coexisting peacefully. Clearly, some big shot was mediating behind the scenes. The waters in Shihai City ran deeper than they looked. Would that hidden big shot make a move? That was still an open question. But Lu Xun and Chen Ro also knew that the entire city was searching for their son. It was certain that whoever was lurking in the shadows valued him highly. They wouldn't stand in his way, more likely, they'd try to recruit him. After all, who wouldn't want to win over a super genius capable of completing a 10-star advancement quest? "Son, with your strength now, if you want to go to war with the Overlord Tiger Guild, your mother and I won't stop you," Lu Xun said gravely. "But there's one thing you need to think through carefully." "Dad, what is it?" "The waters in Shihai City are deep right now. There's someone powerful hiding in the shadows, and he's looking for you. Once you go to war with the Bahu Guild, that mysterious boss will definitely show up. When that happens, you'll only have 2 choices, join him or don't. If you join, odds are he'll even help you wipe out the Bahu Guild. But if you refuse, there's no guarantee he won't try to capture you by force. And I can say for sure, the shadowy boss is at least 6th tier or higher." Hearing his father's words, Lu Chen frowned slightly. "If he's really above 6th tier, I probably won't stand a chance," Lu Chen thought. Once someone's above 5th tier, it's not just about better stats, there's an absolute suppression that comes with higher levels. That gap isn't something attributes alone can make up for. Beyond 5th tier, you get special abilities, insight at 5th tier, flight at 6th tier, teleportation at 7th tier. That's a whole different league. "Dad, if this secret boss is mobilizing the whole city to find me, that means he's eager to recruit me too. He wouldn't risk making a reckless move. And if he really tries, I've got my resurrection ring, he won't be able to catch me. But I do need to make sure you, Mom, and my little sister go into hiding for a while, just in case he sends people after you to threaten me. Lu Chen mulled it over. He could ask Guildmaster Linglong of Jinbao Pavilion to shelter his family for the time being. That would mean revealing his identity to her, but right now, he didn't have much of a choice. Someone from Bahu Guild dared slap his mother? Then the Bahu Guild would be utterly destroyed. As a son, and someone with the power to do something, if he let his mother get hit and didn't take revenge, he'd be no son at all. He wasn't about to play the turtle and hide in his shell. Good. That's my boy. As the pillar of the family, you should have this kind of resolve. Your mother, your sister, and I will be fine. But you, son, you might have to face some hardships down the road. Dad, don't worry about me. What's a little hardship? The road ahead might get rougher, but I can handle it. With that, Lu Chen sent a message to Guildmaster Linglong. When Yu Linglong learned that her mysterious little brother wanted to temporarily place his family in Jinbao Pavilion, she couldn't hide her delight. Didn't this mean he was finally revealing his identity to her? Guildmaster Linglong, I'd like to have my family stay at Jinbao Pavilion for a while. How much will it cost? She laughed, her voice light as bells. No need for gold. It's just a few rooms, nothing at all. But tell me, why the sudden need to move your family here? What are you up to? I'm going to wipe out the Bahu Guild. Yu Linglong was stunned. This little brother was going to destroy the Bahu Guild. Was he actually capable of that? Are you serious? Anyone who dares hurt my family deserves to die. Yu Linglong stared at the message, dazed. This was the first time she'd met someone willing to challenge the powerful for the sake of family. Their home must be full of happiness, she thought. How confident are you? Do you want me to hire some high-level job changers for you? No need. I can handle it myself. Yu Linglong's bright eyes widened in surprise. He really planned to take on the Bahu Guild alone. This was a feast she had to witness for herself. All right, I'll have my people pick up your family right away. Here, no one will be able to lay a finger on them. Thank you, Lady Linglong. I owe you one for this. Lu Chen left several shadow soul rats behind to protect his family. Only after Lady Yu Linglong's people arrived to escort his family did Lu Chen finally set out, heading straight for the headquarters of the Tyrant Tiger Guild. The sky over Shihai City, maybe it's time for a change. Meanwhile, Kuang Lai was barking orders to his men, demanding that every beastmaster and their family from the outskirts of Qinglan Bay be rounded up. He'd rather catch the wrong person than let the real culprit slip away. He swore he'd drag the murderer out, execute their whole family in public, and restore the Tyrant Tiger Guild's reputation. Suddenly, one of his men stumbled in, looking like he'd seen a ghost. His face was as pale as a sheet as he stammered his report. Master Kuang Lai, something's gone wrong. We went to capture Lu Chen's parents. On the way back, someone tried to rough them up, and then 2 F-rank Icehorn ants crawled out from them and took out De Pau's team in an instant. What did you say? F-rank Icehorn ants? They took out De Pau's squad? Are you telling me those ants are at tier 3 now? No, sir, just tier 2. Are you kidding me? You expect me to believe that F-rank Icehorn ants wiped out a C-rank, tier 2 pro like De Pau? Master Kuang Lai, I wouldn't dare lie to you. It's the truth. That area has surveillance, you can check the footage. Kuang Lai immediately ordered the footage to be pulled up. Sure enough, the underling wasn't lying, we're crazy. 2 F-rank Icehorn ants really had taken out De Pau's group in seconds. Suddenly, Kuang Lai broke into a grin. Found you. Those have got to be that mysterious kid's beast companions. Master Kuang Lai, do you think the person we're after is actually Lu Chen? His secretary asked, dressed in a sharp, form-fitting suit. Unlikely. Lu Chen's just some washed-up F-rank beastmaster. More likely, it's someone connected to his family. No matter what, bring in the whole family, and we'll get to the bottom of this. Kuang Lai then led the rest of his men, preparing to go to Lu Chen's house himself, when suddenly, he received an urgent summons from guild leader Yan Hu. All guild members, assemble at headquarters immediately. The 5-star challenge begins today. Master Kuang Lai, what should we do? The 5-star challenge comes first. Post some people to keep an eye on Lu Chen's family. Once the guild finishes the challenge, we'll go pick them up ourselves. At the Tyrant Tiger Guild headquarters, Yen Hu had returned frustrated after failing to find any trace of Lu Chen at the Silent Bone Ridge secret realm. But now, everything was finally ready. He began gathering all guild members, as well as auxiliary staff, to prepare for the 5-star guild challenge. If they succeeded, the Tyrant Tiger Guild would be promoted to 5-star status, giving their strength a massive boost. After all, the buffs and bonuses of a 5-star guild were far beyond what a 4-star guild could offer. Today, guild leader Sikong Yao of the Starsea Guild, along with other major and minor guild leaders from Shihai City, had all gathered at the Tyrant Tiger Guild to watch the grand challenge. To say the Tyrant Tiger Guild headquarters was packed with big shots would be an understatement. Every influential figure in Shihai City was here. Miss Linglong, what brings you here to join the fun? Anting was in charge of investigating the mysterious record-breaking woman when she suddenly received an order from Miss Linglong to accompany her to the headquarters of the Bahu Guild. At first, she thought Miss Linglong was just there to watch the excitement, to see the Bahu Guild attempt the 5-star challenge. That's right. I'm just here for the thrill, Linglong said with a smile. But once the fighting breaks out, I'll need your help, Aunt Ing. You'll have to keep old Qin occupied. In truth, Yu Linglong had come for more than just curiosity. She wanted to witness firsthand the strength and potential of her younger brother, Lu Chen. If he could really bring down the Bahu Guild, even if the outcome was undecided, she would do everything in her power to secure him for herself. This was her one and only chance to return to the headquarters of the Jinbao Pavilion and clear her mother's name. What? You want me to stall old Qin? Aunt Ing was stunned. Isn't this supposed to be a normal 5-star challenge for the Bahu Guild? How did old Qin get involved in this? Of course, she knew exactly who old Qin was, a powerhouse at the 7th tier. Yu Linglong didn't offer much of an explanation, only indicating that Aunt Ing should keep watching and she'd understand soon enough. Before long, tens of thousands had gathered at Bahu Guild headquarters. Most of them were auxiliary members, only a small fraction were official members. Auxiliary members, as they were called, didn't enjoy the guild's core benefits, those were reserved for official members. But they could still use the guild's facilities and draw a salary, serving as a reserve force for the guild. 4-star guilds could have up to 40,000 auxiliary members. Of course, these auxiliary members could also participate in the guild's star-raising challenge. Everyone, listen up. Once we succeed in the star-raising challenge, any auxiliary member who kills at least 10 monsters can be promoted to an official member. Official members will be handsomely rewarded or promoted based on the number of monsters they defeat. The Bahu Guild's promotion is destined for success, and you will share in the guild's glory and prosperity, roared Yen Hu, raising his arm high. The crowd erupted in cheers. Today, Yen Hu was decked out in top-tier gear, wielding a dazzling orange-quality battle blade. The blade threw off blazing orange light, and the rest of his equipment gleamed with a purple glow. Whoa! President Yen Hu actually has an orange-quality weapon? A guild leader watching from afar was astonished. For job changers in Shihai City, orange-quality equipment was already the absolute pinnacle. Other than Sikong Yao, the city's leader, this was only the second piece of orange gear anyone had seen. The so-called big shots of Shihai City only had purple equipment at best, and they hadn't even completed their sets. President Yen Hu must have taken on a 5-star difficulty advancement quest and completed it brilliantly. That's the only way he could have earned such a reward. No wonder he's daring to challenge for 5-star guild status so soon after advancing to tier 5, he's got the confidence, another guild leader exclaimed in awe. One day, I'll get my hands on an orange weapon too, no, an epic grade weapon, thought Lu Ruyuan, her eyes shining as she stood beside Sikong Yao. She was Shihai City's only SS grade epic genius. She was sure she'd surpass her teacher, leave Shihai City behind, and make her mark in the greatest cities. In the future, she would be, at the very least, an 8th tier epic legend. Everyone, get ready. The guild challenge is about to begin. Guildmaster Yen Hu's voice boomed, signaling the start of the challenge. Suddenly, boom! The headquarters' main doors exploded inward. Everyone turned in shock toward the entrance, stunned and confused. What's going on? Why did the Bahu Guild's doors just blow up? No idea, maybe we were hit by something. This can't be happening, right? Someone's causing trouble at a time like this? The entire Bahu Guild had gathered for the grand event, a 5-star guild challenge, broadcast live across the city. To stir up trouble now was like poking a tiger in the eye begging for death. No kidding. The Bahu Guild is all about pride, always bold and domineering. To cause trouble here, right under the city's spotlight, on their home turf, this is like an old man hanging himself because he thinks he's lived too long. Even big names like Sikong Yao and the other top brass turned to see who had the guts to crash the Bahu Guild's party. They too were curious just who was crazy enough to try this. "They're here." A flicker of delight crossed Yu Linglong's eyes beneath her veil. And Ing, standing beside her, was inwardly stunned. Could it be, she wondered, that when Miss Linglong said there'd be a fight, she didn't mean Bahu Guild versus the monsters, but that someone would attack Bahu Guild itself? Amid the swirling dust, a young man slowly strode into the Bahu Guild's territory, a proud turtle beast at his side. As the smoke cleared and everyone caught sight of his face, the whole crowd was dumbstruck. "Is that Lu Chen? Lu Chen? How could it be him?" In the viewing stands, Lu Ruyuan was utterly shocked. She hadn't expected the troublemaker to be Lu Chen. But then a cold, mocking smile crept over her face. "Humph. He's got a death wish, clearly. Maybe being labeled an F-rank beastmaster finally broke him, drove him mad. He must have come here to end it all. Why did I ever see him as a knight in shining armor back at school? What an absolute idiot." She wasn't the only one stunned. Sikong Yao and all the other bigwigs were at a loss for words. They'd guessed at all sorts of high-level powerhouses, even considered fifth-rank experts from neighboring Silver Moon City. But not one of them expected it to be the rookie, Lu Chen. They couldn't wrap their heads around it. Lu Chen was just an F-rank beastmaster, his whole family sick and frail. Why would he storm the Bahu Guild headquarters? "Lu Chen? Well, well. I was just about to come after you, but here you are, delivering yourself right to my door." Quan Lai's eyes blazed with ferocity, a violent aura radiating from him. He bowed toward Guildmaster Yan Hu and said, "Guildmaster, this kid is Lu Chen. I've already learned that he's deeply connected to the one who killed our members in the Green Iron Mine secret realm." Yan Hu roared, "I don't care if there's a connection or not. He had the nerve to crash our event, right in front of the whole city. He deserves to be cut to pieces. What are you waiting for? Seize him. Arrest every one of his immediate family members. No trial, execute them in public. Leave none alive." Clearly, Yan Hu was already beside himself with rage. Even after executing Lu Chen's entire family, it seemed that wouldn't be enough to satisfy his fury. "Right away, Guildmaster." Quan Lai, wiping a cold sweat from his brow, rushed forward to confront Lu Chen. At this moment, Lu Chen's face was filled with murderous intent, his expression cold as ice. No matter who tried to stop him today, he was determined to bathe the Overlord Tiger Guild in blood, to avenge the slap his mother had suffered. If you're looking for death, you've come to the right place. Lu Chen, even if the city governor himself steps in today, he won't be able to save you. The man who spoke bared his teeth in a vicious, feral grin, savage light gleaming in his eyes. He looked like some wild beast from a nightmare. He was a Tier 3 berserker, and had successfully awakened a B-level talent, making him one of the most promising elite members of the Overlord Tiger Guild. Among the elite, his strength was easily within the top 3. Given time, he was sure to advance to Tier 4 and become an elder. In Shihai City, he was famous as a Tier 3 powerhouse, brutal, ruthless, a name that could scare children into silence. But Lu Chen ignored him completely. He simply lifted his chin slightly, his gaze fixed on Yan Hu, the guild leader, who stood atop the high platform. Yan Hu had never taken Lu Chen seriously, but the instant their eyes met, an inexplicable chill ran through him, as if he were facing an overwhelmingly powerful boss. How could this brat make me feel this way? Yan Hu was shaken. It was like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Still, he dismissed the feeling, chalking it up to the excitement of the guild's imminent promotion to 5 stars. And as for Lu Chen? He was nothing more than a universally acknowledged F-rank beast tamer waste. What was there to fear? Boom! Before Yan Hu could finish his thought, Lu Chen's swift black tortoise suddenly sprang into action. The enraged berserker, who had been ignored by Lu Chen, charged at him, but in the blink of an eye, the tortoise slammed into the berserker at lightning speed. With a sickening crunch, the berserker was smashed apart, blood and flesh sprayed everywhere. In an instant, the area was transformed into a bloody hellscape. Impossible! The onlookers gasped in unison. An F-rank beast pet could obliterate a Tier 3 berserker? Was this some kind of joke? This had to be a cheat, right? An illusion, just an illusion. Lu Ruyuan was so shocked she nearly lost her composure. She would never, ever believe it. How could Lu Chen's F-rank beast pet instantly kill a Tier 3 professional? If Lu Chen's pet could do that, then what did that make her? Worse than useless? She couldn't accept this reality. This, even Anting was stunned. Insight. Equally shocked, Si Kongyao immediately activated his Tier 5 special ability, Insight, to examine Lu Chen's condition. Insight allowed its user to actively view the basic attributes of professionals and monsters, but could not discern talents, titles, special buffs, nor could it see the details of targets above the user's own level. In combat, it could also reveal weaknesses in the target's defenses, a special ability only available to Tier 5 professionals. With this power, even an ordinary Tier 5 professional could suppress a genius Tier 4. But the moment Si Kongyao saw Lu Chen's level and attributes, he was struck speechless, his mind instantly going numb. Name, Lu Chen. Class, F-Rank Beast Tamer. Rank, 2nd Tier, Level 60. HP, 103,650. Mana, 103,650. Attack, 130,590. Defense, 31,095 physical/31,095 magical. Level 60? A rookie? He'd only just changed classes a few days ago. And you're telling me he's already level 60? For reference, his most promising disciple, Lu Ruyuan, was just barely approaching level 30. That's not just a small gap, that's a chasm. What's even more outrageous, Lu Chen's 4 main stats were on par with someone who'd undergone a 5th tier class change. Was this guy even human? Si Kongyao rubbed his eyes hard, using appraisal over and over before he finally accepted the truth. This wasn't some illusion. Lu Chen's stats were actually this monstrous. How was this possible? Could a 2nd tier class holder really reach these kinds of numbers? Si Kongyao clutched his chest, sucking in a sharp breath. In all his experience, even the legendary prodigies from the greatest cities couldn't boast stats like this at 2nd tier. Lu Chen. How the hell did he do it? Si Kongyao did the math. Even if Lu Chen was decked out in a full set of level 60 legendary gear, his attributes shouldn't be anywhere near this high. The only way this could happen would be if Lu Chen had somehow secured a 100% full stat bonus upon advancing to 2nd tier and awakened the highest level talent possible. Maybe then, just maybe, it'd be possible. But how likely was that? Lu Chen's class was undeniably F-Rank Beast Tamer. For F-class jobs, the chance of awakening a talent was 1 in 10,000, and even then, at best he'd get an F-rank talent. Those only provided pitiful stat bonuses, not even as good as some equipment. So what was going on with Lu Chen? Wait a minute. Could Lu Chen be the super genius Elder Qin was looking for, the one who'd completed the 10-star difficulty advancement quest? But he was supposed to be just an F-rank beast tamer. Si Kongyao racked his brains, but he could never have imagined that Lu Chen possessed the invincible shop system. That was a cheat no legendary class could provide. Ding. 5th tier class holder Si Kongyao has used appraisal on you. Ding. 5th tier class holder Yu Linglong has used appraisal on you. Ding. 5th tier class holder Yen Hu has used appraisal on you. Ding. 7th tier class holder Nightshade has used appraisal on you. The Pavilion Master Linglong's a 5th tier powerhouse? She's here too? The system prompts made Lu Chen raise his eyebrows in surprise. He'd suspected that the Pavilion Master would show up, and he figured her level would be high, but 5th tier? That was impressive. But what really shocked Lu Chen was that someone present was a 7th tier powerhouse. This Nightshade, could he be the secret overlord of Shihai City? 7th tier. If that guy decided to intervene to stop Lu Chen from wiping out the Bahu Guild, he might really be in trouble. Even so, Lu Chen wasn't the type to give up easily. He'd already decided to destroy the Bahu Guild, and now he'd see it through with everything he had. He still had a chance at the very least, before any 7th tier powerhouse could step in to stop him. He could take advantage of the fact that none of these big shots knew how many contract beasts he truly controlled. This way, he could end the battle quickly and annihilate the Overlord Tiger Guild. At this moment, Yen Hu, the president of the Overlord Tiger Guild, was just as stunned as Si Kongyao after glimpsing Lu Chen's attribute information. He felt numb all over, his mind spinning in disbelief. Wasn't Lu Chen supposed to be that useless guy who chose to become an F-rank beast master? Was there something they'd all missed? He suddenly realized things were far from simple, and quickly pieced together that Lu Chen was most likely that super genius who had completed a 10-star difficulty 2nd rank advancement quest all in a single day. Yen Hu immediately suppressed his killing intent, ready to make peace with Lu Chen. But before he could even open his mouth, Lu Chen made a subtle gesture. 100,000 ice horn ants surged forth like a legion of death pouring out from the deepest, bluest hell. Each one radiated bone-chilling cold, so intense that even the air crackled and splintered as it froze in their wake. 100,000 Icehorn ants. Each with over 100,000 health points and attack power. This was enough to bring about a full-scale beast disaster. Impossible. Lu Chen must be using some kind of projection trick, some illusion conjured up with lights. Lu Ruyuan was the first to scream out in disbelief, her voice sharp and trembling. Clearly, she had been completely shaken. The other big shots, however, fell into stunned silence. They could tell Lu Chen wasn't using any projection or visual trickery. No light show could ever be this convincing. What's more, the icy, wintry chill rolling off those 100,000 Icehorn ants was terrifyingly real, not some illusion. Lu Chen had really contracted 100,000 beasts. As outrageous as it sounded, it was the truth. Lu Chen alone was a walking beast disaster. Among all those present, Yu Linglong was the most excited. Lu Chen's performance had not only met her expectations, but completely blown them away. "Miss Linglong, I finally understand what you meant earlier," Nightshade said, her voice earnest. "Don't worry, if old Qin dares to step in and stop Lu Chen, I'll do everything in my power to hold him back." Nightshade had already figured out Miss Linglong's intentions. She wanted to befriend Lu Chen, fulfill the matron's mission, and with Lu Chen's future help, secure her footing at headquarters. Naturally, Nightshade was determined to do her part for Miss Linglong. "President, what exactly are Lu Chen's stats?" Elder Su Pingjun of the Starseed Guild, himself 4th rank, couldn't help but ask. He couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Chen's F-rank Icehorn ants were anything but ordinary. It was as if any one of them could wipe him out in an instant. That was beyond absurd. F-rank Icehorn ants, yet their master was only level 60, 2nd rank, and still they gave these 4th-tier elites an overwhelming sense of dread. It was enough to scare anyone half to death. "See for yourselves." Si Kong Yao projected Lu Chen's attribute panel for all to see. Gasp. 100,000 in every stat? All the big shots drew sharp breaths, their gazes toward Lu Chen transformed, as if they were looking upon a living god. 2nd rank, level 60. 100,000 in every attribute. In their eyes, these were qualities only a god should possess. There was no way an ordinary class changer could ever reach such heights. At this moment, to them, Lu Chen was the very embodiment of the beast calamity god, someone they could only look up to in awe. Lu Ruyuan was so shocked she collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide as saucers. She felt like she was about to lose her mind. How could this be happening? Lu Chen was supposed to be a worthless F-rank beastmaster. How could he possibly have these kinds of stats? How could he break through the limits of his class and form contracts with 100,000 beast pets? Why hadn't she ever had such an opportunity? Lu Chen's stats should have belonged to her. She was the one who deserved them. Lu Ruyuan was starting to lose her grip on reality. With stats like Lu Chen's, he utterly crushed every other newcomer in his year, and even the legendary prodigies of the 2nd tier from years past would pale in comparison. He was a true, one-of-a-kind, world-shattering genius even if his class rank was still technically F. She began to regret the way she had publicly mocked Lu Chen on the day of the class awakening. If only she hadn't, maybe she would still have had a chance to be with him. With the power to contract 100,000 beast pets and such overwhelming stats, Lu Chen could easily join a top-tier super guild and enjoy the best resources imaginable. If she had stuck by him, she could have ridden his coattails straight to the top. But it was too late for all that. She had lost her chance to latch onto Lu Chen, and now, all she could do was stew in resentment. All she could hope for was that the president of the Bahu Guild would kill Lu Chen. With Yin Hu's strength, as long as he could get close enough, he should have no trouble finishing Lu Chen off. A beastmaster's greatest weakness was always themselves. No one noticed the way Shiman Jin was staring at Lu Chen in utter shock. He was starting to suspect that the mutated Blood Wolf King in the rookie secret realm had probably been slain by Lu Chen. Maybe Lu Chen had known from the very beginning that, as an F-rank beastmaster, he would be able to contract 100,000 beast pets, which would explain why he had turned down the 6 legendary classes. Meanwhile, Yin Hu himself was completely dumbfounded. He never could have imagined that Lu Chen was capable of contracting 100,000 Icehorn ants. Just the thought was insane. Everyone knew that to contract a beast pet, you first had to buy a beast egg and 2 beastmaster exclusive items. Even if you bought the cheapest possible options at the market rate, 1,000 gold coins each, 100,000 F-rank Icehorn ants would cost 100 million gold coins. Where could Lu Chen have possibly gotten 100 million gold? Forget about Lu Chen being a nobody. Even if he was the son of the richest man in Shihai City, he'd never have that kind of money. Only the top guild bosses in the biggest cities could ever dream of laying their hands on such a sum. But even then, none of them would ever spend 100 million gold to train an F-rank rookie beastmaster. But, now wasn't the time to worry about where Lu Chen's gold had come from. What mattered was figuring out how to settle this misunderstanding and calm Lu Chen down. If a fight broke out, even if the Bahu Guild somehow managed to win, the losses would be catastrophic and chances were they wouldn't even win at all, not with Lu Chen's overwhelming stats and army of beast pets. Brother Lu Chen, this is all a misunderstanding, I swear. There's definitely been some huge mix-up here. It was Quan Lai, it must have been Quan Lai who, relying on the might of my overlord Tiger Guild, went around doing as he pleased and caused trouble with Brother Lu. Brother Lu, you've already killed Quan Lai yourself just now, so the misunderstanding between us is resolved. Honestly, there's no need for us to draw swords at each other. Whatever issues there are, let's resolve them peacefully, right here in front of the whole city. Yen, who was truly worthy of being the leader of the Overlord Tiger Guild, a local big shot who knew when to stand tall and when to bow his head. Faced with someone as forceful as Lu Chen, he chose to submit in public, so what? As long as his strength remained, he would still dominate the region in the future, doing whatever he pleased. But he underestimated Lu Chen's resolve. Once Lu Chen made up his mind, not even the gods could stand in his way. And he never gave his enemies a chance to catch their breath. Since he had already made his move, there was no turning back. When it came to enemies, his philosophy was simple: wipe them out, leave none alive. Lu Chen didn't bother responding to Yen Hu's plea. Instead, the corner of his mouth curled up, and he uttered a single word: kill. Whoosh! A tide of 100,000 icehorn ants surged forward, swarming toward every member of the Overlord Tiger Guild. Ah! Guildmaster, save me! Screams exploded across the square. Block them! Quick, block them, the elders of the guild roared desperately. Elder, we can't hold them off. These icehorn ants are too strong, one touch and we're dead. The elite members fell back in a panic, and those who were too slow became the ants' next meal. Lu Chen! Are you really going to go down with our Overlord Tiger Guild? Yen Hu roared in fury. Go down with you? Don't overestimate yourself, Guildmaster Yen Hu. Lu Chen sneered. To prevent anyone from escaping, Lu Chen had even ordered shadow soul mice to lie in ambush all around the Overlord Tiger Guild's territory, killing anyone who tried to flee. Realizing Lu Chen was dead set on annihilating them, Yen Hu could only turn to Sikong Yao, the city governor. At this point, his only hope was for the governor to step in and mediate. Surely Lu Chen would show some respect for Sikong Yao and agree to a truce. City governor, Lu Chen has attacked my guild for no reason. For the sake of the city, please step in and make him stop. But Sikong Yao's eyes were dark and thoughtful. He was weighing his options. Should he let Lu Chen destroy the Overlord Tiger Guild to solidify his own authority, or should he step in to help them? After all, there were powerful secret realms invading Shihai City, and the city still needed the guild's strength to defend itself. At that moment, Lu Chen's voice rang out again, domineering as ever. Today, I, Lu Chen, will wipe out the Overlord Tiger Guild, no one can talk me out of it. Hearing this, Sikong Yao abandoned any idea of speaking up for the guild. He decided to stay out of it and let Lu Chen and the Overlord Tiger Guild fight it out. Whatever the outcome, he wouldn't lose anything. Seeing Sikong Yao watching coldly from the sidelines, the other powers who usually fawned over him all chose to stay silent as well. No one dared to plead for the guild. Yen Hu realized, with a bitter heart, that he couldn't count on any of these people. He was utterly powerless. Since he couldn't change the course of events, he had no choice but to gather the full force of his guild and prepare for a final, life-or-death battle with Lu Chen. Lu Chen, don't think that just because your stats are off the charts and you have 100,000 beast pets, you can wipe out my Overlord Tiger Guild. Today, I'll personally cut down an anomaly like you, a beastmaster that defies all reason, and use your blood to ensure our guild's ascension to 5 stars. With that, Yen Hu summoned all the guild elders and roared like a furious tiger, fight with everything you've got. Carve a bloody path for me. As long as we break through this swarm of frosthorn ants and reach Lu Chen, I'll take him out myself, easy as pie. We swear to clear the way for the guild leader, even if it costs us our lives. The Overlord Tiger Guild elders had no choice, they could only fight with everything they had. Now that guild leader Yen Hu had gone berserk, with his strength, if he could get close, Lu Chen would be dead for sure. Yeah. The whole outcome of this fight hinges on whether guild leader Yen Hu can break through the frosthorn ants. It's tough, but not impossible. The Overlord Tiger Guild still has deep reserves. The onlookers buzzed with excitement, their voices never ceasing. At this moment, Yen Hu relied on his Tier 5 insight ability to spot the weak points in the Frosthorn Ants formation. Leading his people, he unleashed skills and used attack items, forcing their way forward. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he broke through and made a beeline for Lu Chen. Lu Chen watched their progress with complete indifference, even a hint of a smile on his lips. Everything was unfolding exactly as he'd planned. It was time to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Now that the entire Overlord Tiger Guild leadership was fully surrounded by the Frosthorn Ants, Lu Chen calmly opened the system shop and found the talent upgrade stones. These were special items used to level up talents. Unlike skills, talents couldn't be leveled through experience gained from defeating monsters, they could only be upgraded with talent upgrade stones. A Tier 1 talent upgrade stone went for 10,000 gold coins on the market. Tier 2 cost 20,000, Tier 3 would be 40,000, and the price doubled with each tier. To upgrade a talent all the way to level 60 would take a total of 900,000 gold coins, a staggering sum for any awakened in Shihai City. But for Lu Chen, the cost was just 60 gold coins. No matter the tier, each talent upgrade stone only cost him 1 coin. He had already mapped out his strategy before heading here. That's why he hadn't upgraded his talent yet. He wanted the Overlord Tiger Guild's higher-ups to see a sliver of hope. That way, they wouldn't immediately try to flee, but would instead join forces to break through, hoping for a chance to kill him. Now, just as they were about to succeed but were still surrounded by the Frosthorn Ants, if Lu Chen's stats soared again, they'd be wiped out instantly. Ding! You spent 60 gold coins to purchase 30 Tier 1 talent upgrade stones and 30 Tier 2 talent upgrade stones. Without hesitation, Lu Chen instantly upgraded his talent to Tier 2, level 60, name, Infinite Evolution. Rarity, Unique Mythic. Level, Tier 2, LV 60, next level requires 3 talent upgrade stones. Effect. Passive effects, all attributes plus 600%, beast pets, attack damage plus 60% with an additional 33% lifesteal, crit chance plus 60%, damage reduction plus 16%, control immunity plus 16%, all resistances plus 16%, ignore defense plus 16%, penetration plus 16%, intimidation plus 16%. Active effect. Beast Evolution. Any contracted beast pet granted this effect can evolve by devouring other monsters, with no limitations, continuing to evolve until reaching the highest possible tier. After talent advancement, aside from lifesteal increasing by only 3%, all other passive effects are further boosted on top of their original values, including all attributes. With all attributes now at plus 600%, Lu Chen's stats were utterly transformed. HP, 207,300. Mana, 207,300. Attack, 261,180. Defense, 62,190 physical/62,190 magical. At this moment, Lu Chen's stats were doubled compared to before. Except for the most elite Tier 5 Clash-Change prodigies, even other Tier 5 powerhouses couldn't compare. Just a little more. We're almost through, don't give up now, victory is right in front of us. Yen Hu was covered in blood, most of it not his own, but his subordinates. He was nearly delirious, a wicked tiger's grin twisting his face. Only by tearing Lu Chen limb from limb could he vent his seething rage. Attribute sharing. As Lu Chen redistributed his stats among his beast pets, the attributes of all 100,000 Frosthorn Ants transformed, instantly doubling their combat strength. Now, even if Yen Hu saw through their tactics, the ants' overwhelming stats would allow them to wipe out Yen Hu's group with ease. In the midst of their desperate breakout, Yen Hu suddenly sensed something was wrong. A crushing sense of death pressed down on him, making his body tremble uncontrollably. He looked up and in that instant, fell into utter despair. Are you freaking kidding me? Yen Hu cursed, completely losing his composure. This is bullying. This is just plain bullying. The Frosthorn Ant Army's previous 100,000 attribute points had already brought them to the brink of annihilation. Now, with their stats suddenly doubling to a terrifying 200,000, there was absolutely no hope of survival. Even Sikong Yao couldn't help but let out a string of expletives on the spot. He couldn't believe it. At this critical moment, Lu Chen's stats could still skyrocket. This was beyond monstrous. This kind of terrifying attribute boost shattered everything he thought he knew, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Yu Linglong and Anting were both pale with shock. To be honest, Lu Chen had given them too many surprises today. As for the others, they just looked around in confusion, not understanding what was happening, only that the Frosthorn Ant swarm was now even more terrifying, and the members of the Tiger Lord Guild were being slaughtered. Yen Hu stared hard at Lu Chen, who looked harmless and wore a faint, casual smile. Suddenly, Yen Hu roared, "Lu Chen, are you really going to wipe us out, leave no one alive?" "Exterminate." Lu Chen spoke just one word, but it said everything. He intended to wipe them out completely. At his command, the entire Icehorn ant swarm surged forward, razor-sharp mandibles snapping at Yen Hu and the upper ranks of the Overlord Tiger Guild. None of them could resist. The gap in power was so vast that their levels meant nothing. They could only watch helplessly as death closed in. At the very last second, a powerful voice thundered through the air. "Young friend, wait." A figure streaked through the sky at incredible speed, arriving above the Overlord Tiger Guild's territory in the blink of an eye. The newcomer was Elder Qin. Lu Chen's solo assault on the Overlord Tiger Guild had already stirred up the whole city. Elder Qin, naturally alarmed, had opened a livestream out of curiosity, and what he saw truly stunned him: a lone teenager challenging the entire Overlord Tiger Guild, even summoning 100,000 Icehorn ants. Right then and there, Elder Qin knew this young man had to be the super genius he'd been searching for, so he rushed over immediately. Now, Elder Qin radiated the unmistakable presence of a 7th-tier advanced class expert. The oppressive force rolling off him stunned the Icehorn ants, halting their slaughter and giving Yen Hu and his people a temporary reprieve. Another 7th-tier powerhouse? Lu Chen was taken aback. Wait, are there 2 7th tiers in Shihai City? When did Shihai City get so deep and dangerous? But no matter how murky the waters, Lu Chen's resolve wouldn't waver. The Overlord Tiger Guild would fall today, even if a 7th-tier expert was determined to protect them. Finish them! Lu Chen ordered the Icehorn ants again, intent on total annihilation. Scree! Receiving his command, the 100,000 Icehorn ants fought desperately against Elder Qin's oppressive aura. Elder Qin's brows furrowed in concern. He hadn't expected Lu Chen's killing intent to be so fierce. He'd come personally, yet this boy still dared defy him so brazenly. It wasn't that Elder Qin was intent on sheltering the Overlord Tiger Guild. Rather, the sense of crisis in his heart hadn't faded. He needed Shihai City to remain stable, to preserve as much fighting strength as possible. When disaster struck, he'd need enough people to blaze the trail, giving him a shot at seizing opportunity. So, Elder Qin ramped up his pressure, determined to freeze the Icehorn ants in their tracks. Inside, Elder Qin was truly shocked. He could sense the terrifying stats Lu Chen possessed, far beyond what any ordinary 2nd-tier beastmaster should have. This boy obviously harbored an earth-shattering secret. And at the same time, Elder Qin was now completely certain Lu Chen was the super genius who had completed the 10-star Tier 2 advancement quest. Only someone with such monstrous attributes could finish that in a single day. No one else could possibly pull it off. This Lu Chen must be recruited. He was destined to become an unrivaled powerhouse in the future. The opportunity, he wanted it. Lu Chen, he wanted him too. In short, he wanted it all. Elder Qin, please save us. This kid's insane. I've already surrendered and begged for peace, but he still wants to wipe us out. At this moment, Yen Hu looked nothing like a powerful figure. Instead, he resembled a wronged child. Of course, this was all an act. Only by playing the victim could he win old Qin's sympathy and, with any luck, keep his life. My young friend, you've already killed plenty of members of the Overlord Tiger Guild. Whatever grudges there were between you should be settled by now. For my sake, can't we just let this go? Old Qin stepped in, hoping to play the peacemaker. And what if I say no? Lu Chen met Old Qin's gaze head-on, his voice cold and unyielding. If you're dead set on destroying the Overlord Tiger Guild, that's your choice. But in that case, you'll have to join the same guild as me. Old Qin's tone grew earnest. Don't worry, I belong to the Skyhawk Guild, one of the most powerful super guilds in Dacia, a true 9-star powerhouse. It's also one of the top guilds in the world. If you join us, your growth will be meteoric. Old Qin's eyes shone with anticipation. He was desperate to recruit talent. In his mind, recruiting a genius like Lu Chen was his top priority. If he could win him over and bring him back to the guild leader would surely reward him handsomely. With that reward, he'd finally have a shot at reaching the 8th rank and becoming an elder of the guild. What? Old Qin is from the Skyhawk Guild, a 9-star super guild? Si Kong Yao and the other top players gasped in unison. They knew Old Qin had a powerful background but hadn't expected it to be this formidable. The Skyhawk Guild was the undisputed overlord of Dacia, based in the magnificent Skyhawk City, one of the nation's most prosperous metropolises. Rumor had it that even the most junior official members of the guild were at least 5th rank, and the elite members were all 7th rank or above. In other words, Old Qin was at the very least an elite of the Skyhawk Guild. Old Qin is from the Skyhawk Guild? If I could get his recommendation, wouldn't I have a chance at taking the guild's entrance exam and maybe join them myself, rising to the top in one leap? Lu Ruyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was a legendary genius, having awakened an epic tier talent, but her ordinary family background kept her stuck in Shanghai City. That was why she'd chosen to become the mayor's disciple. If she ever got a better opportunity, she'd seize it with everything she had. Only by venturing out could she see a wider world. Right now, she couldn't help but envy and even resent Lu Chen. As long as he nodded, he wouldn't even need to take the exam, he'd be able to join the Skyhawk Guild directly, with limitless potential ahead of him. Ha! Lu Chen just let out a cold laugh. So this was the true face of Shanghai City's secret big shot, a so-called senior, yet just as selfish as the rest. He was actually using the fate of the Overlord Tiger Guild as leverage, trying to force Lu Chen into joining the Skyhawk Guild. Of course Lu Chen knew about the Skyhawk Guild, it was a household name. But so what? He would never join any guild, never let anyone else control his destiny. Young man, even if you were an SS grade epic genius, you'd still have to pass a series of tough trials to get into our guild. But with your strength and potential, as long as you're willing, you'd be recruited on the spot and you'd have a real shot at becoming our guild leader's apprentice. Our leader is incredibly powerful, a true 9th rank legend. Old Qin continued to extend olive branches, but everyone knew what was really going on. It was obvious to all that he wanted to recruit Lu Chen only because of Lu Chen's exceptional value, whether it was his above-average stats or the unprecedented number of contracted beasts he commanded, either one was enough to make anyone green with envy. Even a child could figure it out, let alone Lu Chen himself. Because of this, even if it meant offending this 7th-tier powerhouse today, Lu Chen would never agree to join. Others might accept with gratitude, but not Lu Chen. His fate was his own to shape, not something handed down by the heavens. The path he walked, he would carve out himself. He had only one answer: I will destroy the Bahu Guild, but I will not join the Tianshao Guild. Lu Chen stood tall and proud, refusing Old Qin on the spot, giving him not a shred of face. You! Old Qin was so furious he couldn't even speak. He never expected that even after invoking the Tianshao Guild, Lu Chen would remain so stubborn, refusing to join. If he couldn't have this young man for his own, he'd make sure no one else could either. Sensing a faint killing intent emanating from Old Qin, Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. Looks like this old man is about to make a move. I'll have to use my resurrection ring to make a temporary escape, then double back when the time is right and wipe out the Bahu Guild. Just as Lu Chen was preparing to end his own life and trigger a random resurrection to flee, a shadow suddenly appeared and launched an attack on Old Qin. Who's there? Old Qin was startled and immediately moved to defend himself. Shame on you, abusing your power. A woman's voice rang out. This is a fight among the younger generation. What's a 7th-tier powerhouse like you doing interfering? Have you no shame? The attacker was none other than Ant Ing. Old Qin narrowed his eyes. And which guild are you from? I assume you're here to recruit Lu Chen as well. I am Qin Muyun, elite member of the Tianshao Guild. You want to know who I am? Beat me first, then we'll talk. Ant Ing unleashed her full power, forcing Qin Muyun to go all out as well. The two clashed in the sky, their battle shaking the heavens. They were evenly matched, making it impossible to determine a victor in a short time. At that moment, Yu Linglong sent Lu Chen a message: Brother Lu Chen, hurry up and wipe out the Bahu Guild. The moment he read the message, Lu Chen understood. So the other hidden 7th-tier powerhouse was from Jinbao Pavilion, most likely sent by Pavilion Master Linglong to deal with Qin Muyun. A surge of gratitude welled up in Lu Chen's heart, but he couldn't help letting out a wry smile. Looks like he owed Pavilion Master Linglong another favor. Thank you, Pavilion Master Linglong. After replying to the message, Lu Chen immediately gave the order to his beasts: wipe out the Bahu Guild. Now that the ice-horned ant swarm was no longer suppressed by the presence of a 7th-tier powerhouse, they could finally go all out. No! Yan Hu and the rest of the Bahu Guild members were plunged into total despair, wailing in terror. Just moments ago, Old Qin had intervened and given them a glimmer of hope for survival, but that hope shattered in less than 2 minutes. CHRK. 100,000 ice-horned ants swarmed forward, tearing everything apart. Even Yan Hu, a mighty 5th-tier professional, was instantly reduced to nothing but a smear of blood. The Bavu Guild, which had just risen to prominence and was set to challenge for 5-star guild status, was wiped out by Lu Chen alone, right before the eyes of the entire city. The shock was absolute. Am I dreaming? The mighty Bavu Guild just got destroyed like that. By a single person? A commoner who had just changed jobs stared blankly. Then he burst out laughing. Ha, serves them right. Serves them right. Now that Bavu Guild is wiped out, the Green Iron Mine and other secret realms become public resources again. No more entry fees. With this cancer finally cut out, no one is happier than us ordinary folks. For years, we've suffered under the oppression of Bavu Guild's members. This calls for a real celebration. Someone light some firecrackers. The crowd was already starting to celebrate. Even the children clapped and cheered. It just went to show how much resentment Bavu Guild had built up over the years. Of course, it wasn't just the commoners who were delighted. Guild leaders like Si Kong Yao were inwardly rejoicing as well. With Bavu Guild gone, Shihai City would return to its old balance of power. All they had to do was reorganize the guards for the invaded secret realms. As for Lu Chen, that unpredictable wildcard, Si Kong Yao and the others weren't too concerned. After all, Lu Chen had already offended Elder Qin. There was no way he could stay in Shihai City for long. Besides, both Elder Qin and the mysterious female powerhouse who had fought him would never let a genius like Lu Chen slip through their fingers. They'd do whatever it took to recruit him. So, Si Kong Yao and the other guild leaders didn't worry about Lu Chen threatening their own positions. Teacher, I think Lu Chen is the one who killed the mutated Blood Wolf King in the Scarlet Forest secret realm. It was only now that Shiman Jin spoke up in a low voice. The moment Si Kong Yao heard that, everything finally clicked. The haze lifted, and all the recent major events in Shihai City suddenly made sense. Lu Chen choosing the F-rank Beast Tamer class when he changed jobs. The mutated Blood Wolf King boss in the Scarlet Forest secret realm being killed. The mysterious youth in the Green Iron Mine secret realm slaughtering over a dozen Bavu Guild members. A super genius completing a 10-star difficulty tier 2 advancement quest in a single day. It was all Lu Chen's doing. No wonder, even after mobilizing everyone, they couldn't find a trace of him. Si Kong Yao guessed that Bavu Guild must have found a few clues through surveillance, which was why they'd launched their search in the Qinglan outskirts. And considering their ruthless style, they probably targeted Lu Chen's family, which must have provoked him to come crashing in alone and destroy the entire Bavu Guild. But how could Lu Chen break the rules and contract with so many beasts? Si Kong Yao couldn't help but remember a secret his teacher had mentioned on his deathbed, that somewhere in this world, there are special geniuses, people said to be favored by the gods, who can awaken a hidden talent that transcends class boundaries. Si Kong Yao had every reason to suspect that Lu Chen was one of those chosen, blessed by the gods at the moment of his job change. That was surely the only explanation for why Lu Chen would pass up the 6 legendary classes and choose the F-rank Beast Tamer, yet still end up so overpowered enough to single-handedly destroy Bavu Guild. Having finished off Bavu Guild, Lu Chen glanced up at the 2 7th-rank powerhouses still battling in the sky. Only then did he recall the Icehorn Ant, summon it back, and walk away with an easy, confident air. Seeing Lu Chen leave, Qin Muyan grew desperate. He was afraid Lu Chen might disappear from Shihai City for good. If that happened, finding him again would be no easy task. But right now, he had to face a 7th-rank assassin, whose abilities perfectly countered his own as a 7th-rank wind mage. He had to give it his all. Are you really determined to fight me to the death? Qin Muyun demanded. To the death, the assassin sneered. I'm a shadow assassin, and I've got the upper hand in close combat. If this turns into a fight to the finish, you really think you'll make it out alive? Wind mages are powerful, sure, but once a shadow assassin gets close, all you can do is defend yourself. You. The woman known as Shadow Ant pressed her attack relentlessly, only stopping when she received a signal from Yu Linglong to retreat. She withdrew with a cold laugh. Qin Muyan, don't think that just because you're an elite member of the Sky Talon Guild, you can throw your weight around. If you want to act like an old hand, wait until you're promoted to Elder first. With that, Shadow Ant leapt back, vanishing into the shadows without a trace. Damn it! I swear, if I ever find out who you are. Qin Muyan gripped his staff tightly, wind elements swirling violently around him as a fierce gale whipped up. The crowd shivered, terrified that old Qin would lose his temper and take it out on them. Fortunately, Qin Muyun managed to restrain himself. Instead of lashing out, he strode over to Si Kong Yao. I want everything you have on Lu Chen, Qin Muyun ordered. His background, and information on every family member. Yes, Elder Qin, I'll get right on it. Si Kong Yao didn't dare to hesitate. Elder Qin, I'm Lu Ruyuan, the only epic tier genius in Shihai City. May I follow you? Sensing a rare opportunity, Lu Ruyuan rushed to pledge her allegiance. Get lost. Qin Muyun, already in a foul mood, sent her flying with a flick of his staff. He had come to Shihai City hoping to get lucky, to see if he might run into a new legendary genius. After all, recruiting one would mean a huge reward from the guild. An epic tier genius was worth something, but to old Qin, it was nothing special. Now, Qin Muyun was weighing whether to forcibly capture Lu Chen and take him back. But that mysterious shadow assassin was a thorny problem. He would have to plan carefully. Meanwhile, after leaving the Tyrant Tiger Guild's territory, Lu Chen had also disguised himself, putting on a cloak before heading to Jinbao Pavilion to discuss their next move with his parents. He knew those 7th-rank powerhouses wouldn't let him off easily. He might not fear for himself, but his parents and little sister were vulnerable. He had to keep them safe. Because of this, Lu Chen was seriously considering leaving Shihai City. Only by taking his family away could he avoid the threat of Qin Muyun, the Sky Talon Guild's 7th-rank powerhouse, and focus on leveling up in peace. Suddenly, a soft, jade-like hand landed on Lu Chen's shoulder. The touch was smooth as polished ivory, delicate and boneless. Lu Chen stiffened. Who's there? The next instant, the world spun. Space twisted and warped around him. By the time he regained his senses, Lu Chen was shocked to find himself far outside Shihai City's walls. What kind of terrifying power was this? In the blink of an eye, he'd been taken dozens of miles away out of the city entirely? Holy crap! Shihai City was hiding a super powerful master this whole time? Calling this place deep waters was an understatement. This was an abyss. Lu Chen whipped around, only to see a mysterious woman standing behind him, a woman whose very presence seemed otherworldly. She wore a flowing violet dress and a delicate purple veil that masked her features, giving her an air of untouchable elegance. If the 7th-rank powerhouse from earlier had seemed unbeatable, this woman radiated an even more terrifying sense of invincibility. This is bad, Lu Chen thought, anxiety tightening in his chest. Getting noticed by someone of this caliber? There was absolutely no way out now. He was certain that any sudden move on his part would be instantly suppressed by her. His dad had been right all along, revealing your power only meant attracting the attention of big shots. He just hadn't expected to attract the attention of someone this insanely powerful. Still, Lu Chen didn't regret his actions. Anyone who dared lay a hand on his mother, no matter who they were, would have to pay. The Bavu Guild must be destroyed, no matter the cost. And if this powerhouse wanted to capture him, then so be it, he'd face whatever came next head-on. He straightened his back and looked the woman in the eye, defiant and unyielding. Whatever you want to do with me, just get on with it. I, Lu Chen, am not afraid. The woman smiled beneath her veil, her eyes gleaming with admiration. No wonder you're called a rule-breaking genius, she said. You handled this unexpected situation with such poise. I won't beat around the bush, Lu Chen. I like your courage and your potential. How about becoming my disciple? So that was it. The Bavu Guild's little war had obviously caught her attention as well. She'd been watching the whole time, but chose not to show herself, testing his character, no doubt. And apparently, he'd passed. Lu Chen was speechless. Become her disciple? He didn't even know who she was. At least that old fox Qin Muyun had tried to lure him with guild benefits. And if I refuse? Lu Chen asked warily. Are you going to kill me? She gave a soft laugh. Don't mistake me for some bloodthirsty villain. If you turn me down, the only one losing out is you. There's no rush, I'll be staying in Shihai City for a while. Take your time to think it over. If you change your mind, just send me a message. As she spoke, she sent him a friend request, publicly, no less. Lu Chen glanced at the notification and nearly dropped his communicator in shock. Name, Shin Shiyun. Class, SSS rank Legendary Spatial Mage. Level, 8th tier, level 235. An 8th tier Legendary Spatial Mage. In today's world, an 8th tier professional was already a top tier powerhouse. But an 8th tier Legendary? That was elite, even on a global scale. What stunned him most was that she didn't look much older than 30. That meant she must have awakened her class at 18 and, in just over a decade, rocketed all the way to 8th tier, level 235. Her rise was nothing short of meteoric. She must have an incredible background. There was no way she was just a surface-level legendary professional. Well, came her voice in his mind. Am I qualified to be your teacher? Geniuses like you all have your pride, and rightfully so. Think it over. If you decide to accept, just send me a message. Until then, no one will lay a finger on you or your family, not even if the president of the Tianxia Guild shows up in person. As soon as she finished, Xin Xian activated a spatial teleport, whisking Lu Chen back into the city. She herself vanished without a trace. Just who on earth was this powerhouse? From the way she spoke, it was as if even the president of the Tianxia Guild was beneath her notice. After calming the shock in his heart, Lu Chen glanced once more at Xin Xian's basic information. Only then did he swagger off toward the Jinbao Pavilion. Since this powerhouse had said that until he gave a reply, no one could touch him or his family, Lu Chen no longer had to worry about Qin Muyan coming after him. In fact, he was even hoping that Qin Muyan would try, then he'd get to witness this mysterious expert's true strength. With that assurance, Lu Chen felt at ease bringing his family home, letting his parents and little sister return to their normal lives. Master Lu, our pavilion master has been waiting for you for some time. Please, follow me. The bunny-eared girl's attitude had grown even more respectful, such was the effect of true strength. Bro, you're amazing. You took out that whole guild of bad guys all by yourself. As soon as Lu Chen entered the tower where Pavilion Master Linglong lived, his little sister, Lu Xiaoyun, came flying at him with a hug. Seeing his parents and sister all there, Lu Chen was pleasantly surprised. Dad, Mom, did you let Xiaoyun watch the battle between me and the Tyrant Tiger Guild? Of course not. We just gave her a quick summary, Shunro replied with a gentle smile. Big bro, I wanted to watch the livestream, but Mom and Dad wouldn't let me, Xiaoyun complained, pouting. So that's what happened. Honestly, it wasn't anything special to watch. Once you pick your class, I'll take you to see an even grander monster hunting battle, live and in person. Really? Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Big bro, you're the best. Surrounded by such a warm family atmosphere, even Yu Linglong felt a pang of envy. Pavilion Master Linglong, the matter's settled. I'll be taking my family home today. As for those 2 favors, as long as it doesn't go against my principles, I'll help you twice in the future. You're leaving with your family just like that? Aren't you worried that a 7th-rank powerhouse like Qin Muyun might try to threaten you through them? If he dares show up, someone way stronger will teach him a lesson. What? Yu Linglong was stunned. Did Lu Chen have an even more powerful mentor backing him? But that didn't make sense. If he did, why hadn't anyone appeared when Qin Muyun tried to deal with Lu Chen? What was really going on here? After bidding Pavilion Master Linglong farewell, Lu Chen and his family returned home safely. Son, what's going on? Lu Xin and Shan Ro were both confused. Dad, Mom, here's what happened, Lu Chen explained in detail. When they heard that a legendary 8th rank, a young female powerhouse, wanted to take their son as her disciple, they were utterly shocked. Son, a figure like that must have an extraordinary background, Lu Xin said gravely. She's someone you must befriend, not offend. Since she's treated you with such courtesy, it shows she's not the tyrannical type. Otherwise, she could have just taken you by force. Also, don't leave Shihai City lightly, and don't do anything that might make her angry. Offend someone at that level and our whole family would be doomed. Lu Xin knew just how terrifying 8th-rank legendary powerhouses could be, especially a legendary space mage, a class famous for its bizarre and unpredictable skills. If such a person wanted to, there'd be no escape. Dad, I know. That's exactly why I'm bringing you both home. For the time being, you can just live your lives as usual, no one will dare touch you. After handling these matters, Lu Chen finally took out the Tier 3 advancement stone, planning to start his 3rd tier advancement quest at home. Isn't this an advancement stone? Bro, where did you get it? Lu Xiaoyun couldn't hide her curiosity and excitement as she touched the stone up close for the first time. I got it from the Silent Bone Ridge during the 3-star invasion secret realm. I also picked up a guild token. Dad, Mom, I'm planning to start my own guild in a while. When Lu Xin and Shan Ro heard their son say this, they immediately understood. Their son didn't intend to become a disciple of that mysterious female powerhouse. Instead, he wanted to build his own force. That made sense. With the potential and trump cards their son had shown, he didn't need to rely on anyone else, he could become strong on his own. It was only a matter of time. But, they couldn't help but wonder, if he did things his own way, would that mysterious woman really just let him go? Well, whatever happened, their son was grown up now and had his own plans. Maybe he already had everything figured out. Lu Chen pressed his hand to the advancement stone. Ding! Your current level is LV60. You meet the requirements for the Tier 3 advancement quest. Please submit the required Tamer advancement materials. Lu Chen produced the materials and submitted them. Ding! Please select your advancement quest difficulty. Was there even a choice? Of course he'd go for 10 stars. Ding! You have accepted a 10-star difficulty Tier 3 advancement quest. Ding! Detected, you are an F-rank beast tamer. For your family's sake, please leave your last words now. You have 10 seconds. This again? Well, it seemed to be a fixed, friendly system warning, but honestly, he didn't need it. Ding! Quest issued. Quest name, Ancient Beast God Hall. Difficulty. Quest description, you will be transported to the rift space of the Beast Realm, where an ancient false god is sealed. Before it fully breaks free, collect 4 contract shards to unlock the seal and enter its domain, then slay it. Phase 1, Trial of the Storm. Upon arriving in the Beast Realm, a brave NPC will find you and guide you to Storm Canyon. Clear condition, defeat the Storm Fury Eagle boss and, using the ancient taming arts, tame a Storm Fury Eagle. Contract scrolls are not allowed. Hint, Carlos knows the habits of the Storm Fury Eagle. Reward, Wind Contract Shard. Unlock Beast Tamer skill, Sky Resonance allows you to ride your beast. Score, 20 points. Phase 2, Dark Illusion. The Storm Fury Eagle will carry you through endless mist to the dark, swampy lands. The brave NPC, Carlos, will help you fight your enemies. Clear condition, find the true form of the 3-tailed demon fox and slay it. Reward, Dark Contract Shard. Score, 20 points. Phase 3, Lava Deathmatch. Head to the volcanic region and locate the Molten Core Turtle boss. Clear condition, defeat the boss. Clear reward, obtain the Fragment of the Fire Pact. Score, 20 points. Phase 4, the False God Descends. Reach the Ancient Beast God Temple and defeat the Guardian, Salt Widow of Seher, a domain-level boss. Obtain the 4th Fragment of the Water Pact and break the seal. Clear condition, defeat the False God, Gluttonous King Grudo. Score, 40 points. So, the final boss is a false god? Anything involving gods is never simple. Still, for Lu Chen, this wasn't a big problem. Now that the Shadow Soul Mouse was secretly protecting his little sister, and he'd summoned Xiao Cheng back, it was time to fully train his 4 main beast companions. Buzz. A teleportation vortex appeared, and Lu Chen entered the quest space. After hundreds of years, finally, another beast-taming hero has arrived. Hello, I'm Carlos, the bravest and mightiest all-purpose NPC in the Beast Realm and your guide for this quest. NPC Carlos made a dramatic entrance. He was holding a copy of the Beast Realm Encyclopedia, dressed in animal hides, and wore a giant dog head helmet. He was huge and looked fierce as could be. Before Lu Chen could say anything, Carlos's expression suddenly turned as if he'd seen a ghost. His voice shot up several octaves. Unbelievable. An F-rank beast tamer? Come on, man, just pick a spot. Oh, and don't forget to tell me your name, so after you die, I can put it on your grave. Lu Chen could only stare, veins bulging on his forehead. This NPC seemed more than a little unreliable. But the quest prompt said he was the guide NPC, so Lu Chen could only sigh and say, just focus on your job and show me to Storm Canyon. Carlos shook his head, closing the Beast Realm Encyclopedia. You're really not going to listen to reason, huh? But don't worry, when you die, I'll make sure to set up an unmarked grave for you. At least your soul will have somewhere to rest. That's just the kind of brave and kind NPC I am. An F-rank beast tamer taking on a quest this tough? You'd have to try not to die, and you'd still die. Carlos kept shaking his head. Lu Chen had half a mind to punch him. This guy was acting like his death was a foregone conclusion. Granted, Carlos wasn't wrong, an F-rank novice taking on a 10-star difficulty advancement quest was pretty much a death sentence. But Lu Chen was the exception. Kid, stick close, don't get more than 5 steps away from me. With my flawless, 365-day, zero-mistake guiding record, Storm Canyon is this way. Carlos marched confidently ahead. Lu Chen had no choice but to follow. There was no map in this beast realm, no way to tell how big it was, or where the next quest locations were. He had to rely on this NPC. It was a little inconvenient, but with a guide, at least it shouldn't waste too much time. But it wasn't long before Lu Chen started to realize how serious the situation was. This NPC, it seemed, was utterly unreliable. Stop. Lu Chen hurriedly called out, "Stop." "What is it?" Carlos asked, puzzled. Lu Chen took a few steps forward, staring out at the endless desert stretching before them. He spoke in utter exasperation, "Where exactly have you brought me? Are you sure this is the way to Storm Canyon? Just look at this desert, there's no way this is the direction to Storm Canyon. If we just walk through it like this, we'd probably be wandering for a year or two." "Come on, seriously? Kid, wipe that suspicious look off your face," Carlos huffed. "I've lived here for years, I know the beast realm like the back of my hand. Would I lead you the wrong way?" As he spoke, Carlos pulled out the Beast Realm Encyclopedia, flipped to the map page, and pointed at it with great seriousness. "See? Storm Canyon is this way." Seeing the NPC so confident, Lu Chen frowned. Had he misjudged him? Was this advancement quest supposed to be like this? Suddenly. "What the hell?" Lu Chen exploded. "Are you kidding me? You're holding the book upside down." He'd just noticed the writing on the map was all reversed. Carlos glanced down, quietly closed the book, and forced a sheepish smile. "Ahem, my bad, my bad. Looks like we really did go the wrong way." "Xiao Chang." Lu Chen, furious, immediately ordered the azure-scaled snake to bite him. "Ow, ow, ow. Stop biting. I already said it was a mistake. Don't sweat the small stuff." Even though Xiao Qing's attacks couldn't actually harm Carlos, they still caused him real pain, making him yowl and holler. "Based on my many years of experience here, this time there's no way I'll get it wrong. We go this way." Carlos pointed decisively in a new direction. "Kid, the only problem was I got misled by the upside-down map. Trust me, this time it's right. I'm a quest guide NPC, after all. Open the map, open it." Lu Chen had completely lost faith in this unreliable NPC. He pulled out the map himself. Carlos, seeing no other choice, reluctantly opened the Beast Realm Encyclopedia map page again. "Wait a second, why does your map have 2 storm canyons marked on it? And they're not even in the same direction." Lu Chen was furious. "Well, the Beast Realm Encyclopedia isn't exactly complete. I patched up about 70% of it myself. Maybe the environments on both maps are similar, so I just gave them the same name. By the way, which Storm Canyon are you trying to get to?" Carlos asked, hitting Lu Chen right where it hurt. "Are you kidding me?" For the first time, Lu Chen was so angry with an NPC that he wanted to kill him. If he could, he'd strangle Carlos right then and there. But the problem was, he couldn't. Trying his best to swallow his rage, Lu Chen barked, "The Storm Canyon with the Storm Raptor boss." "See, you should have said so earlier. If you'd told me from the start, I would have known. Honestly, you should have mentioned it right away." "So it's my fault now?" "Of course it is. But don't worry, now I know exactly which Storm Canyon you mean. This time, there's no way we'll mess up." A little while later, Lu Chen finally reached the Storm Canyon map. Ding! You have arrived at Storm Canyon. Find and defeat the Storm Raptor boss. Kid, listen up, this is an extremely dangerous map. Not only are there vicious storm rage eagles and other monsters, but the storms themselves are wild and deadly. If you're not strong enough, just one careless step and you'll be blown. Carlos hadn't even finished his warning when a violent gust swept in and carried him away. Meanwhile, Lu Chen stood firm in the howling wind, completely unaffected. Lu Chen blinked in confusion, then couldn't help but mutter, "Maybe you're just not strong enough yourself?" Rubbing his forehead as he watched Carlos disappear into the distance, Lu Chen sighed in exasperation. "Guess I'll just have my pet go find him after I take care of the Storm Rage Eagle boss." Buzz. With a flash, the little firefinch appeared at his side. In this storm-ravaged canyon, the firefinch was the perfect choice to track down the boss. "Firefinch, find the boss, but don't kill it. Lure it over here." Lu Chen was worried about missing out on the quest rewards if the boss died, so he'd have to handle it himself. "Got it," chirped the firefinch, fluttering its wings with excitement. In an instant, it transformed into a streak of crimson light, drawing a brilliant trail of fire through the raging winds. Not even half an hour later. Screech! A colossal storm rage eagle boss, over 30 feet long, came barreling toward them, leading a flock of its followers. Its feathers looked like they were forged from steel, its eyes swirled with storm clouds, and its talons gleamed with a deadly chill. It could bend the wind itself to its will. Name: Storm Rage Eagle, Boss Leader. Level: Tier 2, LV 60. HP: 32,100. MP: 27,600. Attack: 80,250. Defense: 9,630 physical/8,280 magical. Special status: Power of the Storm Pact, Attack X5, Speed X5. Skills: Storm Assault, Eagle's Awakening, Hurricane Claw, Stormblade. Catch that damned firefinch. It dared burn our nest, the Storm Rage Eagle boss shrieked, its rage palpable. It was hell-bent on tearing its enemy to shreds. Whoosh! The little firefinch landed on Lu Chen's shoulder. Hee, master, I brought the boss over. With its current stats, the firefinch could easily wipe out the Storm Rage Eagle boss in a heartbeat. Well done. Lu Chen praised, then summoned all his beast pets to join the attack against the flock of Storm Rage Eagles. But he'd overlooked one thing: all the Storm Rage Eagles could fly, while his Icehorn Ant, Azure Scale Snake, Swift Black Turtle, and Snow Cat were all grounded. That meant only the firefinch could actually reach the Storm Rage Eagles. Looks like I'll have to contract a whole team of flying beast pets next time, Lu Chen thought ruefully. For now, he could only command the firefinch to take down the Storm Rage Eagle boss first, then mop up the rest of the flock. A puny F-rank firefinch thinks it can challenge me? You're not even worth picking out of my teeth, the Storm Rage Eagle boss roared, swooping down with its deadly talons aimed right at the firefinch. Flame Pack. Instead of dodging, the firefinch shot forward, unleashing its peck attack. Foolish creature, the boss screeched the moment they made contact. The Stormhawk boss suddenly froze midair, eyes wide in utter disbelief, question marks practically popping out over its head. Its health bar had vanished in an instant. Dead, just like that. Even as it lay dying, it couldn't figure out how an F-ranked firefinch had managed to one-shot it. Screech! The rest of the Stormhawks scattered in terror, while the little firefinch darted off alone to hunt them down. Boom! The massive body of the Stormhawk boss crashed to the ground, and a contract shard swirling with wind energy floated upward, spinning into a turquoise vortex. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the Stormhawk boss. You have obtained a fragment of the wind contract and temporarily unlocked the sky resonance skill. You may now ride a flying beast. Ding! Please follow NPC Carlos's guidance to contract the Stormhawk. Only by riding it can you reach the land of dark swamps. The next instant, a quest mount identical to the Stormhawk boss appeared, standing proudly before Lu Chen. What are you staring at? Never seen a majestic mount like me before? Just then, the storms over Storm Canyon came to a halt, and the little firefinch circled back. Since the Stormhawks had scattered in all directions, it had only managed to take out half of them. Lu Chen ordered Xiao Chang and his 4 main battle pets to feast on the Stormhawk corpses, accelerating their evolution. Meanwhile, the Icehorn ants fanned out to search for that troublesome NPC, Carlos. Before long, Carlos was carried back by a swarm of Icehorn ants, looking absolutely miserable, frothing at the mouth, eyes rolled back. Lu Chen had no choice but to slap him a few times before Carlos finally groaned and came to. Where am I? Ow, that storm was fierce. My head is spinning. And my face hurts. When he saw Lu Chen standing in front of him, looking at him with open disdain, Carlos suddenly leapt to his feet. Hey! Kid, you're still alive? Lu Chen couldn't hold back any longer and landed a solid punch right on Carlos's forehead. Thud. Ow. I'm not dead yet, don't hit me. That hurts. Carlos clutched his head. Cut the crap. Tell me how to contract this Stormhawk already. Lu Chen had tried using his beast-taming whip and contract scroll, but the system kept telling him it wouldn't work. He was really curious, what other way was there to tame this beast? Stormhawk? Only now did Carlos finally take in his surroundings. Holy crap! A Stormhawk quest mount? Wait, did you actually defeat the Stormhawk boss? Carlos was in total shock. That's impossible. This human kid's just an F-ranked beast tamer, how could he possibly take down a vicious, wind-powered Stormhawk boss? They're not even in the same league. And it happened so fast? Just then, Xiao Cheng and the others returned one after another. Seeing 100,000 beast pets gathered around Lu Chen, Carlos's mind short-circuited. Wait, kid, all of these are your pets? Who else's would they be? Gasp. Be honest with me, kid, are you really an F-rank tamer, or are you secretly a god-tier beast master? 100,000 beast pets, even in ancient times, no beast tamer could ever form contracts with so many spirit beasts. This is basically cheating. No, this is like cheating on a whole other level. No wonder this human kid dared to take on a 10-star advancement quest. What divine beast tamer? I'm just an F-rank beast tamer, the real deal, so cut the nonsense and just tell me how to contract with the Stormgale Eagle. Wait, that's not right either. If you really are just F-rank, then even with 200,000 F-rank spirit beasts, you shouldn't have been able to defeat the Stormgale Eagle boss. Lu Chen had to suppress his urge to smack this guy and instead pulled up his attribute panel to get things moving. Squawk. When Carlos saw Lu Chen's stats, he stared in shock for a long while, then suddenly burst out laughing like a madman. Ha! This is it. This is it. I've finally met a true beast-taming hero. Brave and unstoppable, peerless and extraordinary, a one-in-a-million genius among humans, you, sir, are the real deal. Let me tell you the ancient method of beast-taming. In the beast realm, spirit beasts, including mounts, can't be contracted with the new method, you have to use the old way. First, you have to figure out what the beast likes, win it over, and get its favorability above 50%. Only then can you use an ancient beast taming formation to form a blood contract and tame it. Leave the formation to me. As for the Stormgale Eagle, it loves eating windscale fish. You can find that kind of fish right here in the rivers and lakes of this canyon. My mighty and illustrious friend, you can go catch a few. Carlos sounded absolutely confident, reliable, and eager to help. Lu Chen was speechless. If he'd known the NPC would actually be this helpful after seeing his strength, he would have shown off sooner. Well then, I'll leave it to you. I've already ordered my Icehorn and Beast companions to assist you. If you need their help, just let them know. Great. With spirit beasts helping out, I can set up the formation much faster. So, Lu Chen took his 4 swift mysterious turtles to a wide river in Storm Canyon and had the turtles catch fish for him. After all, the swift mysterious turtle was a master of underwater combat. Let it handle it, and the job would be done in no time. Sure enough, not long after, Lu Chen brought back 3 tons of windscale fish. By then, Carlos had already finished setting up the ancient formation. That's the kind of efficiency a proper NPC should have. Lu Chen laid out all the windscale fish in front of the Stormgale Eagle. But to his surprise, the Stormgale Eagle spread its wings, whipped up a fearscale, and sent all the windscale fish flying in every direction. What the heck? Lu Chen stared at Carlos in bewilderment. That can't be right. I'm pretty sure the Stormgale Eagle's favorite food is windscale fish. Don't worry, boss, let me double-check. Carlos pulled out the Beast Realm Encyclopedia and searched through it, then smacked himself on the forehead with an awkward look. Oh no. That one's on me. I forgot all quest spirit beasts are vegetarians. This Stormgale Eagle is a herbivore. Lu Chen was completely done with him. In his mind, Carlos was now officially labeled as a totally unreliable NPC. Don't be like that. Carlos protested at boss, give me a second, I need to check what this Storm Fury Eagle eats. Ah. Got it, Wind Whisper flowers. Boss, could you help find some? The more, the better. Left with no choice, Lu Chen sent out 100,000 Icehorn ants to search. It took several hours, but finally, they gathered enough Wind Whisper flowers. The Storm Fury Eagle happily dug in, munching away. Above its head, a steady stream of +1 favor points popped up. By the time it finished all the flowers, its favorability had reached 80%. Boss, I'm going to activate the ancient formation now. Once the Storm Fury Eagle offers a drop of its blood, you'll need to offer one too. That's how we'll seal the blood pact. With that, Carlos began chanting in the ancient beast tongue. The formation flared to life, glowing with mysterious runes. Lu Chen found the whole thing fascinating. Boss, this beast taming array is incredibly old. It can subdue any kind of beast or rare creature, even high-level beast pets, as long as their favorability with you is above 50%. Interested? Not interested. Alright then. Frankly, Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to learn such a complicated array. Besides, his class restrictions meant he couldn't form contracts with beast pets above F rank, and he didn't need high-level ones, anyway. With high base stats and limitless evolution, even F-rank pets would eventually become top-tier companions. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully tamed the Storm Fury Eagle and perfectly completed the first stage of your quest. Stage 2 unlocked, ride the Eagle, and under Carlos' guidance, head to the land of Dark Swamps. Let's go! And this time, don't get us lost. Heh, don't worry, boss. Based on my years of... Stop. Spare me your so-called years of experience. Just check the map and lead the way. I know exactly where the Dark Swamp is, no map needed. Check it anyway. Fine. Carlos meekly pulled out the Beast World Encyclopedia, flipped to the map section, and confirmed the direction to the Dark Swamp. The Storm Fury Eagle let out a piercing cry and soared off at full speed. Before long, Lu Chen found himself in a region blanketed by endless dark mist. A chilling, corrosive darkness tried to invade, but the eagle's passive wind shield kept it at bay. Without this quest mount, Lu Chen was sure he would never have made it here on his own. Seems like this beast realm is just as perilous as the abyss, definitely not a place for the unprepared. This is a true danger zone. Ding! You have arrived at the land of Dark Swamps. With the help of brave NPC Carlos, locate the true body of the three-tailed demon fox and slay it to obtain the fragment of the Dark Contract. A boss that can create clones, huh? After landing, the Storm Fury Eagle automatically returned to the beast stable to await orders. Carlos, how do we find the real three-tailed demon fox? But after waiting a bit, Lu Chen got no reply. He turned around and immediately fumed. Carlos was cowering in a corner, legs trembling in terror. Boss, I suddenly came down with a can't go any further disease. Aren't you supposed to be the brave NPC the quest description promised? Lu Chen was absolutely livid with Carlos. He swore to himself that if he ever got the chance, he'd beat the crap out of him. That was what he wanted, anyway, but his body just wouldn't cooperate, there was nothing he could do about it. The three-tailed demon fox was just too terrifying. With the power of the Dark Pact, it could not only split into clones but also dredge up your deepest fears. As a boss, it was even more frightening than the World Lord. Lu Chen simply didn't dare face it. Carlos finally admitted what he was so afraid of. He really didn't want to relive his worst memories. Boss, you have to leave enough beast pets to protect me, okay? If I die, or get trapped in a nightmare illusion, you'll have a hard time finishing the next part of your quest. Are you kidding me? This is what passes for a brave NPC. The quest rules must be screwed up. He's huge, supposedly brave, but he's so gutless? And he's always getting me into trouble. Looking at Carlos's pathetic, cowering face, Lu Chen was helpless. He could only agree, fine, just tell me how to find the real body of the three-tailed demon fox, and I'll leave enough Icehorn ants to protect you. Thank you, boss. Actually, finding the real body is easy. Just watch the flame on the middle tail, if it never goes out, that's the real one. The clone's flames will go out periodically and then reignite, Carlos explained in detail. Are you sure this is legit? Lu Chen asked, wary after being tricked by Carlos so many times before. Boss, in all my years, Carlos saw the look in Lu Chen's eyes and quickly changed tack. Ahem, this is absolutely 100% true. I swear on my life. Only then did Lu Chen believe him, leaving behind 10,000 Icehorn ants to guard Carlos, while he led his other beast pets to hunt down the real demon fox. After Lu Chen was gone, Carlos suddenly remembered something. Oh no! I forgot to warn the boss not to destroy the demon fox altar. The real three-tailed demon fox will never come out on its own otherwise. The 10,000 Icehorn ants left behind to guard him all turned and glared at Carlos, their eyes blazing with anger. You jerk, you're screwing over our master again? But their orders were to protect Carlos at all costs, so they couldn't just abandon him and warn Lu Chen. It's not like I wanted this. Carlos wailed. I was just so scared I forgot. Besides, the altar can only be destroyed using an ancient method. Regular attacks, no matter how strong, won't do a thing. What am I supposed to do now? He was genuinely panicking this time. But he didn't dare go after Lu Chen himself. All he could do was hope the boss would notice something was wrong and double back in time. At the same time, his head started to ache. Because that ancient method? Only he could use it. In other words, if Lu Chen wanted to complete the quest, Carlos would have to go with him. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had already ventured deep into the dark swamp, facing several attacks from the three-tailed demon foxes. Each one he encountered turned out to be a clone of the three-tailed demon fox, their attributes almost identical to the real boss. Name: Three-tailed demon fox, leader boss. Level: Tier 2, LV 60. HP: 49,280. Mana: 42,980. Attack: 24,640. Defense: 14,784, Physical, /12,894, Magic. Special status: Power of the Dark Pact, Darkness Effect X10, Speed X5. Skills: Demon Fox Clone, Abyss of the Mind, Dark Foxfire, Shadow Step. What surprised Lu Chen most was just how little difference there was between these clones and the original boss. They could all use the same skills, and every single one was a solid, physical entity. Only after killing them would they dissolve into black mist and disappear. This didn't make sense. Even with a clone skill, it shouldn't be possible to keep spawning duplicates endlessly, should it? Did the three-tailed demon fox's clone skill have no cooldown at all? Left with no other choice, Lu Chen pressed forward. Defeating these clones yielded no experience points. Along the way, he also noticed the absence of any smaller monsters. It seemed this entire map had just one boss, and all these clones served as its minions. When Lu Chen finally reached the heart of the dark swamp, he discovered a dark altar. Atop the altar stood a lifelike statue of the three-tailed demon fox, with nothing else in sight. Suddenly, countless demon fox clones materialized, their numbers stretching into the tens of thousands. However, his Icehorn ant crushed them with ease. These leader boss clones were no match for Lu Chen's beast companion. Still, they were just clones, not the true body. Kill as many as he wanted, they would just keep coming. This was becoming a headache. Unless he found and killed the real one, he'd be trapped here forever. This couldn't be right. He'd slain tens of thousands of clones by now. The real three-tailed demon fox should have shown itself already. Was this another one of Carlos's damnable oversights in game design? After the Icehorn ant wiped out yet another wave of clones, Lu Chen ordered it to destroy the dark altar, hoping this might force the real demon fox to emerge. But not even the Icehorn ant's attacks could damage the altar in the slightest, only adding to Lu Chen's frustration. His actions, however, completely enraged the real three-tailed demon fox hiding in the shadows. Drawing on the altar's power, it conjured hundreds of thousands more clones, crowding around Lu Chen from every direction. And then, all at once, these clones unleashed the skill Abyss of the Mind. This was a particularly insidious mind control skill. Combined with the power of the Dark Pact's tenfold darkness effect, it could ensnare any Tier 2 advanced player. If the skill succeeded in stirring up one's deepest fears, it would manifest as a tangible illusion at best, leaving the victim paralyzed by terror, and at worst, robbing them of reason and driving them mad. Caught off guard, Lu Chen's deepest fear was instantly triggered. He feared nothing more than losing his family. He had fallen into a nightmare of fear. The Abyss of the Mind had taken form, manifesting his deepest terrors, forcing Lu Chen to relive the nightmare of watching his loved ones die, one after another, right in front of him. Once again, he became a homeless wanderer, destitute and alone. Scree! 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 As Lu Chen was dragged down into the mental abyss, all of his beast companions were affected, becoming restless and agitated, thrashing about in a frenzy. Damn it! The boss must have been hit. Carlos realized something was terribly wrong when he saw the Icehorn ants that were supposed to protect him running around in chaos, completely out of control. That could only mean Lu Chen's deepest fears had been awakened. What do I do? Carlos was anxious. If he didn't intervene, even if Lu Chen wasn't killed, he could be trapped in the nightmare forever. If that happened, the false god Gluttony King Grudo would surely break free, and once it did, there'd be no saving the beast realm from destruction. That was the last thing Carlos wanted to see. It was rare to meet a beast master with the potential to defeat a false god boss. Carlos made up his mind he'd sacrifice himself for the greater good. After all, he was a brave NPC. In the end, after a brief inner struggle, Carlos gritted his teeth and decided to help Lu Chen. Scree! 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 Though all 10,000 Icehorn ants were anxious and agitated, they instinctively followed Carlos, continuing their mission to protect Lu Chen. At that moment, countless clones of the three-tailed demon fox were besieging Lu Chen and his beast companions. What the hell? How is his defense so ridiculous? I can't even break through. The true body of the three-tailed demon fox was dumbfounded. But it didn't care. If it couldn't kill Lu Chen, it would just trap him here forever. Just then, Carlos arrived in the nick of time with his army of Icehorn ants. Using his massive body, he barreled through a swarm of demon fox clones, clearing a path to Lu Chen. "Boss, don't panic. I'm here to save you," Carlos shouted as he hoisted Lu Chen onto his back and sprinted away at full speed, carrying him out of the area covered by the three-tailed demon fox's mind abyss skill. Only then did Lu Chen snap out of the nightmare, still shaken to his core. The fox's psychic powers were terrifying. No wonder Carlos had been so afraid. "Carlos? It's you? You're not scared anymore?" Lu Chen felt a surge of gratitude and his opinion of Carlos changed completely. If Carlos hadn't come to the rescue, who knew what might have happened? Carlos laughed heartily. "Of course. I'm a system-certified brave NPC, after all." "Oh, whoa." Suddenly, a fresh wave of demon fox clones came charging after them. Carlos yelped in fright, his eyes wide with terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Boss, help! Save me!" This time, Lu Chen didn't tease him. Instead, he patted Carlos on the shoulder and said with a gentle laugh, "Don't worry. I won't let a single one of those three-tailed demon fox clones use the mind abyss on you." Having experienced the horror of the mind abyss firsthand, Lu Chen was determined not to let the foxes cast it again. With the power of his dark pact, the tenfold effect of darkness was overwhelming, utterly terrifying. It ignored defenses entirely, striking directly at the mind. One hit, and you'd be trapped in an endless nightmare, unable to escape. Lu Chen commanded 100,000 Icehorn ants to form multiple defensive lines, ready to attack the three-tailed demon fox's clones from every direction. The Shadow Soul Mouse stood by at all times. Whenever a demon fox clone tried to materialize near Lu Chen, the mouse would instantly eliminate it. With this setup, Lu Chen and Carlos could completely avoid the effects of the mind abyss skill at the center of the area. "Carlos, why hasn't the real three-tailed demon fox shown itself yet?" About that," Carlos coughed awkwardly. "I forgot to mention, you need to destroy that dark altar. Only then will the real demon fox appear." Lu Chen nearly spat blood in frustration. No wonder, as they had searched the area, only more and more fox clones kept appearing. "How do we destroy the dark altar?" he demanded. "I tried just now, but it won't break. This is something only I can handle. Boss, you'll have to escort me over." Seeing that Lu Chen's beast companions could instantly obliterate the fox clones, Carlos gradually relaxed. With such overwhelming protection, he felt completely safe and soon regained his composure. Lu Chen immediately ordered his pets to clear a path and escort Carlos back to the dark altar. No one knew what ancient magic Carlos used, but suddenly the altar began to shake violently. After a long moment, Carlos grinned. "All done, boss. Now you can smash it." Lu Chen didn't hesitate, he told Shao Qing and the others to destroy it. In no time, the dark altar was completely demolished, and the statue of the three-tailed demon fox shattered into pieces. Just then, a piercing fox's cry echoed in the distance. With the altar gone, the three-tailed demon fox could no longer summon endless clones and was finally forced to face Lu Chen head-on. With the sheer number of Lu Chen's beast companions, it had no way to hide. It had to make a desperate last stand while its remaining tens of thousands of clones were still around. But against Lu Chen's godlike stats, that last stand amounted to nothing more than a feeble struggle. At Lu Chen's command, the Icehorn ants surged forward, swiftly destroying the clones. "Boss, I've found the real three-tailed demon fox," Carlos called out, pinpointing the true body hidden among the swarm of copies. The demon fox, seeing Lu Chen's terrifying strength and realizing it didn't stand a chance, tried to slip away and hide. His survival for even a moment was better than nothing. But as soon as Lu Chen locked onto its true form, a murderous intent surged within him. After all, he had nearly fallen into this creature's trap. He was determined to finish it off. "Firefinch, grab it for me." "At your command." Whoosh! The little firefinch dove from the sky, catching the retreating demon fox with pinpoint accuracy and dropping it right at Lu Chen's feet. Even then, the fox tried to unleash the mind abyss one last time, but Lu Chen simply bashed its head in with a normal attack, ending it on the spot. Carlos seized the opportunity to stomp on its body hundreds of times, flattening it completely. With the true demon fox dead, all its remaining clones vanished instantly. Lu Chen successfully obtained the shard of the Dark Pact Ding. "Congratulations, you have successfully slain the true form of the three-tailed demon fox and perfectly completed the second stage of the quest. The third stage has now begun. Following Carlos's guidance, ride the Storm Raptor and head to the volcanic region. The boss of this third stage is the Molten Core Tortoise King. It's a Lord-level boss, incredibly powerful, and even more ferocious thanks to the power of the Fire Pact. Still, its main threat is terrifying fire damage. Unlike the three-tailed demon fox, it doesn't have those bizarre psychic attacks. On the way there. Boss, how's your fire resistance? You got at least plus 10%? Carlos asked. If not, once you get into the volcanic region with the Fire Pact active, the burning heat will cause you to lose health over time and you won't be able to heal while it's happening. Plus, the Molten Core Tortoise King's fire attacks will be converted into true damage. Before you even find it, it can cover the whole map in flames and slowly whittle you down. So, if your fire resistance isn't at least 10%, you better figure out a way to stack it up first. Carlos warned earnestly. Lu Chen opened his talent panel and chuckled, I've got plus 16% to all resistances. Carlos's eyes widened. Then he burst out laughing, ha ha ha. Boss, you're insane. With that, you're sure to clear this advancement quest without a hitch. Before long, Lu Chen and Carlos arrived at the volcanic region. Boss, I've only got 1% fire resistance. From here on out, it's up to you to find the Molten Core Tortoise King. I'll be cheering you on, in spirit. Carlos stood right at the edge of the map, not daring to step inside. No problem. I'll be back soon. To Lu Chen, a boss whose only strength was fire attacks was just another one-shot kill. He left behind a bunch of frosthorn ants. Their icy aura was more than enough to keep Carlos cool and comfortable in the heat. As soon as Lu Chen ventured alone into the volcanic region, Carlos whipped out a stash of meat and started grilling it right there over the volcanic flames, savoring the feast. Feeling the cool from all the frosthorn ants, he couldn't help but sigh, what a thoughtful boss. Boom! Violent battles soon erupted across the volcanic region. Countless molten core tortoises were startled into joining the fray, but they all ended up as fuel for the evolution of Lu Chen's 4 beast pets. Suddenly, a major disturbance shook the volcanic area. Carlos realized that boss Lu Chen must have used his invincible strength to force the Molten Core Tortoise King out into the open. Roar! The Tortoise King's bellow set off a chain of volcanic eruptions, the commotion shaking the heavens and the earth. It was massive, like a moving volcano, its shell blazing, lava gushing from the cracks, its front claws stomping hard enough to set off earthquakes, and pillars of magma shooting skyward. Insects! I am the master of molten core, forged in 1,000 years of searing heat. Any challenger seeking advancement shall be melted to nothing by my flames, it roared. But in the blink of an eye, the Molten Core Tortoise King's voice was cut short, and the volcanic region swiftly returned to a peaceful calm. It turned out that the little firefinch struck with lightning speed. With a single blast of its flame vortex, it instantly took down the Molten Core Giant Turtle Lord boss. Master, can I have this boss all to myself? The little firefinch looked up at Lu Chen with hopeful eyes. I have a feeling that if I eat it, I'll be able to evolve smoothly. Oh? Lu Chen was pleasantly surprised and agreed right away. He was also curious, would letting the firefinch devour a boss of the same element accelerate its evolution? After all, he still hadn't seen any tangible results from the infinite evolution active effect. The little firefinch chirped happily and began feasting on the corpse of the Molten Core Giant Turtle boss by itself. Meanwhile, the swift black tortoise, snowcat, and azure-scaled snake could only gnaw on the remains of the other Molten Core Giant Turtle elite monsters. At the same time, Lu Chen obtained a fire contract shard, a crimson, blazing fragment that spun constantly in his hand. Ding! Congratulations on perfectly completing the 3rd stage mission. The 4th stage mission is now unlocked. Under Carlos's guidance, ride the Storm Rider Eagle to the ancient Beast God Temple. A short while later, after the little firefinch finished devouring the entire boss, its body suddenly erupted with a strange wave of energy. Immediately after, an evolution magic circle appeared beneath its feet. Master, I'm about to evolve. The little firefinch was both ecstatic and excited. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with joy. Finally, one of his beast companions was evolving. The swift black tortoise and the others returned, all watching the firefinch's evolution with delight and anticipation. The evolution lasted 10 minutes. As the dazzling light faded, the little firefinch's transformation was complete. Its form had changed dramatically, its feathers now looked like molten lava, its eyes burned with fiery flames, and its skin had taken on a rocky texture, greatly boosting its defenses. Its body had grown to nearly 2 meters, radiating formidable power. Liu Chen quickly opened the Firefinch's status panel and was instantly overjoyed. Name, Lava Firefinch. Grade, D. Talent, Molten Fire, D. Level, Tier 2 LV60. Skills, Flame Vortex, Blazing Peck, Lava Fire Shield, Explosive Nova. With its first evolution, the little Firefinch had jumped straight from an F-grade beast to a D-grade, awakening 2 new skills as well. Ding! Because your beast companion has evolved for the first time, evolution progress is now displayed for all your beasts. The next moment, Liu Chen excitedly discovered that every one of his beast companions now had an evolution progress value. Azure Scaled Snake, 35.56%. Snowcat, 91.45%. Swift Black Tortoise, 92.12%. Even the Icehorn Ant and Shadow Soul Mouse had their own values. Of them all, the Icehorn Ant led the pack at a whopping 99.92%. This made Liu Chen especially delighted. This ant could serve as the commander of the Icehorn Ant Beast Legion. He summoned the Icehorn Ant before him and noticed it was noticeably larger than the others. If he let it devour a few more monsters, it would likely evolve ahead of schedule. From now on, you'll be the commander of the Icehorn Ant Legion. I'll call you Little Five. The so-called Little Five was the 5th beast companion, following Little Green and the other 3, and would be the first pet that Liu Chen focused on training, setting it apart from the rest. Thank you, Master, for giving me a name. Little Five was overjoyed, almost beside itself. It had never expected to receive such an honor from its master. This was the highest glory it could imagine. Now that the evolution value feature was unlocked, Liu Chen could monitor the changes in his pet's evolution values as they devoured rare beasts and, from there, pinpoint the optimal evolution path. Without delay, Liu Chen recalled all his beast companions and returned to Carlos's side, ready to tackle the final stage of his advancement quest. Carlos, the guardian of the beast god's ancient temple. What kind of abilities did he possess? Every boss in these advancement quests had some kind of special beast contract ability. To play it safe, Liu Chen wanted to get the details first, to ensure absolute victory. Boss, this guardian isn't exactly a mutant beast, Carlos explained. It was once the pet of an ancient beast tamer, in charge of guarding the beast god's ancient temple. After its master died, it remained under the power of the rules, becoming a domain lord-level boss, acting strictly according to the rule commands. Its abilities aren't complicated. As a wielder of the water contract, all its attacks can freeze opponents. It's similar to the Molten Core Giant Turtle boss, only much stronger. Carlos described in detail the origins and abilities of the domain lord-level boss, the Sea Salt Widow, Sihel. After listening, Liu Chen smiled faintly. A boss like this was nothing to worry about. With 100,000 Icehorn ants attacking at once, even if most were frozen, as long as a single ant made it through, it could take the boss down instantly. Not to mention, Little Green and the other 3 could attack from a distance. Traversing rugged mountains, Liu Chen rode the Storm Raptor to a lofty peak. The mountain itself wasn't large, but it soared to astonishing heights. From here, he could overlook the entire beast realm. At the very top stood an ancient temple. No one knew how old it was. The carvings of mythical beasts still shimmered with a faint gleam, bearing witness to countless years. On either side of the temple entrance, rows of bizarre, ferocious beast statues stood tall, each one unique and lifelike. A colossal salt marsh spider boss, dozens of meters long, lay sprawled at the temple gates. Its skin was a pallid blue and its body was gaunt, sporting 6 eyes and surrounded by a chilling mist. Wherever its limbs touched, frost spread and solidified. Name, Sea Salt Widow Sihel, Domain Lord Level Boss. Level, Tier 2, LV60. HP, 420,000. Mana, 84,000. Attack, 42,000. Defense, 25,200 physical/25,200 magical. Special status, Water Contract Power, Freeze plus 100%, HP x5. Skills, Web Bind, Brood Hatch, Sea Salt Curse, Widow's Lament. As soon as Liu Chen and Carlos appeared, the Sea Salt Widow Sihel let out a piercing shriek. Icy mist billowed out instantly, making both Liu Chen and Carlos shudder. Carlos, you're still alive? A line of words appeared above Sihel's head. It seemed she was quite familiar with Carlos. The false god, Gluttony King Grudo, isn't dead yet. I wouldn't dare die before him. Carlos shot back, then continued, in a bit, don't attack me, alright? You know I'm afraid of pain. Go after that human big shot instead. He's tough, he can handle it. Liu Chen rolled his eyes, but didn't take it to heart. TCH. And you call yourself a rule-certified brave NPC? Still the same old coward. The sea salt widow, Scythe, sneered. Don't worry. Just keep your distance later and you'll be fine, just stay out of range of my skills. As for this human big shot you mentioned, now that's interesting. For you to call someone a big shot, his strength must be something else. Someone like you wouldn't throw that title around lightly. Scythe's attention shifted to Lu Chen, though she still gave a warning. Kid, looks like you showed some real skills in the last 3 mission stages if you managed to win Carlos over. But don't think I'll go easy on you. The Beast God's ancient hall only opens once. If you want the power of my water contract, you'll have to give it your all and defeat me. Only then will you be qualified to enter and challenge the false god, Gluttony King Grudo. And let me be clear, he's a Realm Lord level boss, not your average Realm Lord, either. May I ask, Lu Chen interjected, to defeat you, do I have to kill you, or is it enough for you to surrender? I see you and Carlos seem to get along, I'd like to spare your life if possible. Scythe's gaze darkened. Kid, are you always this cocky? Lu Chen grinned. Yup. I haven't met an equal at my level yet. Scythe actually laughed out of sheer exasperation. The water contract's power is fused with my very being. If you want it, you'll have to kill me, no exceptions, not even for Carlos's chosen hero. If you can't even do that, you're not qualified to face the Gluttony King. I see. Well then, I'll just have to send you on your way. TCH. Show me what you've got, let's see if you can back up that big talk. Scythe, the sea salt widow, dropped into a fighting stance. Lu Chen, showing his respect, summoned all his beast companions, including the Shadow Soul Mouse. When the swarm of pets appeared over 100,000 strong, Scythe's 6 eyes nearly popped out of her head. No way. Are you running a beast pet emporium here? How can you bypass the contract rules and summon so many pets? Carlos laughed loudly from afar. Ha ha. Now you see why I call him a big shot? He's just that strong. I understand now, Scythe said, her voice tinged with awe. Looks like my mission has reached its end. Kid, you must defeat the Gluttony King. If you fail, not only will the Beast Realm be destroyed, but your own Blue Star world will be in danger too. Don't worry. He's as good as dead. With that, Lu Chen gave the order. All his beast companions charged in. Scythe, the sea salt widow, barely lasted a moment before she was instantly overwhelmed and destroyed by a wave of frost-immune pets. A shard of the water contract, shimmering with liquid light, floated into view. As for Scythe's corpse, Lu Chen had originally planned to hand it over to Carlos. After all, the two of them knew each other. But Carlos just waved him off. Boss, better let your beast companions devour it. Who knows, maybe you'll get 2 more evolutions out of it. Ha! Lu Chen was taken aback. Carlos knew his beast companions could evolve? Probably a perk of being an NPC, he could see the status of Lu Chen's beasts. Since that was the case, Lu Chen decided to let his water-type Swift Black Turtle and Little 5 gnaw on the corpse of the Sea Salt Widow. Suddenly, both the Swift Black Turtle and Little 5 began to glow, evolution arrays flaring up beneath them. Just as Carlos predicted, Lu Chen's beasts started evolving again. Name, Vortex Binding Water Turtle. Rank, D. Talent, Water Binding, D. Level, Tier 2, LV 60. Evolution, 0%. Skills, Thorn Shell, Water Bomb, Binding Water Silk Array, Vortex Burst. Name, Venom Spine Ice Ant. Rank, D. Talent, Frost Venom, D. Level, Tier 2, LV 60. Evolution, 0%. Skills, Freezing Bite, Frost Corrosion, Venomous Spine, Frost Spike Infusion. Without exception, both companions had evolved to D rank for the very first time. At the same moment, Lu Chen found a promising path forward. Letting his beast companions devour other monsters of the same element could speed up their evolution, and after evolving, they'd gain features from the devoured creature. With this discovery, evolving his other companions in the future would be much more efficient. Carlos, how do we open the Beast God's ancient hall? Lu Chen asked, in high spirits. Boss, just take the 4 beast pact fragments you've collected and embed each one into its corresponding spot on the ancient hall's door. That'll do the trick. Carlos flipped open the Beast Realm Encyclopedia, finding the diagram that showed exactly where to place the fragments on the door. Still a little wary, Lu Chen took the encyclopedia from Carlos and, following the book's instructions, embedded each fragment in its place. Suddenly, the power within the 4 fragments surged, activating the ancient array on the beast god's hall doors. The entire hall began to tremble violently. Under the pull of the array, the 4 fragments' energies intertwined, finally forming a swirling vortex entrance. In the next instant, both Lu Chen and Carlos were sucked inside, landing in the depths of the beast god's ancient hall. The space here was enormous, yet completely empty. Rubble was scattered everywhere, along with broken stone statues. Ahead, 4 colossal stone pillars rose up, each anchoring a massive rune chain. Together, the chains bound a terrifying monster in place. The rune chains themselves looked dim and cracked, as if they could snap at any moment. "Boss, that's the false god, beast devourer Urgalash," Carlos whispered, his voice tense. "It was once a savage, godlike being, its power is unfathomable. The beast god defeated it and sealed it here. But as the years passed, the beast god's power faded, and now the chains are weakening. It won't be long before the beast devourer breaks free." Carlos looked Lu Chen dead in the eyes. "That's why, before it escapes, you have to defeat it yourself. If it gets out, the consequences will be unthinkable. Right now, it's still sealed and can only unleash power at the 2nd tier. Even though it's boosted by pseudo-divine power, I truly believe, boss, that you'll be able to defeat it. According to the rules, there's no way I could ever be its match, so this upcoming battle will have to rely entirely on you. At best, I'll lend a hand if things get really bad." As soon as Carlos finished speaking, he darted behind a massive boulder, wrapped his arms over his head, and cowered, trembling like someone who'd once been utterly dominated by this boss. Lu Chen was speechless. "You call yourself a brave NPC, but do you have to look so terrified?" Not that it bothered him. At least Carlos had already done his part. Now, all that was left was for Lu Chen to take down this devourer, and the advancement quest would be complete. He turned his gaze to the devourer, frowning. Calling it a mutant boss didn't quite do it justice, it was more like a monstrous amalgamation of countless mutants fused together. Its body was salamander-like and mountain-sized, but its surface was covered in an endless number of beast heads, all from creatures it had devoured. Each head was locked in a perpetual wail, their overlapping cries merging into a field of psychic corruption that battered the minds of anyone who drew near. Its giant maw was made up of layers upon layers of mouths, hundreds of them each lined with razor-sharp fangs from different beasts. Its tongues were etched with wicked, blood-red runes. Countless tentacles writhed autonomously like an octopus, bristling with black barbs. The tentacles clawed desperately at the rune-engraved chains that bound it, as if trying to rip them apart and break free. Beneath its body, a pseudo-divine halo floated, a ghastly, star-like ring made from the half-digested souls of myriad beasts, radiating pure evil and horror. This, Lu Chen realized, was by far the most sinister, bizarre, and unique mutant boss he'd ever encountered. Its very presence was nauseating. Name, Pseudogod, Gluttonous King Gruto. World Lord Class Boss. Level, Tier 2, LV 60. HP, 1,770,000. Mana, 1,540,000. Attack, 885,000. Defense, 531,000, Physical, /531000, Magical. Special Status, Pseudo-Divine Power, all attributes X5, or a domain. Skills, Touch of Devouring Doom, Fury of Gluttony, Spawn of Corruption, Soul Flame of Dark Power. Nearly 2 million HP? Close to 1 million attack? Those stats were downright terrifying. Lu Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. His own HP and attack were both over 200,000, enough to make him the strongest 2nd-tier class holder in the world. But in front of this World Lord boss, he was still nothing. Even without the 5-fold boost from pseudo-divine power, the Gluttonous King's stats completely outclassed him. The sense of superiority he'd always felt from his attributes evaporated in an instant. And this was just a pseudo-god. What kind of monstrous power would a true mutant deity possess? Would just a single skill be enough to wipe him out instantly? That unsettling thought lingered in Lu Chen's mind. From now on, I can't keep comparing myself to ordinary people, I have to measure myself against these top-tier mutant bosses. Only by doing so can I keep improving, keep growing stronger, and continue to dominate them. With that thought, Lu Chen's eyes grew serious. He didn't dare let his guard down for even a moment. Using normal attacks would never break through this boss's defense. He had to find a way to get close, then have his 100,000 Icehorn ants pierce through and finish it off in one strike. KEH. An F-rank beast tamer, and you've made it all the way to me? Kid, you must be hiding some earth-shattering secret. The Gluttony Lord, Gluto, actually spoke fluent human language, though its voice sounded like countless tormented souls wailing together. No matter what secrets you possess, once I devour you, you'll become a part of me. As it happens, I'm hungry. Boy, what do you say, shall we play a little game? Gluto was bound by rune chains, its attack range limited. Unless Lu Chen stepped into that range, it couldn't touch him. A game? Lu Chen sneered inwardly. This Gluttony Lord really thinks it's a god playing God's games now, huh? Exactly. A game under the witness of rules. If you win, I won't fight back and you can attack me as you like. If you lose, all you have to do is attack the ceiling pillar and help free me ahead of time. Interested? Gluto's wicked grin spread across his monstrous face. Hiding behind a boulder, Carlos grew anxious when he heard this. He gritted his teeth, suddenly leaping out and shouting, "Boss, don't agree to its terms. If you do, you're as good as dead. Just fight it directly, I have an artifact that can help you." With that, Carlos ducked back behind the boulder, not daring to show himself again. An artifact? Lu Chen shook his head with a wry smile. Carlos was probably bluffing. If he really had one, he would have brought it out already. Still, Carlos's warning confirmed Lu Chen's own suspicion. This so-called game was a trap, different from the usual games of gods. Relax. I'm not falling for its tricks, Lu Chen said with a confident smile. Damn you, Carlos. Always ruining my plans. Once I break free, I'll make sure you're devoured alive. As Gluto spoke, it unleashed a savage aura, the rune chains clanking and rattling. Boy, even if you refuse my game, you can't escape being eaten by me. If you don't kill me, you'll never leave the beast god's ancient hall. And remember, you only have 2 hours. Lu Chen glanced up. Above Gluto's head, a countdown timer had appeared, ticking down to its release. Time was running out. Lu Chen had no choice but to summon 50,000 Icehorn ants, testing whether he could break through head-on. Attack! But Gluto's power was overwhelming. It didn't even need to use any skills. Its pseudo-divine aura and field of mental corruption alone were enough to bring the ant swarm to a standstill. Countless tentacles lashed out at the Icehorn ants. In the blink of an eye, all 50,000 of Lu Chen's Icehorn ants had been wiped out. They hadn't even managed to get close to the boss. Lu Chen's eyes grew cold and sharp. This boss is way too strong. Unbelievably strong, utterly unbeatable. At this level of strength, Lu Chen felt like he was facing a god. 50,000 Icehorn ants couldn't even put a scratch on it. Even if he contracted more beast pets, they'd just end up getting wiped out in an instant by this boss. Right now, Lu Chen had only one slim chance to take out this boss in a single blow. He'd have to approach on purpose, let himself be swallowed, then, at the exact moment the boss let its guard down, revive on the spot and summon every last Icehorn ant pet he had to hit it with everything at once. Only then would he have a shot at killing it instantly. But there were too many unknowns with this plan. The moment he revived, would the boss immediately control him? Lu Chen had noticed that the Gluttony King's mental corruption field had some kind of control effect. And then there was its aura domain. Who knew if it had hard crowd control, too? If so, the second he revived, he'd be frozen in place. After weighing it all, Lu Chen decided not to take that reckless risk. He needed another way. This Gluttony King boss was clearly off the charts in both stats and power. There was no way it should be this ridiculously strong. Carlos, does this boss have any weaknesses? Lu Chen could only pin his hopes on the brave NPC, Carlos. No weaknesses. It's flawless, unbeatable. Carlos shouted, his voice shaking with fear. Lu Chen was speechless. Now things were really looking bad. Keh. Kid, that failure Carlos won't be of any help to you. No matter what tricks you have up your sleeve, you're no match for a god like me. Be a good boy and become a part of my divine body. The Gluttony King, Glutto, sneered, his face twisted with a sinister grin. Lu Chen ignored him. He opened the system shop, searching for anything that could turn the tide. Time slipped by, minute by minute. Only 1 hour left until the pseudo-god Gluttony King, Glutto, was fully unsealed. It's useless. No matter what you try, you can't get close to me. I am invincible. The Gluttony King just wouldn't shut up. After devouring countless beasts and absorbing their minds, he was no longer just a monster boss, he was more like a split personality, rambling endlessly. Suddenly, Lu Chen's eyes landed on a particular item, and a plan instantly formed in his mind. Item name, Nightfall Grenade, Tier 2. Quality: legendary, normal, advanced, rare, epic, legendary. Effect: when used, shrouds an area in complete darkness, totally blocking the target's vision. No other effects. Buzz. Liu Chen's plan was simple: use the Nightfall grenades to blind the Gluttony King, giving his Icehorn ant swarm a chance to get close. As long as 5,000 Icehorn ants could reach the boss and attack together, they could deal over 1,000,000 piercing damage, enough to take it down in one hit. Ding! You spent 1,000 gold coins to purchase 1,000 legendary Nightfall grenades. Little Firefinch. Liu Chen handed all the Nightfall grenades to Little Firefinch. With its ability to fly, it could drop the grenades from above right into the boss's area. Chirp, the lava Firefinch soared swiftly into the sky, dropping one Nightfall grenade after another. Tier 2 Nightfall grenades? Heh, such low-level gadgets can't possibly block my vision. The Gluttony Lord scoffed, utterly unconcerned. But in the very next moment. Bang! 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 As each grenade hit the ground and exploded, an impenetrable darkness instantly shrouded the Gluttony Lord. All of its many eyes went blind at once. It was plunged into a pitch-black void, with not a sliver of light to be seen. What? They're all legendary-grade Nightfall grenades? You're cheating with items now too? The Gluttony Lord was dumbfounded. It had assumed the grenades Liu Chen used at most qualified as high-grade, never legendary. But how was that even possible? Since when did Tier 2 equipment come in legendary grade? And 1,000 of them, no less? Even if there was somewhere you could buy them, each legendary item would cost at least hundreds of thousands of gold coins. 1,000 would be worth billions. How could a Tier 2 class holder possibly have that much gold? This was absurd. Oh man, this guy isn't just unbeatable in strength, he's got a credit card to match. This is what you call a pay-to-win god. Carlos's eyes flashed with hope at the sight, as if he suddenly saw a way out. Roar! Brat, even if you have legendary Nightfall grenades, don't think you can defeat me. Blocking my vision won't help, your beast pets can't get near me. The Gluttony Lord, Grudo, seemed enraged. It unleashed the skill Corrupt Progeny, and swarms of corrupted beasts surged from its body, forming layers of protection inside and out. As a beast conglomerate, the Gluttony Lord's survival instincts ran deep. It sensed that if it didn't use this skill for defense, it might actually be finished off by this human brat in an instant. Liu Chen's gaze turned icy. He hadn't expected the Gluttony Lord to be so cautious. Defenses fully deployed the moment darkness fell. This completely disrupted his battle plan. The remaining Icehorn ants, even if they approached under the cover of the grenades, couldn't harm the Gluttony Lord, they'd just be blocked by the corrupt beasts. A wave of helplessness surged in Liu Chen's heart. Time was running out, there was no way to come up with a new plan. If he just recklessly sent the Icehorn ants in, they'd only be smashed by the Gluttony Lord. Was there really nothing he could do? Liu Chen was out of options. Ha! Brat, I told you, you can try whatever you like, but you'll never take me down. The Gluttony Lord cackled. Just as the effect of the Nightfall grenades was about to fade, a figure appeared out of nowhere, within 100 meters of the Gluttony Lord. Divine Artifact, unleash! Carlos's voice rang out, commanding and powerful. In the next instant, a dazzling beam of divine light tore through the darkness, smashing aside the corrupted beasts like they were nothing and blasting straight into the Gluttony Lord's face. Arg! The Gluttony Lord Grudo shrieked, then let out a thunderous bellow. Godslayer Spear? That artifact is in your hands, Carlos? What? Carlos? Liu Chen was stunned. Only then did he notice Carlos had actually used the cover of the Nightfall grenade to slip into the boss area and unleash the power of a legendary artifact. Wait, what? You really had an artifact all along? Damn! After activating the artifact, Carlos scrambled out of the boss's lair, half rolling, half crawling, before rushing back to Liu Chen's side. Eyes wide with lingering fear, he gasped, "Boss, my artifact can only be used once. The pseudo-divine power of the boss is temporarily suppressed, but it'll only last 10 minutes. Its stats have dropped back to normal Overlord boss levels. From here on out, it's all up to you." With that, Carlos dove behind a boulder again, silently praying that Liu Chen would manage to slay the pseudo-god Gluttony King, Grudo. Liu Chen paused for a moment, then felt a huge weight lift from his heart. A wide grin broke across his face. So, the key to completing the final quest was Carlos's courage all along. Thankfully, Carlos had stepped up when it mattered most. Carlos, you're a truly brave NPC. Lu Chen gave Carlos the highest praise, then commanded Xiao Wu to lead the Icehorn ant swarm in a full assault. At this point, the Gluttony King's health was down to 354,000, with an attack stat of 177,000. The pseudo-divine aura was gone, and its psychic corruption field was greatly weakened. Its tentacle strikes could no longer instantly kill the Icehorn ants. Roar! Don't think you can win just because my pseudo-divine power is suppressed, brat. Even without it, I'm still the strongest overlord boss, the Gluttony King bellowed, unleashing Gluttony's wrath. Its power surged, and infernal soul flames blazed around it, desperately trying to hold back the Icehorn ants. But Lu Chen just smirked and ordered the ants to halt. He didn't need the Nightfall Grenade's cover anymore, he could easily crush the boss now. Let it have one last blaze of glory. Once the boss's skill effect wore off, Lu Chen gave the order, and the Icehorn ants swarmed back in. Roar! I am the mighty Gluttony King, destined for godhood. You cannot kill me, brat, the boss howled in desperation. Destined for godhood? I kill gods for a living. Lu Chen shot back. Though the Gluttony King managed to slaughter thousands of Icehorn ants in its death throes, the surviving ants finally swarmed over it, finishing the job with ease. Ha ha ha. I knew you could do it, boss. The greatest threat to the beast realm is finally gone. Carlos cheered as Grudo's massive corpse hit the ground, foul black ichor oozing everywhere. His fear vanished, replaced by pure, boisterous relief. It's all thanks to your help, Lu Chen replied sincerely. Without your artifact to suppress the boss's pseudo-divine power, I never could have finished it off so easily. If Carlos hadn't fired that God-killer round, Lu Chen figured he would have been pushed to the brink. Nah, the Nightfall Grenade you gave me was the real game-changer. Without it, I wouldn't have dared to get close. The Godslayer gun only works within 100 meters of the boss, after all. Carlos admitted honestly. In the end, taking down the boss had been a joint effort, they couldn't have done it without each other. Carlos, I'm really curious, aside from being an NPC, do you have any other identity? Lu Chen finally voiced the question that had been nagging at him. That shot just now, you looked really cool, like a fearless warrior. Carlos's identity had always been shrouded in mystery, and based on everything that had happened along the way, Lu Chen had pieced together a few clues. Whether it was the guardian boss Shihara from the Beast God's ancient temple or the final boss, the Gluttony King Grudo, both of them seemed to know Carlos. Carlos hesitated for a moment, then said, actually, I'm the former bearer of the Beast God's medallion. As he spoke, he pulled out an ancient, rusted medallion. What? Lu Chen was stunned. But suddenly, Carlos reverted to his usual unreliable self. He tucked the medallion away and grinned, just kidding, boss. I was messing with you. I found this medallion somewhere. Lu Chen's forehead was instantly covered with dark lines, but he couldn't help bursting out in laughter a moment later. Ding! Congratulations, you have perfectly completed the 4th stage of the quest. Initiating quest settlement. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a perfect score of 100 points. Ding! Because you perfectly completed this advancement quest, you may choose from 3 top-tier rewards. Hearing the system prompt, Lu Chen smiled. 3 reward choices again. Reward option 1, gain the Beast Pact power buff, Health x5, Defense x5. Reward option 2, obtain the legendary mount, Storm Raptor, with the Sky Resonance skill. Reward option 3, receive the damaged artifact, Godslayer Spear. This artifact can be used by any class, but if you choose the artifact, you cannot receive the legendary equipment reward. Lu Chen's eyes widened. All 3 rewards were incredibly tempting. But what really caught his attention was the 3rd reward, it was the very artifact Carlos had used. Even if it was damaged, it was enough to drive anyone mad with desire. After all, artifacts were one of a kind. Lu Chen really wanted to say, only kids make choices, I want them all. But rules were rules. No matter how much he wanted every reward, he could only pick one. In the end, Lu Chen gritted his teeth and chose the damaged artifact, Godslayer Spear. Buffs and mounts could be obtained again in the future, but an artifact like this was a once-in-a-lifetime find. If he missed this chance, he might never come across another. As for the fact that picking the Godslayer Spear meant giving up the legendary equipment reward, Lu Chen didn't care. If there was one thing he wasn't lacking, it was legendary gear. Ding! You have selected the 3rd reward, which will be distributed along with your fixed rewards. Fixed rewards, plus 600,000 reputation, plus 600,000 gold, plus 600 to all attributes, Tier 2 XP Orb X1, Beast God's Medallion X1. He could use the XP Orb to further upgrade his beast taming skills. Wait, a Beast God's Medallion? After receiving the rewards, Lucien took it out to inspect. It was an ancient medallion, identical to the one Carlos had shown. Name, Beast God's Medallion. Rank, None. Effect, activates the Valor Aura. For 3 minutes, all your skills and equipment effects have no cooldown. Cooldown, 24 hours. Whoa! Lucien's pupils contracted sharply, then widened in delight. His face lit up with excitement. This medallion could remove all cooldowns on his equipment. Doesn't that mean, with this Beast God medal, he could resurrect infinitely within 3 minutes? The window was short, but it was already enough to defy the odds. What an unexpected and incredible bonus! The medal worked much like a title, you could only have one active at a time. After slotting in the medal, Lucien finally turned his attention to the Godslayer Spear. Name, Godslayer Spear, damaged. Quality, divine. Status, severely damaged. Level, Tier 2, LV 60. Bound to, Lucien. Base attributes. Attack boost, plus 20%. Absolute penetration, ignores 20% of target's defense. Strength resonance, plus 720. Combat effects. Shadow thrust, attack speed plus 60%, briefly exceeds 100% cap after triggering a critical hit. Blood Rage combo, each hit stacks 1 layer of Godslayer mark, at 10 stacks, triggers true damage. Brutal Law, critical rate plus 20%, critical damage plus 50% extra. Crimson Pact, lifesteal plus 20%. Equipment effects. Divine Absorption, passive devours divinity from the blood of gods to repair the spear. For every 1% divinity absorbed, permanently increases all attributes by 0.5%. Divine Lightbreak, active forcefully suppresses all buffs and healing on the target, against divine targets, also inflicts a divine punishment mark, increases damage taken by 25% for 24 hours, lasts 10 minutes, cooldown, 24 hours. Item lore. This is a fragment of the meteor that pierced through Ragnarok, its tip still stained with the mysterious blood from a god's right eye. When the spear is reforged with divine blood, the eternal spear will once again tear open the rift in darkness. In a word, badass. Now this was the caliber a divine weapon should have. Even in its damaged state, the sheer stack of bonuses put it leagues above legendary gear. The only downside was that this artifact couldn't be repaired by normal means, it could only restore itself by absorbing the blood of gods. That left Lucien pondering how he'd get his hands on more divine blood in the future. Equipping the Godslayer Spear, Lucien opened his advanced status panel. Name, Lucien. Class, F-Rank Beastmaster. Talent, Infinite Evolution LV 60, Unique Mythic. Title, Conqueror of the Abyss, Legendary. Medal, Beast God Medal. Level, LV 60, Tier 3. HP, 243,300. Mana, 243,300. Attack, 363,096. Defense, 62,190 physical/62,190 magic. Strength, 5,043 is equal to 3, base, plus 3,240 gear, plus 900, free points, plus 900, advancement. Constitution, 4,055 is equal to 5, base, plus 3,150, gear, plus 900. Spirit, 4,055 is equal to 5, base, plus 3,150, gear, plus 900. Agility, 2,794 is equal to 4, base, plus 1,890, gear, plus 900. Free attribute points, 0, Tier 3 grants plus 30 per level. Unique skill, Beast Mastery, Tier 2 LV 60. Beast slots, 60,004/unlimited. Equipment, 10/10 Godslayer Spear, LV 60 Legendary Set, 8 pieces, LV 60 Void Emblem, Legendary. Just swapping in a single divine weapon had already boosted his attack power to rival that of a normal World Lord boss. Before breaking through to Tier 5, the Godslayer Spear would be his main weapon. Advancement rewards complete. A portal of swirling energy appeared before Lucien. He turned to bid farewell to Carlos. Actually, meeting someone as brave as you has been the greatest reward of my advancement quest. Oh, come on, don't try to sweet-talk me. I saw where your eyes were glued the whole time right on that divine weapon of yours. Carlos replied with a wry smile. Lu Chen laughed. Hey, it's my first time seeing a real artifact, I couldn't help staring a bit. Anyway, you're an NPC friend I'm proud to have, Carlos. He clapped Carlos on the shoulder, and Carlos was visibly moved by the gesture. Next time, let's fight side by side again. Lu Chen said. It's a promise. As if suddenly remembering something, Carlos hurriedly added, listen, from all my years living in the beast realm, I've learned that the ultimate secret of a beastmaster is this: trust your companions even if that companion is more trouble than help. This time, Lu Chen didn't interrupt. He simply nodded and trusted Carlos without hesitation. Got it. As the portal vanished, Lu Chen returned to the real world. Carlos stood there, deep in thought. After a moment, as if making a monumental decision, he strode boldly toward the chained stone pillar. With a mystical gesture, four runic chains shot out, piercing through his body. Carlos let out a howl of pain. In an instant, divine light erupted. When the light faded, Carlos had transformed into a colossal statue of a god. With a hiss, the game of the gods had begun. Seeing their son return safely after conquering the 10-star difficulty advancement quest, Lu Chen and his wife beamed with joy. Dad, Mom, do you guys know if there's an item that can help with contracting beast pets? Like something that lets you contract multiple pets at once? After advancing to Tier 3, the first thing Lu Chen wanted to do was contract some beast pets and push his gold spending past 1 million, so he could unlock the third rule item. There is. The group contract scroll lets you contract multiple pets at once, but it's extremely rare. I only saw it once when I was young, and it was worth at least 200,000 gold. Chen Rou blurted out the answer without hesitation. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel curious. Mom, aren't you a Holy Spirit priest? How do you know so much about the Beastmaster class? Because I used to know a Beastmaster veteran. Chen Rou just mentioned it briefly and didn't go into detail, so Lu Chen didn't press further. He opened the system shop. There were just too many types of scrolls. If he searched one by one, who knew how long it would take? But now that he had the item's name, a quick search would do. Name, Group Contract Scroll. Grade, Legendary. Effect, upon use, contract up to 3,000 beast pets at once. Note, to achieve the maximum group contract effect, prepare 3,000 Beastmaster whips and 3,000 contract scrolls before use. Lu Chen smiled in satisfaction. With this scroll, contracting beast pets would be a breeze. Ding! You spent 80 gold to purchase group contract scroll times 80. Contracting 3,000 pets at once, so with 80 uses, he could contract 240,000 beast pets. It would only take about 10 minutes, easy as pie. Ding! You spent 240,000 gold to purchase F-grade Icehorn Ant Beast Egg times 240,000. Ding! You spent 240,000 gold to purchase Legendary Contract Scroll times 240,000. Ding! You spent 240,000 gold to purchase Legendary Beastmaster Whip times 240,000. Ding! You've spent a total of 1 million gold and have successfully unlocked the third rule item at random, Universal Skill Copybook. What kind of rule item is this? Lu Chen immediately took it out to inspect. Name, Universal Skill Copybook. Grade? Effect, with this book, you can learn any one skill from any other class. You can learn a skill from every class? Doesn't this mean I can break the Beastmaster's restriction of having only one fixed skill? I could learn skills from other classes and fight on the front lines just like a combat class. Lu Chen grinned. With this, he had finally overcome the Beastmaster's greatest weakness. The fatal flaw of being completely vulnerable when enemies got up close. He'd experienced this firsthand in the Silent Bone Ridge secret realm. When the undead Lord Boss ambushed him, he was rendered powerless at close range, forced to watch helplessly as his health bar was whittled away with each strike. That overwhelming sense of helplessness was still fresh in his memory. But now, the weakness that had doomed so many Beastmasters on the battlefield no longer existed for him. This full-class skill copybook automatically bound itself to Lu Chen, causing subtle changes in his skill slots. Another rule-breaking item. At this point, Lu Chen and Chen Rou were numb to it all. Even if their son unlocked some item that could let him slay gods outright, they probably wouldn't be all that surprised. In their minds, the stronger their son became, the more secure his future would be. Son, if you have any questions about your skills, just ask us. We know quite a lot about the skills of various classes, Lu Chen said. The full class skill copying had its limitations, so picking the right skills was crucial. After all, each class could only learn one skill. There were 7 core combat classes: warrior, mage, archer, assassin, priest, knight, and beastmaster. As for life classes, there were also 7: blacksmith, enhancer, enchanter, barrier master, gatherer, alchemist, and gem master. After thoroughly discussing the unique traits of each class's skills with his parents, Lu Chen had a clearer idea of what direction he wanted to take with his skill learning. He knew that the exclusive skills of the 7 life classes were a must-learn eventually. But for now, he had only unlocked 5 skill slots. Each advancement unlocked 2 more slots, and being at the 3rd tier, he naturally had access to 6 slots. With one already occupied by Beastmaster, that left him with 5 skills he could learn at the moment. He decided to save the life class exclusive skills for later. Right now, combat skills were the priority. Lu Chen opened the skill page in the system shop. Previously, there had been no skill books displayed, but now books for every class were available, and every single one was a top-tier SSS grade legendary forbidden spell. Anyone who knew anything understood just how rare SSS grade legendary forbidden spells were. Hardly any class advancers in the world had ever learned one. Even a single copy would be worth a fortune. But here, in the system shop, you could buy one for just a single gold coin. Ding! You have spent 1 gold coin to purchase the SSS grade assassin forbidden spell Divine Stealth. Ding! You have spent 1 gold coin to purchase the SSS grade warrior forbidden spell Godly Battle Body. Ding! You have spent 1 gold coin to purchase the SSS grade mage forbidden spell Thunder Punishment, World's End. Ding! You have spent 1 gold coin to purchase the SSS grade priest forbidden spell Fountain of Life. Ding! You have spent 1 gold coin to purchase the SSS grade knight forbidden spell Sacred Spear, Oath of the End. Copy and learn. Name: Divine Stealth. Grade: SSS forbidden spell. Level: Tier 3, LV 60. Effects: absolute invisibility. Upon activation, enter a state of complete invisibility, undetectable by any same tier detection method, including perception, scouting skills, etc. No time limit remains until manually deactivated or an attack is launched. Phase of nothingness. While invisible, immune to all non-targeted area damage of the same tier, such as AoE skills or environmental traps. However, direct targeted attacks will forcefully reveal you. Shadow synchronization, briefly phase through solid obstacles, movement speed increased by 300%, and does not trigger spatial disturbances. Mark of Slaughter, the first attack made while in stealth is guaranteed to critically hit and inflict breakthrough, which ignores defense and deals true damage. Each use consumes 30% of maximum mana. Cooldown, 180 seconds. Name: Divine Warbody. Grade: SSS forbidden spell. Level: Tier 3, LV 60. Effects: manifestation of the divine, your body swells to 10 times its original height, about 18 meters. All attributes increase by 180%. Gain absolute dominance status, immune to control, interruption, and instant death effects. Physical attacks are converted to holy damage, dealing an extra 200% damage to dark-type aberrations. Divine Domain, unleash a god's domain with a 1,000-meter radius centered on yourself. All allied units within the field take 30% less damage, while enemy units are struck every 3 seconds by divine punishment, suffering true damage equal to 2% of their max HP each time. Divine Might, each basic attack triggers Earth Splitter, dealing 120% attack power as damage to all enemies in a 50-meter line. On critical hits, triggers Heaven Fall, adding an extra 50% attack power as area splash damage. Duration, 30 seconds. Each use consumes 30% of maximum mana. Cooldown, 180 seconds. Name: Thunder Judgment, Annihilation of Worlds. Grade: SSS forbidden spell. Level: Tier 3, LV 60. Effects: Cataclysmic Thunderfield, AoE attack summons a thunderstorm zone covering 30% of the map for 18 seconds, calling down 360 bolts of lightning per second, each dealing 180% attack as lightning-type true damage, plus 20% burn damage. Deals an extra 200% damage to dark-type aberrations. Mark of Judgment, target struck accumulate stacks of Thunder Doom, each stack reduces lightning resistance by 5%, up to 10 stacks. At max stacks, triggers Chain Thunderburst, deals additional true damage equal to 15% of max HP. Domain Collapse, environmental effect tears apart the battlefield, increasing cooldowns of all enemy skills within the area by 40% and disabling all teleportation abilities. Each use consumes 30% of maximum mana. Cooldown, 180 seconds. Name, Fountain of Divine Life. Grade, SSS Forbidden Spell. Level, Tier 3, LV60. Effects. Mass Healing, instantly restores HP to all allied units equal to 50% of their own max HP, and grants the Overflowing Life effect for 30 seconds. Any healing that exceeds max HP during this period becomes a temporary shield, up to 50% of max HP. Negative Effect Removal, removes all negative statuses below legendary rank, such as curses, poison, and petrification. For negative effects of legendary rank, attempts 3 powerful cleanses, success rate equals 60% plus 1% per caster level difference. Divine Spring Domain, creates a domain in the casting area that lasts for 10 minutes. All allied units within the domain recover 1% of their maximum HP and mana per second, gain plus 30% to all resistances, and have the effects of nature-type skills increased by 50%. Lasts 30 seconds, each activation consumes 30% of maximum mana, cooldown, 180 seconds. Name, Holy Spear, Oath of the End. Rank, SSS Class Forbidden Spell. Level, Tier 3, LV60. Effects. Oathbound Shackles, passive while wielding this forbidden spell, you are immune to all mental control effects below SSS rank. Each attack inflicts Holy Erosion, which reduces the target's defense by 1% per second, stacking up to 10 times. Final Judgment, active gather a Holy Spear and unleash a piercing strike on the target, dealing true damage equal to base attack times 300% plus 30% of maximum HP. Applies an end mark if the target's HP drops below 3%, triggers an instant death check, success rate against divine beings drops to 15%. Cost, consumes 50% of the caster's current HP, using this skill consecutively results in immediate death. End's Verdict, sacrifice all mana to trigger an additional 300% light burst damage against all targets marked with end mark. Lasts 30 seconds, each activation consumes 30% of maximum mana, cooldown, 180 seconds. 5 Forbidden Spells? Lucen and Shenro exchanged glances, their eyes swirling with indescribable shock and ecstatic joy. Their son was now truly invincible. His beast companion was invincible. He himself was invincible. Their son was about to become the first ever beast master in human profession history with no weaknesses, a flawless, unbeatable master. After mastering all 5 forbidden spells from the main professions, Lu Chen could hardly wait to experience their effects for himself. Without delay, he messaged Yu Linglong. Pavilion Master Linglong, I need 2 Secret Realm tickets, one for Misty Bay's Secret Realm, and one for the Lock and Key Maze Secret Realm. As before, we'll split the spoils 50-50. Deal. Both secret realms were managed by the Xinghai Guild, and Yu Linglong had a pretty good relationship with Siko Yao, so she was able to get the 2 tickets for him promptly. Truth be told, given Lu Chen's current reputation and strength in Xihai City, he no longer needed Yu Linglong's help to get secret realm tickets. He could just enter and clear the secret realms himself, none of the city's guilds would dare stop him. But Lu Chen wanted to show some respect and give Yu Linglong a share of the rewards, especially since he still owed her 2 favors. Soon after, Lu Chen arrived at the entrance of the Lock and Key Maze Secret Realm. Name, Lock and Key Maze Secret Realm. Rank, 3-star. Difficulty, Normal. Monster level, LV 60 and 90. Time limit for rewards, 30 minutes. Current clear record, hidden. Record time, 3 minutes. This challenge secret realm wasn't particularly difficult. Players just had to find 4 mini-bosses within the maze, obtain 4 key fragments, combine them into a master key, then locate the final door at the maze's end and defeat the final boss inside. Most challengers waste too much time wandering the maze, making it nearly impossible to break the record. But it was obvious, the current record holder for the secret realm was incredibly strong, clearing it in just 3 minutes. No one knew exactly who set that record, but to finish in 3 minutes, they must have been able to instantly see through every path in the maze. There was simply no other way. Lu Chen noticed that there wasn't a single challenger here. Then again, with a 3-minute record, it made sense. For over 99.99% of job changers in Xihai City, that record was unbreakable. But for Lu Chen, it was a breeze. Lu Chen? The Starlit Sea Guild member in charge of guarding this secret realm was stunned. He immediately sent a message to Siko Yao. What? Lu Chen wants to challenge the 3-star secret realm? He's already broken through to the 3rd tier? When Siko Yao heard that Lu Chen was about to take on the 3-star Lock and Key Maze, he was floored. His proudest disciple, Lu Ruyuan, had only just accepted her Tier 2 advancement quest. The gap between them was growing wider and wider. He immediately reported the news to Elder Qin. But Qin Muyun barely reacted. He simply replied, "I know." After all, not long ago, Shin Shiyun had come to see him in person and tossed him a special token. "Lu Chen and his family are under my protection. If anyone has a problem with that, let your guild leader come talk to me." Qin Muyun never expected that in this small city of Shihai, even a legendary guild master would show up. He couldn't afford to offend someone like that, and neither could the Skyhawk Guild. That's why Qin Muyun had instructed Sikong Yao to keep an eye on Lu Chen's family in secret, but under no circumstances were they to make a move against them, at least, not as long as that big shot was still in Shihai City. By now, Lu Chen had already entered the secret realm. As soon as he stepped inside, he summoned a swarm of 300,000 frosthorn ants, which surged forward like a tidal wave. The minor monsters and mini-bosses didn't even get a glimpse of Lu Chen. They were instantly wiped out by the ants, and their corpses were quickly divided up between Xiaoqing and the snowcat. With so many frosthorn ants, finding the route to the exit was a piece of cake. "Master, we've found the path to the end." One of the frosthorn ants returned to the beast pen to lead the way. Ghost Walk. Lu Chen cast the forbidden spell, turning invisible, boosting his movement speed by 300%, and letting him phase through walls. In less than a minute, Lu Chen had raced straight to the end. Using the synthesized key, he unlocked the giant iron door and stepped into an isolated chamber. Only one boss awaited him here. Name, Shadow Devourer, Boss Leader. "Anyone who dares challenge me will be utterly defeated, for my clones are invincible," the boss sneered, splitting into multiple shadow copies, its face twisted in a cold, arrogant grin, as if nothing could surpass its might. Forbidden Spell, Thunder Judgment, World Annihilation. Lu Chen raised his hand and unleashed a forbidden spell. A storm of lightning erupted, tearing the heavens asunder. 100 bolts of lightning rained down like divine punishment. The entire map was swallowed by a blinding violet-white light. 360 thunder dragons intertwined, forming a kilometer-wide matrix of destruction. Under the apocalyptic barrage of lightning, the ground shattered into dust in an instant. The boss didn't even have time to let out a terrified scream before it was obliterated by the storm, both its main body and its clones bursting apart like glass, vanishing without a trace. Even the labyrinthine secret realm was caught in the devastation. The maze collapsed all around, like the end of the world had arrived. Ding! The secret realm you're in has suffered catastrophic damage and will require 10 minutes to repair. Fortunately, this was just an instance of the Keylok secret realm. If it had been a newly born secret realm, the destruction might have spilled out into the world beyond. Did I just blow up an entire secret realm? Lu Chen was taken aback. He knew forbidden spells were powerful, but he never imagined they'd be this overwhelming. A 3-star secret realm couldn't withstand the force of a 3rd-tier legendary forbidden spell at all. The boss was obliterated, not even ashes left. Looks like I can't just go around using forbidden spells, otherwise, my beast companions won't have any monster corpses to consume for their evolution. Lu Chen shook his head in regret. 10 minutes later. Ding! Secret realm repaired. Ding! Congratulations, you've broken a new record, reputation plus 270, level plus 3, gold plus 12,000. Ding! Congratulations, you've reached LV 63. This time, Lu Chen didn't bother to hide the information. After all, everyone in Shihai City already knew how strong he was. Keeping secrets served no purpose anymore. He might as well be bold and high profile. Let the legend of Lu Chen ring out even louder. Oh my god. He cleared it in 48 seconds. Even if you knew the maze's layout and where all the monsters were, there's no way you could finish this fast, right? This Lu Chen, he's a total monster. A few guards stared at the updated Keylok Maze secret realm record, their scalps tingling. When they reported what had happened, the whole city was in an uproar. Tons of Transfer Awakened players rushed over just to witness this miracle firsthand. Current record holder. Name, Lu Chen. Class, F-rank Beast Tamer. Clear time, 48 seconds. Gulp. Do you guys really think Lu Chen's an F-rank Beast Tamer? The rules are clear, Lu Chen is an F-rank Beast Tamer. But who's ever heard of an F-rank this strong? With a record like that, even legendary prodigies can't keep up. People all around were abuzz with speculation, but no one could make sense of it. Not far away, Shin Shiyun was there too. In fact, she'd been secretly keeping an eye on Lu Chen this whole time. Seeing him crush the latest record she'd set only made her more eager to recruit him as her disciple. If she succeeded, the entire power structure of the world would shift. She could even start preparing to enter that divine game. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was already working on the Misty Bay secret realm. Thick fog blanketed everything, restricting vision to just 10 meters, making it a dangerous place. But chitter, chitter, chitter. With a 300,000-strong army of icehorn ants sweeping through, the sea monsters in this secret realm didn't stand a chance. It was a one-sided massacre. Ding! Congratulations, you've reached LV64. Leveling up is getting slower and slower, looks like I'll still have to clear out the invasion secret realms. Lu Chen kept pestering the lady of Linglong Pavilion for more secret realm tickets, intending to sweep through every remaining invasion secret realm in Shihai City. Meanwhile, something was quietly shifting in the skies above Shihai City. Wisps of bloody red light flickered in and out of view. At home, Lu Xiaoyun, who was napping, suddenly opened her eyes. Crimson divine patterns bloomed across her irises. But strangely, this time she didn't go berserk. Instead, she stared out the window, her gaze locked on the distant sky, whispering as if in a trance, "It's coming." On the streets of Shihai City, people and traffic bustled in a scene of peace and harmony. Since Lu Chen had wiped out the cancerous Overlord Tiger Guild, the city had finally enjoyed a rare moment of tranquility. In a certain park. The big monster's coming to catch Ruyan. He. Ah. No, big monster brother, don't come over. A little girl, full of life, ran circles around a statue of one of Dasha's legendary heroes, chased by a chubby little boy waving his arms like a big scary monster. Slow down, slow down. Two elderly people sat on a stone bench nearby, smiling kindly, gently reminding them to be careful. Ha! Big brother, what's that? The little girl suddenly stopped, staring wide-eyed at the sky. Two crimson rifts had appeared above, like the eyes of some demonic beast, peering down at Shihai City. Suddenly, a deep rumble shook the sky. Buzz. Asterisk bang. Bang. Bang, asterisk. Ah. Countless windows shattered across the city. Screams of terror erupted everywhere. Before anyone could react to what was happening, countless space rifts, large and small, tore open all over Shihai City. Each one oozed with blood-red light. Immediately after, these rifts twisted into swirling vortexes, entrances to brand new secret realms. A faint, shimmering blood-colored barrier spread out, covering the entire city. New secret realms were being born. But why so many at once? This number, there must be at least 10,000. The city's job changers stared in shock as new secret realms appeared all around, inside and outside the city, even in the sky. Panic swept through them as they realized it was almost unheard of to have this many secret realms emerge simultaneously in the past 3 centuries. Woo! The city's highest level alarm blared. In the park, the elderly immediately scooped up their grandchildren and rushed toward the nearest underground shelter. In an instant, Shihai City was thrown into chaos. Children and the elderly fled for safety in droves. Si Kong Yao sent out urgent requests for aid to other major cities. But even if the nearest Silver Moon city sent reinforcements at top speed, it would take several hours for them to arrive, and that's assuming they didn't run into invasion monsters along the way. But the first clear limit for a 5-star secret realm was only 4 hours. Recall all combat class job changers at once. Prepare to defend Shihai City. With so many new secret realms appearing at once, the city's strength was nowhere near enough to clear them all before the timer ran out. And if hordes of invasion monsters poured into Shihai City, it would be nearly impossible to hold the line. Si Kong Yao could only pin his hopes on the city's resident powerhouse, the 7th-tier master, Qin Muyun, Elder Qin. There's been a sudden, massive upheaval in Shihai City. Over 10,000 new secret realms have appeared at once. Please, Elder Qin, lend us your strength and protect our city. A flicker of delight flashed in the depths of Qin Muyun's eyes. So his sense of danger hadn't been wrong, there really was a great crisis descending upon Shihai City. But he had no intention of involving himself in the city's survival or demise. In fact, in the 300 years since the advent of professions began, countless third-rate cities like Shihai had been wiped off the map, only for new cities to rise in their place. Whether Shihai City survived or not was of no concern to Qin Muyun. What he cared about was whether he could reap enough benefits before this crisis erupted in full. All professional awakened could enter the new secret realms. But there was a limit to the number of entrants. Also, anyone whose level exceeded the realm's maximum would have their strength forcibly suppressed by its rules. Shin Muyun's plan was simple: let Si Kong Yao and the others scout ahead to locate the bosses, then rush to clear the 4- and 5-star secret realms for the first time. As for 6-star and above, those probably didn't exist here. This was a relatively stable region, and the strongest fissures that could appear would top out at 5 stars. Mayor Sikon, as a citizen of Great Xia, of course I won't stand by while my compatriots are in danger. Quickly, gather all profession awakened of tier 4 and above. We'll clear the high-star secret realms together. All of them? Sikong Yao hesitated. Elder Qin, shouldn't we leave some people to defend Shihai City? Yes, all of them, Shin Muyun replied firmly. That's the only way to secure the first clear on the high-star secret realms quickly. The remaining low-star ones, even if they all turn into invasion realms, won't be able to breach Shihai's defenses. At worst, we'll just have some low-level monsters roaming outside the city walls. Although Elder Qin's reasoning still made Sikong Yao uneasy, at this point he had no choice but to organize a team to tackle the high-star secret realms. Of course, he also sent an invitation to Linglong, the head of Jinbao Pavilion, hoping she would join Elder Qin's raid team and lend Shihai City her strength. But Linglong refused. She could see right through Elder Qin's real intentions. Besides, she had a better team in mind. Anding, go in person and bring Lu Chen's family to our Jinbao Pavilion safe room, then meet up with me, Linglong ordered. Yes, miss. Immediately, Jade Linglong sent a message to Lu Chen, telling him about the upheaval in Shihai City and proposing they form a team to be the first to clear a high-star secret realm together. At that moment, Lu Chen had just finished sweeping through a 4-star invasion realm filled with wood-type monsters, the leaf-blade-manted spirits, perfect fodder for his azure-scaled snake to devour and evolve. Sure enough, the azure-scaled snake pulled ahead of his snowcat this time and completed its evolution first. Name: Azure Blade Radiant Bramble Serpent. Rank: D. Innate ability: Azure Eye Mimicry, D. Level: Tier 2 LV 60. Evolution progress: 0%, resets to 0 after each evolution. Skills: Brambletail Execution, Radiant Azure Venom Mist, Blade Scale Scatter, Molt Substitute. The snowcat was also on the verge of evolving, just needed to be fed a few wind elemental beasts. At that moment, Lu Chen received a flood of messages. Dad, Lu Xin. Son, over 10,000 new secret realms have suddenly appeared in Shihai City. This could involve deities. Ever since the era of class awakenings began, every time a wave of newborn secret realms appeared, there were always divine forces at work behind the scenes. Be careful. Deities meddling? Lu Chen immediately thought of the god hidden in the secret map of the Scarlet Forest, the new recruit's secret realm. Maybe that god was toying with him, and now this invasion and disaster were retaliation, an attempt to wipe out Shihai City. Mom, Shan Ro. Son, Xiaoyan's illness has flared up again, but this time she's unusually quiet. The mistress of Linglong Pavilion has sent someone to escort us to the refuge at Jinbao Pavilion. Don't worry. What? His little sister's sick again? And she's acting differently, quiet, not like before? Lu Chen's worry deepened. He really couldn't afford to delay treating her illness any longer. Shun Shiyun. Something's happened in Shihai City, and it's different from before. All-star grade secret realms now have a first clear time limit of just half an hour. The city's surrounded by a barrier, nobody can get in or out. There's a mysterious blood array embedded in the barrier. After half an hour, it'll activate and suppress the level of every class holder above Tier 5, bringing them all down to Tier 5. I'm heading to clear a Hell difficulty secret realm first. If I fail, you have to stick close to me, otherwise, even I can't guarantee your safety. What Hell difficulty secret realms have emerged in Shihai City? And every first clear only allows 30 minutes? The whole city sealed off, with a hidden blood array ready to suppress everyone's power. This was an all-out effort to destroy Shihai City. Lu Chen's suspicions hardened. This catastrophe in Shihai City was definitely connected to that sinister god. A god was bent on annihilating the city. He continued checking his messages. Mistress of Linglong Pavilion. Lu Chen, the sudden appearance of so many new secret realms is both a huge crisis and an incredible opportunity. I'd like to invite you to join my team and clear these secret realms together. We'll share the first clear rewards. First clearing newborn secret realms as a team. Every team member gets their own first clear reward, with no downside. And since the mistress was once again protecting his family, Lu Chen felt deeply grateful. He didn't hesitate, he joined Yu Linglong's team right away. Ding! You have joined the Linglong squad. Leader, Yu Linglong, level, Tier 5 LV 125, class, SSS rank legendary Scarlet Flare Archer. Member, Nightshade, level, Tier 7 LV 184, class, SS rank Epic Shadow Assassin. A god's hand at work. A city-wide lockdown. Even top-tier experts like Shin Shiyun, an 8th-tier powerhouse, looked grim. This made Lu Chen's expression grow even more anxious. In just half an hour, the blood array would be triggered. Whether they were 7th-tier masters or 8th-tier powerhouses, all would be suppressed down to 5th-tier strength by the array. By then, every secret realm in Shihai City that hadn't been conquered would erupt, unleashing a flood of monsters to invade the city on all fronts. For now, the top priority was to rendezvous with Lady Linglong as quickly as possible, clear the new secret realm for first completion, reduce the threat level, and, while he was at it, earn more gold rewards. The system's 4th rulebound item required a whopping 10 million gold coins to unlock. Without hesitation, Lu Chen purchased a level 3 talent upgrade stone, leveled up his talent, and pushed his combat strength to the max. Name, Infinite Evolution. Rank, Unique Mythic. Level, Tier 3, LV 66. Effect. Passive, all attributes plus 900%. Beast Pets, attack damage plus 90%, with 36% lifesteal, 3% per tier, critical rate plus 90%, damage reduction plus 24%, crowd control immunity plus 24%, all resistances plus 24%, defense penetration plus 24%, armor penetration plus 24%, intimidation plus 24%. Active, Beast Evolution. Any contracted beast pet under this effect can endlessly evolve by devouring monsters, with no limit, until they reach their ultimate form. Lu Chen's stats soared to another level. HP, 364,950. Mana, 364,950. Attack, 544,644. Defense, 109,485 physical/109,485 magical. Afterward, he contracted 10,000 F-rank flying beast pets, Scarlet Falcons. These small raptors had savage, razor-sharp attacks. With this, Lu Chen completed his aerial beast legion. Now he had air supremacy. No matter how strong the invading monsters were this time, Lu Chen was determined to intercept and annihilate them all. He would never allow anything to threaten his family's safety. Buzz. Lu Chen stepped out of the 4-star secret realm. At this moment, the entire Shihai City was shrouded in a barrier of bloody light, as if he'd returned to the Scarlet Forest secret realm. This only confirmed Lu Chen's suspicion. The troublemaking deity was that evil stone statue, and it wanted indiscriminate revenge. He also noticed strange runes drifting within the crimson glow, forming a hidden, blood-red array. This had to be the blood array that Master Shin Shiyun had mentioned. After meeting up with Lady Linglong, she looked grave and finally spoke. Lu Chen, I won't hide anything from you. The sudden appearance of so many new secret realms in Shihai City may be tied to an ancient, unknown god. I only know a little about secrets involving gods, but one thing is certain, gods are beings we cannot hope to resist. She pointed to the sky, where 2 scarlet vortexes spun ominously. Look, there are more than 10,000 new secret realms in Shihai City, but every first clear deadline is only half an hour. Normally, the higher the star level, the longer the window for first completion. What's more, this time 2 5-star hell difficulty secret realms have appeared at once. Those 2 swirling portals in the sky loomed like the eyes of an evil god, staring down at Shihai City. 2 5-star, hell-level secret realms, appearing at the same time? Lu Chen stared up at the sky in astonishment. At the same time, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. No matter what, he had to conquer at least 1 5-star hell-level secret realm. This kind of realm was incredibly rare and precious. The first clear rewards would surely be lavish. I've already had Anding do a preliminary count. There are 10,509 new secret realms this time, the lowest being 3-star level. Of these, 9,527 are 3-star, 874 are 4-star, and 108 are 5-star. Anyone can enter these new secret realms, but higher-level participants will have their level suppressed by the realm's rules, so they can't exceed its maximum level limit. My suggestion is that we go for a first clear on a 5-star realm at the hard difficulty. With only 30 minutes, if we quickly take down an easier boss, we'll get more rewards and reduce the risks. Yu Linglong proposed. But Lu Chen shook his head, his gaze fixed on the 5-star hell-level secret realm above. He gave a soft laugh. No. Since time is limited, let's go for a first clear on a 5-star hell-level secret realm. What? Both Yu Linglong and Anting were stunned. Hell-level difficulty? Lu Chen, are you serious? You're only at Tier 3. Even if you have 100,000 beast pets and stats rivaling a Tier 5 class changer, the hell-level realm lord boss is terrifying. Even a legendary team full of prodigies would struggle to take down a realm lord boss. Their minions aren't just numerous, they're powerful. Yu Linglong hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Everyone knew, of the 7 hell-level secret realms discovered worldwide, every one of them took the top guilds and experts dozens of days just to reach the realm lord boss. Linglong Pavilion Master, do you trust me? If you do, come with me. If not, I'll solo it, and you can go for the hard difficulty 5-star realm. If I hadn't learned forbidden spells, or obtained an artifact in the beast god emblem, I wouldn't dare take this risk. But now? What's there to be afraid of? Even if a Tier 5 realm lord boss has over 10 million HP, I'm confident I can take it down. The piercing damage from 300,000 Icehorn ants attacking at once is no joke. Yu Linglong and Anting both froze, their minds momentarily blank. Could Lu Chen really have the strength to defeat a Tier 5 realm lord boss? No matter how monstrous his stat growth was, could a Tier 3 really kill a Tier 5 realm lord? If it were that easy, Blue Star's nations wouldn't still be living under the constant threat of invading realm lord bosses. Right now, humanity's class changers still couldn't match the strength of the monsters, they could only rely on guild defenses to hold them off. Yet, seeing the absolute confidence in Lu Chen's eyes, Yu Linglong felt a strange surge of anticipation. She clenched her teeth and made up her mind. All right. I'll risk my life to join you for a hell-level secret realm clear. Miss, you can't. Anting cried out in alarm. This kind of thing, if not handled carefully, could easily get someone killed. The mortality rate isn't much lower than a 10-star difficulty advancement quest. But once Yu Linglong made up her mind to do something, she wouldn't waver. In this sense, she was a lot like Lu Chen. If you can help me clear a 5-star difficulty secret realm for the first time, we'll call it even for that favor you owe me. Being the first to clear a hell difficulty secret realm, its value was beyond imagination. The first clear rewards alone were enough to make anyone envious, not to mention the global announcement and a spot in the history books. And there was more, she'd also draw the attention of all the world's top guilds and organizations. This would give her new choices, and in the future, the power and influence to clear her mother's name and get revenge. It's a deal. Lu Chen smiled knowingly. If something this simple could settle a favor, he had no complaints. Anting was still worried. But since Miss Linglong had already decided, all she could do was prepare herself to risk her life. No matter what happened, she would make sure Miss Linglong returned safely. Without delay, at Yu Linglong's signal, Anting reluctantly took Yu Linglong and Lu Chen with her, soaring into the air and heading straight for one of the 5-star hell difficulty secret realms. Meanwhile, Qin Muyun had already begun to move, leading Sikon Yao and the other Tier 4 and above powerhouses from Shihai City. He quickly noticed the 7th tier shadow assassin he'd fought earlier. That's the one. Then, when Qin Muyun saw Lu Chen at the assassin's side, his expression darkened. Lu Chen? He also spotted Yu Linglong. Isn't that Yu Linglong, the illegitimate daughter of the Jinbao Pavilion's grandmaster? So this shadow assassin is Yu Linglong's personal bodyguard. Looks like she and Lu Chen are pretty close. Wait, what are they up to? Don't tell me they're aiming for a first clear of a 5-star hell difficulty secret realm? Are they insane? When he actually saw the three of them enter the 5-star hell difficulty secret realm, Qin Muyun was completely stunned. No way. Do they have a death wish or something? Who in their right mind would dare enter a hell difficulty secret realm? Name, Corrupted Temple Secret Realm. Rating, 5-star. Difficulty, Hell. Monster level, Tier 5. Level restriction, Tier 5 or below. Party size, 1 to 120 players. First clear time limit, 30 minutes, normal time limit, 10 years. Ding. You have entered the Corrupted Temple. You have triggered the Sin's Resonance environment buff. Every 3 minutes, the entire party will randomly receive a Sin's debuff. Ding. Party member Nightshade, level forcibly suppressed to Tier 5, level 150. Miss, watch out for the negative buffs. In a hell difficulty secret realm, the debuffs are just as dangerous as the monsters. Anting cautioned, then outlined a battle plan. I'm a shadow assassin, so in a place like this corrupted temple, I have a huge advantage with stealth. I'll go scout out the final boss's location first. You and young Master Lu stay here and handle the mobs. Once I find the boss, we'll figure out a way to fight our way over. Yu Linglong nodded in agreement with this plan, but Lu Chen had a different idea. Once Senior Shadow finds the boss's location and comes back to rally us, there'll hardly be any time left to take it down. It's safer if I go handle the Domain Lord boss on my own. With the Divine Concealment spell, none of the lesser monsters should be able to spot me except for the boss itself. I can quickly locate the boss and take it head-on. Senior Shadow, there's no need to go through all that trouble. Leave the boss to me, you two wait here for my good news, alright? Both Jade Linglong and Night Shadow were stunned. Little Lu, don't be reckless. Night Shadow protested. You're a beast, Tamer. If you go hunting for the boss alone, you'll probably get ambushed and one-shot by other monsters before you even find it. Night Shadow felt a headache coming on. If she'd known Lu Chen was this impulsive and unreliable, she would have done everything she could to stop her lady from coming in here. But now it was too late, they were already inside. If they didn't defeat the boss within 30 minutes, they wouldn't be able to leave on their own. Jade Linglong chimed in anxiously, that's right, Lu Chen. This Domain Lord boss isn't something to mess around with, especially a Tier 5 Domain Lord. It suppresses your level. You're a beast tamer without any survival skills, going after it alone is just suicide. No matter how high your stats are, you'd just be throwing your life away. Jade Linglong was getting desperate. The only reason she dared to come in here was, first, because she trusted Lu Chen, and second, because she had her own battle plan. She and Ant Shadow would try to tank the boss's attacks, while Lu Chen's Frosthorn Ant beasts would dish out heavy damage. But now he was saying he'd go after the boss alone? A beast tamer taking on a Domain Lord boss solo, wasn't that just asking for death? Lu Chen, this isn't a joke. All three of our lives are at stake here. We should stick to my plan. You're not an assassin, you can't LTH. Night Shadow's words trailed off in disbelief as she watched Lu Chen summon a swarm of shadow soul mice, then vanish without a trace right where he stood. Impossible. How could Lu Chen go invisible? Where did he get that ability? He hadn't used any invisibility items. Not only was Night Shadow dumbfounded, but Jade Linglong was also at a complete loss. Lu Chen had literally disappeared before their eyes. A beast tamer who could turn invisible. What kind of situation was this? Was Lu Chen breaking the rules again? Team chat, Jade Linglong, Guildmaster Linglong, Senior Shadow, just wait here for my good news. The Shadow Soul Mice will help you deal with any monsters. As soon as Lu Chen activated Divine Concealment, he was already on the move. Ant Shadow, did you see what stealth method Lu Chen just used? Was it an item? Or a skill? Jade Linglong had used Insight just now, but found no trace of Lu Chen. Ant Shadow looked just as baffled. It wasn't an item. If Lu Chen had used an item, we would have noticed. It couldn't possibly be a skill, only assassins have access to stealth, and no other class can learn it. Besides, Lu Chen is a Beastmaster. That class is born with only one exclusive skill, taming. And let's not forget, the fact that Lu Chen can break the rule limiting the number of contracted beasts is already nothing short of miraculous. How could he break another rule and acquire stealth on top of that? That's absolutely impossible. So what exactly did little brother Lu Chen just do? Yu Linglong was completely puzzled. No idea. But I bet it has something to do with the secret behind how he's able to contract thousands of beast pets. Whatever it was, it couldn't have been stealth. I'd stake my assassin's honor on it. Nightshade declared with complete conviction. Yu Linglong glanced ahead and decided not to dwell on it. Instead, her heart filled with anticipation. If Lu Chen could somehow stay hidden, he might be able to sneak right up to the Realm Lord boss, then instantly summon all his Frosthorn ants for a surprise attack. If he caught the boss off guard, they'd have a real shot at taking it down in a single strike. She'd seen Lu Chen's stats back in the Overlord Tiger Guild, and with the Frosthorn ants' unique piercing abilities, a swarm of 100,000 could easily dish out at least 20 million true damage. And a Tier 5 Realm Lord boss would never have more than 20 million HP in its normal state. Just then, Yu Linglong's eyes fell on the shadow soul rats Lu Chen had left behind. Curious, she used her insight skill to check their stats and instantly let out a shocked cry. Oh my god! What is it, miss? Nightshade immediately struck a defensive pose, shielding Linglong, certain that a boss must be attacking. And Ing, use your insight on those shadow soul rats. Am I seeing things, or do they all have more than 300,000 HP and a terrifying 540,000 attack? You're joking, right? That's impossible. Nightshade didn't believe it and quickly used insight herself. She rubbed her eyes hard, then stared again, scanning rat after rat. No matter which one she looked at, their stats matched exactly what Miss Linglong had seen. For a long moment, Nightshade was speechless. Then she gasped, heavens above. After Lu Chen advanced to Tier 3, his pet's stats skyrocketed like this? His awakened talent must be unimaginable. At that moment, the Shadow Soul rats all shot her a look of disdain, as if to say, such a fuss. Clearly, you've never seen real power before. Our master's strength, firmness, and vigor are beyond your imagination. When she saw the words floating above the rats' heads, Nightshade managed to keep her composure, but Yu Linglong's jade-like cheeks blushed bright red. She snapped, if you can't speak properly, just don't speak at all. Humph, human women are so uptight. The Shadow Soul rats fell silent, silently standing guard beside the two women. Just then, a swarm of monsters from the corrupted shrine began to attack. Name, Flesh Abomination. Name, Rotwing Guardian. Name, Soul Thief. Before Yu Linglong or Shadow Ant could even make a move, the Shadow Soul Mouse darted forward in a burst of darkness. In the blink of an eye, it obliterated the group of attacking monsters. This only confirmed for Yu Linglong and Nightshade that what they'd discerned about the Shadow Soul Mouse's attributes was absolutely true. In other words, Lu Chen's stats really were this overpowered. Wonderful. This little brother Lu Chen just keeps surprising me. Yu Linglong felt herself growing more and more intrigued by Lu Chen. Meanwhile, Lu Chen himself had caused no disturbance among the lesser monsters. Whenever he encountered mini-bosses, he simply used his divine stealth and wall-phasing abilities to slip past them unnoticed. Despite the corrupted temple's complex layout and swarms of bizarre creatures, none of it slowed Lu Chen down in the slightest. In just 10 minutes, he'd made his way to the deepest chamber of the corrupted temple. Here, a massive spatial rift tore through the air, and standing guard at its maw was the final realm lord boss, the corrupted sovereign, Multa. Name, Divine Servant, Corrupted Sovereign Multa, Realm Lord Boss. Level, Tier 5, LV 150. HP, 18,060,000. Mana, 9,060,000. Attack, 4,530,000. Defense, 5,418,000 physical/2,718,000 magic. Special status, none. Skills, Rotlock Hook, Corruption Erosion, Mind Decay, Corrupted Sacrifice. Ultimate form of rot. The lowest level of the corrupted temple reeked with a nauseating stench. Thick, visible miasma drifted through the clammy air. The floor was carpeted with decaying flesh, every step squeezed out of foul, yellow pus. The walls crawled and pulsed with dark red fungal growths, as if the entire temple was slowly digesting its prey. Lu Chen had no choice but to put on a gas mask-like item to block out the sickening odor. The corrupted sovereign was a grotesque, bloated mass of dark purple, wielding a massive hook still dripping with chunks of flesh. Its body was cobbled together from countless rotting organs. 6 asymmetrical jade green eyes stared from its head, oozing corrosive slime and radiating an oppressive aura of decay. The sight instantly reminded Lu Chen of the Gluttony King, the final boss of his earlier Tier 3 Ascension quest. He couldn't help but wonder if the Gluttony King had been one of these corrupted monsters as well. Crunch! The corrupted sovereign tore the head off one of its own minions and stuffed it into a gaping cavity in its side, plugging the gap with fresh meat. I am the great corrupted sovereign. All desecrators shall become part of my flesh. The spatial rift continued to spit out powerful corrupted monsters. The corrupted sovereign was gathering its horde, preparing for the moment the 30-minute first clear timer ran out. Then, following the will of its master, it would launch a full-scale invasion against humanity, slaughtering every last one without mercy. At that moment, a domain lord-level boss knelt before the sovereign and reported respectfully, "Great corrupted sovereign, 3 human job changers have infiltrated the temple. Shall I go and kill them, and bring their corpses for your consumption?" The sovereign let out a chilling cackle. An intruder? Wasn't he already here? The corrupted sovereign bared its fangs in a bloodthirsty grin. All 6 of its eyes suddenly fixed on the spot where Lu Chen was hiding in stealth. In the next instant, the massive hook in the corrupted sovereign's hand swung toward Lu Chen, chains clattering as it arced through the air. Rotten flesh rained down in its wake, and even the air seemed to ripple and tear as the hook whipped forward with a ferocious, howling force. Lu Chen had no choice but to summon the Azure Blade Radiant Thorn Serpent, commanding it to use its molting doppelganger skill to block the attack. Crash! The serpent's doppelganger was instantly yanked toward the corrupted sovereign, dragged helplessly until it was crushed to pieces by the boss's terrifying strength. It can see through my divine stealth. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Divine stealth is a forbidden spell against enemies of the same rank. It grants perfect immunity to detection. Against higher rank foes, there's only a chance of being seen. But this corrupted sovereign, a realm lord level boss, could see through him every time. Those 6 eyes really are something, they even enhance its power of perception. If that's the case, then there's no choice but to face this realm lord boss head on. He glanced at the clock. Nearly 20 minutes left before the first clear time limit ran out. Plenty. Just enough to test the rest of my forbidden spells on this boss. The corrupted sovereign was momentarily stunned. It had expected the intruder to be a high-level assassin, not a beastmaster. What the hell? A beastmaster with stealth? And it wasn't any ordinary stealth, either. Even its domain lord-level underlings hadn't sensed anything. If not for its 6 eyes and enhanced perception, it might not have noticed him at all. The corrupted sovereign grinned again, thick, rotting blood oozing from its mouth. Keh. Welcome to the paradise of corruption. Here, all living things return to their truest form, decay, wither, and eternal silence. You little wretch, you'll be the first chosen I devour when I invade Blue Star's world. Your head will be added to my body as a trophy. Lu Chen recalled the azure serpent to his beast stable, eyes flashing with cold lightning. A grotesque, disgusting, bloated realm lord like you has no right to invade Blue Star. You belong here, rotting away into nothing. Roar! The corrupted sovereign was instantly enraged. Its mountain-sized body trembled violently as a strange, corrosive energy rippled out in waves, distorting the very air around it. Skill, corrupt erosion. At the same time, Lu Chen unleashed his own forbidden spell, Divine Warform. His body swelled rapidly, soaring to 18 meters tall in a blink. Though his muscles weren't grotesquely bulky, every line was perfectly defined, radiating explosive power, with divine runes faintly glowing beneath his skin. Just standing there, he exuded a crushing pressure that left the surrounding corrupted monsters reeling in awe. But that wasn't all. Centered on Lu Chen, a divine field spread outward, granting him 30% damage reduction. Any corrupted monsters within a kilometer would, over the next 3 minutes, suffer divine punishment equal to 2% of their maximum health per second. The real battle had begun. As soon as the divine battle physique was unleashed, all of Lu Chen's attributes skyrocketed by 180%. His damage reduction soared to a staggering 54%, and he gained the effects of a tyrant body. Naturally, the corruption domination's corrosive powers couldn't even scratch him. How could this be? He was supposed to be a beast tamer, so why did he have a warrior's skill? And not just any warrior skill, but a top-tier battle physique? Had he activated it? Weren't beast tamers only supposed to know taming abilities and support skills in battle? The corrupted monsters were dumbstruck. And in their case, their jaws literally hit the floor. Forget about them, even the corruption domination himself stared in utter disbelief, completely thrown by Lu Chen's move. He was certain this wasn't just a warrior skill, but a legendary forbidden spell among warriors. Was he seeing ghosts? Weren't forbidden spells only something 9th-tier legendary class changers could learn? How was a 3rd-tier rookie using it? And a beast tamer at that. This was beyond outrageous absurdity's mother just opened the door for it, pure, unadulterated nonsense. After the initial shock, all 6 of Corruption Domination's eyes flared with vicious green light. He was determined to capture this kid and dig out all his secrets. Roar! Get him, he commanded. With that, thousands upon thousands of powerful 5th-tier corrupted monsters let out howls and charged, forming a storm of corruption that shook the entire temple. But Lu Chen just tilted his head and grinned. Hey, have any of you ever been struck by lightning? The corrupted monsters froze? Forbidden spell, Heaven's Wrath, Annihilation. Lu Chen gripped the Godslayer spear, wielding it as a staff to cast a massive lightning spell. Instantly, thunderclouds gathered over the corrupted temple, lightning boiling in the sky. The spectacle stunned Yu Linglong and Nightshade, who were waiting anxiously for news outside. What's going on? Why is there suddenly thunder out of nowhere and such a terrifying storm at that? Is this a skill from the world boss? Yu Linglong's pupils shrank, her delicate fingers unconsciously gripping her skirt. Nightshade couldn't tell either. The magical surge from the thunder was just too overwhelming. She had never seen a lightning skill that could cause such chaos. Instinctively, she shielded Miss Linglong, fearing that if this was the world boss's skill, Linglong might get hurt. Seriously, have you never seen the world before? This is our master's doing. What are you panicking for? The Shadow Soul rats huddled together, rolling their eyes in collective disdain. What did you say? This is Lu Chen's doing? Yu Linglong's almond-shaped eyes went wide, her lips parted in shock as she froze where she stood, thunderstruck in every sense of the word. A heartbeat later, a lightning storm covered 30% of the map, with 360 bolts striking down per second. Crimson lightning tore the sky apart. Under the might of the storm, the temple trembled and shattered as if the whole world was collapsing and being destroyed. Boom! The corrupted temple was blasted into dust, shaking to its core. Every corrupted monster caught by the storm was instantly charred black, destroyed in a single strike. Even the mini-bosses weren't spared. If they were hit, they were either dead or gravely injured. In an instant, the Temple of Corruption, a 5-star hell difficulty secret realm, was now filled with the mouth-watering aroma of roasted flesh. It had truly become a living hell. But this hell was reserved for the aberrations. To witness such an apocalyptic storm of lightning with their own eyes left Yu Linglong and Nightshade utterly dumbfounded. They stood frozen, unable to recover from the shock for a long time. Lu Chen. How many secrets is he still hiding? He can conjure lightning this terrifying? With that kind of range and destructive power, even the fabled forbidden spells probably aren't much more devastating, right? On the final floor of the Temple of Corruption, the Corruption Overlord itself was utterly dazed, its mind reeling with a buzzing roar. Even it had been left battered and scorched by the rain of lightning. After all, Lu Chen had unleashed his divine battle form, maximizing the power of his world-annihilating thunder punishment. Every bolt of lightning dealt over 1,000,000 points of damage. Any boss below Domain Lord rank was instantly reduced to a charred corpse in the onslaught. Only bosses at Domain Lord level or higher could withstand the barrage. Even then, they had to unleash their strongest defensive or healing skills, otherwise, if they just tried to tough it out, they'd be blasted to dust. That was the terror of a forbidden spell. And this was only a 3rd-tier forbidden spell. There's a saying in the world of aberrations, if no divine skills appear, forbidden spells reign supreme. A forbidden spell, this had to be a forbidden spell. Nothing else could have such a massive area of effect and such terrifying destructive force. All the Corruption Domain Lord bosses stared at Lu Chen in abject terror. They were bewildered, confused, afraid. How could this human teenager be so outrageously overpowered? He was clearly a beastmaster, and yet not only could he unleash a warrior's battle form forbidden spell, he could also cast a mage's thunder-type forbidden spell. How was it possible for the rules to allow such a game-breaking anomaly to exist in this world? Let alone these domain lords, even the Corruption Overlord, the corrupted servant of the gods, was at a total loss. If the system prompt didn't clearly state that Lu Chen was a pure-blooded human beastmaster, the Corruption Overlord Martha would have absolutely believed this was some god masquerading as a human, descending into the secret realm just to forcibly start a divine game. It wouldn't be the first time something like that had happened. Some gods simply didn't care whether you were an aberration or a job changer. This brat cannot be allowed to live. Seeing Lu Chen unleash not 2, but actually 3 forbidden spells in succession, the initial stealth move was probably a forbidden spell too, a beastmaster in control of 3 different class forbidden spells. That was a secret far beyond anything it was qualified to covet. A bug-level monster like this had to be eliminated as soon as possible, or else the aberrations would soon face their most fearsome enemy ever. Corrupt Sacrifice. The Corruption Overlord activated its sacrifice skill, offering up all corrupted aberrations within range, including corpses, to unleash a devastating corruption curse. The more aberrations it sacrificed, the greater the curse's damage. It was confident, just now, so many of Lu Chen's underlings had been struck down and sacrificed, all to unleash the corruption curse. There was no doubt that curse would finish Lu Chen off in an instant. This was true damage, a targeted curse. There was absolutely no way Lu Chen could dodge it. The Domain Lord bosses weren't slacking off either. After witnessing Lu Chen's terrifying power, they all let out furious roars and unleashed their strongest attack skills, determined not to give him even a sliver of hope to survive. Facing such a deadly ambush, any other legendary class switcher would be as good as dead. Soloing a Domain Lord boss was no easy feat. These bosses really are tough. The instant the corruption curse struck, Lu Chen remained calm and unhurried. He cast Fountain of Life, a forbidden spell. No matter the curse, as long as it wasn't a legendary level forbidden curse, it would be instantly cleansed. So, the Corruption Lord's most powerful and lethal sacrificial curse was, to Lu Chen, nothing more than an itch. What? The Corruption Lord's 6 eyes bulged in disbelief. Lu Chen had actually mastered a priest's forbidden spell? And he could instantly cleanse its curse? What kind of nonsense was this? Was Lu Chen even playing fair? The Corruption Lord even began to suspect that Lu Chen had mastered every class's forbidden spells. If that was true, then he'd become a nightmare for every other creature in this world. Just then, the other Domain Lord boss's attacks crashed down, but they were blocked by the massive shields generated from the overflowing healing energy of the forbidden spell. Shields shattered. But that wasn't all. The Fountain of Life's domain effect kicked in, restoring 1% of maximum health and mana every second, with an additional plus 30% resistance to all debuffs. Combined with top-tier health and mana potions purchased for a single gold coin, Lu Chen was practically invincible. As long as he couldn't be instantly killed, he couldn't lose. How is he so impossible to deal with? He's only tier 3. The Domain Lord bosses were starting to doubt reality itself. Mental decay. Seeing his sacrificial curse fail, the Corruption Lord had to change tactics. He decided to use a mind control skill, aiming to disrupt Lu Chen's focus and force him to make a fatal mistake. That way, he could be killed quickly. Buzz. Suddenly, a mental attack slammed into Lu Chen, making him clutch his head and scream in agony. Ha! So what if you've mastered a few forbidden spells? Under my mind control, you're still nothing but a lamb to the slaughter. The Corruption Lord Martyr relaxed, a smug look on his face. He's under my control now, finish him off. As the group of bosses closed in on the writhing, screaming Lu Chen, he suddenly grinned, a glint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Gaze. Seeing the expression on Lu Chen's face, the Corruption Lord Martyr's pupils shrank in an instant. He realized Lu Chen hadn't been controlled by his mental decay at all. He was faking it. Suddenly, a wave of overwhelming danger crashed over him. Roar! He's not under mind control. We've been tricked, get away from him. The Corruption Lord howled. God damn it. The Domain Lord bosses cursed inwardly and hurriedly retreated. Only now did they realize the truth? Too late, Lu Chen lifted his head, glancing sideways with a sly smile. The 5th forbidden spell he'd been secretly preparing, Holy Lance, Oath of the End, was unleashed in an instant, targeting every single boss on the battlefield. It was precisely because he had mastered this forbidden spell that Lu Chen could now nullify all mind control skills below SSS level legendary forbidden spells. He thrust his lance forward. The sacred contract he had forged erupted into a blinding pillar of holy light, as brilliant as the noonday sun, piercing through every boss standing before him. This sky-piercing beam of light was in no way weaker than the previous world-destroying Thunder Judgment. In fact, its single-target damage was even more terrifying. What on earth is that? Yu Linglong's eyes widened as she noticed the massive beam of holy light tearing through the corrupted temple, illuminating the entire secret realm. Her heart trembled again. That looked like the holy light from a divine skill, but what kind of divine skill could unleash such overwhelming radiance? The highest level in this secret realm was only tier 5. Even Nightshade couldn't hide his shock. What exactly is going on inside the corrupted temple? Why do these earth-shaking phenomena keep appearing? Yu Linglong and Nightshade exchanged a glance and quickly checked the party page to see the status of Lu Chen's name. It hadn't grayed out, which meant Lu Chen was still alive. Could it really be him causing all this? They could hardly believe it, but the suspicion gnawed at them. At that moment, as the holy light faded, all the Domain Lord bosses, except for the corrupted sovereign, were instantly obliterated by true damage, pierced straight through. They had barely survived the previous world-destroying Thunder Judgment, and their health was already precariously low. This second, crushing blow was more than they could withstand. The damage from the sudden burst of holy light, Oath of the Covenant, exceeded 2 million. And after unleashing the forbidden spell, Lu Chen had sacrificed all his mana, marking his targets with the Oath of the End, which triggered an additional 300% light burst damage over 6 million true damage. Naturally, the Domain Lord's remaining health dropped below 3%, activating the instant death rule. They died on the spot. Lu Chen's health and mana began to recover rapidly. Holding the Godslayer spear, he stood tall and proud, exuding the aura of a war god. He gazed coolly at the stunned corrupted sovereign. In the face of a forbidden spell, even a mighty tier 5 realm boss was nothing more than a punching bag. But this only enraged the corrupted sovereign further. Its most trusted lieutenants had all been slaughtered by a lone tier 3 beastmaster, no less. This was an unforgivable humiliation. If the great gods learned of this, it would lose its status as a servant. Sensing that Lu Chen's mana was depleted and he could no longer cast forbidden spells, the corrupted sovereign seized the opportunity. It unleashed its final form, evil corruption, true form. "Bear witness, this is my ultimate power," it roared. A putrid, overwhelming aura flooded the hall, as if it had seeped straight from a sea of decaying blood. The stench was suffocating, and the sight so grotesque it was almost impossible to look at. Even Lu Chen had to put on a pair of protective goggles. "Damn, this thing is disgusting," he grumbled inwardly. He made up his mind on the spot, there was no way he'd let any of his beast pets devour one of these corrupted monstrosities to evolve. Just imagine, what if, after consuming it, I ended up with a beast companion reeking of corruption? How revolting would that be? Before long, the corruption sovereign's body completely collapsed, only to reassemble into an even more grotesque form. It now resembled a giant centipede, but its countless limbs were pieced together from all kinds of rotting corpses. Its face had vanished, in its place gaped a huge, festering maw and 6 even more decayed eyes, each glowing with an eerie, sickly green light. Not only had its size transformed dramatically, but its presence now radiated a sinister, ghost-like malice. Originally, the corruption sovereign's health was dangerously low. But after activating its ultimate corruption form, its HP began to recover at a rate visible to the naked eye. In just the blink of an eye, it was back to full health. This healing speed shocked Lu Chen. It was nearly on par with the regeneration rate granted by forbidden spells. But Lu Chen knew the truth, it wasn't that the sovereign's ultimate corruption skill was on the level of a forbidden spell, but rather that, as a mutated corruption fiend, it naturally possessed such hidden powers. Some abnormal, powerful monsters were simply born with these secret abilities. Hiss! The corruption sovereign spat out a cloud of foul, murky breath, then let out a fiendish, twisted laugh. "Little brat, before your mana recovers even 30%, this sovereign will make sure you die in agony, rotting alive. To perish under my strongest form, consider it an honor." With that, the sovereign unleashed a special skill, Corrupting Mist. The skill itself didn't deal much damage, but it drastically suppressed its target's health and mana regeneration. Lu Chen's mana regen was crippled, what used to take 10 seconds to recover now would take 10 minutes. Still, Lu Chen wasn't worried. So what if his mana was hard to recover and forbidden spells were out of reach? People seemed to forget he was a beastmaster. His pets were his greatest weapons. Humph. Even in your ultimate form, in my eyes, you're nothing but a boss waiting to be butchered. You're still not enough. After their earlier clash, Lu Chen had already sized up the corruption sovereign's strength and experienced firsthand the might of forbidden spells. If forbidden spells had no cooldown and mana could refill quickly, he wouldn't even need his pets, he could blast it to pieces himself. But even without enough mana for forbidden spells, his army of beast companions could easily overwhelm it. Lu Chen brimmed with confidence now, he was invincible. His beast companions were invincible. Together, they were unstoppable. Nothing could stand in their way. Roar! Kill! Lu Chen's words drove the corruption sovereign into a mindless rage. Murderous intent flooded through its massive, twisted body. It wanted Lu Chen dead, and not just dead, but in utter, agonizing pain. No one could defy it. It was the strongest, a Tier 5 Realm Lord boss. Boom! The corruption sovereign's monstrous body surged forward, releasing a barrage of attacks in a frenzied attempt to crush Lu Chen. Every single limb launched its own assault, weaving a suffocating net of strikes, any one of which could end Lu Chen's life. After all, its attack power exceeded 4 million, while Lu Chen's HP was only around 300,000. The victorious smirk never left Lu Chen's lips as he activated the Beast God emblem, unleashing its heroic aura. For the next 3 minutes, he could resurrect endlessly. The corrupted overlord noticed the unique glow radiating from Lu Chen, but it had no interest in pondering the details at this moment. There was only one thought in its mind: to smash Lu Chen into pieces. Boom! 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 The corrupted overlord unleashed its full power in a barrage of attacks, shaking the entire corrupted temple to its very foundations. The ground quaked, walls trembled, and countless stones tumbled down in a deafening storm. What now? Jade Linglong and Nightshade had already lost count of how many times they'd been startled. Both women itched to rush over, desperate to see just what kind of battle was raging on the lowest level of the corrupted temple. The tremors came swiftly and faded just as fast. How delightful, the sound of things shattering. Now you truly see the might of your master. The corrupted overlord cackled, its laughter echoing from all sides as it gazed at Lu Chen, who had just been blasted into oblivion. Keek. No one can defeat me. Even a glitchy little brat like you, before me, you'll end up nothing but a smear of blood and mud. Is that so? Lu Chen's voice suddenly rang out by its side. What? Impossible. The corrupted overlord, Malta, was dumbstruck. The human brat it had just annihilated, how was he standing there, perfectly healthy, full of life, on the other side? Had all its attacks accomplished nothing? At that moment, inspiration struck Lu Chen a way to defeat the boss without ever getting close. He could summon his Frosthorn Ant Beast Legion and obliterate the boss from afar. After each resurrection, he returned at full strength. All he had to do was unleash 3 forbidden spells, then deliberately get himself killed to trigger another full resurrection. Which meant, for 3 whole minutes, he could cast forbidden spells endlessly. No sooner thought than done. Thunder Judgment, World's End. Holy Spear, Oath of the Finale. 2 forbidden spells, unleashed in rapid succession. The corrupted overlord was terrified, but not yet powerless to respond. Roar! I don't believe you can dodge me again. It assumed Lu Chen had used some trick to escape earlier. This time, it would endure the forbidden spells and crush him for good. But before it could strike, Lu Chen cast Holy Spear, Oath of the Finale, again a forbidden spell. This spell had a unique drawback: each cast cost him 50% of his health. Use it twice and you were dead, perfect for Lu Chen's seamless chain of self-sacrifice and resurrection. What the hell? Casting the same forbidden spell back to back? Are you running some kind of no cooldown cheat? The corrupted overlord felt like it was being toyed with. Chunks of rotting flesh rained from its body under the relentless assault. And then, to its shock, it saw Lu Chen fall to the forbidden spell's backlash. He just killed himself with forbidden magic? But realization dawned almost instantly. Lu Chen's self-sacrifice was all part of the plan. The next moment, the corrupted overlord would find itself facing annihilation, terror and despair closing in as forbidden spells rained down. Lu Chen resurrected right where he'd fallen, giving the overlord no time to react. In a flash, he unleashed another combo: Thunder Judgment, World's End, plus Holy Spear, Oath of the Finale. Twice in a row. The overlord howled in agony. Even with its incredible regeneration, the corruption overlord couldn't withstand the relentless barrage of forbidden spells. It howled in agony, its screams echoing through the corrupted temple. Yu Linglong and Nightshade, hearing the domain boss's pained wails, felt their skin crawl. They stared blankly at the roaring thunder and blinding holy light exploding again and again. For a moment, their minds were a complete mess. They had no idea what was happening. Judgment of Thunder. Holy Lance, Oath of the End, twice in a row. This series of forbidden spells became a deadly, one-of-a-kind symphony. Boom! Crackle! Thunder erupted. Holy light flared. Lu Chen kept up the assault for a full 3 minutes. Only after the effects of his divine courage aura faded did he finally stop. To be honest, this domain boss was unbelievably tanky. If it had been just 1 tier higher, this strategy probably wouldn't have been enough to bring it down. But now, the mighty tier 5 domain boss, Corruption Overlord Malta, was utterly lifeless. Its health bar was completely emptied, its body torn open by countless charred, gaping holes where holy light had pierced and thunder had struck. It was dead to the core. Even in death, all 6 of its eyes glared fiercely at Lu Chen, as if refusing to understand how he could endlessly revive and unleash forbidden spells without limit. Sure, infinite revives and unlimited forbidden spells felt awesome. But damn, it was exhausting. Lu Chen's mind was worn out. After all, casting forbidden spells in quick succession drained his spirit tremendously, and that kind of mental fatigue couldn't just be restored by reviving. Unless absolutely necessary, fighting with his beast companions was way more comfortable. He summoned his pets to quickly clear the battlefield. The loot from being the first to kill a domain boss was bound to be plentiful. Meanwhile, with the thunder and holy light finally gone, Yu Linglong and Nightshade felt a surge of anxiety. They worried about Lu Chen's condition. If something happened to him, there was no way they'd make it out of this secret realm alive. At that instant, the system notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations to your team for defeating the Corrupted Temple's final boss, Tier 5 domain boss, Corruption Overlord Malta, within the first clear time limit. Ding! First Slayer Lu Chen has obtained control of the secret realm. Yu Linglong's beautiful eyes were frozen in shock. No way, little brother Lu Chen, you actually soloed a domain boss? This is a miracle. Nightshade gave the highest praise. She thought only a god could pull off something like this. In her opinion, maybe there were top-tier players in the world who could solo a domain boss, but no one, absolutely no one, could kill a domain boss 2 tiers above them. The difference in stats was like an unbridgeable chasm. For most professionals, it was flat-out impossible. But Liu Chen had done it. He soloed a domain boss 2 tiers higher, within 15 minutes, without any help at all. That feat, if it wasn't a miracle, what was? There was no one else in the whole world who could boast such an achievement. Nightshade could already imagine how the global headlines would explode when news of the corrupted temple's first clear was announced. The city of Shihai in Daxia would become the center of the world's attention overnight. This first clear would go down as a milestone in the history of the transcendent world. She and Miss Linglong were about to become world famous. Right after that, the first clear rewards were delivered. Ding! Congratulations on being the first to clear the 5-star hell difficulty secret realm. You have received the following fixed rewards. Epic title, First Conqueror of the Corrupted Temple. 1 profession matched exclusive Tier 5 legendary equipment, with a random slot. Reputation plus 153,000, gold plus 480,000, level plus 3. Epic Immortal Mount, Calamity Flame Wraith. Level 5 Enhancement Stones X48. World announcement will be broadcast 3 times, information cannot be hidden. Yu Linglong and Nightshade, upon receiving the first clear rewards for hell difficulty, were once again stunned, their eyes wild with excitement and disbelief. Never mind the other rewards, just a single piece of Tier 5 legendary equipment tailored to their class was enough to make the whole world jealous. Legendary gear. There weren't many pieces like this in the entire world. Whenever even one appeared, it instantly became a global sensation. Compared to their excitement and thrill, Liu Chen remained calm. As the first to kill the realm boss, his rewards were even better. His title was legendary. His mount was the legendary Calamity Flame Wraith King. The rest of the rewards were the same. But apart from the gold and level up, Liu Chen didn't care about any of the other prizes, they were all useless to him. To use the mount, you had to learn the mount skill. That skill wasn't tied to any particular class, so Liu Chen couldn't copy it with his all-class skillbook, he'd have to wait to complete a future advancement quest to earn it as a reward. With the rewards dispensed, the global announcement went out. Ding! Congratulations to Daxia's Linglong Squad, Captain, SSS rank legendary Flarebow Archer Yu Linglong, Team Member, SS rank Epic Class Shadow Assassin Nightshade, Team Member, F rank Beast Master Liu Chen, for successfully being the first to clear the 5-star Hell difficulty dungeon, Corrupted Temple, within the time limit. World announcement. Repeated 3 times. Whether they were sleeping, hunting monsters in a secret realm, or working on an advancement quest, every awakened in the world heard this announcement. How is this possible? Lu Ruyuan, in the middle of her Tier 2 advancement quest, was dumbfounded. Boom! In an instant, the world at calm as a glassy sea was struck by a meteor, sending up a tidal wave that shook the globe. The whole world erupted in an uproar. What the heck? Daxia has a 5-star hell difficulty dungeon? And it got cleared by just 3 people? Veteran awakened around the world were collectively stunned. They knew that when a new hell difficulty secret realm appeared, anyone who entered during the time limit would have their information revealed in a world announcement, but only the team that landed the killing blow would get the rewards. Now, the only names on the announcement were the 3 members of Linglong's squad. That meant the corrupted temple had been cleared by just 3 people. And among them an F-rank Beast Master, widely considered the weakest, most useless combat class. Can you believe this? As for the so-called Epic Shadow Assassin, the Western big shots completely ignored her. They unanimously believed that the first clear of the corrupted temple was entirely thanks to Jade Linglong. Use every means possible, investigate. I want detailed, first-hand intelligence on Jade Linglong. The top powers in the West sprang into action. A legendary prodigy capable of clearing a hell-level dungeon first, she was certain to become a world-class advancement powerhouse in the future. No matter what, they had to try to bring her into their factions. And if they failed, they had to find out if she was one of Daxia's young generation. If so, then she had to be assassinated by any means possible, she could never be allowed to grow. If Daxia produced an unrivaled genius who managed to mature, it would tip the balance of power among the country's various guilds, potentially letting Daxia become the world's first nation unified by a single guild. That would end the era of guild-state models, put Daxia ahead of other countries, and give it the advantage in exploring the wider, stranger realms beyond. Meanwhile, the major super guilds of Daxia were also moving in secret. They all knew that the Linglong squad's first clear of the corrupted temple had happened in the very secret realm that had erupted in Shihai City. Wanting to get ahead of their rivals in recruiting Jade Linglong, these big shots decided to go to Shihai City in person. Daxia's capital. Headquarters of the Jinbao Pavilion. Bang! A brand new jade cup was shattered on the floor. That damned little wretch. How could she possibly be the first to clear a hell-level secret realm? Even if she's a legendary prodigy, where would she get the resources for top-tier gear? Lady Jin Nihuan, the real power behind Jinbao Pavilion, was seething as she listened to the global announcement. If I'd known she had such talent, I never should have let her live. I should never have given her that 3-year mission. I should have killed her and her penniless mother and disposed of them both. Now that Jade Linglong's global first clear had drawn the attention of top players everywhere, if she chose to join a super powerful faction, once she grew strong, she would surely come to avenge her mother. That was the last thing Jin Nihuan wanted. She knew that Nightshade had been planted by her husband, Yi Lingxiao, as a death-sworn guardian for Jade Linglong. As for that F-rank beast master, Lu Chen, who was that? Some insignificant nobody, not even worth her attention. Someone. Contact the First Assassin Guild immediately. No matter the cost, Jade Linglong must not leave Shihai City alive. Yes, madam. Yi Lingxiao, the nominal head of Jinbao Pavilion and Jade Linglong's biological father, hesitated but said nothing. As a son-in-law who had married into the Jin family, he had no real say in these matters. Now that Linglong's rise posed a direct threat to Jin Nihuang's position, her jealous nature would never let Linglong go. He could only hope that Linglong would quickly join a super guild and find a way to stay alive. Very soon, Shihai City became the world's hottest focal point, with powerful undercurrents surging towards it from every direction. Inside a brand new 5-star secret realm, Qin Muyun was so shocked by the announcement that he nearly had a heart attack. He'd thought Lu Chen and his team were just throwing their lives away, but less than 20 minutes later, the global notification appeared. No way, right? Had Lu Chen's trio really cleared a 5-star hell difficulty secret realm that quickly? Si Kong Yao and the others were just as stunned. Deep down, they all knew that the Linglong squad's first clear of a hell difficulty secret realm was almost certainly thanks to Lu Chen. Yu Linglong and Ying had probably just benefited from his presence. In their minds, it was impossible for even the most legendary prodigy to solo a realm lord boss, not even with an epic tier ally by their side. Yet, they still couldn't make sense of it. At best, Lu Chen was only 3rd tier. How had he managed to kill a realm lord boss 2 tiers above himself? Now that the announcement was out, Qin Muyun knew the guild leader would definitely come in person, so he quickly sent a message briefing him on Lu Chen's details. Guildmaster Tian Xiao, who was rushing over at full speed, read the message, his expression darkening. So that's how it is. Breaking the contract limit to command 100,000 beast pets, plus overpowered stats, there really was a chance to kill a realm lord boss. So, Lu Chen is the true key to the first hell clear. Qin Muyun, whatever it takes, keep an eye on Lu Chen. Wait for my arrival, and this will count as a major achievement for you. Reading the guildmaster's reply, Qin Muyun was overjoyed. This was even better than getting the 5-star first clear rewards. Meanwhile, inside another 5-star hell difficulty secret realm, the Nest of Dread, Shin Shiyun was locked in fierce battle with a 5th-tier realm lord boss. Suddenly, the global announcement echoed in her ears. Her staff stalled mid-swing, and utter shock spread across her stunning features. Lu Chen's team had gotten the first clear on a hell difficulty secret realm? Right now, Shin Shiyun was using every trump card she had, including her Divine Blessed talent, to barely suppress the 5th-tier realm lord boss. Killing it within 30 minutes was simply out of the question. She was just waiting for the 30-minute limit to run out so she could return to Shihai City with the swarm of insectoids, hoping at least to keep Lu Chen safe. But now, with this announcement, the Linglong squad had just first cleared another 5-star hell difficulty secret realm. How could she not be shocked? She was far too clever not to see the truth in an instant. Yu Linglong and Ying simply didn't have the strength to kill a 5th-tier realm lord boss. They were an archer and an assassin, fragile classes, no less. There was no way they could have stood toe-to-toe with a boss like that. The only explanation left was that Lu Chen had commanded a massive army of beast pets to secure the first clear. As incredible as that sounded, facts were facts. Right now, she was dying to recruit Lu Chen on the spot and ask him just how he managed to defeat a realm lord boss. But she couldn't leave yet, she still had to wait a few more minutes. Scree, even if you're a chosen of the gods, once the first clear time limit is up, the Lord, will show you the true power of the insect plague. You'll die with no grave to return to. The Tier 5 World Lord boss, the Lord of Fear, was temporarily suppressed by Shin Shiyun, but it thrashed about wildly, desperately trying to break free from the spatial bind as it shrieked and howled. If not for the limit on the number of monsters able to enter the secret realm during the first clear period, its entire insect swarm army would have flooded in by now. How could it possibly be suppressed by a space mage otherwise? Noisy pest. Shin Shiyun's thoughts were interrupted. Annoyed, she lifted her hand and unleashed a spatial dimensional slash. The Lord of Fear screamed in agony as the attack landed, green blood spurting everywhere, only to be blocked by the invisible spatial barrier. As for the other insectoid monsters from the hive, none could get close. Shin Shiyun's spatial skills crushed them mercilessly. Within Shihai City, every civilian transferee erupted in cheers the moment Lu Chen's first clear announcement rang out. The hell-level secret realm had been cleared. That meant a massive threat had been eliminated. And since Lu Chen's team managed to kill one Tier 5 World Lord boss, surely they could handle the other one as well. With that, the crisis facing Shihai City would be drastically reduced. Maybe they and their families could survive this catastrophe after all. This was the most heartfelt hope of the ordinary people, they just wanted to live through the disaster. Meanwhile, in the Jinbao Pavilion shelter, Lu Sen and Chen Rou heard the announcement, but their emotions remained calm. Their son had already completed a 10-star advancement quest and even mastered forbidden spells. Clearing a 5-star hell-level secret realm wasn't anything special anymore. What really worried them was still their youngest daughter, Xiaoyun. Her eyes remained blood-red, her body eerily still, as if she were possessed. She kept whispering under her breath, "It's here. It's here." But they had no way to help her. All they could do was wait for the crisis to pass and try again afterward. Suddenly, a flicker of awareness rippled through Xiaoyun's crimson eyes. Big brother, cleared it, he did it. Lu Sen and Chen Rou exchanged shocked glances. Xiaoyun could hear the system announcement? That couldn't be. Only transferees were supposed to hear those messages, and Xiaoyun hadn't even transferred. How could she know? What's more, she was actually responding to news about her brother. A glimmer of hope sparked in their hearts. They quickly began telling her stories about her brother, hoping it might help her return to normal sooner. Elsewhere, Lu Chen's beast companion had finished clearing the battlefield. To Lu Chen's surprise and delight, the temple treasury held a Tier 5 advancement divine stone, a completely unexpected windfall. He immediately messaged his party, instructing Yu Linglong and Nightshade to follow the Shadow Soul Mouse deep into the corrupted temple and prepare to return to Shihai City. When the two women arrived at the spatial rift and saw the corrupted lord's massive, mountain-like corpse riddled with wounds despite their mental preparation, they were still utterly stunned. "Lu Chen, was that thunderstorm and holy light just now you're doing?" Yu Linglong couldn't help but ask. Lu Chen nodded with a light chuckle, but didn't explain further. The matter of forbidden spells was one of his most closely guarded secrets. Aside from his family, he would never reveal it lightly to anyone, not even to Linglong Pavilion's master, who had helped him more than once. If she insisted on pressing for answers, he could only offer her an apologetic, "We'll talk about it another time." Yu Linglong was no fool like Lu Ruyuan, who was all brawn and no brains. She understood that some secrets weren't meant to be probed. Just knowing that the awe-inspiring thunderstorm and holy light had been Lu Chen's doing was more than enough for her. Pavilion Master Linglong, that boss dropped a lot of good loot. As usual, let's split it 50-50. Lu Chen was ready to trade all the items they'd obtained to Yu Linglong, so she could tally up their value and divide the gold coins evenly. But Yu Linglong declined. If there hadn't been a world-first announcement, she would have needed those items to complete that wretched madam's performance task, in hopes of returning to the headquarters of Jinbao Pavilion. But now, things had changed. With the global announcement, her name was known across the world. She guessed that, even now, the top guild leaders everywhere were already moving to recruit her. But Yu Linglong had no intention of joining another super guild. She wanted to follow Lu Chen. It wasn't for any complicated reason, just the fact that Lu Chen could solo a world boss, and do it swiftly and unscathed, was enough to convince her. If she stuck with Lu Chen, her future would only grow brighter. And with such formidable strength, why worry about not being able to clear her mother's name and take revenge one day? This 5-star secret realm, we barely did anything. We were just lucky to ride your coattails. For us, the reward for being the first to clear a hell difficulty secret realm is already more than enough. As for these items, I can sell them for you, and the gold is all yours. Yu Linglong's words made Lu Chen's impression of her soar. A woman like this, content, unready, and blessed with both beauty and strength, was truly a rarity in this world. Deal. Lu Chen didn't hesitate. After trading all the items to Yu Linglong, the three of them finally left the corrupted temple secret realm. At this point, there were less than 5 minutes left on the 30-minute world first timer. Lu Chen wanted to secure a world first on another 5-star hell difficulty secret realm, but there simply wasn't enough time. Still, even if he couldn't get the world first, nothing stopped him from going after another world boss. If he could take down that other world boss as well, the crisis facing Shihai City would be greatly reduced. And when those top players racing here after the global announcement arrived, they'd all be eyeing those 5-star hell difficulty secret realms. At that point, Shihai City would become a prize coveted by all the elites, who would rush to establish their foothold here. The city might just turn its crisis into an opportunity, and develop at lightning speed. Thanks to these two 5-star hell difficulty secret realms, it could even rise overnight to become one of Dacia's top-tier cities. But that was no longer Lu Chen's concern. He had already made up his mind. As soon as the lockdown in Shihai City was lifted, he would take his family and leave this place. As for the secret realm of the corrupted temple he controlled, he planned to open its access to everyone before he left, allowing anyone to enter and farm it. That way, those top players wouldn't be able to track him down through this secret realm anymore. Linglong Pavilion Master, time's running out. Head back to the city first, I'm going to meet another realm boss. With that, Lu Chen took off, riding the lava firefinch as it soared into the Fear Nest secret realm. This secret realm was a complex system of caves, riddled with twisting tunnels and chambers. Green glowing stones embedded in the floors and walls cast an eerie light throughout the labyrinth. Lu Chen didn't encounter a single bug monster along the way. Remembering that Shin Shiyun, the top player, had already ventured in to solo the realm boss, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel curious about her true strength. Crack, boom. A deafening crash echoed from deep within the caves, like space itself was being torn apart. Lu Chen realized all the bug monsters must have been drawn to Shin Shiyun's location. He immediately activated the Divine Concealment Forbidden spell, slipping into stealth and passing through walls straight toward the heart of the nest. It didn't take long. Lu Chen soon reached the deepest part of the Fear Nest, where he saw countless bug monsters swarming Shin Shiyun. There, too, was the Fear Sovereign, the realm boss, pinned down by Shin Shiyun's spatial abilities. Name, Servant of the Divine, Corrupted Sovereign Cephalin, Realm Boss. Level, Tier 5, LV 150. HP, 9,060,000. Mana, 18,060,000. Attack, 4,530,000. Defense, 2,718,000 physical / 5,418,000 magical. Special status, none. Skills, Fear Scream, Shadow Spider Spear, Phantasms of Terror. Deathbind, Dark Incubation, Spider Devour. Just like the Corrupted Sovereign, this realm boss was also a servant of the divine. The difference was, Corrupted Sovereign had high HP and physical defense, while this Fear Sovereign specialized in mental attacks and boasted extremely high magic defense. On top of that, the Fear Sovereign possessed a psychic skill called Phantasms of Terror, a formidable crowd control ability that was notoriously hard to resist. What surprised Lu Chen, though, was that the Fear Sovereign's control skills seemed completely ineffective against Shin Shiyun. The Fear Sovereign was notorious for locking down its targets before finishing them off, but with its control skills nullified, its combat prowess was severely diminished. No wonder Shin Shiyun was able to suppress it so thoroughly. But suppressed didn't mean defeated. Even at her level, it would take Shin Shiyun more than 30 minutes to bring down this realm boss. At that moment, Shin Shiyun herself looked rather vexed. The problem was that this boss actually countered her, its magic defense was simply too high. Most of her spatial abilities couldn't do much damage, leaving her to rely on a handful of dimensional slash skills with cutting and piercing effects to whittle down its health. Meanwhile, the Lord of Fear could rapidly spawn hordes of offspring from its own body, and then use its Spider Devour skill to consume them, restoring a massive amount of health. This kind of healing completely ignored the effects of severe injuries. So after fighting tooth and nail here for the better part of a day, the Lord of Fear's health was still holding steady, practically untouched. Unless you could take it down in one swift, overwhelming blow, it was nearly impossible to kill. If I'd known this domain lord boss would be so hard to kill, I would have chosen to enter another 5-star hell difficulty secret realm instead. Shin Shiyun frowned slightly, frustration flickering across her face. She'd finally managed to get the upper hand and had a shot at claiming resources from a hell difficulty secret realm, only to realize she might lose out because she'd picked the wrong one. If it had been any other 5-star domain lord boss, she was confident she could take it down within 30 minutes with her carefully prepared trump cards. But now, 30 minutes had long since passed. All the uncleared secret realms around Shihai City had transformed into invasion realms. Strange monsters began pouring out in droves. Whether you looked inside the city or beyond its walls, it was a sea of monsters as far as the eye could see. And that wasn't all. Within the blood-red barrier, a mysterious blood array had been activated. Everyone above the 5th rank had their levels forcibly suppressed to within the 5th rank. The city's defensive barrier was up, holding back the flood of invading monsters, but with such sheer numbers, the barrier's materials were being depleted at an alarming rate. It was only a matter of time before it failed. At that moment, Qin Muyun, acting on the guild leader's orders to keep an eye on Lu Chen, had rallied Sikong Yao and the others to establish a defensive line. Their mission: hold Shihai City at all costs, at least until the guild leader and the main force could arrive. Forget about the monsters outside the walls for now, focus on blocking and killing any that emerge from the secret realms inside the city. Qin Muyun's experience as a 7th rank powerhouse was unmistakable. Under his command, the situation was still barely under control. Yu Linglong and Shadow Ant had returned to Jinbao Pavilion, leading its awakened fighters to repel the monsters spilling out from the underground secret realm. Meanwhile, outside, Lu Xin and Chen Rou heard the chaos erupting and immediately realized the monster invasion had begun. They longed to help, but were painfully aware of their own limitations. All they could do was stay put in the shelter, soothing the still feverish Xiao Yun. The Shadow Soul mice responsible for guarding the trio had already sprung into action, forming an impenetrable defense both inside and out. No matter where monsters appeared, the mice would strike them down instantly. At this moment, seeing the first clear time limit had passed, Shen Xian could only sigh inwardly at the missed opportunity and prepared to leave through the newly spawned teleportation vortex. She knew full well this was the work of the gods. Things would not be so simple. Besides the ceiling barrier and the level-suppressing blood array, there were definitely other hidden measures, the kind that could wipe out an entire city. But as long as she gave it her all, keeping Lu Chen safe wouldn't be a problem. Just as Shen Xian was about to withdraw, she received a message from Lu Chen. "Boss, keep suppressing the boss. Try to bait out all its control skills, I can finish it in one blow." Lu Chen didn't want to reveal too many of his forbidden spells in front of others. One invisibility spell would be more than enough. If it weren't for the need to gain experience, collect gold coins, and let his beast pet devour the boss's corpse to evolve, Lu Chen honestly wouldn't even bother using any forbidden spells here. Wait. Lu Chen? Shen Xian turned around and scanned the area. Only then did she notice Lu Chen, camouflaged among the insect monsters not far away, hidden in stealth mode. Shen Xian was genuinely stunned. Lu Chen could turn invisible? Was it a skill? What was going on? Since when could a beast tamer master stealth skills? And by the looks of it, the skill was pretty high level. None of these tier 5 insect monsters had noticed him at all. But when Shen Xian turned around and looked at him, Lu Chen also froze in place. Because, at that moment, Shen Xian's eyes were exactly the same scarlet red as his little sister's whenever her illness flared up. The only difference was the pattern within the irises. Boom! Lu Chen's mind went blank, a roaring in his ears. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine there was anyone else in the world with eyes like his little sister's. But it was obvious Shen Xian wasn't having an episode. This was some kind of special ability. Then, in the next moment, Lu Chen's heart surged with wild hope. If Shen Xian had the same eyes as his little sister, didn't that mean she knew about the illness? This was an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. If Shen Xian really understood the illness and, better yet, knew how to treat it, then even if he had to beg to become her disciple, he'd do anything to cure his sister. Having made up his mind, Lu Chen sprang into action. Seeing Lu Chen begin to approach the Lord of Fear, Shen Xian quickly set aside all other thoughts. First things first, deal with this realm boss. With Lu Chen's current stats, as long as he could get several thousand Icehorn ants to swarm the boss and attack at once, he could take it down in an instant. Of course, there was still a risk. Getting a beast tamer that close to a boss was always dangerous. Shen Xian quietly left a life-saving skill on standby, just in case Lu Chen ran into trouble, she'd be ready to step in. Then, Shen Xian deliberately exposed a weak spot, baiting the Lord of Fear into launching a barrage of skills at her. "KH, the Lord of Fear," Sephirin shrieked, "you finally slipped up. I'll turn your bones into my pendant." As the suppressed space began to crack and shatter, Lu Chen had already circled behind the Lord of Fear. The boss instinctively sensed a mortal threat and whipped around only to find a human brat standing right behind it, no idea when he'd gotten there. With his attack about to begin, Lu Chen's form flickered into view. A beast tamer? Stealth? What the Lord of Fear's mind couldn't process it all at once. Before it could react, Lu Chen raised his hand and summoned 10,000 Icehorn ants. With a single command, they all bit down at once. The boss's health bar vanished instantly. Boom! The Lord of Fear, a realm boss notoriously hard to kill, was annihilated by Lu Chen in a split second. Its massive body crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Xin Shiyun knew Lu Chen was capable of one-shotting realm bosses, but seeing it with her own eyes left her inwardly shaken. Lu Chen truly had the makings of the invincible. Although Lu Chen was able to instantly defeat the Lord of Fear largely thanks to her efforts, the fact remained, a kill was a kill. What she couldn't do, Lu Chen had done, and that was the truth. Once the Frosthorn ant swarm had finished devouring the realm boss's corpse, Lu Chen finally waved and called out, "Boss, we should head back to Shihai City." Xin Shiyun deactivated her divine favor ability, her scarlet eyes returning to normal. With a single spatial jump, she appeared right at Lu Chen's side. What a convenient movement skill! Lu Chen couldn't help but admire it inwardly. But he wasn't envious. Compared to these teleportation abilities, he much preferred wide area, destructive spells like Thunder Judgment. Offense was king. Besides, once he advanced to Tier 7, he'd unlock similar instant movement powers anyway, so there was no need to waste time learning a separate displacement spell. After leaving the Fear Nest secret realm, Lu Chen discovered that Shihai City had been completely overrun by invading monstrosities. There were simply too many to count. If he could wipe out all these invaders, his Beast Legion would definitely level up across the board. Still, the priority was returning to the city to ensure his family's absolute safety. He'd noticed that within the city, numerous secret realms were still spewing out invading monsters. The city's adventurers could only hold them back for now, but if things dragged on, they'd be overwhelmed. With Xin Shiyun's spatial jump ability, Lu Chen returned to the heart of Shihai City effortlessly. That's Lu Chen. He came out of another hell difficulty 5-star secret realm. Did he take down another 5-star realm boss? No way, right? He was in there for just a few minutes. Maybe he realized he was running out of time and retreated. And who's that woman with him? Looks like a spatial mage. Was that a spatial jump just now? Siko Miao and the others had been keeping a close eye on Lu Chen's every move. Qin Muyun's brow furrowed deeply when he saw Xin Shiyun with Lu Chen. Even if their guild leader arrived in time, it'd be tough to get Lu Chen away now. But that wasn't his concern. His job was simply to keep watch on Lu Chen. Everything else was none of his business. "Boss, can I ask you something?" Lu Chen took the initiative as they headed toward the Jinbao Pavilion. "What is it?" Xin Shiyun replied. "Did you have episodes as a kid?" Lu Chen asked. Xin Shiyun's beautiful eyes flashed with annoyance. "Excuse me?" "Don't take it the wrong way, boss," Lu Chen hurried to explain. "Just now, in the Fear Nest secret realm, I saw your eyes turn scarlet. My little sister's eyes do the same every time she has an episode, so I wanted to ask." "Wait." Xin Shiyun stared at Lu Chen, stunned. "What did you say? Your sister's eyes are the same as mine?" Lu Chen nodded. "It's been that way since she was little. Every time she has an episode, her eyes turn scarlet with strange patterns, and she gains incredible strength, breaking things, going on a rampage." "Boss, do you know what kind of illness this is? Is there a cure?" Xin Shiyun was utterly shocked. "Isn't this the innate God's chosen constitution? Only those blessed from birth by the gods possess this, gaining godly gifts naturally. But before they formally change class, their bodies can't handle such power, they lose all sense and go on destructive rampages. If it goes on too long, the damage to their bodies becomes irreversible, and only special methods can suppress the symptoms. There are 2 types of gods chosen in this world, those born with it, and those who acquire it later in life. The godly gifts awakened in the innately blessed are always incredibly powerful, far surpassing those of the acquired kind. But innate gods chosen are extremely rare. In her entire guild, there were only 2, herself and the guild leader. If Lu Chen's little sister was really an innate God's chosen, she would be the 3rd one ever discovered on Blue Star, and recruiting her to the guild would be imperative. Only in their guild could she safely make it to her class change day without succumbing to her powers prematurely. But first, she needed to see for herself to confirm if Lu Chen's sister truly was one of the innately blessed. "I need to witness your sister's condition with my own eyes before I can be sure." "That's easy," Lu Chen replied. "She's in the middle of an episode right now, but this time she's not causing any destruction. In fact, she's been surprisingly quiet." "What did you say?" Xin Shiyun was stunned. quiet. When the godly power erupts in an innate God's chosen, chaos is inevitable. Unless that power is being drawn out by some other divine force. Her guild leader had once shared some secrets with her, secrets uncovered in the divine forbidden zones of the otherworld. It was said only those with the highest tier of God-given talent could experience such a phenomenon. Could it be that Lu Chen's sister was born with the very highest level of divine blessing, and now some godly force was triggering her crisis? If that was true, her potential would be absolutely limitless. Determined to confirm the situation as soon as possible, Shen Shiyun began leaping through space, rushing to the scene. Soon, the two of them arrived at the underground Jinbao Pavilion's domain. The area was already swarming with monsters. Yu Linglong was firing arrow after flaming arrow, picking off the creatures, but there were simply too many. She was being overwhelmed. Shadow Ante's level had been suppressed to tier 5, and as a shadow assassin, her kill rate wasn't even close to Yu Linglong's. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before this Jinbao Pavilion outpost fell to the monsters. The moment Lu Chen appeared, he summoned 100,000 Icehorn ants to join the fight. His 5 main beast companions, led by Xiao Cheng, charged straight into the secret underground invasion realm, instantly taking the pressure off Yu Linglong and the others. Lu Chen. Yu Linglong's eyes lit up with relief as her worries faded the moment her little brother returned. But when she saw the tall, striking woman at Lu Chen's side, someone who matched her in both presence and looks, an unexplainable feeling stirred within her. Shen Shiyun shot Yu Linglong a quick glance. She had always respected Yu Linglong's talent and strength, and if her guild didn't only accept God's chosen, she would have extended an invitation to join on the spot. She even had the authority to recruit directly. Linglong Pavilion Master, where are my parents and little sister? They're inside. Everyone's safe and sound. Without wasting a second, Lu Chen quickly led Shen Shiyun to see his parents. Watching Lu Chen's attention glued to that woman, Yu Linglong felt a twinge of jealousy, though she couldn't explain why. All she could do was follow along. Nightshade, seeing the Icehorn ant swarm tearing through their enemies, knew the crisis at Jinbao Pavilion had passed. There was nothing left to worry about, so he hurried after Miss Linglong. Shen Shiyun didn't object to the two tagging along. The existence of God's favored wasn't exactly a top secret. Many top guild powerhouses already knew about it. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Seeing their son return safe and sound, Lucen and Chan Ro finally breathed easy. But their relief quickly turned to surprise when they noticed he hadn't come back alone. Beside him stood an even more stunning young woman. In an instant, they guessed this must be the mysterious female powerhouse their son had mentioned earlier. She's so young. Younger than us, even. All this time, they'd imagined the mysterious female expert would be some ancient figure well over 100 years old. Right now, Shen Shiyun's attention was fixed entirely on Lu Xiaoyun. Her heart trembled. She was absolutely certain Lu Chen's little sister was a congenital God's favored, and not just any ordinary one. To confirm Lu Xiaoyun's God's favored aptitude, Shen Shiyun activated her own God's favored ability. In an instant, her eyes turned blood red. Such a bizarre scene left Lucen, Jinro, Yu Linglong, and Nightshade speechless. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyun shot a fierce glare at Shen Shiyun. Put! Shen Shiyun coughed up a mouthful of blood. She stared at Lu Xiaoyun in disbelief. God's favored suppression? What kind of terrifying innate God's favored talent was this? Miss, you're bleeding. Are you all right? Lu Chen was stunned. He hadn't expected that just by checking on his sister, Miss Shen would suffer backlash and cough up blood. That was a bit much. I'm fine. Shen Shiyun waved her delicate hand dismissively, but a single phrase echoed through her mind, innate God's favored, there are levels to it. Lu Chen, I'll be blunt. The reason your sister has those periodic fits isn't some kind of epilepsy. It's because she's an innate God's favored. She was born with a God's favored talent. But the power is too strong. She hasn't awakened her class yet, so she can't control it, which leads to those episodes. Moreover, your sister's God's favored talent is incredibly powerful, much stronger than mine. If it isn't suppressed soon, I'm afraid her body won't last more than a few days before it completely breaks down. What? Lu Chen, Lucen, and Shenro all gasped in shock. Yu Linglong and Nightshade were just as stunned. They'd already known Lu Chen was a prodigy, but to think his little sister was just as monstrous. They both understood what it meant to be God's favored. Every God's favored was an exceptionally powerful awakened, possessing two talents, with the God's favored ability always being extraordinary. Some legendary geniuses, once they awakened their God's favored talent, could even rival epic-level heroes. Boss, how do I suppress my sister's divine blessing talent? Lu Chen could only pin his hopes on Shin Shiyun. This was probably the only chance his sister had to survive. Ordinary methods wouldn't work, the only option was to take her back to my guild headquarters. In the whole world, only my guild has the means to suppress an innate divine blessing talent, so your sister can hang on until her 18th birthday and her class awakening. When he heard this, Lu Chen made up his mind immediately. Once the crisis in Shihai City is over, I'll personally take my sister and go with you, boss. Lu Xin and Chen Ro didn't say much. They understood their son's temperament. Once he made up his mind, it was nearly impossible to change. Besides, this was the only way little Yun might survive. But Shin Shiyun shook her head. Only those chosen by the gods can set foot in my guild's headquarters. Lu Chen, you're incredibly gifted, but you're not one of the god-touched. You can't return with me to headquarters. This. Lu Chen hesitated. Handing his little sister over to a stranger, if anything happened, how could he ever forgive himself? But if he didn't, his sister only had a few days left to live. Lu Chen, when you went invisible and took down the Realm Lord boss, the Lord of Fear, in one strike, I already knew you'd never become my disciple or serve under anyone. So, I've changed my mind. I'll take your sister as my disciple instead, and I can sign a rules contract with you to guarantee her safety. That way, you can rest easy letting me take her to guild headquarters. Shin Shiyun saw straight through Lu Chen's worries and gave him a firm reassurance. To tell the truth, Shin Shiyun had her own calculations, too. First, she wasn't losing out, and innate divine blessing talent had limitless potential. Second, this would forge a close bond with Lu Chen. Someday, he might help her in the God's game out of gratitude for taking care of his sister. Third, accepting Lu Chen's sister as a disciple was much easier than convincing Lu Chen himself. In short, 3 birds with 1 stone. Hearing this, Lu Chen was caught by surprise, but it seemed like the best solution for now. Son, the boss is showing real sincerity here, and it's a huge opportunity for your sister, Lu Xin and Chen Ro said, making it clear they agreed to let Shin Shiyun take little Yun as her disciple. Seeing his parents agree, Lu Chen could only accept Shin Shiyun's proposal. The rules contract was signed. From that moment on, Lu Xiaoyun became Shin Shiyun's disciple, and her only disciple. Boss, could you also check on my parents? They both participated in the God's game before. They were lucky enough to come back alive, but one's been sick and the other's disabled ever since. With their stats sealed, they're basically ruined. Is there any way to help them? Now that the other party was going to be his sister's teacher, Lu Chen figured he might as well thicken his skin and ask for more. You too participated in the God's game? Shin Shiyun was startled once again. She hadn't expected that. In fact, the whole Lu family was full of surprises. Was there anyone in this family who was ordinary? Yeah, we once received an order to explore a 5-star secret realm in Yunlan City, Silent Forest. We entered a hidden map, almost like an underground dungeon. There, we encountered a god and were forced to participate in a divine game, Lu Xin said heavily, his tone weighed down by the memory. After checking the health of Lu Xin's parents, Shin Shiyun turned to Lu Chen and said, your parents have been punished by the rules of the god's game. Only the one who tied the knot can untie it. If you want them to return to normal, you have to bring them back to the Silent Forest secret realm, seek out that god, join the game once more, and win. Only then is there even a sliver of hope. But I don't recommend going. Gods aren't like bosses of the secret realms. They're invincible. Even if your stats are off the charts, you have a whole army of beast companions, and you can turn invisible. Against a god, it's still a near certain death. As soon as Lu Sen and his wife heard this, they said urgently to Lu Chen, son, your mother and I are already grateful to be alive and have lived to see you and your sister seize such great opportunities. Don't risk your life for our sake. Lu Chen knew this wasn't the time to argue, so he could only nod and agree for now, putting the matter aside. At least now he knew what it would take to solve the problem. Suddenly, a massive tremor shook the ground, followed by the thunderous sound of the barrier shattering. Everyone's faces changed at once. They knew something catastrophic was happening outside. Dad, Mom, stay here and keep an eye on my sister. We're going to deal with the monster invasion. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen, Shin Shiyun, Yu Linglong, and Nightshade dashed back to the surface. What they saw was chaos. The enormous defensive barrier protecting Shihai City had been breached, and hordes of monsters were flooding in. Professional fighters were fleeing in panic everywhere. How could the city's barrier fall so fast? That shouldn't be possible. Yu Linglong blanched. Shin Shiyun's face was grim as well. She activated her mysterious divine favor ability again, her eyes turned a vivid crimson, peering straight through the chaos to the truth behind the early collapse of the barrier. It's a drop of divine blood. Shin Shiyun saw it instantly. Within the blood array, a single drop of godly blood was pulsing, and its power had shattered the city's defenses. What? Divine blood? Lu Chen was stunned. That god, just because I tricked him once, actually used a drop of divine blood to annihilate Shihai City? That's way too petty. But then, Lu Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. After all, the Godslayer spear needed to absorb the divinity within godly blood to repair itself. If that drop of divine blood could be absorbed by the spear, wouldn't it heal a bit and even level up? Just as this thought crossed his mind, everything changed again. Before their eyes, the drop of divine blood seemed to have a mind of its own. It shot straight into the body of a massive, 5th-tier domain lord-level boss. Instantly, the boss let out a roar of agony, its body exploding with blood-red light as it grew wildly in size. Its aura became even more savage, its face twisted into a monstrous mask. In less than a moment, the boss suddenly transformed into a colossal monster, towering dozens of meters high. Its eyes burned crimson, and its rank soared from domain lord boss all the way up to world lord boss. On top of that, it gained a special status, divine power, buffing all its stats, doubling its strength, and utterly eclipsing every other tier 5 world lord boss out there. Roaring, the boss mutated after absorbing divine blood, descended into a frenzy of bloodlust and madness. With a deafening howl, it stomped down hard, triggering a quake that shook the world. Buildings toppled in waves, the ground split open with deep fissures, and the city was thrown into an apocalyptic nightmare. Every awakened in Shihai City was paralyzed with terror and despair. Gulp. How are we supposed to fight this? We're dead. How can it possibly have such broken stats? Is this the true horror of a world lord boss? Forget about this mutated monster. Without the defense barrier, even those hordes of lesser monsters would be enough to wipe us out. Staring at the mutated boss's terrifying stats, the awakened of Shihai City were left stunned, their faces blank with hopelessness. This wasn't even a fight, they weren't even on the same playing field. Even if the city's top dog, Sikong Yao, a tier 5 powerhouse, went up against this boss, he'd be killed in a single blow. Their eyes were empty, bodies shaking uncontrollably. Resistance? Out of the question. Even running away didn't cross their minds. Only one thought kept echoing in everyone's mind. It's over. We're done for. Completely done for. Sikong Yao and the other leaders looked ashen, as if all life had drained from their faces. Qin Muyun was no exception, his expression was filled with despair. How did it come to this? How could something like this just appear out of nowhere? It was as if fate itself was cornering him. He'd already reaped rewards ahead of time, clearing several 5-star secret realms first, earning the guild leader's promise. All he needed to do was hold out until the guild leader arrived, then, he could level up to tier 8, become an elder of the guild, and see his status and influence soar to new heights. But now, this beautiful dream was on the verge of being shattered by the mutated world lord boss. He felt unwilling to accept it. But faced with this invincible monster, he had no way to win, no way to survive. In the blink of an eye, he'd be crushed just like any low-level awakened, instantly, mercilessly. Miss Linglong. I'm ready to lay down my life for you. Even if I have to die, I'll die before you do. Nightshade was more straightforward. She, too, saw no hope of survival, but her gaze stayed resolute, completely without fear. She would carry out her assassin's creed to the very end, defending her charge no matter what. Yu Linglong's face had gone pale. She didn't want to die. Her life was only just beginning, with so many things left undone. She looked at Lu Chen. Now, all hope rested on Lu Chen. He was the only one who might break this deadlock. Shin Shiyun, too, was overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. With the World Lord boss empowered by divine power, its stats had soared far beyond hers. She knew she wasn't its match at best, she could only protect herself, nothing more. Mutant abominations weren't the only threat, there were countless other monsters as well. With the blood-red barrier sealing everything in, Shihai City had become a deadly prison. Even if a legendary 9th-rank powerhouse arrived now, it would be nearly impossible to break through the god's blood barrier in a short time.